Chapter 97. Arriving from Beyond the West. 1. Battles unfolded with the imperial capital of Lupagana as their stage, and in every single one of those locations the climax approached. A dragon clad in the very clouds themselves swooped down to the sky, where white snow was falling and vermilion flames scorched the sky into a turbulent cloud. Stone golems were colliding against soldiers donning. Desperate expressions of beasts' powerful arms clashed against crafty elder malice, clashing against malice real with craftiness arisen. From age of front, a collapse rampart the status of the conflict seesawed back and forth, unending. However, at this moment, at this very instant, the greatest focal point of this battlefield lay with the innermost part of the imperial capital, the most beautiful castle in the world, known as the Crystal Palace. A white light had been emitted. Utilized throughout the entire construction of the castle were magic crystals, mana crystals, purer than most magic stones. By amplifying the mana stockpiled therein, the magic crystal cannon was a strategic weapon able to lay devastation upon its target. To be precise, it was the Crystal Palace's trump card, the artillery of the highest firepower within the possession of the Valachian Empire, the ultimate attack, which could quite possibly decide the outcome of battle, with only a single shot even in this battlefield. In the first place, only a limited number of people possessed knowledge of the existence of this magic crystal cannon. It went without saying that Abel, who had been on the seat of the Emperor, and Zikr Osman, to whom the outline of the operation had been conveyed, to be aware. In addition, there was also Priscilla Bariel, whose possible prior awareness of this information would not strike as odd, where she actually possessed it alongside a very limited number of personnel on the side of the rebel army. Probably things would be more or less similar on the imperial capital side, amounting to the fake Emperor Vincent Wallachia, who led the insurrection, and his accomplice, the Prime Minister Bristetz von Dalfin, along with Meguro Hagain, who was the Crystal Palace itself. It was a secret weapon that even the other divine generals had not known about. And then, the power of the magic crystal cannon is limited to just 3 uses, but it shall not be used more than once on this battlefield. That was Abel's judgment, and therefore an awareness Vincent shared as well. For a variety of reasons, a magic crystal cannon was the trump card of national defense. In every sense, the reckless act of using up all its remaining ammo was not something that could be done with the future in mind. Of course, if Vincent intended to deplete it on this battlefield, without any consideration for the future, then that was another matter. Abel, you could not possibly engage in such desperate behavior. Abel did not especially think about what to call that conviction. However, conviction was conviction. And without discarding what had budded within him, Abel had prepared the battlefield. Hence, he chose to give rise to the certainty that the magic crystal cannon, which could only be fired once, would fire a fruitless shot. That expectation had been lured out of them by the decoys, Zikr, a valuable asset when it came to warring potential. The high morale soldiers under his banner and the other various tribes had all been put together. Abel used the elite as decoys. The enemy shan't be able to turn a blind eye to them. Then, having seen the unfortunate turn of events at the third bastion, the magic crystal cannon was directed to the battlefield protected by Meguro. The flaw of the magic crystal cannon was that it may cause tremendous damage even to allies, but on Meguro's battlefield, those worries were unnecessary, because the stone golems scattered across the battlefield were nothing but forces that had split from the Divine General and even the Titanic. Meguro, who had become one with the rampart, was not the Seven's main body. Therefore, the expectations of both sides overlapped, and the magic crystal cannon would wipe out one group of rebels upon being fired. However, it would also eliminate the possibility of the rebels being defeated with nothing they could do about it, or so it was to have passed. Abel, that instant a large number of people on the battlefield bore witness to a black light engulfing the shot of white light. Just where it brought that about, where had the tremendous shot disappeared without doing a sliver of damage, was that an action belonging to friend or foe. Countless thoughts zipped past in the emptiness of mind birth. Everyone left dumbfounded as they ceased their movements. At the rebel command post, Abel was no exception. That had been an instant outside of what he had hypothesized. He too had had his mind enraptured by the unexpected phenomenon, and a brief emptiness was yielded in his thoughts. What was different about him was that he recovered faster than anyone else from that state. Who, how, where he did not know any of it, but Abel fired up just as planned. If one was met with a situation better than expected, there was nothing greater. In many cases, what was utmost necessary on the battlefield was a quick decision rather than a correct decision. Then, by updating the decision based on events that had occurred due to that very choice, it could be transformed into the correct one. Removing his gaze from the battlefield that the white light had been expected to lay wreck, to Abel gave the order. At that voice of Abel's, the stiff soldiers of the command post widened their eyes and lowered their gazes. To the several gazes which could not conceal their trembling, Abel responded with his own black eyes through his Oni mask. Abel, fire up, immediately give the order. Any delay shall lead to the death of Zikr Osman. Soldiers, HK Able Hurry Move. Soldiers, yes sir. The soldiers around and within the command center were all Zicker's good subordinates. Originally, the plan had included Zicker's life in the equation. It was hypocritical of him to refer to Zicker's life. However, the soldiers grasped that quickly beginning to move. Rather than Abel's decisiveness, it was a trust that Zicker had built which had allowed for that. Abel, you have fulfilled your duty as Suicide Corps. Nevertheless, do not slacken your hands. Zicker Osman, if you have survived, it means that you still possess a role to fulfill. In the distance, at the third bastion of the city walls that protected the imperial capital, a clash that would supposedly never have happened had occurred, a battle headed by Zicker with the people of Shadrach and many other tribes accompanying him. The battlefield had become a true contest of strength to see who would be able to break past Meguro and into the imperial capital. Watching the unforeseen, hard-fought battle from afar, Abel touched his own Oni mask and muttered. Abel, inevitably the role I must play, is also close at hand behind Abel, as he muttered that the soldiers fired a magic stone cannon into the sky, as they had been ordered. That was an indication of the situation having developed a retaliation against the imperial capital's faction, who had used up their trump card, the magic crystal Kenonicine, that the rebel army side had also played their own trump card. Beholding the cannons light with his eyes, Abel shifted his gaze to the side opposite to the third bastion. Abel, the one who seems to have entered the board from the west, who are you? Two. That surely cannot be. As he cast his eyes toward the distant battlefield from the top level of the Crystal Palace, the aged throat of Berstets von Delphin quivered a smidgen. The Imperial Prime Minister, an individual who was usually unflappable, was bewildered, shaken to an extent such that it had taken the guards by his side by surprise. Berstets, once he sensed the gazes of the soldiers to his side, Berstets instantly tightened his cheeks. Displaying any sort of indolence would make light of the Empire, even if those around him did not believe likewise. As long as he himself did, he would not stand for it. That was the way of the Valachian Empire. This was exactly how Berstets himself envisioned an ideal Wallachia. Berstets, naturally, since the imperial capital is being advanced on, figuring out some sort of countermeasure is a must, but getting a hold of himself, Berstets tackled the events that transpired head-on. What had spilled from his lips was a reflection, was a fact that there was no way to thwart the magic crystal cannon's extraordinary firepower, the value of its very existence in the first place. Therefore, Berstets had surmised that Vincent would either avoid a decisive battle in the imperial capital or not deploy his army in a situation where the magic crystal cannon would be used. However, Vincent had entered the battlefield, moreover, amidst the battle he had taken command of the rebels who had gone ahead before him. This way, he began handling the state of affairs, presumably pushing expendable fighters all the way into the line of fire. The magic crystal cannon had been a last resort of his. Then, seeking maximum efficiency, Berstets had pointed the magic crystal cannon at the third bastion. Even if Vincent's plan had been to have them shoot at the area of the battlefield with the highest concentration of rebel troops, as to minimize the overall damage to his allies, the fact remained that the opponents would still suffer. Putting down the sacrificial lambs, they would then utilize the power of the 9 divine generals to crush the enemy's plans. With this in mind, he had beseeched the other Vincent on the throne for forgiveness. And then, Vincent, once each side's chicanery is gone, only the sheer difference in troop strength shall remain do it. Seeing that Vincent and he were in agreement, Berstets had fired the magic crystal cannon. Once homed in on a target, the burst of enormous destructive power, having been unleashed, would rush into battlefield in a flash, vaporizing many heroes in the process, supposedly sending them to the great beyond. Therefore, with victory and defeat decided after the magic crystal cannon had mowed down the rebels, he would give thought on the steps that would follow the redefinition of the battle status. However, Berstets, the damage done by the magic crystal cannon is non-existent. Considering the achievements of the restored magic crystal cannon sealed in the Crystal Palace, it had not occurred to him that Vincent could possibly possess some means of offsetting it. Keeping cards well hidden until the last possible moment was indubitably a habit of Vincent's. Berstets lamented over the fact he had been completely outwitted, but at the same time, he felt a rush of excitement in his heart. More than anything else, he thought what a shame it was. Berstets, your excellency, I am regretful from the bottom of my heart, since it was a way of the Valachian Empire to revere the strong. Vincent's approach to rule the empire, with which rather than violence, as the one at its pinnacle, was a combination of boredom and horror. To possess the political skills to avoid any major war was something that he himself esteemed, and at the same time shunned. Still, he had no complaints about serving Vincent, so long as he fulfilled his duties as emperor and protected the glory of the Valachian Empire. Berstets, what shall you do upon your return, your excellency? What would he do with the Empire after returning to the throne and executing all those who had rebelled against him? Would he leave the Empire as it was before and once again relinquish his duties as emperor? Even the most outstanding emperor had no right to remain on the throne if he was content with letting that happen. Bristetz prepared the magic crystal cannon for the next shot, since the number of charges for the magic crystal cannon was fixed. Depleting them was unacceptable. Nevertheless, if the situation needed to be changed, Bristetz would utilize the plenitude of his jurisdiction. However, if the opponents did possess 2 trump cards with which to counteract the magic crystal cannon, he could not make the same mistake again. Until he figured that out, he could not see it through Soldier Prime Minister Bristetz. Look at that. Suddenly, one of the soldiers standing by Bristetz raised his voice. Following the soldier's gaze, the light of the magic stones emanating in the sky far behind the battlefield could be seen probably at the place where the rebel main camp had been positioned. It was some kind of signal. A terribly unreliable one, as the sky above the battlefield was dyed white and red, but it would be effective enough for anyone waiting for the signal to come. Bristetz a signal. Behind his narrowed eyes, Bristetz surmised his opponent's intentions after the magic cannon had fired. They would have thought the situation had supposedly changed as well if so was that signal an instruction to the soldiers on the front line. However, the intention was to inform the soldiers fighting on the front lines that signal was way too unreliable. Therefore, it was not for informing the soldiers on the front lines Bristetz reinforcements. But simultaneously, Bristetz gave it careful rumination. With the majority of the rebels who had gathered from all over the country already wreaking havoc on the battlefield, with that group having already been crushed by the power of the 9 divine generals, what kind of forces could function as reinforcements? Reinforcements were not pieces one would simply withhold. They ought to be a trump card in the proper sense, deployed to change the war situation in decisive fashion. Of course, they were meaningless lest they packed a sufficient punch. Just what kind of forces could they possibly be? With those thoughts, Bristetz widened his slit-like eyes and turned them to the distant west. Bristetz it cannot be. Slowly reflected in Bristetz's vision, as he muttered faintly, were shadows arriving from the western sky spread across a vast expanse of those skies were the supreme rulers of the sky, making their calm approach a flock of flying dragons. A large number of flying dragons resided in the Valachian Empire. However, taming a flying dragon required treasured techniques and masterful skills, and the one who had gathered many of those under their banner was a leading noble who possessed preeminent power within the empire. A high countess who had refused to participate in the decisive battle for the imperial capital on the grounds of maintaining order within her own territory, the one in command of the Empire's strongest flying dragon squadron. Bristetz High Countess Serena Dracroy is it. Spotting a dragon ship sporting flaming red sails among the flying dragon squadron approaching from beyond the sky, Bristetz understood the threat of the reinforcements that the rebels had prepared. When it came to controlling flying dragons, his faction also possessed one of the 9 divine generals, Madeline. As chart in front of said dragonkin, all flying dragons were slaves to her. Well, however, the only exceptions to that were the flying dragons who had forged bonds with the tamer through the technique of flying dragon taming. Bristetz even so it would merely be a struggle for air supremacy. No, if she has summoned the cloud dragon, then that presumption must also change. Despite the shock of the magic crystal cannon's nullification, Bristetz had not neglected his grasp of the battlefield. During the fierce battles that unfolded at the 5 bastions, even the colors of the heavens and the earth had experienced erratic changes due to various battlefields, and in one of those battles the descent of the mighty dragon had been spotted. As a dragonkin, Madeline was able to summon the dragon, which was connected to her ancestors. Up until now, she had never called the cloud dragon Mesoria to the ground or summoning. It would change the flow of the battle drastically. Of course, the circumstances under which Madeline would summon Mesoria were impossible to intuit, meaning it was possible that simply driving her into a corner could suffice. Bristetz be that as it may in the case that flying dragons fight each other for air supremacy. In both quantity and quality, Bristetz believed that they held the advantage. The determined decision of High Countess Serena Dracroy to side with the rebels must have been a rage-inducing mistake for the men of Wallachia yet. Bristetz. Thinking this, Bristetz was staring towards the western sky as he realized something. He had been completely fixated on the slowly approaching flying dragon squadron, but that had not been the sole change that had occurred in the west. A closer look at the hills to the west revealed the shape of a group deploying anew. For a moment they appeared to be the forces of High Countess Dracroy, but Bristetz quickly changed his mind as it became evident that this was not the case. Of the events that had taken place, just before reflection on fact that the first blow of the magic crystal cannon, the trump card of the Crystal Palace, had failed to hit its mark. The existence of the magic crystal cannon was considered to be top secret, known only to very few people in the Empire. However, Since they had to take on the true Emperor Vince of Wallachia, the secrecy of the magic crystal cannon's existence was completely meaningless, however, even with its existence known it. The reason for that was simple: the flag that group was hosting. It sported neither the crest of High Countess Drakroy, that a flying dragon with a scar on its cheek, nor the national emblem of the Wallachian Empire, the wolf pierced by swords, but an entirely different flag. Slightly troubled by what was portrayed on it, Bristets said, "Bristets is at a star." 3. Oi, bro, what are you doing? We're completely late already. Stop with the fussing lizard bastard Schwartz's. In the middle of something. Sure, he's in the middle of something, but Hyan has a point. What are we going to do should we join the ranks of the rebel army like this? Wow, do you see that boss to right and left are all over the place? It truly is a great decisive battle. Where should we go? I can't stop my chest from throbbing. Subaru, shut up. Can't you see that I'm in a very moving scene right now? As a group of familiar voices barged, making a huge ruckus, Natsuki Subaru rebuked him. He was reminded how dangerously accustomed he had become to being Natsuki Schwartz these days. Although Natsuki Schwartz was ultimately just an alias, he felt strongly about his real name, the one he ought to be called by, being Natsuki Subaru. Rather, Subaru, it's fine to take that as you call my name, right, Louis? You. Subaru, I get it already, so don't spill your snot all over me. Yuck. So Subaru responded, and with force he pushed away the face of the blonde-haired girl, clinging to him, Louis, as she drenched him in her tears and snot. But he was unable to shake Louis off with full resolve, since he was also greatly indebted to her for the far too valuable contributions she had amassed. Subaru had already asked too many things of Louis he could not make amends for, although he could exculpate himself for having no other recourse. Subaru, if I do that, I don't deserve to face you. So, they'll do it, right, Louis? You. As she rested her forehead, while clinging on to Subaru's back, Louis groaned. Whether that was her way of forgiving him, or whether she was just happy to be reunited with him, Subaru sighed, accepting that she did not seem to harbor any negative feelings. Not only did he have to apologize to Louis, but he also owed her many thanks. But the one he was most thankful for, Subaru Beatrice. Tightly he hugged her and invoked her name, stroking her ample hair. The one true reason why the owner of such a sheer volume of curly hair and a gorgeous dress, a little girl ill-fated to the battlefield, was present on it was, no matter how one looked at it, Subaru. She had certainly done something incredibly reckless for her to come near to disappearing as she had. That was why Beatrice Subaru. As those lips uttered his name, indeed, Subaru breathed a sigh of relief. His name was truly Natsuki Subaru once again. Excuse me, Schwartz-sama Subaru. Feeling relieved, Subaru's shoulders jumped upon hearing an unexpected whisper close to his ear. He turned around by reflex, and present there was a lovely familiar face, Tanza's. The dear girl, clad in a kimono, stared at Subaru with her usual expressionless face, while the latter sat on his, but holding Beatrice in his arms, and with Louis clung to his back. Tanza, I apologize for interrupting your amusement, but Hyansama and the others are correct. We do not have enough time to spare for leisure activities. Subaru, leisure activities, isn't that a bit harsh? Tanza, we do not have enough time to spare for leisure activities. Subaru, sorry, my bad. I understand your feelings, Tanza. Uranus will probably also be somewhere on this battlefield, rushed by a cold, firm voice. Subaru admitted his wrongdoing. Displaying his understanding thereupon, Tanza slightly lowered her round eyebrows and muttered yes. Tanza, who had ended up accompanying Subaru following a series of events, was a girl who had originally been a servant to Yorna, Miss Higure, the ruler of the demon city of Chaos Flame. While suppressing her desire to meet up with Yorna as soon as possible, Tanza had joined Subaru on his journey, and finally their reunion was close at hand. Being in such a restless state of mind, it was fairly understandable of her to feel the urge to interrupt Subaru, who was getting a head start on his own joyful reunion. However, Beatrice Subaru, what is the deal with this impertinent dear girl? Writhing in Subaru's arms, Beatrice looked up at Tanza, declaring thus in a somewhat dissatisfied voice. Promptly, Tanza gazed towards Beatrice. Tanza, my name is Tanza. Due to a series of events, I have been serving as Schwartz-sama's attendant. Beatrice, I understand, in fact, thank you for your hard work. I suppose from now on Betty and the others will take care of Subaru. So you can consider yourself dismissed, in fact. Tanza, you will take care of him in that state. It appears like you cannot even move properly without Schwartz-sama holding you in his arms. Beatrice Subaru's purpose in life is to hold on to Betty. So this is fine, I suppose. Subaru, wait. Why are we fighting? As fellow little girls, shouldn't you get along? For some reason, a perilous atmosphere had broken out all of a sudden between the two girls. Caught in the middle, Subaru's voice involuntarily cracked. For Tanza, typically composed as she was, his attitude was both unbefitting and unenduring, but in a good way. Not that Subaru was unaware that he should not tell a young girl how immature she was being. Subaru, Tanza, Beatrice, don't fight, you two your allies, both of you, come on. Tanza Beatrice Sama was poking her nose first. Also, Yorna Sama told me to respond in kind to contemptible people who act heedlessly. Subaru, she really told such a code of Hammurabi type of thing. I didn't know that then you should be sorry, Beatrice. Subaru attempted to mediate between them as Beatrice's round eyes stared at him motionlessly, enthralled by the characteristic pattern of her pupils. Subaru tilted his neck, asking what's wrong. Then Beatrice's lips trembled and quivered, and she spoke. Beatrice, just now you call that girl's name before Betty's in fact. What's the meaning of this, I suppose, Subaru? How did I? Beatrice, you did in fact. How utterly infuriating. I suppose I won't stand for this no matter what in fact. Her eyes flaring up in anger, Beatrice grabbed his collar and shook her head back and forth upon hearing this unexpected ruling. Subaru also became dizzy, and then getting fed up with this back and forth, going absolutely nowhere. Schwartz, even I as the official have limits to my patience. You should be aware of this, correct? Beatrice, Maya, Subaru, oh. A baritone oppressive voice fell upon them. Beatrice screamed even before Subaru, tracing Beatrice's baffled gaze. Subaru understood her surprise. Standing there in a black overcoat with folded arms was a stern-faced Gustav Morello staring down at them. Being the governor of the Gladiator Island, his position would normally be that of keeping Subaru and his men captive, yet he now was a collaborator of those who were now brazenly traveling outside of the island, though. He was a comrade of theirs. This was not limited to just some gathered at that very place, was not only the large number of people accompanying Subaru from the Gladiator Island, but also companions who had joined him in the meantime as comrades. Beatrice, Subaru, this man. Subaru, that's Gustafsson. He looks scary, but at his core, he's frighteningly diligent. Gustafsson, the one on my back is Lewis. And this girl is Beatrice, she's my. Gustavir. Subaru, I mean, you know that. Stroking Beatrice's back as she curled up, Subaru was at a loss for words, coming up with an explanation for Gustav, witnessing that Gustav, Tanza, and Beatrice all frowned. At the numerous stares directed towards him, Subaru awkwardly scratched his head and, Subaru will fill you in on the details later, Gustav. Hey now. Beatrice, wait, I suppose, Subaru, could be that not only your appearance, but also your mind has been slightly. Gustav accepted Subaru's overly sloppy misdirection in his overly serious way of being, but as Beatrice was about to hit the nail too straight on, the head Subaru covered her mouth. And then he whispered to Beatrice's ear, who was struggling noisily. Subaru, explaining that I've shrunken is going to be complicated, so I'm going to keep it to myself for now. Beatrice, do you really remember Betty in fact? Subaru, I really do love you, that's why I have to do this. Seeing Beatrice's questioning look, Subaru replied, then squeezed her hand, intertwining the fingers of his small hand with those of Beatrice's also small hand. As soon as he did so, Subaru was momentarily assaulted by a dizzying sense of emptiness, but it did not last forever, only the initial pang had been large. Subaru, I couldn't go on living without you, isn't that so? Beatrice, Betty gets a feeling you're quite skilled at pulling the wool over her eyes, I suppose, besides. Subaru, besides. Beatrice, Subaru, something is off in fact. Warmth flowed from within Subaru to Beatrice as they held each other's hands in front of one another. Instinctively, Subaru was aware that this was not a bad thing, but rather a reassurance. His memory of Beatrice had become slightly hazy in some parts, as only some details had become blurry, but he was somewhat optimistic it would all be all right once his body was returned to normal. In any case, close to Subaru, as he viewed the situation in such a positive view, Beatrice furrowed her shapely brow, apparently pondering something. Subaru, as adorable as your thinking expression, is what exactly feels off? Beatrice, Subaru, while you were separated from Betty, you had no method of expelling mana, I suppose, so it's natural that mana would pile up, but this amount is. Subaru. Beatrice's long eyelashes trembled as she tightened her fingers, as if to confirm before Subaru, whose head was tilted, her lips spilled a voice, bereft of sound. Certainly she had muttered something of this sort, that it was too much, but before the truth of the situation could be ascertained. Hi and I bro, bad news, that Cecil's guy went ahead Subaru wa. High and shrill voice rose like a scream, and Subaru hurriedly turned his head high and pointed in the direction his own gaze was being cast to a battlefield where fierce, relentless clashes ensued, unending, a cloud of dust raging on towards it without stopping. It was the evidence of an impatient, unruly boy rushing down the hillside. White's what now, should I bring him back, or... Subaru, know as much as I appreciate your thoughts, that'd be too much for you whites to begin with. It's impossible for anyone to stop CC Flag. I'd got you, Schwartz. While harboring annoyed thoughts at the distant cloud of dust, Subaru took into consideration the positive aspects of the boy's rampage, since he knew full well from his journey so far that would be unable to rein him in. Having regained his composure, Subaru made his next request, and it was Idra who moved keenly alongside Whites. They slowly raised a flag right there. And this action was followed by a massive number of their comrades in arms surrounding them. Flag after flag was raised of those in their environs. The appearance would be that the group upon the hillside was firmly united. Subaru, Lewis, could you get off my back, Lewis? Subaru, I'm not going to disappear out of the blue again, I assure you. I've made peace with what caused me to get whisked away. Subaru persuaded Lewis, who was still traumatized by his disappearance and reluctant to leave Subaru's back. She was still skeptical, but in the end she left Subaru's back by her own will. Still, her reluctance was evident of a certain lack of trust. Beatrice Betty has no intention of ever leaving, in fact. Subaru, yeah, you stay with me. Tanza, is everything ready, Tanza? Yes, the Pleiades battalion is ready to go at any time. Behind the bowing Tanza, Subaru smiled to himself as he watched his comrades raise their flags, their weapons, and their fighting spirits. Their morale was high, their motivation filled to the brim, their objective was in sight. All that was left was to seize it. Subaru, since Cece probably knows my plan without me telling him each and every detail. That's just his usual amusement. Well, let's get started, everyone. Everyone, YHHHH. Beatrice, HK. There was a tremendous response to Subaru's call as Beatrice's breath got caught in her throat. If one were to hear it for the first time, this would come as a guaranteed surprise. However, Subaru's ears had already grown accustomed to it, and it was a very important pre-fight ritual. Lewis, you. Beatrice, Subaru, just what do you intend on doing, I suppose? Lewis and Beatrice, who had just joined Subaru, looked up at him, not knowing the details of the situation. Closing a single eye as to meet their gaze, Subaru took a step forward, excitement welling up from deep within his body, which he firmly contained in his slender legs. And then he declared, Subaru, isn't it obvious we're going to ruin this stupid war that my shitty father started? Chapter 98. The Pleiades Battalion. 1. The Kingdom of Lagunica, the Valachian Empire, the Holy Kingdom of Gustico, the Kararaji city-states. Each of these nations, commonly referred to as the Four Great Countries, had developed its own culture, which was tailored to its land. Most notable amongst them were the proud ragged mentality of the Kingdom of Lagunica and the spirit-focused creed of the Holy Kingdom of Gustico. The Four Great Countries had taken different paths, as if by design. This was true not only in terms of national customs and culture, but also in terms of the quality of their warriors. In the Valachian Empire, magic had hardly developed at all. Whether people were within its borders or not mattered not, as the gates that people possessed and other prerequisites of that ilk differed in nothing from those possessed by those in other countries. But compared to Lagunica and Kararaji, the empire lagged far behind the others in this area. The empire, however, did not take that fact to heart. Of course, falling behind other countries in any field was not welcome, but the fact that the field of magic was not developed meant that other fields had been developed instead. Compared to the technological prowess of the Kararaji city-states, the spiritual arts and curse arts of the Holy Kingdom of Gustico, and the magical disciplines of the Kingdom of Lagunica, the Valachian Empire, excelled in the martial arts. Sometimes it's faster to just swoop in and hit them than to use magic right. And while this not spiritual arts user-like statement was one that ought not be espoused by one such person, the gist of the general attitude towards magic in the Valachian Empire was mirrorless that, though it was a highly misunderstood fact, the kind that had gone unwritten in any books, at that the use of mana in the human body was not only limited to casting magic. No small number of martial arts techniques had their foundation in the use of mana, in the same way it was used in spirit arts, curse arts, and in the activation of some meteors. It was perfectly natural for an elite warrior, especially, to use mana to strengthen his own body. Supposing an occasion where one possessing unnatural physical abilities were to be compared to an ordinary person, a trick would lay in the handling of the mana that circulated within the body, a technique called the flow method, which was done consciously. However, cha-cha, cha-cha, with a thump, only 1 foot touched the ground, and in an instant the distance closed by a dozen meters. Tracking the figure from the perspective of a bystander would seem as if time had been stolen, given its extraordinary body movements, but that was no optical illusion, nor was there present an anomaly in said bystander's eyes. The anomaly was none other than the blue-haired boy running through the battlefield. Following the explanation given immediately before, the boy's sprinting, which effortlessly transcended human limitations, was without a doubt brought about by the flow method. However, there was no caveat to the boy's young age, and sharp good looks. No record of the days spent learning such techniques was present apparently. In the world, beings of the sort were seldom seen, beings who were born unknowingly exercising the flow method, which was even said to be the pinnacle of martial arts, beings that left those shackled by the natural order in the dust. Running down the hillside in a single breath, the boy plunged into the battlefield in search of the honor of being the vanguard. Although blue-haired boy of the battles. Already begun the honor of being the vanguard, isn't there? But let's not fret about the details. Intruding upon the battlefield hailing from the western lands, he gazed at the great army surrounding the star-shaped ramparts in the distance. The long slit eyes of the boy were blazing moist with excitement unthinkable in a battlefield where grief and joy alternated. A being that went into battle without proper footwear, without armor or a helmet, without a cause of any kind of barbaric act, that could be seen as hostile by those inside and by those outside the walls, both by those who wished to protect the current empire and by those who wanted to destroy it. However, blue-haired boy, the high level of ambition, is a point worthy of note. With or without it, the appeal of your speech that flows from your mouth changes its just. Who the small groups dressed in red gear and crude armor, each composed of dozens of people clearly hostile to one another, were engaged in skirmishes. The young boy, unconnected to either, intruded a soldier wielding a sword, cried out. 'Twas an admirably clear tone of voice holding a mixture of anger, frustration, excitement. But fighting spirit prevailed. It was a clever move, one which incited caution towards someone who had intruded on the battlefield. Blue-haired boy, but it's fatally slow. Ka! Shouting had been the right choice, but stopping and asking their identity had been a misstep. The right choice would be to assume any being who appeared on the battlefield without revealing his or her allegiance to be an enemy. The soldier should not have stopped at only alerting his surroundings. He ought to have attacked with his sword upon hearing that voice. Still, the enemy was faster, and if needed, 10 or 20 other faults could be pointed out. Blue-haired boyo, and if what you just said was a line that came out because you didn't ask my affiliation, but because you had no idea who I was, and sorry for being too lightning fast, I say. Behind the boy, babbling non-stop, a soldier, opening his eyes wide, collapsed on the ground. As they passed each other, the former had driven his hand akin to a sharp blade into the other's neck. The boy had expected himself to be capable of chopping the soldier's head off, but the blow had not been powerful enough. Shaking and swinging his arms around, he twisted his head as he felt that something was off after all. Blue-haired boy, it's so frustrating when you feel able to do something, but actually aren't not that I have any plans to mix up my ideals and wishes with what's realistically feasible. Well, if I accidentally let him die, I'm going to sink in the boss' estimation. So let's call that a good result. Immediately after shaking off his uncertainty, so brusquely the laughing boy's figure turned into a blur. A moment later, he avoided a sword strike, descending on his position. In the back of the boy, Zora hit the soldier's face from the side, launching him in the opposite direction. Furthermore, the boy leapt off the soldier as he kicked him, and landing amidst the group who was tailing the soldier, he delivered a single blow to a vital point of each one of them before disengaging, rather taking the opportunity. As he withdrew, he slipped right into a group nearby, cutting off the consciousness of another 5 or so. All had happened in the blink of an eye. Both the follow-up and the main objective were a criminal act to bereave the surrounding soldiers of their time. In other words, a mastery of this boy over his own body was beyond human comprehension, and could not be pursued with raw strength. One could call it the ultimate lineage of martial arts developed in the Valachian Empire. Of course, it was not so easy for anyone to analyze such a situation on the battlefield, or to swallow the fact that a child 12 or 13 years of age could be capable of such a thing. Above anything else, blue-haired boy tactless. Blue-haired boy, it's tactless to try to undermine the skill and good looks of a star actor during a performance. On stage, nothing more is needed than to be admired to enthrall and captivate. Of course, if I were to ascend to the stage in the same way, I'd have to assert a more flamboyant appearance by means of an opponent worthy of it. The group gasped at the boy frowning down upon his surroundings as he stood in the middle of the imperial soldiers, slowly becoming discouraged. The soldiers on both sides were supposed to be clashing weapons and fighting for their lives, yet were overwhelmed by the boy's presence, bereaved not only of their time, but their very lives. Blue-haired boy, the blessing of an actor, was to bereave others of their lives. The boy got a certain satisfaction from that realization. As the boy was savoring the sense of accomplishment among the numerous defeated soldiers bereft of their time that were opposing the imperial soldiers, was one poorly armed warrior who opened his mouth with a "You. Soldier, where's this guy from? Is he one of ours?" Blue-haired boy, whose side am I on? That's quite a good question from you. What do you think I am, friend or foe? Soldier. The warrior clammed up once he had his question returned with another question delivered in such a I can't be bothered fashion. The boy's smile deepened at this, shaking his head, letting out no. Blue-haired boy, I wasn't teasing you. I was just thinking about it seriously, too. I'm constantly thinking about that stuff. I didn't really listen to the boss, so I don't really know who's on my side. Soldier, huh? Blue-haired boy, so for now I'm just going to act as the herald of justice for both sides. The warrior widened his eyes with amazement, then his startled face became a horizontal blur, and in the moments subsequent to that he was flipped over onto the ground. The smirking boy's figure vanished into thin air, and this time he sneakily intruded into a group of warriors who had been fighting the Imperial soldiers he had just defeated, and vigorously he beat them all down. As the blue-haired danced, as the sound of sharp strikes seemingly echoed through the air, the consciousnesses of the warriors were erased without as much as a bitter cry. This violence was just like a storm. No, it was like a blue thunderbolt. Blue-haired boy, oh marvelous, that's precisely the alias I was thinking of calling myself too. The warrior who spilled a breath, snatched in shock, was rendered unconscious after the end of that sentence. It was a Valachian way to respond to both friendly and hostile attitudes with equal violence, yet the savagery would probably even make the emperor of this country raise his eyebrows. But no one was capable of stopping the boy, yet it remained absolutely the correct thing to do according to the way of the empire. Belayed did the warriors respond to the threat posed by that small whirlwind of a boy. No longer were there any distinctions between Imperial soldiers and rebels, but everyone was united in the thought of stopping that boy. It was, in a sense, the scene of a great achievement, that of stopping a civil war single-handedly, if only in this small space. However, the steel resolve of these heroes was not met with a peaceful answer. Lean back to avoid the blade, dance backwards to avoid fist strikes. Slip between the legs to avoid axe blows, dodge arrows, dodge spears. Dodge fangs, dodge, shield, avoid, duck, 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 evade, dodge, without any weapon. Blue-haired boy, yeah, that's quite a predicament I'd like to. Embellish my highlight poses by showing off my skills with a weapon rather than with my bare hands. But I don't want to use something half-baked either. After all the best, only know the best, I'll look at me sounding like the boss. Bosu, blue-haired boy, right, he's the Pleiades battalion's leader. The boy's smile grew deeper as he boasted, effortlessly dodging the killing intent and hostility being hurled at him. The unfamiliar words uttered by the boy's mouth filled the warriors with a sense of inexplicable fear. Any of them were supposed to have been willing to risk their own lives in the battle to decide the course of this empire. Nevertheless, they did not know the affiliation of the boy toying with them, the limit to his strength, the true meaning of his words and deeds, or anything else. Even though they did not know what was going on, everything seemed to be going as per the boy's wishes. The next moment, a tremendous war cry was heard hailing from the direction of some hills in the far distance. Who could blame the warriors for shuddering with an HK? Similar turmoil and confusion spread to the other warriors as well. Hence the smile on the boy's mouth became larger, not because he was mocking the frightened state of the warriors, but due to something more straightforward. Blue-haired boy, well, thus concludes the first climax, boss. Make sure to finish it off flamboyantly. 2. At this point, it is necessary to mention a very unfortunate fact about magic. It would be an issue different from the one described previously, that of the Valachian Empire having only developed physical martial arts and the flow method rather than having developed magical techniques. Amidst the 6 magic attributes in which the magic system of the world was divided, Yin magic and Yang magic had only a few wielders, but the neglect they suffered was justified by reasons other than their study being difficult. Manipulating temperature, the fire attribute produced flames and even ice. Interfering with an organism's life force, the water attribute facilitated the healing of wounds and illnesses, saving lives. Arranging the environment by interfering with the atmosphere, the wind attribute was able to even secure habitable areas in inhospitable regions. Manipulating the earth's power, the earth attribute could fertilize as well as starve out the land. Compared to each of those attributes, the usage of which could be clearly envisioned, the Yin and Yang attributes were basically thought of as effects that either enhanced or hampered performance of one's body. While technically a misconception, the fact that such an image had taken hold was a major factor as to why the development of magic of the Yin and Yang attributes was so lacking, and albeit surprising, the one that still possessed a reputation for being especially out of place and useless was the Yang attribute, which held the power to enhance people's capabilities. Knowing the primary effects of Yang magic, many may be tempted to question the assessment it received. However, the more one attempted to take advantage of the features of Yang magic, the bigger and more unavoidable its problems became. For example, when it came down to performance on the battlefield, those who enhanced their physical abilities via Yang magic would suffer complete defeat by the enemy in most cases. The reason was simple. They could not handle their own enhanced bodies at all. They were unable to demonstrate their strength whatsoever. It was as if they were in control of someone else's body. Enhancing one's abilities could perhaps be summed up as strengthening the 5 senses, such as eyesight and hearing, enhancing physical abilities, such as arm and leg strength, and strengthening defenses, such as increasing bone and muscle density. However, warriors would always train their own bodies, would always take to the battlefield with a complete grasp on their own skills. As for those targeted by Yang magic, they would discard their normal selves and head to the battlefield in a new body donning enhanced specs. As a result, many of them would perish without achieving anything. The problem went even further, as the efficacy of Yang magic was greatly affected by the skill of the caster themselves, as well as their physical and mental condition that day. Even if a warrior who had been subjected to Yang magic were able to adapt to his enhanced body, there was no guarantee that the same enhancement being performed by the same caster on the very next day would be as effective. Yang magic was not expected to improve one's ability to fight consistently. On the contrary, it was recognized as a flaw that prevented one from demonstrating one's usual abilities in adequate fashion. This was the reason why Yang magic had been neglected. In the past, the Wallachian Empire had also focused its attention on the power of magic, and it had an emperor who had intended to amass the most powerful army, the 31st emperor of the Wallachian Empire. Merky of Wallachia had planned to utilize Yang magic to turn a powerful army into an even more powerful one. Taking into account the aforementioned shortcomings, he had enlisted Yang magic users into his powerful army, training them so that their enhanced state would become their natural state, and then went into actual battle. However, the results that had unfolded had been disastrous. The powerful army became dependent on the enhancements being defeated before any Yang magic could be applied. The skills of the casters, so essential they were varied, and being unable to function in a cohesive fashion, the army had been sent packing by forces superior. In numbers, even the emperor's life had been in jeopardy. The war finally concluded when Viva the Dissector, a close ally of the then Emperor of Wallachia, ended the enemy leader, but because of this colossal defeat, Merky of Wallachia was engraved into history with an ignominious alias, the Emperor of the Great Defeat. Because of this precedent, the value of Yang magic, and thus the value of magic as a whole, was reduced in Wallachia, leading to the spread of the idea that mastery of martial arts was the mark of a strong soldier. This had not changed to this day, and Vince of Wallachia, with all his wisdom, had dismissed the use of Yang magic in group battles as something that dispensed consideration. In fact, given a user of Yang magic was only capable of enhancing one target at a time, the deployment of an army that required plurality of soldiers working in unison was a pipe dream. Therefore, magic had remained as a means of harassment in the sense that it inflicted unusual physical effects on the enemy, but magic had declined in the Wallachian Empire. Even in other countries, Yang magic was considered a cursed practice that was seldom used, barring for self-enhancement. However, as with everything, there were exceptions. "Let's do it, you guys." With a large inhale, the boy's voice, still shrill, was raised in the hills off to the distant west of battlefield. With the boy at their heart, the warriors, who spread out atop the hill, a band of no fewer than several thousand people, raised their flag one after the other for the sake of expressing the unity and will of the group. A symbol of a will to fight that must never subside, one of the large flags was also held aloft beside the boy by a man whose body was covered in tattoos, accompanied by a gray lizard man, and a man with a dull appearance that yet contained a dignified look in his eyes. Depicted on the hoisted flag, recognizable even from a distance, was an emblem with the shape of a star. It was not the crest of one's family nor the national emblem, but merely the proof of where their hearts lay, a declaration of war of that kind and naught else. The group assembled was a diverse one without exaggeration. It was composed of many races. Even within Wallachia, where a gargantuan number of species lived and coexisted, there were few relationships consisting of cooperation across racial boundaries. One of the few exceptions which have enabled function as a city was the demon city of Chaos Flame. And even during the siege of the imperial capital, there had been no semblance of cooperation among the rebels. And yet this group was different. One could look at it as if they were merely working together for the sake of the same goal. However, that alone would not be able to gather them under a flag to demonstrate their collective will. It was not that they possessed the same goals, rather they possessed a shared will. Hence, why this group, nay, why the Pleas Battalion was capable of serving as a trump card. Spearheading those banners and the comrades, he had gathered a boy of black. Hernatsuki Subaru exclaimed, "Subaru, we are the strongest. Pleiades strongest, strongest, strongest." A war cry was raised in unison, thundering throughout the sky, as tremendous fighting spirits spread to the battlefield like tongues of flame. Beatrice embraced within Subaru's arms as he yelled, covered her ears, staring bewildered. Likewise, Lewis also jumped onto Subaru, though only those two young girls were surprised. "Subaru, we are invincible. Pleiades invincible, invincible, invincible." High in whites, Idra Gustav Orson's group, Old Man, No Rex Milzak, Kashil Moizo, Deroy Krikin Kadro, Femel Joseph Tanza, each one of them roared loudly. The ground quaked as they stamped their feet upon the soil, the quaking beckoning further quaking as they roused their fighting spirit. The recesses of his chest were burning. That burning, oh so burning, promising irresistible, something coursed through the entirety of his body. letting that burning, promising, irresistible something ride off his tongue. Subaru, OHHHHH, inevitable fate, Pleiades, bring it on, bring it on, bring it, ONNNNNNN. The group bellowed in unison, and all their eyes turned to the fore, to the battlefield at the foot of the hill. And then, Subaru, here we go. 3. The sensation of the sky, of the ground, of the world shaking was felt by everyone on the battlefield at that moment. Among those who could not treat it as somebody else's problem were those on the western ramparts who would come and meet the flag-bearing groups running down the hillside from Hedenen. Other words, the Imperial soldiers that had been ordered to defend the 4th Bastion, which was closest to said posse. But, not giving in to their fighting spirit, Imperial General 2nd Class Gutta Dialmo, the Tiger Hunter held his ground. For a moment, they had been overwhelmed by the sudden appearance and high morale of the opposition, but the Imperial soldiers subordinate to the Tiger Hunter were not so wet behind the ears as to be overwhelmed by loose cannons of the sort, however. Above all the wear and tear on Gutta and his men was almost minimal as far as his battlefield was concerned. A tremendous siege had been laid against the Imperial capital, but the harsh attacks made against the other bastions had brought on almost no effects on this 4th Bastion. Without a doubt, that was Albert Dunkelken's achievement, who reigned as the guardian of the 4th Bastion. It could be called a demonstration of the vicious old man's capabilities. In the first place, it's a good idea to cut off the opponent's legs before they even make it here. Basic rule of warfare is to sever everything you can't fight, without be it water or weapons. The vicious old man described the reason why the enemy's offensive was overwhelmingly weak compared to other bastions with cruelty, such that it sent chills down the spines of the troops, imagining the horror of not being on the same side as him. However, even Albert had been forced to rush to another bastion to fulfill his role of protecting the Imperial capital as it was about to be broken through. Therefore, the 4th Bastion was currently lacking the power of the divine generals, the greatest strength of the Empire. Albert's legacy, his trained superhuman shinobi, were needed to deal with the Flying Dragon Squadron that had appeared from the sky in the same direction the approaching army hailed from the west. Since they did not possess any ranged weapons, the shinobi's techniques were their only means of defending themselves against the Flying Dragon Squadron. And in regards to the group fiercely rushing Gutta, "I'll deal with you with all my soul." With these words, Gutta Dialmo stared at the enemy in front of him, carrying the signature armament of the Tiger, 102 metal clubs, each weighing nearly 100 kilograms. Gutta's alias was attributed to the fact that back, when he was still a general 3rd class, he had decimated a group of Tiger people who were tyrannizing the country, taking the head of the enemy leader who had killed the General 2nd Class previously in command. As a result of that heroic fight to the death, the muscular body of the over-2-meter-tall Gutta was scarred from head to belly with white marks left by tiger claws. So he came to be known as the Tiger Hunter after word of that fierce battle had spread. Gutta's will to fight had remained unshaken even as his army was on the verge of collapse after its general had been killed. Henceforth, why should he be afraid of being outnumbered with the heavy burden that laid at his back? Gutta will take you on. With a yell like a cannon firing, Gutta's huge body kicked off the ground and closed in on the enemy horde. Following Gutta's leader subordinates, each carrying their weapons of choice, rushed toward the star-bearing flag, looming from the west. Gutta that one. As his own feet brought him closer to the moment of the group's clash, Gutta strained his eyes, focusing ONT, the vanguard of the enemy in front of the group that was causing the ground to rumble, was present a red Galewind horse charging in. What had caught his attention was the man pulling the reins of the Galewind horse, nay, that was false the man was merely a reinsman. Rather, what had warranted his attention was a small figure of man riding on the Galewind horse carried. A black-haired boy holding a girl in his arms was looking straight at them with his dark eyes. In that moment, the only thought passing through Gutta's mind was that the boy was neither running ahead nor deviating from his position, but was charging forward, as if it were natural for him to be in that position. A boy of black hair and black eyes, just like the black-haired crown prince in the rumor that had been spread since before the start of the war. Gutta HK. Gutta killed off the thought by clenching his molars, focusing on what he must do. Taking advantage of a ridiculous rumor, the rebels had prepared a large number of black-haired crown princes and challenged the imperial capital to a decisive battle foolishly. So therefore the generals who had been tasked with defending the Capitolier, rather all the troops, privates and generals alike, had made up their minds. The authenticity of the black-haired child is of no concern. There is but one emperor we ought to look up to. Gutta, you damn traitors, stabbing our Emperor Vincent Valaquia in the back. Dual-wielding his two heavy metal clubs, Gutta roared like a tiger, symbol of what he hunted as per his name, and drew nearer to the boy, charging at the front of the pack. At the front was a boy riding a red Galewind horse, whom the rebels were following. Being a general himself, Gutta wished to crush the enemy's fighting spirit with a single blow by mowing them all down. So He did the impact of the strike was so tremendous that it would cause fragile eardrums to explode. Guta's thick arms also felt a satisfying feedback, but his eyes widened. The black-haired boy was supposed to have been crushed together with the Galewind horse, but what the metal clubs had perceived was neither the boy nor the Galewind horse he was riding. I have to protect Schwartz, as it is now my duty as the official with a body larger than his Guta's own with 4 thick, strong arms. He held a large shield in his hand, which he used to directly block the blow, or rather both blows from Guta's metal clubs. Guta's throat choked up at the sight, one that was astonishing, even taking into account the physical capabilities of the multi-armed tribe. Slipping into that momentary delay. And it's my job to beat up Schwartz's enemies, Guta, HK. The voice, hushed yet courageous and filled with a strong sense of pride and honor, had its owner pummel Guta in the torso, launching the latter's massive body into the sky. The man who Guta had seen strike him as he let out a god-donned tattoos all over his body and wielded a large 2-handed hammer. He was well-trained, but with his physique and amateurish movements, how could he have known the correct thing to question was not merely what had happened to his own body? Rebels, ORHH. Guta, who had taken the lead, was blown away, and the clashes between the rebels and Imperial soldiers continued afterwards. Even if Guta's head were to be chopped off, he had trained his men well enough so that they would not lose their will to fight. It was precisely because of this pride that they could hardly believe their own eyes. All at once, before they could even mount a decent resistance, the Imperial soldiers were utterly crushed and pulverized by the offense of the oncoming rebel horde. The sight was so shocking that Guta's entire body was filled with an indignation greater than the one he had felt back when he had witnessed the head of his general crushed to bits right before his eyes. Guta, this is absurd. And so the battle-hardened general let out a hoarse breath, an utterly incomprehensible sight. For, as with everything, there were exceptions. The sole exception was the Pleiades Battalion, a threatening group of amateurs that had crushed the mighty general that was Guta Dialmo and the strong warriors he had trained. They possessed not techniques they had practiced, they possessed not fine armaments, they possessed not even a firm cause. All they possessed was a really strong will to unite and a vow to themselves that they would not back down no matter what. And that was precisely the kind of thing that made the Pleiades Battalion an extraordinary group of people. Recall the lengthy lecture on the shortcomings of yang magic. Its use, which depended on the skill of the caster and the number of. People would often disrupt people's coordination, being labeled as foolish, as it had earned the former emperor the stigmatic moniker of the Emperor of the Great Defeat. Even Vincent Valencia, who was proclaimed as a wise emperor, had quickly abandoned the idea of utilizing it at the consideration stage. But what if hypothetically something like it was possible? Hundreds or even thousands of troops in their entirety being given a uniform enhancement of the same effectiveness, and yet none of them suffering from the gap between their original fighting ability and the skill level of their strengthened selves. And the key to that being a lack of a need to have the number of yang magic users being the same as the number of troops if such dreamlike or miraculous conditions were met, would it not be feasible? It was a pipe dream that Vincent Valencia would laugh at and discard were he to hear of it, a group of incidental coincidences that would even be said to be possible only in this time of war, in this situation, in this circumstance. Only those who accepted Natsuki Subaru, rather Natsuki Schwartz, as the center of themselves, those who sincerely thought of him as their comrade, those who sincerely believed in him as their companion, would be able to achieve a miracle. The strengthening effect of the yang magic would be applied to each of the individuals. Subaru shared the effect of Silvar Leonis, but that was all the allies who worked alongside him. The power of the little king, originally intended to share wounds and burdens, would now be abused. The power, which the king alone could not handle fully, would now be handled together with the comrades that supported him. Hence the Pleiades Battalion Subaru. I love you, all of you. The thousands of non-combatants who traveled with Natsuki Subaru were transformed into an army of warriors beginning to lay waste to every battlefield in this battle for the imperial capital. Chapter 99. Those Who Rule the Sky. 1. The word war cry was appropriate. Quite simply, it was just a yell, an exclamation raised to inspire oneself, one's allies, and a troops' morale in the face of a match contest, or any kind of battle provided courage and strength to move forward. Forming a circle before a fight and raising a battle cry before charging onto battlefield, magic words for coming together, as one in this world this could truly be called magic. Unbelievable, I suppose. Beatrice was speechless at the destructive power of the Pleiades Battalion led by Natsuki Subaru, a group of amateurs who furiously charged into the enemy forces, crushing the well-prepared and well-armed Imperial soldiers. As the red Galewind horse moved vigorously, causing the ground to rumble, a man with a shoddy beard named Idra held the reins as Beatrice and Subaru rode at his front in an awkward position. The group advancing under this banner were all under the influence of powerful yang magic. The method through which this had been achieved could only have been Beatrice's magical shroud excitation. The scant words Beatrice muttered were a term referring to a fleeting technique that had existed hundreds of years prior, yet had never been considered valuable far from being put to practical use. Even the witch Echidna, who systematized all of magic, had given it a provisional name, leaving it as an ancient fantasy, a technique that could not be reproduced by an individual. Magical shroud excitation was a way of forcibly manifesting the flow method, utilizing the mana circulating within the body to strengthen it, and inducing an effect similar to that of yang magic, despite the different approach. Superhuman force was a term sometimes used to describe the breaking of one's own physical limits, when facing a dangerous situation, producing strength incomparable with one's original condition. That was acknowledged as a thing that actually existed in this world. In a situation of mental or physical urgency, gates present in one's body, which would normally go unused, could be open, resulting in the person entering the same state as those able to execute the flow method. It was possible that those with superior abilities had been able to teach themselves how to use the flow method through an experience of the sort, but for now further explanation will be omitted, as it is beside the main point. Most important was the fact that magical shroud excitation was a method of forcibly bypassing human limitations, and that it was being used on an entire Pleiades battalion, which numbered in the several thousands. Originally, Echidna had witnessed what could be called magical shroud excitation on the battlefield being used by a small tribe of warriors, raising a battle cry which had triggered a similar effect. They continued to raise their voices before, during, and after the battle, as that was their custom on the battlefield. Their morale-inspiring roars were accompanied by a yang magicesque effect which raised the strength of the tribe as a whole, and as a result they had stood out in battle despite their reduced numbers. However, even they were unable to resist their numerical disadvantage, thus vanishing during the war. Afterwards, similar groups cropped up and were destroyed, and no proper remnants of that custom remained. A group gathered at random would not produce the effect, overabundant numbers would not produce the effect, and a single competent person would not be able to reproduce the effect. Therefore, magical shroud excitation had died out without ever seeing the light of day. In modern times, only individuals of exceptional ability mastered the flow method, and shouting on the battlefield was something that only boosted courage, however. Strongest would have been shining through all the members of the Pleiades battalion, who were advancing along with Subaru. As they shouted, this was a radiance of the magical shroud excitation that was thought to have been lost. It was truly an ideal environment. They were united with strong trust built around Subaru, becoming a force that equaled an army devoid of people, powerful enough that they would disrupt their flow with incautious yang magic. The effects of the magical shroud excitation that had been triggered were, in yang magic terms, enhancement of the 5 senses, a significant increase in physical capacity, a surge in physical toughness, as well as a bewildering increase in cognitive ability, in addition to reaction time in what could only be seen as an irregular state of multiple enhancements. Faced with the Pleiades battalion, with each and every one of its members having become a warrior worth 1,000 warriors in the literal sense, confronting them without any prior information, the Imperial soldiers were overwhelmed by their momentum, and the battle lines were patently melted. Like ice struck by a hot iron, the formation the enemy had assembled melted, starting with the front, as the group of amateurs made headway through the middle of the enemy line with frightening momentum. Even more astonishing than that was Subaru overwhelmed them, but don't kill them, make them think they stand no chance in a fight. OHHH. Gotcha, boss. In the same way we were saved by you. In a battlefield full of people risking their lives in battle, the leader of the advancing battalion declared that no casualties would occur. It was an idea that would be laughed off as ridiculous and childish nonsense by anyone familiar with the battlefield, but this group of wet-behind-ears amateurs now broke through with destructive force. Blow after blow struck the body of one Imperial soldier after the other and blew them away, but what was left behind was not a pile of corpses, but a mountain of physically and mentally incapacitated people bearing wounds. Keeping the enemy soldiers alive, so they would be able to rescue their fallen comrades, had been no tactical decision. Rather, Natsuki Subaru simply did not have the courage to have people die. Instead of this courage, Subaru harbored a wish that was being granted by this overwhelming force. Beatrice Subaru, how far have you thought this through, in fact? Subaru, oh, sorry everyone is being so loud, but if we are all shouting emphatically, let's do this, it gets us all hyped up. Beatrice, that's ludicrous, I suppose. Coincidentally, Beatrice had ended up voicing the shared conclusion of everyone witnessing this bizarre battlefield aloud. But there was no reason to blame them. It was a completely natural thing to say. Beatrice immediately understood Subaru's answer Subaru, and all the people around him knew nothing about magical shroud excitation, so there was no way that they could understand it, while simply believing that fighting while shouting wholeheartedly made them stronger. They had actually perfectly recreated and weaponized an impossible theory even which had given up on. And even Beatrice was completely oblivious to the fact that Natsuki Subaru was the only one in the whole world who could turn this theory into practice with his authority of the Little King. Beatrice, that's precisely why Subaru HM. Beatrice, that's precisely why you're Betty's partner, in fact. In the arms of Natsuki Subaru, who could do what nobody else could, Beatrice affirmed her situation as her depleted mana was resupplied during their long-awaited reunion. Within the Pleiades Battalion, a group full of amateurs, no one needed to understand the current situation, nor did anyone actually understand it. So Beatrice contemplated on behalf of her partner Subaru. How could she involve herself in this historical moment that might never be reproduced again? Beatrice, if you intend to take the wind out of the opponent's sails, I could prevent them from reorganizing, I suppose. With a slight movement, Beatrice directed her small palm towards a large number of Imperial soldiers that had been blown away. Taking into account Subaru's wishes, the bloody battles between the warring parties, as well as the way of the Empire, which took hold of the battlefield, what Beatrice performed was Beatrice el Chamac. As a member of the Pleiades Battalion, Beatrice wielded her own exceedingly enhanced power. A black haze descended upon the heads of the Imperial soldiers, defending the 4th Bastion one after another, robbing them of their thoughts, stifling their will to fight, depriving them of the opportunity to counterattack. Within minutes of the Pleiades Battalion joining the battle of the 4th Bastion, which had thus far suffered minimal damage during the siege of the Imperial capital, was completely and utterly collapsed. 2. The onslaught of the Pleiades Battalion's ravenous rush reached Abel's ears in the main camp instantly. At that point, however, the name of the Pleiades Battalion did not reach him, hence, it was only reported that a group had appeared from the west and clashed with the Imperial soldiers with overpowering might, collapsing the defensive line there. In any case, good grief, they showed up just as we were about to play our trump card and completely stole the spotlight. How exhilarating. A gallant voice echoed to the main camp as a beautiful figure arrived with coolness, taking that fact in with grace. The one making their entrance was an imposing-looking woman, her wavy hair swinging from side to side, on her face a white scar produced by a sword. She was dressed in the garb of ruffian, would favor one unbefitting of her noble status. The name of the woman of character stepping into the main camp was Serena Dracroy. She was one of the most distinguished high countesses in the Valachian Empire, but rather than being currently on the side of the Empire, she was instead a rebel against the ruling power and one of Abel's original trump cards. Upon Serena's visit, Abel folded his arms as he gazed out at the battlefield beyond. Abel, I was under the impression that your reinforcements would comprise of the Flying Dragon Squadron. Serena, rest assured, I have no intention of changing the fact that the utmost elite of my forces are the Flying Dragon Squadron. The ones currently captivating the battlefield are an unexpected matter. Abel, is it not by your own doing? Serena, I would put them under my wing if they approached me, but unfortunately, it seems like they're only looking up to one person. They wouldn't even bat an eye at me. As she answered, Serena's long-legged figure walked up to Abel's side. Peering into Abel's face with her almond-shaped eyes, she narrowed her eyes at the face covered by the Oni mask. Abel, surely you cannot work with someone who hides his face from you. Serena, why would I say something so dull? There's no difference between those who hide their true intentions behind makeup and those who hide their true faces behind masks. If your reason is hiding a scar, I'd say you're not as bad as I am. Abel, I shall not state my reason, but it is not because of the scar I wear this out of necessity. Serena, I figured you what I could gather from your words, that you don't do anything unnecessary. And now that we've actually exchanged words like this, that impression has deepened even more. As Serena ascertained this from Abel, she smiled fiercely with her hands on her hips. Of course, as he was the actual Emperor, Abel and Serena were acquainted with each other, the cognitive disruption effect of the Oni mask could slightly alter such malaises, but it did not change Abel's evaluation of Serena. She was a fierce, progressive, and courageous general who was willing to snap at the Emperor when necessary, exactly what her moniker, the Scorching Lady, suggested. However, if it were not for such a temperament, he would have never counted her as one of the cards in his hand to assist him in this rebellion. Serena, is your assessment that no one else fancies things as I do? Abel, was necessary to think about how to prepare the grounds to win you over, but my main reason for choosing you was so that the odds of winning the battle would increase. Serena, to think that my Flying Dragon Squadron will be valued to that extent when the Imperial capitals give me the cold shoulder. Shrugging her shoulders, Serena gave that sarcastic remark, but despite the content of her words and the expression on her face, her reaction showed that her blood was boiling due to that very fact. The existence of the Flying Dragon Squadron in the hands of High Countess Drakroy was the core reason why the Drakroy domain was revered and respected throughout the Valachian Empire, where the strong were held in high esteem. In other words, for Serena Drakroy, it was a source of pride that ought not be wounded, even if someone from the Drakroy territory were to commit an evil act. In other words, even if they were to act against the Emperor himself, no doubt ought to be brought forth against their capabilities. That was why, able you have accepted the invitation on this occasion. The flying dragons that rule over the skies of the battlefield, those who obey the Dragonkin Madeline, Eschart force him out of the way and claim supremacy over the air. Serena, as a matter of fact, your enticing proposal is not the only reason I accepted your invitation, but fulfilling is also an important role for me at the moment. May you have your wish, my Flying Dragon Squadron. Abel, Serena no longer will those sudden reinforcements annoy me and steal the spotlight. Having assumed the role expected of her, Serena once again directed Abel's attention to the western battlefield. Her words guided his gaze again, and his black eyes narrowed behind the Oni mask. As Serena had stated, indeed, that group had come as an absolute surprise to everyone. If he were to be honest, any deviation from the path he had laid out was not welcome, no matter how favorable it could possibly be to the progress of battle. Serena, so that's the battalion that turned the west of the imperial capital on its head. You have probably heard of them, haven't you? Abel, I have, however, I was unable to decipher what their purpose was, and from the reports of their position, I judged they would not have made it in time for the decisive battle. Either, therefore, I did not include their fighting strength in my estimations. Serena, in that case, they've clearly defied your expectations. From what I've heard, they've been ceaselessly running through day and night to arrive on this battlefield in time. Abel, even though such conduct makes sense in theory, it is completely nonsensical in reality. One can only imagine the amount of running a day to make it in time. And even if they made it in time, after all that, they would have weighed too many deserters to even put up a fight. This might be self-evident, but the more one increased the size of a group, the greater the amount of effort that was required to even get to it to move. On top of the logistics, supplies, and fighting required to maintain a large army over time, they would become more frantic and accumulate more and more fatigue. More easily would they lose the will to fight, and their hearts would drift away from the banner they raised. Even bringing someone under these conditions to a battlefield was no small feat, let alone waging war on the battlefield with them. But Serena, so Oni Mask Grand General, does this look like a battle waged by people with low morale to you? Were Serena to have asked him, this Abel would have had to deny what he was seeing with his own eyes. Barely visible in the distance, the fighting of the battalion charging right into enemy lines within a whirled-up dust cloud defied all expectations. Even though their war cry could not be fully heard, its aftereffects had reached the main camp noticeably so. Only a disillusioned fool, in complete denial of reality, would point at that scene and feign that the troops were low in morale. Serena, their leader, seemed to be one of the black-haired crown princes who was on everyone's lips. I thought this whole story about His Excellency Vincent's illegitimate offspring being present here and there across the entire empire was laughable, but that surprisingly stands out like he could be the real deal. Abel, so that is how it is, Serena HM. Squinting at the dust cloud lingering in the distance, Abel's thoughts clicked into place. Being related a story he himself seemed aware of, Abel remarked on it, prompting Serena to tilt her head, but Abel did not respond to her question. Instead, simply closing one eye at the conviction grow within him. A group with exceptionally high morale and unity that traversed an inconceivable distance and remained on its feet just to fiercely step into this battlefield. Finally, he could perceive its true nature. Namely, Abel, are you able to make proper use of your own power? At last I wonder. If that was indeed the case, then the unforeseen presence of the invading group from the west would make complete sense, and it would be even more unexpected for the false emperor sitting on the throne of the imperial capital. This black-haired crown prince possessed an ability that truly lived up to the rumors, or at least that person was supposed to be capable of performing to that level. Abel, it is unnecessary for our side to make any moves on the western battlefield. However, the third bastion is still the most crucial spot to break open, and I harbor no intention to relent. High Countess Drakroy, upon her name being called, Serena nodded her head and spoke, I know. Looking at what lay beyond Abel's line of sight, she directed her gaze at the fluttering flying dragons dominating the sky. Serena let show His Excellency the Emperor, who appointed that crude and impudent dragonkin, the difference between wild flying dragons and the disciplined flying dragon squadron. Indeed, while being completely ignorant of the fact that the true Emperor stood right next to her, she undertook this mission with a frenzied smile on her face. 3. Overlooking the entire battlefield from the rear of the main camp allowed them to keep a watchful eye on any anomalies all around. Having arrived there as a reinforcement, Serena Drakroy held a grudge against the flying dragons that obeyed one of the 9 divine generals, the Dragonkin Madeline Eschart. These ferocious flying dragons would never get along with humans without a special secret technique, yet they rampaged here in the battle for the imperial capital, wielding their natural ferocity and peril on full display, posing a great threat to people. Albeit Madeline had only explained it in rough terms, she had seemingly made arrangements so that the flying dragons, who could not distinguish between enemies and allies, would not cause damage to allied imperial soldiers. For that reason, casualties were not as indiscriminate as had happened on the attack on the fortress city of Garrow. Nevertheless, they would swoop down on the rebels, reminding them of the threat posed by the claws and fangs dancing in the sky, plus the damage from the occasional stone bombardment, making ground could hardly be ignored. However, flying dragons could only make such attacks against warriors who attached more importance to the group rather than the individual, and could not interfere in a battle between beings with overwhelming strength. The 9 divine generals who defended each bastion, and the elite of the rebels who clashed heated with them, there was no way for the dragons to barge into their battle on an entirely higher level. Therefore, Mezaria, I am Mezaria in accordance with the voice of mine dear child. I shall become the wind from the heavenly skies. Emilia Icicle Line. Waving both hands, Emilia jumped, redrawing a line of white ice on the world she traced. Immediately after, a tail cleaved the snowy ground where Emilia had been just moments before, with tremendous speed, instantly rupturing the ground and evaporating the snow. The one performed such a deed was a mighty being with a huge body of white scales clad in clouds flowing the sky, called by the dragonkin Madeline. A threat to the world had descended upon its surface. Emilia Mezorea, thinking in a corner of her mind that there was a city bearing the exact same name in the Valachian Empire, were she not mistaken, Emilia clenched her molars at the powerful attack she avoided by the skin of her teeth, and encouraged her own heart. Along the line of frost redrawn by Icicle Line, a wall of ice rose up from the ground with a sound. It was not as high as the walls surrounding the imperial capital, but it was high enough to keep the airborne Mezaria from escaping the battlefield. Emilia, I can't let you go where everyone else is. Amidst the battlefield, as it grew colder and colder, no, rather it was becoming colder of her own volition, Emilia exhaled white breath while expressing her determination. Indeed, Emilia had been in quite a lot of trouble when Madeline had summoned Mezaria. Taking on Madeline alone had already been a Herculean task, but it was obvious that adding Mezaria to the equation would make things even more troublesome. But Emilia's intuition told her that it would be quite difficult to get anyone to help her. Emilia, it'd be nice to fight alongside someone like Priscilla, though. It was not Emilia's forte to fight in sync with those around her. That was because she had trouble thinking while fighting. That was why she respected people who could think while fighting and believed she could join forces with such a person. But even that would be difficult in this fight with Madeline and Mezaria, Emilia, because it's getting colder and colder. The ice barrier created by Icicle Line did not only prevent Mezaria from getting out, but also limited the space in which Emilia could lower the temperature. It had been a suggestion from Petra, but most ground dragons were vulnerable to cold if flying dragons and water dragons shared the same roots as ground dragons. They probably had similar vulnerabilities to cold. In fact, unlike earth dragons, both flying dragons who flew high up in the skies within cooler temperatures and water dragons who swam through cold water had varying tolerance levels against cold, but this misconception was irrelevant in face of overwhelming cold. Because at the current moment, Emilia was bringing forth extreme cold that far exceeded that limit. Emilia, just like Puck's magic release period. Before Roswell's mansion burned down, there had been an episode where Puck had almost turned it completely to ice on accident because he had not let out mana. In due time, the battlefield's cold temperature at this moment rivaled that instance. Any normal person would have found their hands numb, having been made unable to hold a weapon, having been mated, so that moving their body was incredibly difficult. Even a strong person would be affected by no small amount. Precisely because Emilia had chosen this fighting style, she could only fight on her own, at the very least this time. Mezaria, I am Mezaria in accordance with the voice of mine dear child. I shall become the wind from the heavenly skies. The sky was covered with low, thick clouds, and Emilia's amethyst eyes twinkled as she heard a voice from overhead that sounded so heavy that she wondered if the sky itself had spoken. There was a declaration of its supernatural presence, and in the very subsequent moment, a blow beyond human understanding was unleashed. The mere flick of its tail could rip the earth apart. The swing of its claws could rend space, and its great breath was powerful enough to blow away nearly half a city. It truly was extraordinary. It was unmistakably a dragon, a legend which Emilia had now encountered twice in just a short period of time. Emilia! There was a jerk from its unfurled wings, and the wall of ice Emilia had erected was effortlessly torn apart. Although not quite as solid as iron, she had done her best to harden it, and yet it had been easily broken, and before Amelia could feel any disappointment or surprise, she was hurriedly dodging bullets of ice hurtling toward her. Having been minced and sent flying by the dragon's wings, countless chunks of ice large and small rained down as scattered lumps. If one were to clash against these pieces of ice as large, as one's had taken no care, they would end up being rendered immobile completely against their dragon opponent. That would be a lethal injury to a diminutive being fighting a mighty dragon. Amelia Hayayahafyikes. And thus Amelia avoided the chunks of ice as if she were dancing, sweeping away, and enduring with a sword and shield of ice she had created. For the ones she could not completely dodge. The fact that she never broke eye contact with her opponent during all of that was due to her recent first-hand experience of fighting the divine dragon Volcanica at Pleiades' watchtower. The dragon's power was so far beyond imaginations of Amelia and her comrades that even the slightest movement, even one that did not look like an attack, could be incredibly dangerous. Amelia, when fighting Volcanica, I nearly got blown away by a puff of its nose. Remembering that time, she again felt glad that she was the one present at this place. If one did not know how to fight dragons, they could inadvertently trip up on first something or another, resulting in their doom, but that was not the only thing Amelia recalled during her fight with Mezaria. Following Madeline's called the Cloud Dragon, Mezaria had pushed the sky aside, descending under the battlefield off. Of course, it was very difficult to contend with a ridiculous way of fighting that was unique to dragons. Amelia, Mezaria, please, just listen to me. I don't want to fight with Madeline. Mezaria, I am Mezaria in accordance with the voice of mine, dear child. I shall become the wind from the heavenly skies. Amelia, just as I thought. Amelia appealed loudly, but brushing those words aside, Mezaria shook its long whiskers without listening and looked down at the tiny Amelia on the ground with its eyes. Bearing its direct gaze, Amelia firmly gritted her teeth, becoming keenly aware of something, as every nerve in her slender body was filled with energy, namely, Mezaria, I am Mezaria in accordance with the voice of mine, dear child. I shall become a wind from the heavenly skies. Amelia, you're just like Volcanica. You've grown too old and forgot everything. For the second time in her life, she had encountered a dragon A. Supernatural being Mezaria, the cloud dragon, the one who ruled the sky, had grown senile, just like the divine dragon she had encountered at the tower. Chapter 100. A myriad of changes at the bastions. 1. The cloud dragon Mezaria's senility. The startling revelation of the truth drove Amelia into a tremendously difficult corner. Amelia, I didn't have to beat Volcanica at the time. All I had to do was do my best and complete the trial, but her encounter with the divine dragon Volcanica on the highest floor of Pleiades' watchtower had concluded once she touched the stone monument at a peak even further above the tower's peak. As for Amelia, she was still unsure as to whether she had properly resolved Volcanica's trial. However, the ancient dragon had presented one of its claws as proof of the denouement to Amelia, so for now she considered this a symbol of approval. However, her fight with Volcanica had fundamentally been a defensive one, as she had no intention of beating him, so it had been no battle at all. And this situation was the same even if the opponent had changed from the divine dragon to the cloud dragon. If anything, Amelia, I've got no other choice but to beat it, but Mezaria has lost As she was saying this, Amelia sprung from her spot and closed in on the dragon that was airborne. Shaking its long whiskers, without anything being displayed reflected in its eyes, the dragon mercilessly slashed its claws at the puny existence flying towards it. It was a simple attack, but just one strike would be more than enough to kill someone were it to connect. The dragon's claws were much sharper than any run-off-the-mill sword, able to cleave Amelia's body in twain with ease. Amelia's soldiers. However, Amelia was able to avoid this attack by jumping even further into sky. The midair foothold that Amelia had made use of had been provided by an ice soldier who had leaped alongside her, then putting up both of its arms for Amelia to bounce off. Naturally, the ice soldier had been incapable of escaping in time, thus falling prey to the dragon's claws, which smashed it to pieces. Amelia Aya. Keeping the sacrifice in her heart, Amelia's long legs kicked Mezaria in the face. The leg Amelia had utilized to deliver this kick had been equipped with footwear made of ice, donning an enlarged spike with extreme sharpness, making it an awfully lethal weapon. Since Amelia had used her foot, she did not pull any punches with this merciless kick, so an absurdly brutal blow slammed into the side of Mezaria's defenseless head. However, Amelia, it's not working at all. Mezaria's huge body did not budge an inch from getting kicked in the face. However, it appeared to be irritated, feeling hostility on her skin. Amelia greatly swung her upper body to do a midair flip, using another ice soldier to dodge the incoming thrust from the dragon. Lagging behind the one that had been shattered, another ice soldier had leapt even further up and stretched out both of his legs from above, aligning both their saws. Emilia launched herself off of them towards the ground. Below, while the sound of shattering ice resounded in her eardrums, Emilia landed atop the white ground on her hands, then looked up towards a majestic, cloudry dragon calmly floating in the air. Mezaria, I am Mezaria in accordance with the voice of mine dear child. I shall become the wind from the heavenly skies. Emilia, geez, even after all of that, even after being kicked in the face and smashing apart two ice soldiers with its claws, Mezaria's words and demeanor did not change at all, compared to when it had first descended upon the battlefield. Emilia, it certainly did consider Emilia an enemy. It was precisely for this reason that it was brandishing its claws towards Emilia as she made her approach, all the while it flapped its wings and turned its unfocused white eyes toward her. But she just could not initiate a conversation, just like with Volcanica. It was incredibly difficult to find common ground. The only potential clue was possibly Emilia. Madeline, just listen to me. Madeline, shut the frig up. Don't friggin' address this dragon so casually. Emilia's last ray of hope faded into the distance as her outstretched hand was violently shaken off. Even though Madeline had lost the flying wing blade she was able to wield with remarkable skill, Emilia's silver hair was still disheveled as she leapt away in evasion. A small shadow followed right behind her, that of Madeline Ischart, who let out a white exhale as her golden eyes were set ablaze, the ground cracking with every step she took as she brandished her arms that wrought destruction. Narrowly avoiding it, Emilia bit down on her molars. The tactic of rapidly lowering the temperature had served its purpose of keeping the rampaging Madeline and Mezaria away from the others on the battlefield, but it was difficult to push it any further. Madeline, human. A wicked glint in her eyes, Madeline's petite body was cloaked in white steam. It felt like she was matching the cloudry Mezaria, but there was a difference. Madeline's body temperature was so absurdly high that every single snowflake evaporated upon coming into contact with Herno. That happened before they could even reach her. The same thing was also happening around Mezaria. The puck copycat tactic was not really effective on these two. That being the case, Emilia Icicle Line, with the ice wall separating the battlefield still in place, Emilia changed the flow of cold air aboarding an ineffective strategy to preserve her strength was not what she was doing. As she had covered too large of an area, it had not had the desired effect on Mezaria and Madeline, and so, Emilia, how about all this cold? Drawing invisible white lines around Madeline, approaching her directly, Emilia concentrated the cold air permeating the battlefield around the second bastion into a single spot. Wrapping around Madeline's small body was not just any ordinary cold. It was a truly extreme cold one that changed steam into snow, causing the Dragonkin's body temperature to plummet below freezing temperature instantly. Madeline GUH. Even Madeline had her whole body frozen still by this unforeseeably extreme cold. Madeline's eyes widened as her vision whited out. However, Emilia threw away her last bit of pity and focused on pouring all her power into temporarily freezing her solid. Emilia, please. Directing all of her power towards freezing Madeline, Emilia seemed to harbor prayers in regards to Mezaria's actions. The participation of the Cloud Dragon in the melee would force Emilia to halt her attack prematurely. However, in the corner of her field of view, she saw Mezaria floating in the sky with an empty expression and no indication of wanting to interfere with Madeline's predicament. Emilia weird, but in this situation, Mezaria staying still helped her out a lot. When Mezaria had made its appearance from the sky, being summoned by Madeline's voice, Emilia's realization had been that she had been cornered into an even more hopeless situation. However, by the looks of it, Madeline and Mezaria were not cooperating at all, continuously switching between one of them attacking on her own and the other standing idly by. From Emilia's perspective, it was pretty much an onion in which the opponents would tag in and tag out. Of course, Emilia's stamina was still slowly being whittled away, and she could not think of Madeline nor Mezaria as opponents that she could easily take down in an onion fight. Nevertheless, Madeline YOU. Emilia, sorry Madeline. I think it would have been better if I could have had a proper chat with you, but since you refuse to listen, I'm going to need you to be obedient now. Madeline GUH. Madeline's whole body violently creaked, and she flashed her sharp fangs as her eyes blazed. However, once the inner part of her body had been chilled to the very core of its core, even the extremely stout and vigorous Dragonkin was unable to avoid having her freedom snatched away. Madeline, her blood and flesh, her bones and skin, all of it was frozen white, and Madeline was imprisoned in ice by Emilia. It had concluded just before Madeline's hand, which she had suddenly stretched out, could reach Amelia's chest with her hands still pointed at Madeline. Amelia looked at the immobile girl and let out a long exhale. "Amelia!" That was a close one. Patting her chest in relief, Amelia lowered her eyebrows at the young girl that had been colored white. She did not feel delighted nor regretful for having won or lost above all else. This did not mark the end quite yet. "Amelia Messeria, you may not understand what I'm saying, but you need to stop fighting. If you really can't communicate, no matter what, then go home for today." Amelia had considered the possibility that Messeria would become incredibly angry the moment she defeated Madeline. So she was slightly relieved to see that Messeria had not made any movement. However, unable to let that relief slip through to her expression, Amelia glared at Messeria with a sharp look on her face. She was trying to act like she still had plenty of strength left in her. However, the truth was that Amelia did not have much strength remaining in actual fact. Although she had succeeded in freezing Madeline in ice, she would need to keep Madeline chilled in order to maintain her in that frozen state. That too required the continued use of energy. Hence, even though she had stopped Madeline, it would be very difficult to fight Messeria. If possible, the best thing Messeria could do would be to turn back from here. That was why. "Amelia, in the case that you still want to keep going, then I also have a plan." With a sharp glare in her eyes, Amelia declared such to Messeria. A lie it was. Even though she had stated it with immense confidence, her glare set on Messeria, it was an outright lie. That Amelia had any kind of plan. She thought that if she insisted, perhaps Messeria would think Amelia was dangerous and run away. It was a bluff, something that seldom came from Amelia, and one that followed Subaru's and Otto's examples. "Messeria, I am Messeria in accordance with the voice of mine dear child. I shall become the wind from the heavenly skies." A bluff to which a deep, low voice from Messeria's mouth replied so. Amelia became disheartened by Messeria's undecipherable behavior, as it was unclear whether or not it could see what was before its eyes, but she was determined not to be defeated and did not decrease the severity of her gaze. And then, "Messeria, I am Messeria, in accordance with the voice of mine." Amelia, Messeria in accordance with the voice of mine dear child. Messeria's words, which she had repeated over and over and over again, no matter what she herself spoke, were cut off halfway, though immediately began to falter and did not continue after. It was not just that Messeria, who had been staying peacefully within the snowy sky, frowned somewhat painfully, its large head starting to sway from side to side. "Amelia, what's wrong all of a sudden? Does your head hurt?" Seeing the changes born in Messeria, Amelia's amethyst eyes widened in surprise. It would only be natural that Messeria would lash out in anger after Madeline had been encased in ice. It would be very troubling were it to do just that, but that would be easier to accept than this kind of weird reaction. Overhead with those worries in Amelia's mind, Messeria's movements came to an abrupt halt. Messeria, the dragon which had been shaking its head in pain, suddenly looked down with serene expression. Met with the gaze of those white eyes on a face that had grown out a long beard, Amelia let out a short ah. Now, for the first time, she felt as if she had been seen by Messeria's eyes. In other words, it was a sign of will and intelligence dwelling within Messeria's eyes. "Amelia, finally we can talk." "Messeria, I do believe I told you human." "Amelia, With a low voice resounding as if the sky had roared, the dragon turned its head to face Amelia. She was pierced by its gaze. However, Amelia's body stiffened because of a different shock. She had been gazed upon by something mightier than herself. That was not what had surprised her. The reason was because the violent emotion in its voice was just like the one that had just been directed at her just a few moments before. No, because it was exactly the same. Indeed, as if to confirm the stiffened Amelia's surprise, the dragon continued. "Messeria, this dragon doesn't friggin' have anything to say to you. Amelia Maddle." Upon seeing something unbelievable, Amelia involuntarily ceased her movement. Turning towards Amelia, the dragon opened its mouth. Then it simply exhaled. That breath became a white light, and the true essence of the cloud dragon filled the world. The dreadfulness of when a definite will dwell within the dragon's power rained mercilessly down upon Amelia. 2. The influence of the battalion intervening from the west had spread across every corner of the battlefield. Of course, the ones most affected by this battalion were those of the garrison at the 4th Bastion, which was brought to the brink of collapse after suffering unparalleled damage in one fell swoop. However, even if it had not been affected directly, it could be said that the 3rd Bastion was influenced the most by the changes the Police Battalion had had on the state of the battle. Originally, the soldiers sent to the 3rd Bastion with the purpose of nullifying one of the trump cards of the imperial capital, Lupagana, the magic crystal cannon, had supposedly been forsaken. Zikr, having been told the plan by Abel, had been prepared to sacrifice himself. Thanks to his maneuvering, some of his forces, the people of Shadrach, had escaped the magic crystal cannon's line of fire, a minor deviation when compared to the damage that was supposed to have been dealt to the third bastion. In any case, at this point in time, the expectation was that the forces at the third bastion would have been lost. Once they had not been lost remaining in the field, Abel's initial calculations, which had been based on the premise that the rebels would suffer a painful defeat, had been thwarted. However, there should be nothing wrong with those forces surviving. Immediately correcting the miscalculation, Abel adjusted the original strategy to the current situation. As a result, Zikr, that is High Countess Serena Drakroy's Flying Dragon Squadron. Amidst the battle with the stone golems, the sword-wielding Zikr whispered this while on his beloved horse Lydie. His round eyes turned towards the azure sky, half deprived of its color to tonalities of white, and red flying above the various battlefields winged. Brethren clashed, turning their fangs onto each other. On one side was a flock of natural-born flying dragons rampaging, as per the orders of the flying dragon General Madeline, as chart their untamed ferocity unleashed. Pitted against them was a squadron of flying dragons carrying their partners, the flying dragon riders, on their winged backs, their blades of ferocity in their trusty sheaths. The wild, unmanned flying dragons clearly outnumbered the flying dragon riders, but anyone would agree that the latter were far more skillful in aerial combat. While the wild flying dragons were overflowing with ferocity, swinging their claws and fangs with violence, the skills of the flying dragon riders were far more splendid and refined in comparison, avoiding fangs with dexterous moves that completely disregard their airborne state. The flying dragon riders employed their weapons to pierce the wings of the wild flying dragons, felling them one after another. Zikr, what a staggering difference. Only Zikr, who was acquainted with the flying dragon riders general, as a general second class of the Empire, could tell which of them was. Hopelessly outclassed a wild flock of flying dragons being led by Madeline. Nonetheless, the violence of numbers was difficult to handle, and the fact that the fortified city had been completely overwhelmed by their sheer numbers was a deep thorn in his heart. This perception was about to be overturned once again. For better or worse, he was about to witness the true strength of Flying Dragon, taming a tradition of the Empire with his own eyes. Zikr, I must push onward to inform His Excellency about the success of his plan. As Abel played his card, the Flying Dragon Squadron of High Countess Drakroy, the heir supremacy of the Flying Dragon flock, was diminished, allowing Zikr to ascertain his surroundings. Although he had charged at the front for the sake of the troop morale, Zikr was by no means competent as a fighter during live combat. He would instead order timely formation instructions and advance further into the heart of the enemy lines. He would advance further towards General First Class McGraw again, who had assimilated with the castle wall, a threat which had all but abetted thus far. Zikr, I pray Miss Beatrice, is safe. And so as Zikr raised, a sort of corner of his mind was occupied with the girl with pale-colored hair, wearing a gorgeous dress to all but certain savior of his life, Beatrice. The moment the magic crystal cannon had been unleashed, as Zikr was prepared to face death, he saw the figure of a girl throwing herself in front of the incoming light to repel it somehow. Beatrice was small to begin with, but high up in the sky, she appeared to be the size of a pebble. Still, Zikr was convinced that had indubitably been Beatrice. To never mistake a woman he had once beheld with his eyes, that was Zikr's special skill. Therefore, Zikr was able to say with definite certainty that the one who had been able to deal with the magic crystal cannon shot had been Beatrice. The problem was that he too was certain that no one could accomplish such a feat without a cost. Zikr, please be unharmed. He would wholeheartedly raise his voice for Beatrice to be awarded with the greatest medal of honor for rewriting this predicament, but above anything else he wished for her to be safe and secure. But Zikr, who had avoided certain death in the middle of the battle, had a role to play as a general, so all Zikr could do was pray that the entirety of his remaining fortune may fall to that girl. Meanwhile, much like Zikr, who was praying for the safety of the one who had just contributed so much on the front line, Tarita had witnessed the moment the magic crystal cannon had unnaturally vanished, and just who had accomplished it. Tarita, I was told to back off, but luckily I had a clear view of the battlefield. The rebels had been hit hard, but had managed to get back on their feet. Zikr, who had been about to launch an assault with them, had ordered the people of Shadrach to provide cover from the rear. The decision to not include the Shadrach in the general strike, to which Mazelda had obviously raised a complaint, had been accepted by Tarita, since Zikr of all people would have thought this order through. As for that, however, there was no way. There's no way that only we are unable to help in any way we Shadrach are being looked down upon. Tarita's sister, looking back on what had happened, Mazelda had every right to voice her anger. The Crystal Palace in the Imperial capital was originally the castle where Abel lived. It was hard to believe that Abel did not know about the magic crystal cannon, and Zikr's unnatural instructions were also difficult to take in. Perhaps it had been Zikr's own judgment to have the Shadrakians stand down. Zikr had been ready to become a sacrificial pawn, and the Shadrakians had been prevented from following suit. Mizilda had stated they were being looked down upon, but that probably was not entirely true. It had been Zikr's decision born of compassion, however. Tarita, I too feel the same way, as you sister am not happy with Zikr's concern. Tarita came to the same conclusion as the belligerent Mizilda. Known as the womanizer, Zikr knew how to treat women with more than just a certain amount of respect, and neither Tarita nor anyone else had any right to say anything about how he should behave. However, neither Tarita nor anyone else in the people of Shadrach had any obligation to let anyone dictate their ways. So Tarita gripped her bow with force, then declaring, Tarita, let's take that complaint directly to Zikr. Mizilda H. him a good response at this rate, Zikr, and Jamal will take all the good stuff from us, you hear that, brethren? Mizilda, dexterously thrusting her prosthetic leg into the earth and raising a large machete, called out to her compatriots. All of the arrayed Shadrach responded to Mizilda's words and Tarita's readiness with their eyes, faces, and voices, as if they were the same mind. Then, with great enthusiasm, they headed toward the front line of the third bastion, protected by Maguro, again, just as the Shadrach's group was about to march on. Seems like there's quite the motivated group here. Hearing a cold, dry voice to Tarita, and Mizilda turned around. Tarita instantly grabbed an arrow from her quiver, knocking her bow, and lowered herself to a ready stance the appearance of the other party had been so abrupt that it made the people of Shadrach raise their vigilance. However, the caution of Tarita and the others quickly melted at the sight of the other person's appearance. Slowly stepping on the grass, approaching from the rear of the people of Shadrach's party, was a girl with pink-colored hair swaying in the wind, and above all else a girl with a familiar face. No, that was not accurate, either the reason being that the girl before them was a person different from the one bearing the face that Tarita and the others knew. For some reason you people are staring at me with complete wonder. Is it because I appeared out of thin air? In that case, the answer to that mystery is I jumped off of a flying dragon. Tarita, no, that's not what we're surprised about. If so, then out with it. Mizilda, your face looks exactly like that of a girl we know. The pink-haired girl tilted her head at the Shadrach's gaze. Once Mizilda answered the girl's question, she took a light glance at the girl's light crimson eyes. Then, with a short breath, the girl let out, and is that so? Did you get along well with that girl bearing the same face? As I'm Mizilda, at least we were rather fond of her. With a stern nod, Mizilda answered the question of the girl with light crimson eyes. It was perhaps a statement made on behalf of all of them, but Tarita had no objection to it, and all of Shadrachians had an inkling of the identity of the girl in front of them. Not Suki Subaru had once mentioned it. He had stated that the girl had a twin sister. The twin sister, donning a face identical to that of the girl Tarita, and her group were acquainted, muttered in, is that so, once more, and then, in that case, Ram is sure she and you guys will get along just fine. While stating that, the girl Ram stepped forward, as if the way had been cleared for her standing before Tarita and Mizilda, like it was a matter of course. As she gazed into those light crimson eyes, Tarita nodded. Tarita, yes, I hope. So what's the situation? Ram has gotten the gist of it. I assume that there aren't any cowardly women here right now, am I correct? Looking around at the faces of the Shadrach, Ram quietly spoke. She was able to see through the reason why the people of Shadrach were positioning themselves so far away from the battle for the third bastion, occurring right in front of them. After seeing through it and acknowledging the thoughtfulness of the matter, she spoke. Ram men say things like, I'm worried about you and you'd better stay back, but Ram would rather prove them wrong and tell them to mind their own business. Tarita, I agree. Stating that, standing beside Ram, who was holding a wand, Tarita repeatedly nodded silently. Compassion, care, and concern on the battlefield were not welcomed by the Shadrach. Rather, these ways they had once discarded had to be taught to them. With Ram feeling a certain realization, she faced forward with Tarita following suit. Then Mizilda lined up across from Ram, bearing a wild smile on her face. And, Tarita, I've never met you before, but am convinced you, just like Ram, are a warrior. 3. With a thud, there came a shock that resonated to his very core, as if his internal organs had taken a hit from a heavy weight. Those out-of-the-ordinary sensations continued once, twice, thrice, 4 times, while the strain seemingly increased. As the feeling of shackles around his hands and feet impeded his movements one after another, he gave in to his violent urges to shake them, often step over them. However, your approaches to straightforward Kafma might let y'all get away with this, but I ain't gonna head into a fight with an opponent all haphazardly from the outset. Ka! With 5 fingers of his outstretched, the old man's face sank into ground and disappeared, leaving behind his ridicule. Immediately after looking him in the eye, he recalled the signs happening behind himself and launched a backhand splendidly. So from the tremendous response, he felt his opponent's spine had been shattered, but the rebound he had since told him that he had hit something that was not the old man. Looking at it, it appeared to be one of the corpses on the battlefield, which the old man had flung out from the sunken ground. By the time he realized that he had been successfully duped, it was already too late. Looky here, you're getting caught again. The body flung over the backhand, and his shoulder was struck from behind. In other words, the vicious old man Albert had not moved from the ground he had dived into, but simply leapt to another location. The small old man, having only casually touched his shoulder, escaped backwards while showing off his fine set of teeth. He had merely touched him. He had neither struck nor slashed him. Was he just playing around, or was he insulting him? No, Albert never did things without meaning. There was always a meaning. Huh. The moment his thoughts turned red-hot, an even greater heat arose on his right shoulder where he had been touched. Taking a glance, Albert's handprint stood out, having been stamped in red upon his shoulder. From the handprint, blood seeped and smoke was emitted as it attempted to burn skin, flesh, and bone. Immediately after determining it to be poison, there was no hesitation. Garfield opened his mouth wide to bite off the shoulder on which the red handprint had been imprinted, tearing off the poison, eating away at him. The taste of his own poison flesh and blood was terrible. As the bones his fangs grazed brought him unbearable pain. However, the pain was only momentary. The deep gouge that was a shoulder wound emitted steam originating from blood, as the wound was restored by a tremendous surge of flesh. Albert, that might be the best move, but you sure are a reckless one. Garfield, breathing heavily, was then struck square on the nose by a kick from Albert. His head snapped back from the astonishingly powerful kick of the puny-looking old man. His nose was broken, and Garfield was blown off his feet. With that, he tumbled and flipped across the rough ground, then coming alive with his whole body stretched out spread-eagled. Were it not for Garfield's sturdy neck, the kick would have detached his head and sent it flying. However, his head and torso had remained connected. Slowly lifting his hand, he placed it on his broken nose, and with one breath, he put it back in place. A harsh sound echoed, and the flow of his nosebleed ameliorated. Albert G's being hard talk kills a weapon in its own right, not in the sentimental sense, but in the physical sense. You're too much trouble and no. Looking at the painful sight, Albert sighed in exasperation. Just how many times had this vicious old man, who was waving his left hand in the air, attacked Garfield with such relentlessness? At the very least, the vicious old man could not count them with the fingers on his only remaining arm. Garfield, shut the fuck up, old man. This ain't over. With blood-colored mist emanating from his shoulder with intensity, Garfield slowly rose to his feet. Bearing countless scars on his bare upper body with the aftermath of his fierce battle with Kaphma Irelix still fresh in his mind, he clashed with one of the strongest in the Empire, yet his fighting spirit still remained unwavering. Even by the standards of the Empire, many soldiers would recognize his bravery as impressive and admirable, but unfortunately, he was facing a monstrous old man, a person who cared not for the values of a warrior in the slightest. Shrugging, Albert looked at him with an expression devoid of any admiration whatsoever. Albert, I can't hassle myself too much with y'all alone. Can I, for some reason, the walls I've been slipping through got more of a weird smell, ta? There are some troublesome people out there. So things might get problematic if I don't head back and know. Garfield, some troublesome people. Albert, you can probably hear him if you prick up your ears. Don't tell me you can't hear better than an old geezer like me. As Albert cupped his hand to his ear, Garfield realized it himself as he narrowed his vision, vexing. As it was once he did take a careful listen, he understood what Albert was talking about. Indeed, he was able to feel the sound of many extraordinarily powerful footsteps were shaking the earth, sensing the very atmosphere of this battlefield in his eardrums and on the soles of his feet as well. Albert, nah, you can't be for real. How brave do you gotta be to leave yourself defenseless in front of me? A moment later, explosives thrown by Albert during this gap in attention exploded to the left and to the right of Garfield's head. A thunderous boom and red light spread alongside searing heat, exhibiting power that would easily reduce a human being to dust, and Garfield's figure disappeared in the resulting blast of flame. Albert, well, that's a tad. And right after Albert focused his eyes into the flames raging on Garfield. The moment Garfield had been swallowed by the explosion, he had rushed towards Albert, shouting, using the flames as a distraction. He had supposed that Albert would make a move were he to show an opening. He did not know what exactly he had been plotting, but he gambled successfully. Garfield's arms closed on Albert, who had been blinded by his own attack, and Albert, so green you are, young fella. His outstretched arms were crushed, and opening his eyes in surprise, Garfield took an upwards punt to the jaw. As his face rose in height, Albert leaped, stamping a foot of his on Garfield's face. On one leg, Albert stood on Garfield's face on one leg, as the latter looked upwards, and in that position, The evil old man looked off into the distance as if to tease the boy. Albert the troops, Kaffma pulled back will be enough. Ta defend this place, no one's going to get out of here without Cha. With this deliberate statement, Albert declared his intent to no longer continue this battle. With bloodshot eyes, Garfield raised his arms despite his elbows being broken, attempting to crush Albert's minuscule frame atop his face, but Albert jumped just in time to avoid both arms. During his flip, the right sleeve of the monstrous elder fluttered in the wind. Albert, I do suppose you'll die if your head's blown off, won't Cha? Following this cold death sentence, Garfield felt the sensation of a drawn blade running down his spine. So he put all his strength into his neck muscles and attempted to leap away from his spot, the chest. The next moment, guided by the voice he heard, he unconsciously brought his fist together in front of his chest. Ugh, a hoarse voice faintly groaned, followed by a series of violent noises, ringing out noises of steel being shattered. What his fists had shattered, having been knocked against each other in front of his chest, was a blade that had been thrust in front of Garfield, was Albert having lunged as to pierce his opponent's heart with a concealed blade that took the place of the right arm he had lost. With the tip of the blade shallowly buried in his chest, Garfield's body stepped towards the back. Had he been even slightly slower to react, Garfield's heart would have been carved open, undoubtedly taking his life, no matter how powerful his regenerative ability was. Even he could not replace a missing heart. Had he disobeyed that advice and stayed vigilant about his neck, he would have perished, even though he knew that Garfield fuck off. Oh, that rudeness is so disheartening to hear. I thought I'd at least get to hear some words of thanks. As Garfield clicked his tongue, his back was being supported by someone standing behind him. Even more once his body weight had pressed on the one to his back, he could just feel a hint of a wry smile coming from the one supporting him. Feeling even more annoyed from this, Garfield's nose wrinkled up. In general, Garfield was not good at hating people, but amongst the types of people he hated was the one in front of him, Albert. However, the person he unmistakably despised the most was standing right behind him. Being caught in between two hated people, this was the worst possible situation for Garfield. Garfield, after my amazing self-crushes, that old man, you're next. Your habit of taking things out on me finally reaches its peak, huh? In a way, isn't me being the one who has come here a stroke of luck? You wouldn't want Ram to see you in this state, would you? Garfield, gah. Garfield's throat growled frailly as a nerve was struck. The one behind Garfield chuckled at the latter's reaction. Albert, whose concealed blade had been shattered, watched this back and forth from a short distance away, speaking. Albert, I did say those who pass that line on the ground over there are pretty much going to die. Pardon me, old man. I didn't quite hear anything about that. After all, I just came down from the sky. Albert, from the sky, you say. Glancing skyward, Albert closed one eye. Even his seemingly lethargic appearance was just part of the trickery employed by this old man to lead his opponents around by the nose. Garfield exhaled as he restrained himself from inadvertently leaping forward. He pulled the tip of the blade out of his chest, filling the wound as he did so, and... Garfield, if you're here. Ram is on a different battlefield. I told her back off, but she didn't listen. Garfield, to no one's surprise, and you went out of your way to come here. Of course, I also intend to be somewhat useful. I wonder if I should dub you fortunate, though. As he said this, the duo set their gaze upon the troublesome, vicious old man, and the man no longer stood behind Garfield, but next to him, not wearing his usual makeup, instead exposing his unfamiliar real face. The man, Roswell L. Mathers, closed his one blue eye as to hide his identity. Roswell, after all I've fought to the death with Shinobi in the past. With a deeply vicious smile, one that rivaled his enemies, he stated thus. For the moment the light was released, its power imbued with Will, Amelia had a vision of her own death. Her competitive spirit was strong. She never lost hope under any circumstances. For Amelia, who had strengthened her guts with that attitude, it had been a devastating thing. Amelia, in her head, a small Amelia was screaming that she needed to move immediately. However, her body would not respond with which way she should. Move right or left, even though she would usually move without thinking. She was unable to do so. The reason for that was that her heart, rather than her head, had immediately sensed that there was no place to escape, be it right or left, be it forward or backward. Amelia, icicle line. So instead of running away, Amelia had chosen to guard against it, no, to deflect it. She created a thick wall of ice in front of herself, which would make the light slide over its slanted surface. Whether she would indeed be able to pull it off or not, she would do it with the conviction that she had to do it. When the dragon's breath had been loosened from Geralt's skies, Amelia had immediately chosen the same manner of defense. However, Priscilla had been present at the time, and she had managed to cut through and disperse the light that Amelia had weakened even if a little with the red treasured sword in her possession. This time, Priscilla was not there. Amelia was alone. She did not know if she would be able to do the same thing. However, she had to accomplish the same thing. Amelia, me, and the people behind me. At a glance, Amelia knew that there was no chance that the power of the light that had been released would blow away her and her alone. Earlier, a light of similar kind had been fired in the distance, but it only resembled this when this light would assuredly sweep the battlefield whole and destroy everything. So, Amelia, do your best, me. She braced her legs, created a wall of ice in front of her body, and tightly squeezed the sword of frost in her hand. She had created the ice sword because Priscilla had used her treasured sword to cut through the breath. This ice sword did not hold power similar to the power the treasured sword held, but she had created it to give her good luck. That and Amelia's bracing where she put forth her all was. Mesorea friggin' disappear human. The breath was released and white light poured down, closing in on Amelia. The fact that the voice had come forth from Mesorea's throat, the origin of the anger dwelling in its eyes in that moment. She forgot all of it. She forgot and braced herself. And then the moment when that breath obliterated the wall of ice, swallowing even Amelia. Amelia, after trying to line her ice sword with the light, Amelia's eyes widened in surprise. The light that had been emitted would have reached Amelia, but instead it had just slightly veered off to the side. Even so, an enormous shockwave was produced, almost tearing off Amelia's silver hair and clothes. While bracing herself and enduring it, Amelia looked at Mesorea to see what had happened. Mesorea had released a breath, but its head was turned upwards and to the side. It was not that it changed its mind right before it happened. The orientation of its neck had been forcibly changed due to an impact from a deadly weapon that had struck in the face from the side, the flying wing blade. Amelia, that's got to be what I threw over there. It was Madeline's weapon of choice, the flying wing blade, which Amelia had accidentally hurled far away when trying to cast it right back at the former. It had slammed into Mesorea's face. No way, Amelia said, her eyes widening. Amelia, could it be that it now came back after I threw it? Ha ha ha. That's a really dreamy and wonderful thing to imagine, but unfortunately no, it was stuck over yonder. So I just kicked it off. Amelia Kaya. Having imagined a miraculous coincidence, Amelia was greatly surprised by the voice of a smooth-talking companion. Once Amelia turned around flustered, she came to see the owner of the voice crouching down right beside her, staring fixedly at the ice sword in her hand. This is wonderful, quite the beautiful craftsmanship. I've been thinking that a legendary sword is what's appropriate for me to carry around, but were I to carry things just for looks, I do want to put this on my list of candidates. Amelia, thanks. No, if anyone should be saying thank you, it should be me. The person to whom that voice belonged was a boy with blue hair tied back, smiling cheerfully at Amelia, who had not expected to be praised in such a situation, hence she thanked him out of reflex. He straightened his bent knees and stood up then. Blue-haired boy, the blue sky split and shared by lights white, and read, I was wondering which way to go, but once I came rushing and I found a big dragon and a beautiful woman waiting for me, as expecting. Don't you think my pull is too strong? Amelia, blue-haired boy, don't you think it's too strong? After being asked once more with those sparkling eyes, Amelia felt compelled to answer, replying, I think it's really strong. At Amelia's response, the boy's smile deepened into a satisfied smirk. And blue-haired boy, right, saying that he took a step forward from beside Amelia into the gaze of the cloud dragon. Amelia hesitated in saying that's dangerous. In an attempt to stop him, there was a sense of pressure, but it was not caused by the gigantic dragon, but by the small back in front of her, because of what that out-of-place cheerful boy had caused. Blue-haired boy, the grand stage has come around. Everyone come and witness. Don't blink. Don't miss out on the big moment of the blue lightning of Cecilia Segmont, or you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Not taking even a single step back in the face of the transcendent dragon, the boy Cecilia Segmont thus loudly and majestically proclaimed. Chapter 101. Love is a Flame. 1. Among the battlefields that painted the struggle for the imperial capital, 2 places had transformed into scenes that stood out in particular. One of those places was the second bastion, where the cloud dragon that had arrived from beyond the skies majestically spread its wings the scene, having been dyed white in order to prevent damage from spreading to the surroundings. The other place was the first bastion, where the scorching hot sky had been colored. Right at the center of it all was the power of a young woman, having made the environment so harsh that the survival of any living organism present was in peril. Flickering much like a shimmer of hot air, Arakia cast her bodies onto the vermilion heavens. Making an ample display of her capability as a spirit-eater, Arakia had transformed the world. It was already a hellscape that ate away at the lives of those who lacked power that transcended the realm of rationality. Arakia, I will definitely take back the princess. That was the primary reason, the single reason, that Arakia had taken to the battlefield like this. It had not been out of loyalty or patriotism as a general first class of the empire. It had not been for pride or dignity, in being one of the strongest existences, that with the 9 divine generals, it had not been out of anger for a kind it had not been for any malicious thoughts, such as own ambitions whatsoever. The other divine generals each possessed their own motivations and reasons for fighting. She possessed not any such noble basis on which to support such strength, nevertheless serving as the strongest force on the side of the imperial capital Aricia. The second reigned supreme over the battlefield. However, considering her origin, considering the fact that she was a spirit eater, that was a matter of course. Having strength being demanded from them, and employing it not for themselves, but for the sake of others, was the way of being of the spirit eaters, and Aricia was no exception to that. In the first place, spirit eaters were extraordinary creatures that could only have such a nature. Spirits were beings present everywhere throughout the lands far and wide, in addition to skies. By eating those spirits, taking in their power, the spirit eaters would become one with them. It was an outlandish action equivalent to taking nature itself into one's own body, so inevitably there would be a wide variety of effects, both large and small. If one took in a fire spirit, their body temperature would rise. If one took in a wind spirit, there was a danger that the inside of their bodies would be torn apart. If one took in a water spirit, it could put the circulation of one's blood at risk. If one took in an earth spirit, it was possible that they would become one with the earth, and the possibility of even losing their human form existed. In fact, because of those side effects, many aspiring spirit eaters had ceased to be human. Created in ancient times to oppose alone, which who charmed all whom even the wordless Great Spirit bade, they were beings devised for the purpose of fighting, much like the Oni clan, that could sense miasma, after the death of that which the spirit eaters of the present day had lost their original purpose, but zeroing in on that power and utility of faction within the Valachian Empire sought to restore them. Aricia, too, was nothing more than a single person recognized for her rare abilities within that endeavor. Her rare talents were the 2 foundations required for a spirit eater. That was to say, she possessed a body that could withstand taking a spirit, and a soul that could remain human even after subsuming a spirit. In the first place, the method by which the spirit eaters extracted power from spirits was an unconventional technique, and the method of bypassing various conditions to extract nothing but their power was accompanied by a great many risks. That was the big difference between them and the spiritual arts users who borrowed the power of spirits, and also the acolyte knights from the Holy Kingdom of Gustico, who gained their power through a system of vassalage. For the latter 2, effort was required to establish a relationship with the target spirit. But if a contract had been established, there was no danger in using their power, as long as the relationship with the spirit did not break down. On the other hand, even just to maintain their power, spirit eaters needed to constantly replenish themselves with new spirits, and they would be constantly terrified by the possibility of losing their physical and mental selves with each replenishment. If their mind and body succumbed to the spirit, even once their body would permanently lose its original form, and their mind would assimilate with the spirit, dragged into a dimension that was not that of humans. On the other hand, an overly strong ego would greatly hinder one's affinity with spirits, making it impossible to achieve the full potential of a spirit eater in the first place. Therefore, in order to be in harmony with the power of the spirit they had taken in, a spirit eater would be required to have an almost diluted sense of self. An ego, however, as mentioned above, an ego that was too weak would invite an easy assimilation with the captured spirit, and there was a high chance that they would lose their humanity. To prevent that from happening, spirit eaters were bestowed with a pillar, that was to say, a core, one which took the place of their weak ego and sense of self, and kept them from losing sight of themselves. The function of imprinting, akin to when a newly hatched bird would think of the first one it gazed upon as its parent bird, was deeply rooted into the instincts of the spirit eaters, forming their foundation just like a pillar. The tremendous power of a spirit eater would be wielded for the sake of that pillar, and the naive mind of the spirit eater would then be occupied by that pillar. Doubtlessly, a spirit eater's precise reason for existence was their pillar. Devoid of any ambition for betrayal, a spirit eater would continue to selflessly pledge service to their pillar. After many sacrifices so numerous as to make one feel depressed, if they were counted the spirit eaters of ancient times had been resurrected in the present day, even the people of the empire could not possibly justify the success, considering the number of lives that had been paid. Therefore, the girl who had become the sole instance of completion as an existence with invaluable abilities was presented to the emperor of the time, Drazen of Wallachia, and Drazen had bestowed her as a foster sister to one of the daughters that had inherited his own blood. It was unknown what impression the Emperor Drazen of Wallachia had harbored for the girl that had been presented to him, or for what reason he had bestowed her to his own daughter. If there was one thing that could be said, it was that the girl functioned exactly as the faction that had planned to revive the power the spirit eaters had desired. So Drazen had decided on the pillar for the girl who was presented to him, and above all else, As a spirit-eater, Arakia had been perfected as an existence that was more obstreperously powerful than any of her predecessors who had once been called upon to fight against a witch. 2. After the world had begun to overheat in a complete mockery of common, since the mere act of breathing would sear one's lungs, the blood vessels running through one's body would swell due to the heat, even the teardrops with which parched eyes were moistened would evaporate. In that environment where life was being consumed moment by moment, any half-hearted approach would not permit someone to do as much as to draw near enough to make them able to ascertain the color of Arakia's eyes. No matter their nature, they would be left behind, thirsting, withering away, and dying unable to keep up with the world transfigured. For that reason, with the exception of Arakia, the one at the center of this alteration of the world, only 2 people stood on that vast land, overlooked by a red sky. Yorna and Priscilla. Even Yorna and Priscilla were unable to escape the feeling that their lives were being slowly eaten away. Yorna HK, with a noise ringing out a 4th hairpin, broke apart, and Yorna's cheeks stiffened at the sense of loss. Due to the effect of the soul marriage technique, the many offerings made to Yorna would be granted the ability to stand in for her life. Thanks to this, Yorna had not suffered physical injuries, and her movements were unhindered even when fighting the literal monster that was Arakia. However, Yorna, if only I could get rid of this pain in my chest. Standing in for Yorna's life was in and of itself proof of the love that had been put into these gifts. The hairpins were by no means outstandingly designed, nor were they expensive. They were merely various things that had been offered by the residents of the city under Yorna's protection, using their own horn scales and body parts. There was only love, respect, and trust, therefore no price could be put on them. Priscilla, the hairpin shattered just like the other hair ornament a moment ago. They are slowly being whittled away, dear mother. Then as the shattered pieces of plain ornament trickled through Yorna's fingers, Priscilla landed next to her, with the train of her red dress fluttering. Wielding the dizzyingly radiant yang sword, Priscilla's beautiful profile revealed her fearless expression. At her remark, Yorna slightly narrowed her eyes and spoke. Yorna, needless to say, to treat the gifts of my beloved children as a mere number of substitutes for my life is utterly loathsome. Priscilla, what an adorable thing for someone extending their life by transferring for nigh an eternity. To say, dear mother, are you hesitant to call me who has never presented a single gift to you, your beloved child? Yorna, Priscilla incapable of playing along. Are we then? I shall speak pragmatically just as you wish. Shrugging her exposed pale shoulders, Priscilla turned her gaze forwards to this attitude and toned. Yorna retorted pragmatically, you say. In response to this, Priscilla slightly raised her chin. Priscilla, how much longer can we fight with that thing, I wonder? Priscilla turned her crimson eyes up toward the sky. Immediately following a torrent of water, spears rained down upon Priscilla and Yorna. Yorna HK. Gritting her teeth, Yorna braced herself for the fierce downpour of rods of water by lying face down. While the beams of water had each been compressed to be as thick as a single finger, it would be better if the power employed to achieve were not belittled as the strength of a single finger. The densely compressed torrent, piercing through everything standing in its path, felling any potential threats without mercy, was capable of tearing someone limb from limb in a single fatal blow. To wield such a delicately difficult technique that required an enormous amount of water, to cruelly split the ground open so effortlessly, except for the inherent danger, none of it seemed consistent. Yorna HK. Priscilla, laying face down and pouring all her efforts into evading the downpour of water beams, Yorna called out the name Priscilla, who was utilizing the yang sword to deflect the torrent of water. As she brandished this radiant treasured sword, Priscilla successfully cut down streams of water, rendering them completely ineffective, even though double the number of water spears had been aimed at her in comparison to Yorna. Between Yorna and Priscilla, it was easy to guess which one Arakia attached more importance to based off the sheer volume of water. Yorna. The dance-like swordsmanship of Priscilla whirling the crimson blade through the air was a mesmerizing sight of gracefulness. However, one could hardly say that she had fully repelled Arakia's assault. Just like how she had alluded to the remaining ornaments on Yorna's body a moment ago, Priscilla had also had much of the jewelry adorning her beauty shattered over the course of the battle. It was not only Yorna who had a limited time remaining. Priscilla, even if you blow off my limbs, was it what a macabre hoped to be entranced in. As Priscilla received a piercing attack to her ample bosom, a jewel of her necklace exploded. Priscilla's crimson eyes did not bat at the fate of the jewel standing in for her life, but instead they were fixated solely on Arakia's figure in the sky. However, seeing Priscilla's profile, looking at Arakia, Yorna could not believe her eyes for a moment. It was hard to believe what flickered across those crimson eyes. It was, Yorna, do you regret it, Priscilla, the way Arakia is? Priscilla, nonsense. Everything in this world is made for my convenience. Snorting in response to Yorna's question, Priscilla leaned forward to Run. The way she had left her mother behind to rush to her estranged foster sibling made it seem like she was hiding her feelings for both of them in order not to look into their eyes. Yorna am full of regrets as well. Yorna did not know what kind of encounters and partings there had been between Priscilla and Arakia. Albeit she had been in a position to know the opportunity to learn about it had been snatched away alongside her life in her previous incarnation. Yorna had lost her life while delivering Priscilla a difficult childbirth it had been. After that, the imperial selection ceremony had taken place, and the daughter of Alakia's imperial family, Prisca Benedict, had also been defeated in battle, losing her life. That was supposedly the entirety of the life belonging to the daughter Yorna's previous incarnation was aware of Sandra Benedict. And yet Yorna, for some reason, time had passed and circumstances had unfolded in such an implausible way, and thus Yorna had been able to reunite with Priscilla. They had met each other once more not as Sandra and Prisca, but as Yorna and Priscilla, and through a miracle that should never have been possible, originally mother and child were going through this red hell together. Yes, they would go together. Arakia Princess. Muttering this word briefly, Arakia's entire body literally overflowed with power. Whether it was fire or water, wind or earthlight, or shadow, the being of infinite transformations that used the entire composition of the world poured all of her energy towards Priscilla, coming in hot. Priscilla charged in with a shout as if to make her stance apparent, about to take on the streams of water, and flashes of lightning rushing toward her with nothing but her body and sword. Yorna loved me. A moment later, Priscilla's yang sword was held aloft, and the attacks of water and lightning right before her both disappeared into thin air. As they were about to clash, no, they had not vanished as if smoke. Undoubtedly, they had been cut away by a slash of the yang sword. However, the sword flash drawn by the treasured sword Crimson was even more refined and blindingly fast than before. Priscilla, this is. With a slight surprised exhalation in her voice, Priscilla's well-shaped brow furrowed. Winds of reddish flame approached her from all directions, but Priscilla did not hesitate to slash away the scorching winds with a strike, easily cleaving them away. As if to reaffirm, Priscilla then adjusted her grip on the treasured sword and came to gently touch her own face. Her fingertips gently caress her eyes, but she likely did not sense anything unusual. Power the Spirit Eaters had desired, so Dryzen had decided on the pillar for the girl who was presented to him, and above all else. As a Spirit Eater, Arakia had been perfected as an existence that was more obstreperously powerful than any of her predecessors who had once been called upon to fight against a witch. 2. After the world had begun to overheat in a complete mockery of common, since the mere act of breathing would sear one's lungs, the blood vessels running through one's body would swell. Due to the heat, even the teardrops with which parched eyes were moistened would evaporate. In that environment where life was being consumed moment by moment, any half-hearted approach would not permit someone to do as much as to draw near enough to make them able to ascertain the color of Arakia's eyes. No matter their nature, they would be left behind, thirsting, withering away, and dying, unable to keep up with the world transfigured. For that reason, with the exception of Arakia, the one at the center of this alteration of the world, only two people stood on that vast land, overlooked by a red sky. Yorna and Priscilla. Even Yorna and Priscilla were unable to escape the feeling that their lives were being slowly eaten away. Yorna HK, with a noise ringing out, a fourth hairpin broke apart, and Yorna's cheeks stiffened at the sense of loss. Due to the effect of the soul marriage technique, the many offerings made to Yorna would be granted the ability to stand in for her life. Thanks to this, Yorna had not suffered physical injuries, and her movements were unhindered even when fighting the literal monster that was Arakia. However, Yorna, if only I could get rid of this pain in my chest. Standing in for Yorna's life was in and of itself proof of the love that had been put into these gifts. The hairpins were by no means outstandingly designed, nor were they expensive. They were merely various things that had been offered by the residents of the city under Yorna's protection, using their own horn scales and body parts. There was only love, respect, and trust, therefore no price could be put on them. Priscilla, the hairpin shattered just like the other hair ornament a moment ago. They are slowly being whittled away, dear mother. Then as the shattered pieces of plain ornament trickled through Yorna's fingers, Priscilla landed next to her, with the train of her red dress fluttering. Wielding the dizzyingly radiant yang sword, Priscilla's beautiful profile revealed her fearless expression. At her remark, Yorna slightly narrowed her eyes and spoke. Yorna, needless to say, to treat the gifts of my beloved children as a mere number of substitutes for my life is utterly loathsome. Priscilla, one adorable thing for someone extending their life by transferring for nigh an eternity. To say, dear mother, are you hesitant to call me who has never presented a single gift to you, your beloved child? Yorna, Priscilla incapable of playing along. Are we then? I shall speak pragmatically just as you wish. Shrugging her exposed pale shoulders, Priscilla turned her gaze forwards to this attitude, and tone Yorna retorted pragmatically, you say. In response to this, Priscilla slightly raised her chin. Priscilla, how much longer can we fight with that thing, I wonder? Priscilla turned her crimson eyes up toward the sky. Immediately following a torrent of water, spears rained down upon Priscilla and Yorna. Yorna HK. Gritting her teeth, Yorna braced herself for the fierce downpour of rods of water by lying face down. While the beams of water had each been compressed to be as thick as a single finger, it would be better if the power employed to achieve were not belittled as the strength of a single finger. The densely compressed torrent, piercing through everything standing in its path, felling any potential threats without mercy, was capable of tearing someone limb from limb in a single fatal blow. To wield such a delicately difficult technique that required an enormous amount of water, to cruelly split the ground open so effortlessly, except for the inherent danger, none of it seemed consistent. Yorna HK. Priscilla. Laying face down and pouring all her efforts into evading the downpour of water beams, Yorna called out the name Priscilla, who was utilizing the Yong's sword to deflect the torrent of water. As she brandished this radiant treasured sword, Priscilla successfully cut down streams of water, rendering them completely ineffective, even though double the number of water spears had been aimed at her in comparison to Yorna. Between Yorna and Priscilla, it was easy to guess which one Arakia attached more importance to based off the sheer volume of water. Yorna. The dance-like swordsmanship of Priscilla whirling the crimson blade through the air was a mesmerizing sight of gracefulness. However, one could hardly say that she had fully repelled Arakia's assault. Just like how she had alluded to the remaining ornaments on Yorna's body a moment ago, Priscilla had also had much of the jewelry adorning her beauty shattered over the course of the battle. It was not only Yorna who had a limited time remaining. Priscilla, even if you blow off my limbs, was it what a macabre hoped to be entranced in. As Priscilla received a piercing attack to her ample bosom, a jewel of her necklace exploded. Priscilla's crimson eyes did not bat at the fate of the jewel standing in for her life, but instead they were fixated solely on Arakia's figure in the sky. However, seeing Priscilla's profile, looking at Arakia, Yorna could not believe her eyes for a moment. It was hard to believe what flickered across those crimson eyes. It was, Yorna, do you regret it, Priscilla, the way Arakia is? Priscilla, nonsense. Everything in this world is made for my convenience. Snorting in response to Yorna's question, Priscilla leaned forward to run, the way she had left her mother behind to rush to her estranged foster. Sibling made it seem like she was hiding her feelings for both of them in order not to look into their eyes. Yorna was full of regrets as well. Yorna did not know what kind of encounters and partings there had been between Priscilla and Arakia. Albeit she had been in a position to know the opportunity to learn about it had been snatched away alongside her life in her previous incarnation. Yorna had lost her life while delivering Priscilla a difficult childbirth it had been. After that, the imperial selection ceremony had taken place, and the daughter of Walakia's imperial family, Prisca Benedict, had also been defeated in battle, losing her life. That was supposedly the entirety of the life belonging to the daughter. Yorna's previous incarnation was aware of Sandra Benedict. And yet Yorna, for some reason, time had passed and circumstances had unfolded in such an implausible way, and thus Yorna had been able to reunite with Priscilla. They had met each other once more, not as Sandra and Prisca, but as Yorna and Priscilla, and through a miracle that should never have been possible, originally mother and child were going through this red hell together. Yes, they would go together. Arakia princess. Muttering this word briefly, Arakia's entire body literally overflowed with power. Whether it was fire or water, wind or earthlight, or shadow, the being of infinite transformations that used the entire composition of the world, poured all of her energy towards Priscilla, coming in hot. Priscilla charged in with a shout as if to make her stance apparent, about to take on the streams of water and flashes of lightning rushing toward her with nothing but her body and sword. Yorna, love me. A moment later, Priscilla's Yong's sword was held aloft, and the attacks of water and lightning right before her both disappeared into thin air. As they were about to clash, no, they had not vanished as if smoke. Undoubtedly, they had been cut away by a slash of the Yong sword. However, the sword flash drawn by the treasured sword Crimson was even more refined and blindingly fast than before. Priscilla, this is. With a slight surprised exhalation in her voice, Priscilla's well-shaped brow furrowed. Winds of reddish flame approached her from all directions, but Priscilla did not hesitate to slash away the scorching winds with a strike, easily cleaving them away. As if to reaffirm, Priscilla then adjusted her grip on the treasured sword and came to gently touch her own face. Her fingertips gently caress her eyes, but she likely did not sense anything unusual. Yorna already knew that it was something entirely different from a tangible effect accompanying the flame. It was the bond Yorna shared with her beloved child taking form as the flame that burned in their eyes. Priscilla, Priscilla stood straight with the treasured sword of crimson in hand, and her left eye ablaze. This was the proof of Yorna's protection, which had been bestowed to the inhabitants of the demon city of Chaos Flame by conferring the soul marriage technique upon them. A portion of Yorna's power could be shared with the target she sought to protect. Originally, it was a secret technique Yorna would bestow as to protect those children of hers that lacked the strength and skills needed to fight by themselves, as they shared a bond no warrior could be endowed with. But an exception to that rule arose here and now. A being equipped with the power and technique to fight, which held a treasured sword no one outside the imperial family of Alakia was. Allowed to wield, had fulfilled the requirements of a beloved child Yorna wished to protect regardless of her power. Yorna Priscilla. Priscilla, at last you are willing to recognize myself as your own child, dear mother. Yorna, how impudent. I won't be a foolish mother who just looks as you walk off into the distance. If you're going, then it'll be to the same hellscape as well. She did not intend to let Priscilla go any further by herself. Priscilla sniffed at Yorna's answer and permitted her resolve as she stood beside her. As proof of that, Yorna felt something strange on her face, causing her to gently move her hand there. The cause of that discomfort was in her. Most likely there was a flame harbored there the same as Priscilla. The two users of the soul marriage technique, which could not be performed without qualifications, fulfilled each other's conditions and complemented each other's souls. A phenomenon that truly could never happen had happened. And then, having witnessed that Arakia why, a faint voice escaped, and a gaze fell to the ground as of a curse. Staring at Yorna and Priscilla side by side was Arakia, placed in the sky. She ran her hand over her face, and the eye patch covering her left eye. Then she tore it off as if wrenching it away, and, Arakia, why do you have the princess? Laying her anger bare, Arakia displayed the red eye bereft of all light under her eye patch, reflected in that eye incapable of sight was Yorna, and so with that pair of red eyes on her, Arakia called out to Yorna, whose eye harbored a flame, having received the blessing of the soul marriage technique from Priscilla. And doing so was Arakia, whose eyes harbored no flame, unable to receive any blessing from Priscilla. Arakia the princess is mine, HK. Priscilla, make no mistake, Arakia, even supposing your wishes were to be tolerated, and even supposing I were to concede, you would still be mine, and I would never become yours. Arakia, HK. Priscilla and myself would never concede to anyone at Priscilla's decisive gaze. Arakia gasped slightly. However, after that stern declaration by Priscilla, a small sound of protest had interjected. That was, Priscilla, dear mother, for what reason did you strike myself on the head? Yorna, you should not speak in such a manner. I don't remember raising my children to be so high and mighty. Priscilla, dear mother, I do not recall being raised by you in the first place. Yorna, in that case, it seems that chance has finally come around. Saying that, Yorna lowered the kizaru that had struck Priscilla's head with a clunk and slowly shook her head before looking up at Arakia. In her eyes there was an invariant anger and a slight discomposure at what had just occurred. Staring fixedly there, Yorna put the kizaru in her mouth and inhaled the purple smoke as she stood among the hellscape, and then giving a somewhat cheerful smile that did not fit the situation, Yorna, finally you set your eyes on me, General First Class. Arakia, the chance has come for me to atone for my lack of virtue in failing to discipline you together with Priscilla as I should have. Arakia, what are you, Yorna, to put it simply? Yorna exhaled purple smoke as she took in the bewilderment that was carried in those words. Wrapped in the smoke overflowing from her lips, her eye burning with her daughter's trust, Yorna, Miss Higger, the mother that was once Sandra Benedict. Yorna, I am not a parent who cuts corners in disciplining her children. Prepare yourselves, little girls. Thus she harshly declared. Chapter 102. Wall of Resolve. 1. Todd Fong did not consider himself to be particularly cautious or meticulous. The result of him single-mindedly probing things as if were a matter of course was to close every conceivable loophole, to cover all potential outcomes, and to assume the worst in order to reduce missteps to the extent of one's capabilities. Even if all of this were to be executed, the opponent could still have prepared a strategy action, or trump card, which rendered one completely helpless with no recourse. He was aware that this was the extent of his innate abilities of reality he had to come to terms with. Fortunately, I've never encountered such beings, and even if I did, I've been able to avoid any decisive conflict, which has allowed me to survive to this day. However, Todd, at any rate, I've been quite unlucky as of late. Looking back over the past month or two, a rather short period of time, Todd lamented himself. The woes had begun upon being incorporated into a group of troops deployed from the imperial capital to the east. Just as he had been reminiscing about his separation from his fiancée, Katia, he had made the worst possible discovery. A man and a woman had been swept down the river near their encampment. Setting aside the woman, the man had set off all the bad luck that had befallen Todd thereafter. As previously mentioned, Todd did not consider himself special, yet he could not make heads or tails of that man whatsoever. He was ordinary yet extraordinary. Few words have been exchanged and their interactions have been short-lived, but the person in question had been completely unaware of that. Before and since then, Todd had seen several of those so-called heroic beings. While everyone was aware of the fact that their own existence was outside the norm, and that they had no choice but to walk their own unique path, that man was the only exception to the rule. It was terrifying, so the only thing he could think about afterwards was to kill that man at any cost whenever the opportunity arose. However, once it had become clear that said goal was unobtainable, Todd immediately abandoned his plan to exterminate him, instead choosing to stay away from that pest. It was best not to get involved. It had been likewise necessary to sacrifice Jamal the umbrella that protected him from rain as his only desperate recourse to rescue the captive Arakia. He had thought that by winning the favor of a more powerful and influential Arakia, he would be able to escape from the unwanted position he had been placed in, but his plan had backfired completely. As to chase vengeance for Jamal, vengeance that he did not desire Kadia had ultimately been left behind in the imperial capital, while he had to somehow make use of the empty-headed and utterly selfless Arakia, finding himself in the middle of a major rebellion against the emperor raging throughout the entire empire. Absolutely nothing, truly nothing was going smoothly. It seemed like the beginning of all this misery had been brought on to him by that pest. So he was hoping that at the very least his calculations here would work out. Todd, my bad, my bad. And here I was going to get them all at once. Sneaking deep into enemy territory, he had launched a preemptive surprise attack. Todd grumbled to himself as he looked at the remaining enemies after the first round of armed troops had been disposed of. There were 3 opponents, 2 girls, and 1 delicate-looking guy. Even though he had finished off the entire contingent of soldiers present from the get-go, Todd did not consider it to be the best outcome. Rather, he accepted that the military gain had been minimal. Originally, the reason why Todd had left his post and ventured into the enemy camp was to take out an opponent who was demonstrating extraordinary capabilities in information warfare, who would be a nuisance in this battle for the imperial capital. In a large-scale battle of this magnitude, the accurate dissemination of information was a critical factor, which could be the difference between life and death. Frankly, Todd believed that this was the main reason why the rebels could keep up with the Imperial Army's solid defenses and one-man armies being the 9 divine generals, despite their only boast being strength in numbers. Speaking in terms of a human body, the commander of a group would correlate to either the head or to the heart. The crushing of both of those would be fatal, and since this was common knowledge, they were naturally protected. However, no matter how hard the head or the heart were to work, if the vessels which allowed blood to circulate did not function, the body would not be able to last. In that sense, the blood vessels were the most crucial enemies to eliminate on a battlefield, since they fulfilled the most vital role in deciding the course of the battle. Todd, it's easy to just answer there are no women or children in the battlefield, but that would fit the residents of the imperial capital perfectly. Besides, wouldn't that be a bit too convenient? Todd appraised his opponents, exchanging words that should not be exchanged. The 3 opponents appeared to be as described above, but there was no definitive proof as to which of them was the blood vessel Todd was wary of. The 2 young girls hardly seemed appropriate for the battlefield. They appeared to be in their early teens, much like the Flying Dragon, General Madeline Eschart, but while she was instantly recognizable as a being on a higher level, both these girls were likely human. However, the very fact that they had no right to be here raised suspicion that the girls were meant to be here as they were. Todd, if you were non-combatants who had just been left behind on the battlefield, your current logic might have held, but I don't recognize a man who serves on the battlefield as a non-combatant. On the other hand, the delicate-looking man openly confronting Todd was not a warrior, but he came the closest to his impression of a blood vessel. In terms of powerlessness, he was not much different from the girls, but there was something off about the look of his eyes, a shrewd look, the kind that turned one's own life into a tool with impunity hiding behind a thin facade. He could not let his eyes be drawn to the delicate-looking man, nor could he let his guard down against the 2 girls. One of the girls had a strangely determined look in her eyes, and the other unmistakably had the readiness and posture of a warrior, even though this was not uncommon. In Valakia, the latter had probably already taken a life or 2. If one had experience in killing, even if they were a young girl, they had overcome the wall of resolve. In other words, he could not afford to let his guard down. Todd, who knows, but my gut is telling me you're the root of all evil in this war. And my gut also tells me this. 3 opponents, each of whom caused Todd to be wary in their own way. It was also unacceptable that he was also trying to look for openings or plotting to create one while Todd was conversing with them, although he still had trouble picking out who to prioritize as a target. Todd, it's better not to waste time with you guys either. They were all targets that must be killed. That was Todd's irrevocable conclusion. 2. Otto Suin often cursed his own carelessness. Although he had wound up in the stickiest of situations in coming to the Valachian Empire as a result of both Natsuki Subaru and Rem disappearing, there were also many other factors to consider. Petra had just rebuked him for was one such matter on which he needed to reflect deeply. Using the divine protection of the soul of language, he ruled over the battlefield of the siege of the imperial capital. This plan, which he had declared with confidence, which had been carried out with Petra's assistance, had changed the arrangement of the battlefield without prejudice or conceit. The power of the divine protection of the soul of language, combined with Petra's yang magic magnifying Otto's, hearing kept track of the ever-changing battlefield formations and positions, providing ongoing information. Of course, the information gathered would be a wasted effort if it could not be used accordingly, but personality aside, Abel had met Otto's expectations in terms of his abilities, utilizing it splendidly. Too few people knew how much Otto's work contributed to this battlefield, but Otto was not concerned with his evaluation. In any case, nothing that had occurred in the Valachian Empire could be divulged to the outside world. It would be worth publicizing were they in the kingdom of Lagunica, but an evaluation of his work in the Empire would be nothing more than a useless risk, so evaluation was of secondary importance. Otto, all we need is an outcome that brings back Natsukison and Rem San, and without sacrificing themselves for the sake of bringing back Subaru and Rem, will be getting their priorities mixed. Those were the minimum objectives of this journey and simultaneously the greatest achievements. Rather, it was not that there were more important goals, but that there were no other goals to begin with. Therefore, he had been prepared to employ all the cards held by his hand on the battlefield, and had thus been admonished by Petra for his recklessness. He had reflected a lot on that, and yet it had not been enough still, and the result of failing to compensate for his carelessness was the imperial soldier with an axe in his hand standing before him. Todd, my bad. And here I was going to get them all at once. An imperial soldier with a bandana wrapped around his head looked at them while gripping a long-handled axe. Otto, with Petra behind his back, as the defender cursed his own carelessness greatly in the face of an opponent demonstrating a thoroughly ruthless and pragmatic judgment. How the gathered information was handled had been left to Abel, the one able to utilize it best. But the crux of information in warfare lay in how to obtain the information to handle in the first place. Most of the time people would overlook that part and be tempted to target the main body that handled the information instead. However, the man in front of him was different. Todd, it's easy to just answer there are no women or children in the battlefield, but that would fit the residents of the imperial capital perfectly. Besides, wouldn't that be a bit too convenient? The man who thus appeared before Otto and his comrades had clear intentions to target Otto, and his comrades, who gathered the information rather than the main camp, were able to utilize the gathered information. Regardless of their status as people with little vigilance and few guards, the outcome would be the same. If they were decapitated, the less information there was to handle, the less precise Abel's command would be. There was no reason for him not to do it. Otto himself would have done it if he were in the same position as his opponent. That was why Todd, if you were non-combatants, had just been left behind on the battlefield. Your current logic might have held. But I don't recognize a man who serves on the battlefield as a non-combatant. He observed the man in detail, while feeling that his statement was reasonable. There were two main questions, however. How had he shown up at this place without being detected by Otto's channel, and how had he located Otto and his team? It was safe to assume that the two questions could probably be answered with the same reason, that this man's peculiarities of some kind had allowed him to bypass the channel and locate the source of the transmission. Todd, who knows, but my gut is telling me you're the root of all evil in this war, and my gut also tells me this. He had wished to find clues to this in the conversation, but the man was thorough as per his initial analysis. The man understood that not saying much would allow him to defend himself, unlike the kind typical of the Empire, who used overwhelming force to subdue their opponents. The man had a cunning attitude. These enemies were formidable. An opponent who assessed himself as weak was a threat. Because of that, Todd, it's better not to waste time with you guys. Either the man leapt straight at him, swinging his long-handled axe. In response, Otto gritted his teeth whilst pouring all his energy into avoiding the first blow. He poured it and then braced himself. He wondered how far he could get against a man with the minimal preparation he had. 3. Petra Leti regretted her lack of discipline whenever she was put through adversity. Due to her young age, Petra was often spoiled by her peers in the camp, but she had decided that it would be a different matter to resign herself to her position as a child and accept her own immaturity. If this were because of a mistake she had made in her daily life at the mansion in the course of her duties as a maid, she might not have had to take it so seriously. However, complacency of the sort complacency that depended on the situation would eventually lead to a serious mistake. There was no need to go as far as saying that she ought to be tense all the time. However, she must at all times achieve what was expected of her. That was Petra's approach to thinking about things, or at least that was the immature ideal she aspired to. That was why, Todd, it's better not to waste time with you guys. Either resisting her own trembling from head to toe, she looked up at the Imperial soldier swooping in with an axe in his hand. At the edge of her vision, which was soaked with welled-up tears, she could see the charred corpse of the messenger who had been burned by the raging flames. If Otto had not frantically pulled her out of the way, she too would have lost her life. That fact left a crack in Petra's spirit, and at the same time, Otto Petrachan. As he called out her name, Petra was moved by the great faith Otto had in her. Abandoning his attitude toward the role of a young lady that Petra had provisionally played, Otto's voice jolted the actual Petra and broke her free from the fear and regret petrifying her. Thereupon, Otto number 7. At Otto's signal, Petra reflexively lifted her arm. A moment later, Petra's mind was filled with anxiety. She had been entrusted with this role after proclaiming that she could do it, but there was no denying that it had been a spurothermic course of action. She had practiced the whole time, so she was aware of her own strength to fight when it came time to perform. And then there was Petra Subaru. Calling out the name of the one she loved to scatter the surplus of anxiety, she simply gritted her teeth. Petra Jawald, with that chant array of white light shot out of Petra's fingertips. It was one of the few offensive spells Yang magic boasted a spear of light that pierced anything in its path, but only when wielded by a first-rate master, and Petra, inexperienced as she was, did not meet that standard. Petra's Jawal would inflict a burn at best rather than killing a living target. Netherthless, that was fine, Petra. The white light emitted from her fingertips was directed at the man who had leaped at her. That was false. It was directed at the ground diagonally. Behind him, it was their rehearsed move number 7 disguised as to not look unnatural. Its purpose was not to burn the man. The aim was to ignite what had been prepared. Tadwa, Otto's specialty, a ground trap using fire magic stones. 10 traps had been prepared in case Otto, who searched for enemies using open channels, and Petra, who assisted him, were targeted. Because of the number of magic stones he could carry and the fact that he had to move around while searching for enemies, he could hardly be perfectly prepared. Even so, Otto had indeed stated you never know what might be useful. His almost insidiously meticulous preparation now coming to fruition as the ground behind the man exploded. Todd HK. Instantly, the man's vigilance shifted slightly towards his back. As Petra had been instructed, the explosion did not blow up under the man's feet or even close to him. So the shock and heat of the explosion did not reach him. Merely, it drew his attention backwards ever so slightly. That was enough for the girl looking for an opening on which to pounce. Oirea, swinging the barbarian sword in her hands, medium dove into her opponent's chest. The blonde girl was not much taller than Petra. However, with bravery entirely different in nature to Petra's, she rushed in, slashing away at the axe wielder's arm. Todd, the man, distracted and clicking his tongue, twisted his wrist and quickly returned Medium's blow with his axe. They both shrugged off each other's initial blows and returned to square one. Medium, another, and Othir. Despite the initial expectations, Medium was not that weak-willed at all. Even with her barbarian sword having been parried by her opponent's strike, she made use of the momentum of the parry to revolve and unleash a sword strike empowered by that same momentum. If her opponent did dodge that strike, she would use the momentum to spin around again for yet another sword strike. Her sword dance was akin to an unstoppable flow of water from a rising river. Otto number 4, Petra, yes. Tapping the captivated Petra on the shoulder, Otto's next instruction came flying in. Once the signal was given, she would shoot magic at the designated spot. Without thinking at the time, she agreed to accompany Otto on his travels. Around the battlefield, she had been told that this was the most important condition. Therefore, Petra was determined to follow those instructions, forgetting all fears and anything else. Petra Jawald. Magic was fired once again, but this time the ground exploded at a much closer spot than before. Perhaps the man may have thought they would avoid embroiling Medium, since they were in the middle of crossing swords, but that was a naive thought. Otto, if necessary, we will involve Mediums, and Petra, it'll cast a healing spell on you later, okay? Medium, I don't really get it, but I can't stop now. The explosion detonated a few meters away and struck them in a way betraying such naivete. Ruthless as it may have been, Petra agreed with Otto's way of thinking. Them surviving, having suffered some wounds, was more important than the ideal scenario of all three getting through unscathed. Despite her skin being scorched by the heat of the explosion, Medium's momentum did not stop. With a sense of gratitude and guilt, Petra, alongside Otto, devoted all their energy as to repel this assassin. Tot, Ojawai, give me a break. The moment they looked close to the man, asserted thus within the sound of the explosion. It had sounded awfully clear and present. There was not even a sliver of anger or impatience from having suffered any setback. It was more like a strange, out-of-place sentiment. Rather, the man's voice was filled with exasperation. Todd, are we thinking the same thing? The moment Petra heard that, goosebumps ran all over her body. Even without understanding these words, the intent behind them felt clear as day. Otto number 2. Just when Petra was about to realize the true nature of the shiver, in a little more detailed Otto's scream, she promptly abandoned all thought and immediately obeyed. The jewel she fired off transferred heat to magic stone hidden in the ground, just as before. However, Petra's finger was now pointing beneath their own feet. Petra! A white light flashed under their feet, turning red, and causing a shockwave. After doing it, Petra realized that it was the emergency escape plan, something that Otto had prefaced with, "I would rather not use it because it will hurt." And in fact, Petra's small body was launched into the air as her soles bounced off the overflowing light. However, she did not ascend unprotected. Gripped by an arm that reached out with a GUH, Petra's body was embraced by Otto's slender frame. Of course, Otto's body had also been sent flying by the same impact, but Otto had chosen to avoid making the mistake of flying away in a direction where they would be separated and unable to support each other, and to at least minimize the damage Petra's body would suffer. Otto's decision had allowed Petra not to complain nor stiffen, but to use yang magic as quickly and strongly as possible to make Otto's body ever so slightly resistant to the impact. And she had managed that their bodies bounced off the ground, and immediately after that, Petra, with a bang, a powerful detonation occurred at the same spot. Petra had made one happen before. That was where Petra and Otto had been until just before. Catching a glimpse of the identity behind the explosion sound, Petra's eyes witnessed a flame, which seemed to be the same thing that had immolated the two messengers. Said flame had aimed to scorch Petra and the others from behind. Petra, that axe. He had made Petra and Otto think that he was going to cut them down, but his real goal had been the fire magic stones planted behind them. The man's favorite approach was the refusal to engage in a heated confrontation, and the fact that it overlapped with Otto's preparedness was probably the true explanation behind the man's grumblings. Petra arrived at the same thought as Otto did, who was tumbling to the ground while holding Petra in his arms almost simultaneously. Grunting in pain as he rolled on the hard ground, Otto gritted his teeth while being bombarded by shock waves. However, Otto immediately got to his knees on the spot, turned to face the man while lifting Petra's body up. Propped up by Otto's body, Petra also glared at the man who was some distance away. However, contrary to the concerns held by Petra and Otto, the man did not immediately give chase. They understood right away why that was, as well as his intention behind it. Todd, I don't really want to do that, though. While spilling that out, the man turned his head to check an axe pointed at them. Ascertaining the feeling of the ground beneath his feet, where the explosion had occurred, the man sniffed the black smoke rising from the burnt grass and spoke. Todd, there, and then over there. Petra widened her eyes at what followed after the man had quietly muttered something. The man had turned his head and the ground had exploded in his line of sight. It was number 6, then number 9, and number 1 followed by number 5, and number 8, and so on. Petra be but how? Otto no way a spirit. It was a surprise that he had seen through the trap's hiding places, but they could not comprehend how he had blown them up. Otto's words had made Petra gasp at the mysterious method of the man who had displayed no signs of using magic the same way as Petra had in inducing the explosion. If he truly was a spiritual arts user, that would make him the same as Subaru and Amelia. As for Petra, she was severely reluctant to admit the man in front of her as being a person similar to two people whom she loved so dearly in many ways. Petra, but there's no spirit to be seen here. Todd, there's more than one way to get them to comply, if they don't want to be eaten, that is. Petra, Otto, I am not just saying this out of spite, but it is probably for the best if we do not listen to him. Petra, unable to understand his reply, froze with wide eyes, and then with a tap on her shoulders, Otto immediately brought her back to her senses. It was impossible to tell whether the man's reply had been intended to create an opening or whether he was partly telling them the truth. However, one thing could be said for certain. Petra, I despise you. Medium, I feel the same. In response to Petra, a small shadow flew, clenching her fists tightly while shouting. It was Medium who had been wary of the mysterious man's peculiar skill hands. She had chosen an opportune moment to strike, slipping into the smoke created by the series of explosions the man had set off. She aimed at his back by lunging her barbarian sword all the way from the other side of the smoke. After enduring for a long time patiently, so her bow blow went straight for the man's back. Out of the three of you, you're the easiest one to read, Medium. Leaning his body to the side, the man escaped the downward trajectory of the barbarian sword. and following on the man, turned himself around and thrust his axe towards Medium behind him. Todd, you're the only one who does things according to the way of the Empire. It's absolutely sickening. Petra Medium-chan. The sight of the man's relentless axe was absorbed by Petra's trailing shriek looming towards Medium's wide-eyed face. For Medium O'Connell did not put too much thought into things. Strictly speaking, Medium had a lot to think about on her own. She was always worried about her brother Flob O'Connell, and at the same time she trusted him upon hearing that he had been taken away from the fortress city, the Surprise, and worry were to an extent such that her chest had been about to burst, but her brother would have probably panicked had he found out that her body had been shrunk while on her lonesome. So she thought that they were about even in terms of worry and trust. Flop, dear sister, we arrive at way better solutions when we think with our hearts rather than racking our brains. That seems especially the case for you, so keep that in mind. Those words that her brother had said a long time ago had served as an important guiding light within Medium, irrespective of her chest being shrunk or not. Since thinking about things with one's heart tended to be linked to completely nonsensical, outrageous statements, it was also detested by some able, in particular, seemed to find it quite disagreeable. But what her brother had stated was great. In fact, that approach had worked out great for Medium. Medium, as expected, big bros awesome. Of course, if that made everything go, well, she would not have become smaller. Her brother would not have been taken to the capital realm, would not have disappeared Natsumi, would not have been flung away Chaos Flame, would not have been destroyed, and Emily and the others would not have been all over the place. Probably there was no way everything would go well. However, as far as Medium's actions were concerned, it was the best way to achieve the optimal outcome. For that reason, the moment an axe had swung violently towards her, defenseless face after her surprise attack from behind, had failed, Medium did not panic even as she thought, I'm gonna die. It was similar to feeling no regret after taking the best possible action and fulfilling one's role to the end, but one would still end up losing, because the outcome was inevitable. Of course, she hated the thought of dying here, since being unable to reunite with her brother would leave her heartbroken, and she was full of regret for not being able to help her new friends like Rem and Natsumi. However, after thinking through things with her heart, Medium had executed the best possible option she had come up with. The results came down, for want of a better word, to luck were it to not work out, her life would be forfeit as per the way of Alakia. However, Medium, just before it slashed into her face, sparks flew off the thick blade of the axe and was repelled. While just barely feeling the scent of steel in her nose, Medium exhaled slightly. Medium, as expected, big bros, awesome. I haven't died even once doing things this way. Oh, I'm jealous of that. I completely lost count. Medium, expressing how the method taught to her by her brother had saved her once again, attained an answer from the person who had bounced away the axe that should have taken her life. What had been swung was a blue dragon sword as thick as the axe that had been repelled the person gripping. It was quite strange, with his appearance earning high marks from Medium's perspective. Todd turned his gaze to the person that had stepped in the man who had protected Medium when it had been all but certain that she would have been killed, and moved his lips in displeasure. The man who had interrupted Hema, one-armed wanderer, with a jet-black helmet hiding his face, let out a sorry to interrupt your good mood, then continued. One-armed man. I was wondering where things look worse, but as people say, it's darkest right below the lamppost. But man, is it seriously troubling when the future's this dark. Todd, the man who had quietly come to kill the non-combatants, assumed a cautious stance. However, it was not the stance of a lion cutting corners against a rabbit, but that of a hunter wary of the possibility of the rabbit having disguised itself as something else, and seeing that the wanderer, Al shrugged. And then, Al, that dark future's out of my hands. After all, I can't even see the stars. Thus, he declared his participation in the battle. Chapter 103. Countdown of the Stars. 1. As tremors shook the world, as the skies split into white and red, as the clashing of lives brought forth an event of calamitous proportions, Rem had made a decision. Rem, if I'm going to make a move, it's now, or never. In the imperial capital, where a battle of unimaginable scale was seemingly taking place, Rem remained imprisoned in Bristetz's mansion, her freedom having been greatly restricted. Even as she felt a burning smell getting stronger and stronger day by day, Rem had been unable to do anything of use, feeling deeply ashamed that the choice of staying silently in place for a second more was no longer acceptable to her. In the end, Rem had not once come face to face with Bristetz, the owner of the mansion and the perpetrator behind her confinement, ever since their first chance meeting. For that reason, there had been no way for her to examine what that old man, who had been concerned about the future of the empire because of his own philosophy, having thus deposed then, Emperor Abel would think of all that having led to the great battle engulfing the entire empire. However, even supposing there had been an opportunity, he and Rem would not have understood each other most likely. Rem, after all, Bristet san, and I stand on entirely different sides. Even if it sounded cold, that was a conclusion Rem had ultimately come up with. Only the strong or those with the leeway to do so could sympathize with and take into account the circumstances of those in a different position. Since Rem was neither, she had been forced to make a decision. Who would she turn into an enemy, and who would she regard as an ally? Leaving that aside, Rem bore no hostility toward Bristet's or Madeline. That in particular made Abel's inability to explain things properly, alongside Priscilla's unreasonable requests, much more difficult to deal with. Therefore, what Rem would be trying to do from now on originated not from hostility or rebellious intent towards them, but from nothing more than the result of having chosen where she would stand. Rem, with the battle for the imperial capital having begun, even though Bristet's mansion had surely been constructed quite deep within the city, the effects of the fierce battle could be felt there nonetheless. Naturally, the mansion had also been placed on high alert, and being more or less a prisoner of war, Rem too had been ordered to wait in a room provisioned for her, hence her freedom was even more restricted than usual. However, from the perspective of the mansion security, Rem was nothing more than a hobbling girl anyway, and the security system in place had not been set up so that a guard would be left as a sentry in front of her room day and night. Taking advantage of this negligence in security, Rem had silently slipped out of the room. Holding her breath, Rem crawled from the skylight of her room to the roof of the mansion. Since she had been careful not to make a sound in security, had not noticed Rem's stealthy maneuvers, it would be harsh to blame this on their negligence. They probably would never have even thought that a girl with a cane would sneak out from a room in this kind of way. That would be the case if Rem truly were a girl unable to walk as she wished without a cane. Rem I expected to prepare for the worst, but of course it was not a lie that Rem had complained of her handicap and used a cane up until this point in time. However, with her incomplete memories troubling those around her, she could not let her impaired legs stay asses forever, and because of that she had been constantly practicing walking. As her efforts bore fruit, and she began being able to stand on her feet, somewhat it struck her, were she to lead them to believe she had a limp, it would perhaps come in handy. In fact, she had not yet thought as far as to how exactly it would come in handy. On the contrary, if her secret devoid of use were to be discovered, she might have put everyone on alert inadvertently. However, since her troubles actually proved useful, she could probably say that she'd taken a gamble, and successfully so. However, she absolutely could not let down her guard, since she could only say that winning the gamble had paid off once these actions started leading to some kind of results. Going out of one's way to gamble would become meaningless unless it turned into a win. In the first place, Rem had been trying not to think about just whose influence had made her take a risk, as she was doing. In any case, Rem, if only I could stay undetected until I get away. Rem's goal in getting on the roof had not been for escaping the mansion. That had been an option difficult to discard as well, but other than Rem, Flop 2 was being held captive in the mansion. There was no way he could have gotten out alone, and the mansion was surrounded by a high wall too. Begin with climbing over would have been difficult, unlike the roof, so there appeared to be no point in even considering it. Therefore, Rem had escaped from her room to make contact with those in a building separate from the mansion, located within the same plot of land. The crown princes, which had been captured all over the country and gathered at this place. The black-haired crown prince had been hailed as the leader behind the rebellion, according to what she had heard. Despite the doubts about whether this person was truly Abel's legitimate child, he probably had one or two things in his mind about the current state of the empire. If Rem could make contact with him, a sliver of hope to get her out of the situation she had been put in might emerge. Rem, I need to ensure that Flop San and Katia San as well are safe. Rem felt that she was in need of allies that could cooperate with each other. She had been carefully making her way along the roof towards the edge, taking great care not to make a sound despite her effort to step softly. There was no guarantee that the guards would not find her or that she would be able to get away successfully. In order to not let this opportunity go to waste, she was fully prepared to risk her life in case she were spotted. This was also the reason she could not stand idly by. That was Rem HK. Suddenly, strange occurrences popping up in the distant sky caused Rem to jump out of her skin. Witnessing the battle taking place all throughout the walls of the imperial capital at the edge of her vision, as the looming sky changed into a peculiar spectacle, Rem gasped. Being so distant from the event, Rem had no way of knowing the details, but at the very moment the cloud dragon Mesoria had descended upon the top of the star-shaped walls protecting the imperial capital, the spirit eater Arakia turned the clouds into flames, and Meguro again rose up as the very rampart itself. Without knowing the actual reality of the situation, Rem stiffened as she sensed those dangers. By instinct, at the very same moment, she lost the strength to remain standing on the roof. Simultaneous with a hoarse ah escaping from Rem's mouth, her body slid down the slope of the roof. She almost tumbled all the way down but instead she quickly grabbed the edge of the roof with all her might. Rem, that was close. She would have had no good excuse where she'd have screamed or fallen down below. Barely hanging on from the edge of the roof, Rem exhaled a sigh of relief. Slowly, she tried to get herself back on the roof, and then, Rem, this is. With her objective still far away, her dangling from the roof had only been a mishap on her way there as Rem held on the edge. However, a door set up at the very end of the large building caught her eyes. Even though Rem had been allowed some relative freedom in going to and from within the mansion, and thus having looked around everywhere, this was the first time she had spotted a door to a section that was off-limits, just like the detached building by going around the mansion along the roof. She had wandered onto a section that would normally be inaccessible. Rem, a hidden door, what in the world? As questions about her discovery arose within her mind, Rem was briefly arrested by hesitation. Her preliminary goal had been to make contact with the crown princes at the other building in the mansion. Ground this would have given her a clearer picture of the situation, as well as a better chance of finding a way out of it. On the other hand, the unexpected hidden door could just ultimately turn out to be a mere liquor cellar. Was it really worth taking the risk to get in? Rem, she did not even need to think to know what the rational option was, and yet Rem chose a rational option. Releasing her grip from the edge of the roof, she descended to the passageway with the hidden door. She took care in her attempt to be as quiet as possible, yet her footsteps could still be heard. However, the sky that startled her earlier remained unusual. So the mansion's guards should be quite distracted. Risking it and relying on that, Rem put her hand on the hidden door and threw it open. Rem stairs leading to a basement. The door had not been locked, probably due to it being unnecessary, rather than due to carelessness. It hardly seemed like a place uninvited guests were supposed to go into, since Rem, who had mirrorless, arrived at the mansion with an invitation, was the one entering it. She had no reason to complain. Greeted by stairs which emanated cold air and a dim space with no light, Rem inhaled lightly as she headed downstairs with her hands tracing the wall. There was the possibility that something of unbelievable dread waited for her. It was also possible that Bristetts had trapped something outrageous and horrifying. However, Rem is someone there. With some kind of mysterious conviction, Rem asked a question within the darkness of the basement she had reached. It was poorly lit in darkness, but one could sense that the basement was not that spacious. There was also a large presence in the back of the room, which could only be vaguely discerned. Although large, it was by no means monstrous. It was a human bearing quite a large physique. Such a presence had been chained and held captive against the wall on the other side of the basement. And finally, that person, upon hearing Rem's question, spoke. I must His Excellency Remure. I must protect His Excellency, the Emperor Vincent Valekia. A low, passionate voice caused the stale air within the basement to shake pitifully so. The echoes of sincerity contained within the voice were strong and powerful, filled with selfless loyalty. Rem, with those words, Rem decided to take one step after another and close the gap between her and the other person. In doing so, the figure of a bulky man, all chained up, vaguely emerged in the darkness. His body was truly huge white scars etched all across his face. Man Gaz Ralphin. A beat later, Rem realized that what he had mumbled was probably a name. In fact, it did sound familiar. If she recalled correctly, that was one of the 9 divine generals, one of the most powerful and renowned beings in the Valachian Empire. Gaz, I must protect His Excellency from the great disaster. The man was like a lion roaring heroically as his scarred face contorted. 2. Abel, you did say this right, that you're the one who spread the rumor about the crown prince. Serena Dracroy, a woman of character who was overlooking the state of the siege of the imperial capital from the main rebel camp, standing there with her arms crossed, asked this of Abel slowly. He raised his face, covered by the Oni mask. Serena's flying dragon squadron had appeared from the far west as reinforcements with the participation of first-class flying dragon riders who possessed the ability to tame flying dragons' air superiority, had suddenly tilted towards their side. Of course, there were some battlefields in which the flying dragon riders were at a disadvantage due to the presence of the Cloud Dragon and the Spirit Eater, but having the entire battlefield under their control was unnecessary. All it would take was a single breach, and even the walls of the imperial capital, renowned for their solidity, would begin collapsing starting from there. There were measures in place to achieve this, at least Abel thought. So hence, knowing that there were places on the battlefield in which they were at a disadvantage, and others they had arrived at a stalemate, he would issue orders on and off. Abel, does it look like I have time for your idle chit-chat now? If anything, should you not be keeping an eye on the movements of your subordinates? Serena, yes, of course, but it's disheartening that you dismiss this as chit-chat. I took a stance because of your letter and swiftly joined your side. Since becoming was so vital to your strategy, treating me with a little more care wouldn't make you lose your face. Abel spoken like a good-for-nothing commoner. Serena, even if I spoke like a Philistine ID, rather not act like one am just too curious about that reaction from before. Shrugging her shoulders, Serena took her gaze away from the sky, directing it towards Abel. The reaction she had referred to was likely his reaction to the reinforcements from the west of the arrival of the military forces that were not Serena's Flying Dragon Squadron. Although she had an idea about the unforeseen reinforcements and who was leading them, she found the carelessness of his earlier words and actions vexing. Hence it had led to the words Serena had kicked off her idle chit-chat with. "Serena, you're the one who spread the matter of the black-haired Crown Prince, and isn't this Crown Prince the one leading the group right in the middle of that glorious rampage? Abel, in short, you believe that this racket spreading across on the battlefield was orchestrated by the illegitimate offspring of the Emperor. Serena, no, my apologies, it was just a figure of speech. I don't believe that the black-haired Crown Prince is truly His Excellency's son. In all likelihood, His Excellency has no children." Shaking her head at Abel's words, Serena replied with a rather confident tone. When Abel raised an eyebrow at her confident answer, she continued, "In any case, Serena, His Excellency never took a consort, and there's been talk of him never having gotten intimate with a woman. I've tried to seduce him before, but he completely ignored me. This should serve as strong evidence. Abel, are you sane?" "Serena, of course I'm entirely serious." "Abel, I did not ask if you were serious. I asked if you were sane." Being presented with a rather unconvincing reason to base her argument on, Abel's gaze grew stern. Serena was one of the more prominent high counts in Wallachia, and because Abel held her abilities and ambition in such a high regard, he counted her as one of the forces necessary for this decisive battle. However, if Abel were to judge matters using criteria that could not be understood, that in itself meant there was room for consideration. Serena, who was trying to see matters through Abel's eyes, let out a wait as she uncrossed her arms and raised one hand, then continued. "Serena, am not kidding. That's just the most significant reason that I couldn't seduce His Excellency is frustrating, but that also hints at something at the same time. Abel, Serena, His Excellency has no interest in women. To put it more bluntly, he has no intention to bring forth an offspring." Abel looked on at Serena without speaking a word, and the latter continued with, "That's got to be it, right? Serena, I'm not saying he is a philanderer, but His Excellency hasn't sired a child, at the very least not at this point in time. But even supposing His Excellency swings the other way, he could still have children provided he so wishes. There are two possibilities, and either he's sterile or, Abel, he is intentionally not procreating." "Serena, exactly. In any case, I don't think there's anything like a crown prince. That's why this talk about an illegitimate child feels questionable in the first place. But if mere doubtful tales can spark a civil war such as this, our country splendidly lives up to its name." With a small twist of her cheeks, Serena's smile was genuine and joyful. Abel went without mentioning her attitude nor the speculation she had offered. Notably, Serena did not need Abel's opinion either. People like her were capable of confirming their own ideas without affirmation from others. In other words, what she sought from Abel was not affirmation. "Serena, for what purpose have you made up the existence of the crown? Prince after our side is victorious in this battle, who will sit on the vacant throne, and what will you do with your empire?" She asked if they were going to leave the future of the Wallachian Empire in the hands of the Crown Prince. Abel. At Serena's quiet question, Abel softly closed one eye. Some would perhaps wonder if this was the right time to be exchanging questions and answers of the sort, as the battle was just about to reach its climax, but it would be too foolish not to think about what would happen after they won during the melee. Naturally, since they were fighting with the intention of winning, they needed to plan for the aftermath of the war as well. "Abel, why do you inquire this of me?" "Serena, I don't mean that the Crown Prince is the illegitimate son of His Excellency, but I believe that he's your truest representative to lead this great civil war. If you and the Crown Prince are going to join forces after the war, isn't obvious who we should ask regarding the future of the Empire." "Abel, ha!" As Serena continued, her thoughts of breath escaped Abel's mouth upon hearing them. Simultaneously, he himself was impressed by the effectiveness of the cognitive disruption effect of the mask covering his face. It was impressive how well it could conceal his identity and true feelings. "Serena, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" "Abel, I am not laughing at you. Rather, I admire your discernment. It is just that when the conclusion is mistaken the process to reach, it is even more often not unreasonable, is it?" "Serena, humph." Serena's lips curled in frustration at Abel's comment. But exactly as he had stated, her abilities to discern things were impressive. It was only natural to think that Abel's goal was to win this rebellion and seize the throne of the Wallachian Empire. He put a person calling themselves a crown prince in place who would seize control of the throne, and if possible the Shadow Emperor could perhaps even murder his puppet at some point, thus taking the throne for himself. But Abel, have no doubt, I hold no intention of handing over the throne. Your assessment is misguided. Serena, so you're saying all my conjectures are completely off. Abel, not all you are correct. I spread the word about the existence of the black-haired crown prince with the intention to find that one over there wreaking havoc on the battlefield, but you are mistaking the overall importance. Serena, overall importance. Abel, how important is it to have him front and center relative to how important is to keep him at hands? Reach the latter is not that essential. In any case, that naivete of his cannot condone the sacrifices of others. Serena twisted her head, perplexed beyond comprehension. However, Abel was not obligated to explain everything to her, either for the time being. He had probably provided her with the answers she sought and resolved the concerns she held for the post-war. One possibility was Serena could even end this rebellion by beheading Abel here and now, then take his head with her to the Crystal Palace. Everything would be nipped in the bud, but to a certain extent at the expense of Abel's gratifying sacrifice. Abel, cast aside hesitation and mercy and make the most of your naivete. That is what makes you truly special, not Suki Subaru. The person Serena had called the Crown Prince was probably still ravaging the battlefields of the West. Even Abel did not have a completely consistent image of the person whose name he just uttered in his mind for what he recalled. He had been a hectic handful to deal with as an unvarnished cross-dresser, and even while donning the appearance of a child. With that image of Subaru floundering about, hectically moving about in confusion upon being tossed into some situation, laying his naivete and inexperience bare, Abel's lips twisted with firm disgust. No, with hatred, or perhaps a more appropriate way to describe it would be rage. Soldier, who are you? As Serena was about to continue questioning Abel as he concealed his negative emotions behind the Oni mask, there was movement in the camp. Several soldiers guarding the main camp had drawn their weapons, showing utmost caution upon taking a look. The soldiers, pointing their weapons at a slender figure who had made his appearance from outside the encampment, could be seen. The figure raised its empty hands and chuckled, looking around at the faces of the soldiers, pointing their weapons at them. I wasn't expecting such a warm welcome, and quite the popular one, aren't I? Soldier, don't mess around. Where did you even come from? Guided by the stars. Doesn't that sound a little too poetic, though? The anger of the soldiers, believing that they were being made fun of by that ambiguous answer, flared up. However, the man's attitude did not change in response to their threatening demeanor. Abel knew very well that his attitude would not be swayed by this. And that was why. Abel, lower your weapons. That thing does not pose a threat, soldier. But Abel, even if you were to give him a knife, he would still be unable to do a thing. He is a clown whose only skill is to play with words. What that a nasty thing to say, hurt, you know. He called out to the soldiers that were on guard to lower their weapons. However, expressing his protest towards a command the gentle-looking man, Abel, had spared with a pout of his lips. Then Serena, who was standing next to Abel, also directed a quizzical look at the man. Serena, why are you here? Aren't you the stargazer? Ubilk, if you'd be so kind, please, to make your acquaintance. Hi, Countess Dracaroy. But then again, as the gentle-looking Manubilk introduced himself, he smiled bewitchingly with the oddly refined face he possessed. Ubilk was supposed to be in the imperial capital, and more specifically at the Crystal Palace, with pompousness, with the utmost maximum of pompousness. He cut off the words he had been stating before and then delivered a declaration. Ubilk, that a conversation for after the great disaster, if you happen to survive it right. Chapter 104. Bastions in Chaos. 1. With that sound expression great disaster, Abel's black eyes narrowed behind his Oni mask. The person responsible for this utterance, Ubilk, had a smile on his face, going, without revealing the depths of his heart. He was a gentle and affable man who treated everyone equally. His attitude and entire being had not changed ever since the first time he had appeared before Abel. Ever since the time he had appeared in the audience chamber out of the blue, without any collaborators or a shred of concern, nothing had changed. Presenting himself as a stargazer, Ubilk had correctly predicted disasters that had befallen the Valachian Empire over and over again. No matter what events he foresaw, his own feelings had never once wavered. Almost like, Abel is confronting me here, just another event you have anticipated since long ago. Ubilk, nah, not at all. You're giving me way too much credit and far from being such a big deal. Abel, if all you have to say is nonsense, I shall sever your tongue with glee. Ubilk, oh dear, I'm so scared. What a stomach-turning thought as usual. While shrugging his slender shoulders, Ubilk boasted this completely unfazed when Abel sniffed at this attitude. Serena, who was standing next to him, let out I don't get it. While comparing Ubilk's profile with Abel, she raised her hands, then spoke. Serena, I've seen you before the stargazer who strolls in and out of the Crystal Palace. You must be one of the jesters that His Excellency the Emperor keeps at his side. Are you acquainted with him, Abel? Abel, irredeemably so. Serena, I didn't mean to ruffle your feathers until all this was over, but may I ask one thing, just who is hiding their face behind that Oni mask? As Serena harbored doubts on Abel's identity, a ray of understanding dwelled within her slit-like eyes. Certainly, she had held some serious suspicions on that front from the very beginning about the person who had successfully assumed the commanding position of the rebel forces amidst this great civil war shaking. The Empire, including the fact that he kept his true face hidden, he was more than a match for Audiobook in regard to being inscrutable. However, Abel answering that question is not a priority at this moment. Serena, there are means to remove that mask by force. I am also quite confident in my abilities in that regard. Abel, do not consider this a warning, Serena. Ho, you're warning me. At Abel's words, Serena slowly narrowed her eyes belligerently. Assuming a stern approach and making full use of the moniker she had been given, the scorching lady Serena Dracarid made it this far, because she had reduced to ashes all the scorn, all the provocations hurled at her till now. Due to her creed, Abel's answer was more than enough to inflame tensions. Audiobook, wait, what? Let's calm down a bit. How can me just showing my face like this create such a tense atmosphere? Abel, if you keep quiet and observe, you may contribute your fair share to this battle without lifting a finger. Audiobook, oh, I don't wish for such a thing. I'd hate to have one, or even both of you bite the dust here, all the more if I'd be the one to set it all into motion. Serena, I don't get it. As the two were at each other's throats, Audiobook raised a relatively flustered voice, reaching out to both of them. Due to Audiobook's reaction, Serena responded the same way again, immediately after she closed one eye as she played with the hilt of the sword at her waist. Serena, if you truly are to stand by the side of His Excellency the Emperor Vincent Valakia, your duty should be to attack me and this man commanding the rebel forces. If you stay put, this man is as good as dead. Shouldn't this be welcome for you? Abel, who gave you permission to kill me, you can go ahead and die yourself. Serena, I'm sorry, but I'm talking to this stargazer right now. Please don't interrupt our conversation. Abel. As Serena pushed her own subject, she stopped Abel from cutting in for the time. Being once, she looked at Audiobook again with a blank expression. The latter declared, Audiobook, an interesting and intriguing spectacle, but please don't make such a scary face. I'm unarmed after all. Serena, being unarmed is no reason for me to let my guard down. Go ahead, and give me a reason to remove my hand from the hilt of my sword, just to let you know I don't hesitate to cut someone unarmed. Audiobook, I can't be cut down by you at least. Serena's tone became gradually harsher, and at the end her words became a threat. Audiobook, whose face had been looking utterly exhausted just prior, rejected that threat with no more than a few words. The moment his mouth spoke, those words' color faded from Audiobook's countenance. Even if the whole picture of those emotions could not be seen, the intent behind these emotions he wanted to display faded away, leaving behind a merely blank, empty, and colorless face. Serena was not incensed by this provocative declaration, and neither did she draw her sword. What filled her mind even more than anger was Audiobook's very existence. No, rather it was a suspicious sense of eeriness and a touch of uneasiness towards this being dubbed a stargazer. It was as if this person before her very eyes was confronting her, without even confronting her properly. Serena, we should probably kill you right here and now. Audiobook, how awful. I'm gravely hurt by this. What do you think? Abel, every so often I share the same thoughts Serena Dracarid possesses right now. However, this man has survived to this day. That's a fact. Remaining indifferent to everyone meant never knowing when he had trodden on somebody's toes. Audiobook, with his complete inability to adapt on the fly, trod on the toes of many in the Valakian Empire, thus incurring the wrath of countless people at times, had even had a blade pointed at him. Despite all of this, Audiobook had survived to this day. Audiobook, it's the will of the stars. Oh, Audiobook, it's too early for me to die, yet way too early. Clasping his hands together before his chest, Audiobook stated thus in a light-hearted manner, to which Serena's cheeks stiffened. There was no point in debating whether that was true or not. The fact that Audiobook had appeared here, no. The fact that he had first appeared at the Crystal Palace meant one thing. Audiobook would not die. The stars, he spoke off. It was as if he was saying that his life was secured, that he had been placed under protection of the observers omnipresent as they ridiculed this world. Abel. In the middle of this thought, Abel exhaled, feeling the silencing zeal in that assertion. Abel's personal feelings towards Audiobook and the other stargazers mattered not. What was important was that Audiobook had appeared before Abel's eyes. This clown, who was aligned with the stars in every possible scenario, had shown himself before Abel. Audiobook, you stepped off the stage once before. Rather, it's more appropriate to say that you were forced to, but do you plan to rise up once again? Completely ignoring Serena, Audiobook's gaze turned to Abel. Unsure what to make of those words, Serena frowned her well-shaped eyebrows, but Abel had no intention of responding to her in either a kind or thorough manner. Above all, that question was truly infuriating for Abel. Abel, I shall tell you something. Audiobook, yes. Abel, I never had any intention to step off the stage, even once as you put it. Folding his arms, he started by correcting U-Book's misconceived original suggestion. Having been ousted from his throne and driven to lands far to the east, Abel had been put in dire circumstances on many occasions. However, his will to fight had never wavered. He had never forgotten the role he was supposed to play, nor had he ever thought of abdicating it. Abel, you cannot comprehend it, stargazer, as you have never once stepped upon the stage. U-Book, a painful thing to hear, isn't it? Abel, you cannot comprehend even that as well. With a series of fitting words and facial expressions, U-Book attempted to communicate with Abel. However, U-Book's emotionless words did not convey an understanding of Abel's true intentions, and that already seemed to be the limit for U-Book, as Abel had already dismissed it. For that reason, Abel, the time is nigh. That is probably why you have traveled here, U-Book, indeed, but you already knew I was coming, didn't you? Abel, nonsense. I am nothing like you. I may speculate a second ahead of time, but I am not certain blind acceptance might be a more fitting way to describe it. U-Book. With Abel's comment, U-Book's expression changed slightly. The slight quiver of his eyebrows was derived from his seldom displayed negative emotions, be it either anger or discomfort. It was nothing short of a rare response. Unfortunately, there was no such thing as cheap satisfaction to be found in Abel's mind. Serena, and now, what will you do? You should be at His Excellency's side. No matter what should I send your decapitated head. Abel the Emperor would not even bat an eye. If anything, he would be a bit aggravated that he did not issue the order himself, but that would be the end of it. More importantly, even though Serena did not understand the details of the dialogue between Abel and U-Book, she nodded her head as she saw it heading towards a conclusion. Abel briefly paused as he saw her wavy brown hair sway over her shoulders in the corner of his eye, and then he declared, Abel, I shall leave you with a great role, to play a role that no one but you can fulfill on this battlefield. 2. Kicking off the white snow that had piled up, a shadow raced unhindered across the battlefield. The ground, covered with a thin layer of ice, was slippery all over the place. The lingering temperature was so exceedingly cold that it seemingly cut through one's skin, and an enemy so formidable that it paralyzed one's instincts was looming from above, outright rejecting these various circumstances. At lightning speed, the shadow ran past from behind. Mesoria, you. Cecilus, ahaha. Instead of you should call me Cecilus Segmont. You are more than welcome to address me so loudly that it echoes all over the battlefield. Mesoria, Cecilus Segmont. Cecilus, yes, exactly. Leaving behind a grinning afterimage, the very next moment the soles of Azori pierced the side of Cloud Dragon's face. With an explosive sound, its head flamboyantly bounced back, and Mesoria's giant body swayed wildly in the air. Emilia was surprised by how a boy much smaller than her had accomplished this. Emilia, that boy, he's amazing. Not only had he stopped the dragon's breath as it was about to sweep the battlefield, but he had also proudly stated what was likely his name as he began to fight the dragon without backing down a single step. Emilia was captivated by the blue-haired child who had proclaimed himself to be Cecilus. It was exactly like she was witnessing the boy upon the grand stage he so boldly spoke of. Emilia. Cecilus' body moved in and out of Emilia's vision as if he were a phantom or an illusion. Repeatedly, he entered and exited Emilia's field of view from side to side, from top to bottom, at a tremendous speed. He was much too fast for Emilia's eyes to keep up with, so they started spinning round and round. And it was the same for Mesoria, whom Cecilus coiled around. Mesoria HK, you are this dragon's adversary. Flapping its wings in the air, the claws and tail of the cloud dragon swung about uncharacteristically recklessly. This was directed at Cecilus, who cheerfully jumped around using a wall of ice that Emilia had built to keep Mesoria from leaving the battlefield. However, the dragon's attacks merely hit spots Cecilus had long since passed by leaving her important real target unscathed. On the contrary, as soon as Mesoria's tail hit the wall, Cecilus jumped on it and ran up onto its back in one fluid motion, and Cecilus go. With kicks so swift it was as if he possessed several more legs than he actually did, he knocked Mesoria toward the ground. Emilia it's falling. While it flapped its wings violently, Mesoria flipped over midair and crashed into the ground. After a tremendous roar and tremor, the snow that covered the soil was projected upwards and scattered. Emilia, while being showered with cold wind, was almost unable to withstand the breathtaking spectacle. But admittedly, this was a ridiculously lucky situation that she could not afford to miss out on. Emilia, at this rate, we could defeat Mesoria. Cecilus, oops, that won't you even have a hold off on that, Emilia, huh? Though she thought it was a bit unfair, Emilia honed the mana around her and tried to drop a large block of ice on top of the fallen Mesoria. But when Emilia was about to do so, Cecilus slipped in front of her and stuck his finger on the tip of her nose. Startled by his action, she stopped moving. Cecilus, having quickly poked Amelia's nose, made her blink in surprise and spoke. Cecilus, listen up. Just now I saved you from a dangerous situation in the nick of time, didn't I? And now my unknown battle with the dragon has begun. You know what you should do from here, don't you? Yes, you should have faith in my victory and nobly pray for me. That's the role of a princess. Amelia, but am not really a princess, but am not entirely unrelated to the throne, though. Cecilus princess is just a figure of speech. More precisely, it's the flower of the story, falling madly in love with me, the hero, who came to her rescue, the perfect role for someone as beautiful as you, don't you think? Amelia, I'm sorry, I've already decided on the person I'll fall in love with. Cecilus, oh, is that? So then there's no way around it, please continue. Despite being incessantly spoken to at a staggering pace, Amelia had not missed anything essential. Accordingly, Cecilus understood it immediately as well, and thus backed away. Since he had pulled back, Amelia once again raised her hand out towards Messeria. Amelia higher, and with that a giant block of ice fell at full speed from the sky, aimed at Messeria, who had fallen to the ground. A boom echoed after it stabbed Messeria's belly, who'd been lying face up on the ground. While hearing the dragon's low-toned cries of pain, Amelia readied the next one, saying one more time, Cecilus, pardon my impoliteness. Right after that, Amelia had her legs swept out from under her as she readied herself, and as she screamed out, an awkward body was gently lifted, withdrawing with momentum, such that it was like she was being forcibly pulled away from her location. The next moment, a strong wind raged where Amelia and Cecilus had been, and the shockwave that the dragon had used the ground as a conduit for gouged that place, making all the soil in a certain range of that spot shoot out. Had they moved aside any slower, they would have died. Cecilus, as expected with Dragon as an opponent, nothing is straightforward, but at least I got a chance to show off every second. But this came just in the nick of time, because of all my pent-up frustration from being paired up with all those extras. Amelia, thank you for saving me. Cecilus, no, don't worry about it, beauties who already have a loved one just need to be charmed in a different way. Just remember to invite me to the wedding. Cecilus, who had picked her up and saved her just in time, smiled heartily at Amelia's gratitude. Strictly speaking, Amelia did not have a loved one, but rather someone whom she might fall for. But right now was neither the time nor the place for quibbles. What was important was Amelia used these Cecilus. Cecilus used what? Even you tell me that I don't know what I'm supposed to use. Oh, Amelia lowered herself to the ground as to place her hands on it, and the eyes of Cecilus's head tilted started sparkling in his vision, were swords, spears, axes, as well as various other weapons of ice, all growing out of ground. Ice brand arts, which forged weapons out of ice, manifested a row of weapons in front of Cecilus all the way to Messeria. Cecilus, this is quite spectacular. I like it. It's cool, to tell you the truth. I only want to hold a suitable, excellent sword, some kind one that's legendary or magical, but Amelia, then are these no good? Cecilus, no, it's not like I told anyone about this rule. So I'll just change it in secret in this scene. It'd be flashier to swing a weapon against a dragon. While saying that, Cecilus stretched his small bodice arms as far as he could and pulled out the two swords of frost on either side. As soon as he did so, Amelia realized her mistake with an ah. The ice sword had been created by Amelia, therefore Amelia would not feel the cold, but it might be too cold for Cecilus, who had not created them. Amelia, come to think of it, Priscilla never said it was cold either, but Cecilus, rest assured I can make up for this inconvenience with the flow method, so both myself and the people in the battalion are fine. Well, I tend to get out of my flow when the boss and the others are involved, but it's a fact that I'm especially special for handling it naturally. Amelia's special. As unfamiliar words were let out one after another, Amelia could not help but ponder. This abnormal sensation reminded Amelia of talking to Subaru. After thinking it over, she came to realize what maybe. Amelia, hey, Cecilus, did you learn those words from Subaru? Cecilus, Subaru-san, is it? Nope, sorry, but you're mistaken. It was the boss who taught me these words, but his name isn't Subaru-san. Amelia, I see my bad. Looks like I jumped to conclusions due to her hastiness. Amelia was left disheartened by Cecilus' answer. However, not wanting to be discouraged, Amelia quickly slapped herself on the cheeks to cheer herself up. Then, like Cecilus, she picked up an ice armament, a spear herself, and spoke. Amelia, I pulled myself together. Let's fight Messeria together. Cecilus, that's a really nice change of heart, come to think of it. I haven't even heard your name yet. Amelia, me, I am. Amelia, no, I mean Emily. Cecilus, I see you have your reasons, but I think it's best if I refrain from saying anything thoughtless here. So I'll do you a favor and leave it at Emily-san. This might be sudden, but I'd like to request something from you in return. Amelia, a favor for me. Cecilus, yes, while you're dealing with that dragon, could I ask you to move that thing out of the way? After she gave him her name, Cecilus asked Amelia for a favor, in a hushed voice, having said that he pointed to the ground a short distance away from the spot upon which Mesorea had fallen onto the ground. Seeing what Cecily's finger was pointing to atop the snowy soil, Amelia's eyes widened with an ah. And then, "Cecilus, then please do that Emily said. It'll do my job, and how about I do it so flamboyantly that only the star actor of this world could manage it?" After saying this, Cecilus kicked off the ground without waiting for Amelia's reply. The snow scattered, and Cecily's body, gripping two swords of frost, ran straight for the dragon. Mesorea instantly sensed the danger of the small threat rushing towards itself on its scales. "Mesorea, don't friggin' push your luck." A shudderingly enraged roar was raised, and Mesorea clawed at the block of ice that was about to crush its torso. In an instant, the gigantic mass of ice, as large as a small mountain, unable to withstand the claw strike, for even a second fished the cracks, running through its entirety with tremendous velocity. Then it shattered all at once. Once the weight of the ice block was gone, Mesorea immediately rolled over to face the ground, ready to unleash an attack on the leaping Cecilus. Amelia threw the spear she brandished at Mesorea, which struck it squarely on the nose. The sharp tip of the ice spear did not bury a sliver of its tip into Mesorea's scales, but the force of its impact had been enough to snap the dragon's head away as to delay its attack on Cecilus. Then Cecilus dove in his velocity, nearly matching that of the thrown spear. Cecilus no blinking allowed, where you'll go without offering well-deserved applause. While weaving eloquent prose, Cecilus' twin blades of frost shot out with white light. With a light sound, its scales were penetrated, and the cloud dragon was flicked to the left and to the right, due to the sword dance it was. Deprived of its vision, it was deprived of its freedom, it was deprived of any opportunity to counterattack. Despite being a wee one, still Cecilus' skills were absurd. Both in terms of handling her body and weapons, Amelia had believed herself to have become quite respectable, but this was a dimension to which she could not compare herself to. Perhaps he even had the potential to become as absurdly strong as Reed, whom she had happened to meet at Pleiades' watchtower. Amelia, but please don't become Amelia like Reed. Setting aside his ability with the sword, Reed possessed a terribly nasty personality, so she hoped that Cecilus would not turn out that way. With that wish in mind, taking a sidelong glance at Cecilus, who was attracting Mesorea's attention, Amelia rushed to a point a short distance away from the battle. The favor Cecilus had asked of Amelia earlier was quickly drawing near. Amelia rushed to the destination, and there she found Amelia Madeline. "This is no time to sleep-wake up," convinced Mesorea. Amelia held up Madeline as Chart's motionless body, which was buried in the snow, and desperately called out to her. Chapter 105. Bastions in Chaos 2. 1. Pressing his fist to the ground, he stood up by overexerting his shaking knees. The force of the heavy blows had reverberated to his very core, his internal organs, which seemed like they had been scrambled bellowed. Lacerations and bruises could be reliably healed by simply sucking up the power of the earth via the soles of his feet. However, the techniques used by his opponent, their nature unknown, would overcome any crude protection of the sort. His attitude abhorrent, his character loathsome as enemy, was one of the strongest in the Empire. His techniques perfected through training that transcended human understanding toyed with the foolhardy Garfield around without relent. However, lack of experience or age was no reason for him to cower Garfield, who was incapable of anything dexterous, required victory. Simple as that any other answer could not be chosen, and above all Garfield, as if my amazing self could just keep on cowering right next to. Yeah, gritting his teeth, Garfield looked up and let out a guttural groan from his throat. His gaze remained fixed directly towards his front, though his attention was set not on the one that was without doubt his enemy, but on the man standing beside him, his personal enemy. Oh, dear, your unrelenting spirit is a virtue, but isn't it more reasonable in this situation to direct it at the old man over there rather than at me? Garfield, that's just Cagricon putting things aside. You're the one blabbing nonsense. You did it long before he did. That was about a year and a half ago. Now, excluding the things you're already aware of, I do think that it's not that unforgivable. Shrugging his thin shoulders, the man Roswell responded curtly. Without his makeup and clown costume in order to conceal his true identity, he retained the aura of a proper nobleman. It was a masterful disguise that did not let show just how twisted he was at his core. Without the advice of the detestable Roswell, Garfield's life would have been in peril. That much was true, and because Garfield was aware of this, a feverish anger rose from the pit of his stomach. On the other hand, I'm a tad confused about you saying you've been in a fight with Shinobi before. The one to mutter, so was an old man of diminutive stature, man who could easily have been mistaken for a dwarf. Waving the sleeve of his right arm that was missing below the wrist, he donned an expression that made him look like a good-natured old man, yet it was completely unfathomable how terrifying this old man actually was. Garfield was painfully aware that it was also part of the shinobi's techniques. Everything about him, his gestures, words, actions, even his feeble appearance, were all tools to bring nothing but death to his opponents. Shinobi utilized their entire being as a deadly weapon to finish off their targets. The shinobi head honcho, the monstrous old man, was staring at Garfield. In the other manner, rather, he was staring just at Roswell. He was not accusing him for rudely intruding into an unknown fight, but he was concerned about something else. Concerned that he had fought a shinobi before, and the boastfulness of that statement of his. The basic rule of fighting the shinobi is to lose your life in the case the shinobis killed during their attempt, the village is notified, and the next one's dispatched, and this happens to the other person croaks. So are you still alive? Roswell was a little complicated in that regard. Apparently, the shinobi I encountered also had their own circumstances. I don't know if that's the right word, but they were runaways. Runaway shinobi. Stroking his long white eyebrows with his fingers, Albert whispered. Even Garfield had not comprehended the words Roswell had uttered. The existence of shinobi was merely a slightly credible rumor to begin with, but even then their actual existence was dubious. Naturally, no one knew the true situation. He had never even heard of the term runaway shinobi before. Albert Shinobi hove escaped from the village. That couldn't have happened in quite a while now. However, instead of denying those words unfamiliar to Garfield's ears, Albert was nothing but frank about their content. It sounded as if he was aware of the situation concerning the village. Though shinobi, as well as everything else the statement probably was true, he grasped what was in his hands not out of obligation, but as a way of life. That was the secret for success in life of the shinobi named Albert Dunkelkin. Roswell, I don't know how long a while is for you, so it may be more or less than a while. At any rate, I met those shinobi almost 40 years ago. Albert, huh? Roswell answered with a shrug of his shoulders, to which the vicious old man Albert raised a voice of doubt. A similar doubt emerged within Garfield. Rather, it was more likely that everything Roswell had stated thus far had just a casual utterance, hence he admired the nerve of the man. Although he had never bothered to ask Roswell's age, he was at most around 30 years old, was unlike Amelia or Beatrice. He had not even been born 40 years ago. And with this ridiculous, spurious trickery targeted at Albert. Albert Chasuk and ReZero, right, those are the runaway shinobi you're talking about. Roswell ho. Albert, they left the village 40 or 50 years ago, and the only ones who are still alive are their brothers. The others been killed off. So there ain't any other candidates. Garfield dismissed that affair as a joke, yet Albert played along even more tenaciously next to Garfield, staring in bewilderment. Roswell batted one eye shut. Looking back at Albert with his eerie yellow eye, he spoke. Roswell, well, do I really have the obligation to answer whether you're right or not? Albert, nah, it's also valid to hold your opponent in suspense. When a fight kills on a knife's edge, you might have talent as a shinobi. Roswell, I appreciate the compliment, but I decline the talent I desire, and the path I want to walk have been decided long before 40 years ago. Albert Kakakaka, I see, well then it can't be helped. Roswell, shaking his head, ignored Albert's praise. Albert laughed without paying heed to that, and immediately afterwards his figure became hazy in the blink of an eye. The distance between the two vanished. With a leap, the eerie old man's foot was slammed on his target's neck. And that Garfield HK. Feeling a gentle breeze on his neck, Garfield held his breath. A deadly shockwave scattered where the nape of his neck had been barely scraping his skin. Albert's kick had been unleashed only to be stopped just in time. Roswell, after that conversation, just now you aim not for me but him. Albert, diminish your enemies easy as one's first pretty textbook ain't. It, with strength and proficiency one would not expect from such a small stature. Even Garfield's well-trained neck would not be able to take a direct hit from Albert's kick and remain unscathed. What had stopped that reckless clash from becoming a reality was a distinctively shaped dagger cutting between Garfield's neck and Albert's kicking foot rather than having blades. However, the weapon possessed parts to strike with. Called a sai, it was an obscure weapon often employed in the western country of Kararaji, and even Garfield was now seeing it for the first time. That had just saved Garfield's life. The owner of the sai was Roswell, adding the humiliating fact that he had saved Garfield for the second consecutive time. Garfield, OHHHHHH. The moment he was set ablaze by this humiliation, Garfield's right arm launched up, killing the wind. Naturally, the target was the old man, who remained suspended in midair with his kicking leg as his pivot. Since he had no way to escape in midair, he would smash through his torso, thus rendering him unable to fight. Albert, whoa there. However, just before that powerful arm struck him, Albert ducked with an unusually adroit movement of his body, leaping down and to the side with only his toe hooked in Roswell's side. Evading the unleashed fist by diving under it, Albert pulled out of range in a crawling position. Immediately, Garfield stepped in for a follow-up. Roswell, how about we calm down for a bit, Garfield? As he planned to rush in, his body was pulled backward at the waist, knocking the wind off his sails. Looking at it, Garfield came to notice that Roswell had hooked the tip of his eye onto the clothes at his waist the former, wondered what in the world Roswell was trying to pull, but he figured out the man's intent the moment he attempted to snap at him, because a rotating black blade grazed Garfield's nose as it came flying. By Garfield H.K. Roswell, the moment you two came apart, he threw a flying blade at. Your blind spot with his hand behind his back, putting the spin on it, is just a petty trick, but Shinobi have a whole treasure trove of that, not to mention our opponents at the top of their class. Albert, if you think something so pompous as being on top of Small Hill P-Plel Point and laugh atcha, being at the top of the Shinobi ain't something to brag about. Unconcerned with his attack, having missed, Albert closed one eye and looked at them vigilantly. Garfield once again bit his teeth in humiliation at this exchange between the two, of which he had been left out of. Roswell had saved his life not once nor twice, but thrice already. In the fight against Kaphma, he had felt on his body that he had overcome one singular wall, and in spite of that, he was incapable of doing a single thing against these people who were making a mockery of his fight with Kaphma. This was a disgrace to Garfield himself and to Kaphma, who had lost to him. But Roswell, Garfield, do not misjudge his type of strength Garfield on. Roswell, you're strong, so your opponent tries to avoid meeting you in your domain. Once you see through his wiles, most of the weakness you harbor should disappear. Roswell pulled out another sigh as he said this to Garfield, who was clenching his fists. With short strike weapons in both hands, Roswell was no longer the head magician of the court that Garfield knew, but rather he was attempting to maintain the appearance of a mere warrior. There was a moment of confusion, but after a pause, Garfield understood his intention. Roswell had to abide by the restriction of not being able to use magic in this situation. If Roswell were to use magic, his true identity could be exposed. If that were to happen, the civil war within the Empire could unfold into a war between the kingdom and the Empire. Thus, Roswell, all I can do is provide cover. You're the key to this battle against this general first class of the Empire. Garfield. Roswell, it's true that we have bad chemistry. You're straightforward and honest. After all that being the case, he'll find a workaround for the deficiency that creates. So, I have Garfield a nasty personality. Roswell smiled wryly at Garfield, who had taken from the former's words and continued them. Roswell, yes, I have a nasty personality, quite reliable. Isn't it, Garfield? Pa quit talking. With this response to the winking, Roswell, Garfield wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. He wiped the blood off that was still flowing from the beatings he had been on the receiving end of previously, and exhaled deeply from the rumbling sky. Came the feeling of scorching heat and extreme cold, each no less threatening than the other. Just the thought of those tingling sensations being directed at his comrades was enough to numb his entire body. However, Garfield, that's only for now. If he did not focus on the enemy in front of himself, there would not be a next time, nor would there be a time after next time. Albert, now that it's too known, it's getting annoying. Garfield took a deep breath, and Albert sighed at the situation. And at the old man's words, Garfield frowned with an "oh." What's so strange about it? It may be annoying to him, but it's been too known since Roswell showed up. Garfield, you got just two opponents, so there's no point in complaining about it now being too known. In response to the doubt Garfield harbored, Albert bent his neck. The monstrous old man grabbed his long white eyebrows with his index and thumb and then declared, Albert, it's only too known if the two are cooperotting what was just a couple of cheeky young guns till now started being a pain in the rump. Garfield, then how about you surrender since you're at a disadvantage? Albert, Kakakaka, both fleeing from the enemy and abandoning the battle, are the worst kind of disgrace, worse than dying a dog's death in addition. Well, Garfield, in addition, flicking one of the eyebrows he was pinching, Albert flashed his teeth. Contrary to his smile, the small old man overflowed with a tremendous amount of fighting spirit, and then, Albert, even this being a tunon ain't a reason to give up for me. Instantly, the old man's smile faded, his figure evaporating from view once more. When it came to the vicious old man, left and right were not the only options. The sky and the underground were as well. Garfield's nerves were on edge due to the prospect of those possibilities. Roswell, the inseam, prompted by the voice he heard Garfield, pulled back half a step. A moment later, his eyes met those of the old man, rising up from under the earth. Garfield, Aurelia. A blow at his awl was swung downwards as Albert jumped up to his knees. Garfield's fist slammed into the old man's knees, which were like withered branches. Shock waves rippled to the ground, causing it to crack, terrific destruction spreading. With that first direct hit, a battle to the death with the shinobi had begun in the truest sense. 2. The hero arriving late. Although a cliché of that sort did exist, Subaru was not too fond of it. Strictly speaking, it was correct to say that he had come to think don't screw with me in the process of all the many events he had experienced in this other world he had been transported to. Subaru, if this were a game of manga or within a story, that would have perhaps been fine. Events in a fictional world needed developments of the sort to liven things up. However, for Subaru, who actually did live within this turbulent world, the sooner a hero, a heroic figure, a person with abilities beyond human. Understanding appeared on the scene. To resolve a conflict, the better. It was best to have the hero show up as quickly as possible so that he would swiftly solve the root of the problem. If people were to say something along the lines of the story not being interesting, that was fine, as it was not a story discussing whether it was fun or not could only be done when having the presence of mind to do so. Subaru, and yet it's pathetic that with the last to arrive swaying on the back of a gale-wind horse of bright red coloration. Subaru looked to the front in regret. This battle all around the imperial capital would decide the fate of the empire. It was hard to say who he ought to complain to, but for now Subaru, seething with rage at himself for being a slowpoke. Even though he thought about how much he hated it, he ended up turning out the same as a hero who arrived late. After all, Subaru isn't this exactly like those heroes with a tendency for being late, being the ones most eager to achieve the best possible outcome in a fight. The reason why late-arriving heroes put in so much work was surely because the heroes themselves were extremely regretful for being late. The hero was painfully aware that his friends, the people he had to protect, or someone he did not want to lose, had been through hard and painful times. In the meanwhile, that was why. For the first time, Subaru learned the justification for the hero's struggles, which stemmed from not being able to make it to the battlefield in time. From the beginning, they too had blamed themselves. Subaru lets do this Beatrice El Shamak. With this understanding, the shadow magic of the little girl clinging onto Subaru's chest was unleashed. Black clouds appeared out of thin air, one after another, shrouding the heads of the Imperial soldiers just lined up in a row. Depriving people their vision to diminish their fighting strength was not the case here. The soldiers with these shrouded heads were not being robbed of their sight, but rather of their fighting strength itself. Pleiades Battalion Ura, the line of Imperial soldiers with shrouded heads being frozen in place, had been crushed by the first attack of the Pleiades Battalion, which had come rushing in with their outlandish fighting style, rendering them powerless in order to take away their weapons and armor, as well as breaking any of their limbs, so that they could be left. Behind had been the fundamental tactic of the battalion, reflecting the fighting style and intentions of their boss Subaru. It was not like he was hell-bent on not killing anyone. Still, he had opted for a method that would result in as few human deaths as possible doing, so it was the best for Natsuki Subaru's peace of mind, and at the same time, Subaru, I hate the Valachian Empire. It was his revenge against the Empire that forced people to fight and kill each other just in order to be a warrior. Schwartz, we are approaching the city walls. We need to decide whether to continue into the Imperial capital or to head to the other bastions to provide support. The ground quaking was due to Gustav Morello going on a rampage with his extraordinarily gigantic build. Having been appointed as the governor of the Gladiator Island, he was the indispensable brain of the Pleiades Battalion, displaying tremendous combat power as he brandished his four thick, strong arms, keeping the approaching Imperial soldiers at bay. While Gustav's powerful upper limbs struck soldiers, sending them flying over his head effortlessly, Subaru saw the walls looming before him, the walls of the fourth bastion of the star-shaped ramparts that surrounded the city. Conquering each bastion was a condition for gaining the upper hand in this siege. Subaru, what do you think, Gustavson? How are we supposed to attack? Gustav, it is not for I in my capacity to decide. I shall just present the possible advantages and disadvantages. If we enter the Imperial capital and reach the Crystal Palace, we can accelerate the conclusion of the battle. If we go to the other bastions to provide support, we can reduce the casualties on both sides with the help of our main force. That is all. Subaru, how troubling, but while Gustav was dependable in keeping his cool even in the midst of fights, Subaru did regard his personality as horrible, since Gustav never helped him make decisions in these situations. Yet though he would present Subaru the possibilities, he would never force him to choose. It was precisely because Gustav abided by that tenet that the Pleiades Battalion had remained united until now rather than collapsing. If there was one more reason for Gustav's attitude and for the battalion to be this united, Subaru Gustavsen take the flag-bearer Hein and half of everyone to support the other battles. Whites take the other half and hold this position. I'll leave it to you. As Subaru had been entrusted with making the decisions on the spot, he had to exercise it properly. Gustav, I, as the official, acknowledged those orders. High and him on it, bro. We're all in this boat together. Whites, of course, were in the same boat. Lizard, since it's your request, I'm going to listen. Hearing Subaru's decision, everyone who had been called upon replied one after the other. He had made the extravagant decision to take both of the options presented by Gustav even, so that would have to be done by dividing the forces to each battlefield, but Subaru, if it's us, then we can do it. One could easily see how the enthusiasm of the members of the squadron heightened further at Subaru's declaration. And that was precisely why they were comrades with whom he had fought together ever since that hellish island making their way over here. Idra Schwartz, what should we do? Subaru, it's a no-brainer. We're going to make a grand entry through the wall. Idra questioned him as he held the reins of the Galewind horse galloping along with Subaru. Subaru answered the obvious question cheerfully as he pointed to the ramparts in front of him. Then, with his eyes fixed on the imposing wall, he opened his mouth and declared, "Subaru destroyed Tanza. I'm counting on you. Tanza Schwartzama, you sure are a smooth talker." Receiving Subaru's shout of encouragement, a small shadow agilely jumped out from right beside him. Lifting the hem of her kimono and kicking off the ground in a dash as she headed to the ramparts was Tanza. She had ended up working with Subaru through a strange quirk of fate and was an indispensable member of the Pleiades Battalion. To be precise, the reason for that was because she was the strongest attacker in the Pleiades Battalion. Tanza, flying like a bullet, Tanza spun in midair, and following that together she wore on her feet, pierced the ramparts. One moment later, the robust rampart had been shattered. Tanza's figure running through the shockwave created a crack in the fourth bastion of the city walls, fissures spreading across its entirety. Subaru, go, everyone, OHHH. Then, with Subaru's order, the Pleiades Battalion crashed right where Tanza had struck the first blow with its full momentum. It no longer was an attack by an individual member of the battalion, but a blow from the individual living entity that was the Pleiades Battalion, an attack that even the walls of the imperial capital of Lupagana, boasted for their robustness, were unable to resist even briefly. Subaru, there was a thunderous roar, a terrific plume of dust enveloped them, and then the ramparts were opened via brute force. Seeing this overwhelming spectacle, Subaru performed a fist pump while Beatrice, in his arms, opened her round eyes wide. Beatrice, for that wall to be so easily, that's too absurd, I suppose. Tanza, that is the Pleiades Battalion. Descending from amidst the dust as to respond to Beatrice's horrified mutter, came Tanza. Dusting off her kimono, she was the sort of girl whose facial expression would barely ever stir. However, on this occasion, she seemed to be just a little proud of herself. Even though she did not show much camaraderie, she had recognized herself as a member of the Pleiades Battalion. Otherwise, she would not have been affected by the power of unity. However, Beatrice did not seem to like Tanza's attitude. "Beatrice, you have an impotent expression on your face. In fact, Tanza, even if you call it impotent, this is the face I was born with. Beatrice's facial expressions are different. I suppose they can be changed in fact." Lewis, looking down at the clearly aloof Tanza Beatrice, who was on horseback, had her face flushed then, as if taking Beatrice's side. Lewis, who had been clinging to Subaru's back, also began to make a fuss. To the frenzied girl, Subaru raised his voice with a wait, calm down, before continuing. "Subaru don't fight, we're a team, comrades, a unit, Beatrice unit." Tanza understood Schwartzama Beatrice, GRR, I suppose. Beatrice cocked her head in confusion at the unfamiliar echo, whereas Tanza bowed as it was a familiar one. Knowledge of Gladiator Island was the difference between those reactions, but Subaru's lips curved as the atmosphere seemed to become more and more like a spark for Beatrice's anger. However, rather than Subaru moving to mediate there, "Damn you, prepare yourself, Subaru." A lone Imperial soldier, creeping up amidst the dust created by the collapsed walls, raised his sword, training it on Subaru, riding atop horseback. Even if it was hard to believe to this enemy soldier before them, it was clear that Subaru was the leader of this group. It was the way of the Empire to not underestimate children, even if they did not know any better. Therefore, the soldier's sword veered not from its aim and was driven into Subaru. "Lewis, you. In an instant, the force hugging Subaru from behind became stronger, and his vision changed in a flash. What had occurred was plain and simple in the blink of an eye. The Galewind horse had moved. No, it had teleported away from the spot it had been standing just before. Idra, what earth? The sudden teleportation caused Idra, the holder of the reins, to swoon involuntarily, coming to vomit. His internal organs, upset. Subaru also felt like his body remembered the sensation, that of the unusual power Lewis had his. Back possessed. Then, Beatrice Shamak, Imperial soldier Wakugwa. With a brief chant from Beatrice, the Imperial soldier was covered by a cloud, and a fluid kick from Tanza swept the legs of the stunned Imperial soldier in splendid fashion, knocking him down onto ground, loss of consciousness. After this momentary display of teamwork, the two who achieved it exchanged glances from on and off the horse. "Tanza, excellent work. Beatrice, you too, your moves weren't bad in fact." Thus the tense atmosphere that had prevailed earlier completely changed as they acknowledged each other. Subaru, well, it's good to see you little girls warming up to each other. By the way, Lewis, don't do that. So, suddenly you've turned. Idra's stomach inside out, even though it helped a lot. Lewis, Subaru, good. Answer, Idra, take a deep breath. This is the first time that happens, but maybe not the last. Idra, I'll try my best. With the power of Lewis' teleport, at least one unforeseen accident had been averted. If push came to shove, Subaru would not hesitate to make use of it, no matter how much Idra would be about to throw up. Subaru, not like I could handle 2 or 3 in a row, to begin with Gustafsson high and whites. At the call of the reinvigorated Subaru, the faces in front of the collapsed wall looked back at him, 1v1. They looked into the eyes of that familiar face, with a firm gaze. Subaru, am counting on all of you. Gustav, I will in my capacity fulfill my duties. You ought to do likewise. Hi, and let's get it time for the triumphant return of the Pleiades Battalion in its full and imposing force. White Schwartz will defend this place to the last. Go take that throne. Gustav's group headed off to another battlefield. White's group stopped to defend the collapsed walls, and as Subaru left his dependable men to their respective posts, he poked Idra in the chest with the back of his head. As he got ahead, but Idra looked like he was holding Subaru in his arms as he rode the Galewind horse. Idra, well, we got it and looks like we're the first ones. Laughing bravely, Idra rode the Galewind horse over the wreckage of the city walls and into the inner city. While swaying to and fro on the same horse, Subaru also entered the imperial capital of Lupagana. The cityscape of the imperial capital, hidden within the high walls, could not be seen in its entirety from the outside, but was a methodical, orderly, and disciplined arrangement of buildings. Subaru, the city's representative, must be a nervous wreck to build it like this. If the person in question had been listening, they might have argued how impossible it was for them to be responsible for adding on to a city that was built hundreds of years ago. So having stated this one-sided impression, the Pleiades Battalion surged into the imperial capital. Their goal was, Beatrice, Subaru, what should we do? I suppose, Tanza, Schwartzama, what shall we do? Lewis, Subaru, of course, it's obvious, head straight to the Crystal Palace of the imperial capital. Let's rub this warm welcome straight into the pompous face of His Excellency the Emperor. Subaru, having been asked this question by all the girls, at once responded to them collectively. Beatrice, Tanza, and even Lewis all nodded in reply to Subaru's answer, but only Idra, who was forced to be close to all of them, muttered quietly. Idra on the battlefield with 4 children in tow. I guess I didn't have the talent of a warrior after all. Indeed, that was a fitting thought for a miller. 3. And concurrent with the Pleiades Battalion led by Natsuki Subaru, breaching the city walls, being first to finally enter the imperial capital of Lupagana. Surely I had not expected you to be so dogged. Groups of rebels were besieging the imperial capital in their plans to overthrow the very foundations of the empire, and the fixed destination for all of them, expending their lives for the sake of reaching it, was a crystal palace. The throne room was located in the most elevated, most prestigious room in the castle, with a national banner of a wolf pierced by swords hoisted on the wall behind it, and a blood-red carpet laid out before it. Present, there was a throne upon which all the authority of this empire was concentrated, and upon it the emperor sat. Young, intelligent, and as ruthlessly beautiful as a finely sharpened blade, the emperor did not change his complexion, even as the masses came flocking and their swords pointed at his throat. Despite what he himself had stated, the situation nevertheless surpassed his expectations. Even though, out of the countless threads you have laid out, up to which layer were you referring by that? As this was a throne room, those words were too irreverent to be uttered to the emperor who was seated on his throne. However, there was neither a loyal retainer to condemn that insolent man, nor were there any soldiers to behead him, and the room echoed with the sound of the intruder's presumptuous footsteps on the carpet. There was also another inscrutable thing within the vacant throne room. Supposing others were present in the room, they would have frowned upon this fact, or perhaps they could not even have frowned, because in order to recognize that fact, one would need to have sufficient reason to break through the cognitive block. A gift had once been presented to an ancient emperor by a tribe he had shared a friendship with. A mask that took after the Oni clan, a clan created for the sake of killing the most terrifying existences in the world, making those gazing upon it to avert their eyes in fear of what laid on the other side of the mask. Therefore, it was not easy to recognize that the tone of voice of the person wearing the Oni mask was exactly the same as that of the emperor. And so a presence had made its appearance before the Emperor Vincent of Wallachia, bearing the same tone of voice as the emperor, striding proudly and fearlessly through the throne room as if it were his own. That presence was Vincent. Unsurprisingly, you are motionless to the very core. Even when you look up from below at the throne, you were ousted from like this. Alas, it was a triumphant return of the rightful emperorhood, had no recourse but to abandon his throne before. Chapter 106. Bastions in Chaos 3. 1. When Bristetz von Dalfin made his return to the throne room, noticing something strange, he came to find that the door to the most venerable room in the Crystal Palace was firmly closed. The word closed did not simply refer to mere opening or closing of the door. In this case, closed literally meant that the door was completely sealed off from the outside world. It was a manifestation of the intention of the master of the palace, the intention to never let anyone else enter. However, in this case, I wonder why each of the two emperors' intentions is more appropriate to keep in mind for this Prime Minister Sama. Bristetz came to a stop, narrowing his already thread-like eyes even further to the utmost due to the clownish manner of the delicate man that was stretching out his arms and standing in front of a closed door. The man standing there with a faint smile on his face was an exception of some sort, being allowed to enter and leave the Crystal Palace as he pleased because of the stargazer peculiarity, making him an unpredictable entity who had obtained the position of being neither friend nor foe. Bristetz Ubuk Dono, regarding the throne room. Ubuk, I'm not going to leave you high and dry, so he'll tell you the truth. His Excellency the Emperor is present, both the real and the fake, so they shall get their face-to-face meeting. Bristetz incomprehensible. Even though he had an inkling, Bristetz chose to respond like this as he placed his hand on his chin. Exactly as he had mouthed, it was incomprehensible to him, and there was no doubt that the situation was difficult for him to just accept. At Bristetz's reaction, Ubuk tilted his head, saying incomprehensible. Ubuk, what's so hard to accept? Are you wondering how the real emperor was brought here? If that's the case, I was guided by the whispers of the stars. Bristetz, even on the battlefield, you can manage to walk down a path that is free from falling arrows. Even if soldiers are slashing at each other in close quarters, you're able to step through without a splatter of blood reaching you, let alone their sword blows correct. Ubuk, yeah, that's who it is, but that's not all. With a smirk, Ubuk nodded, making no pretense of hiding anything. As ridiculous as it sounded, Bristetz had been witness to Ubuk's abnormal abilities with his own eyes. Ubuk had once leisurely walked through a literal rainstorm of projectiles and a forest of swords without suffering a single scratch. Ubuk claimed to follow the whisperings of the stars, but Bristetz could not determine whether him possessing superhuman fighting skills was true or false. If one thing could be said for certain, then it was that he was enveloped by a power beyond human understanding, be it the whispering of the stars or Ubuk's own abilities. And because he was so useful, neither the real Vincent Valakia nor the fake Vincent Valakia had been willing to let go of Ubuk. Everything was, Bristetz, so that you serve as a guiding light for the purpose of preventing the great disaster. Ubuk, what's this? Wasn't it due to my own humanity being acknowledged? Bristetz, if anyone was to be called forth to the Crystal Palace because of their humanity, it would be general first-class gods aside from him. Everyone else would be called due to their abilities. I myself am no exception. From the perspective of running a nation, personal attachment was nothing more than the sound of insects fly. It ought be ignored. That was Bristetz's view, and it was almost certainly the same view held by both Vincent Valakias. It was not a question of good and bad, or likes and dislikes, but rather a topic that should be discussed from the perspective of necessity. In that regard, Bristetz was only a necessary cogwheel at this point. If his position were to become unnecessary or worthless, he would have no qualms about being removed. Ubuk should not deviate from his required role as well, regardless of his resolve. Bristetz, if you were aware of this, you would not have overlooked this plot of mine and His Excellency, who sits on the throne now, would you? Ubuk, could it be that you consider my actions as betrayal thoughts complicated? After all, in order to betray, you gotta be trusted first, or do you trust me? Bristetz, no, not at all. Ubuk, that's so it hurts me to have that be said, but... Putting his hand on his forehead, Ubuk looked amused as he spoke of how much it had hurt him, whether this was out of placidity or something else. Bristetz had never witnessed him failing to keep a straight expression. He had never thought of this as unpleasant before, but at this moment, for the very first time, he considered him an eyesore. The real Vincent Valakia, who had been banished from a Crystal Palace, thus relinquishing of his title as emperor, had now been brought through the door, pushed into this decisive scene. Ubuk, allow me to answer one question, Prime Minister Sama. I haven't changed my standpoint. Bristetz, what standpoint exactly? Bristetz inquired whether he purported to be a friend or foe upon hearing that. Ubuk put his hands together in front of his chest, making a sound that echoed through the air. Ubuk, of course, my standpoint of wishing to avert the great disaster and maintain the peace and quiet of the Valakian Empire. Bristetz, for that reason, the confrontation on the other side of this door is necessary. Ubuk, yes, that's right. Everything I do is for the sake of that, the beating of my heart, the breathing that inflates and deflates my lungs, the flow of blood to my body, everything. Bristetz remained silent in response to Ubuk, continuing on tapping on his own chest. Ubuk's unchanging smile, unwavering demeanor, and somewhat devilish gaze seemed to be sane and serious to Bristetz's eyes. He could not say for certain whether that sanity and seriousness was a peek into the other side of madness. "Brstetch, your excellency, what will you do?" As Ubok stood guarding the great door, and the two emperors faced each other on the other side of it, Brstetch muttered to himself, thinking of the person he had banished. Brstetch did not care if he were to be beheaded, if his soul were to be lit ablaze, if he were subjected to any other kind of brutal execution. If Vincent Vallachia, one of the wisest emperors in the history of the empire, truly wished to be emperor, so be it. Therefore, too, a man always quick to act, always light, in words, I would not count on something of the ilk of the stargazer who places faith in the skies above. Firstly, I expect no sort of loyalty from that thing if hierarchy were to be established based on loyalty. Vallachia would not have been preserved as it is till the present day. But then again, had my ruin come as a result of being unable to question the upsides and downsides of the ambitions you have hidden, then one could easily say it is but natural that the prospect of me stepping through the palace floor like this would be one so far off in the distance, now would it? Treading upon the blood-red carpet, Abel posed a question to the one. Before his eyes, the former's gaze fixed on the latter, arms crossed. There was no room for debate as to whose hand had aided Abel in this instance of arriving here, that man who read to the peculiarities of that which was outside the norm-pouring heart, and so, into realizing the wishes of the observers, was without peer in regard to the act of treading the outside of the game board. Much akin to a loose cannon, however a cannon that could not be divested of its station unless the conditions were to be met. Identifying the conditions for forcefully divesting that loose cannon of its post had been a particularly difficult task, to the extreme being that making it stir was a double-edged sword, yet he had done it. The fact that he was now once more setting foot on the throne room from which he had been ousted was proof of that. The scheming, the concealment up until this moment, it was no exaggeration to state that it had all been done in order to wrestle back this opportunity. Abel, the face of the man sitting on the throne, he had his eyes set on the one to whom he was about to pose a question, was one Abel had seen many times. His own face, it went far beyond logic, like mere intimate familiarity or whatnot. It was a visage that others would appear like that of Vincent Vallachia himself. However, to Abel, who had known the man who had mastered the art of disguising himself with that face for years, it appeared to be a poorly crafted mask. A mask would remain a mask, however, even if poorly crafted. A mask over one's face concealed their true visage, accomplishing the role of covering up their real thoughts, making them invisible henceforth. Abel posed his questions not with his eyes, but with his words. And in addition, he posed a straightforward, piercing question, one devoid of any smoke and mirrors. Abel, have your wishes in ousting me, thus joining Brstetch, come true? The query spoken by Abel, had anyone heard it, was one that would surely have caused outrage. The aftermath of the banishment drama that had begun in a room in the Crystal Palace had already spread throughout the entirety of the empire. Even now, imperial soldiers and rebels were clashing by the walls surrounding the imperial capital, their lives continuously being scattered to the wind. The people living in the imperial capital, too, were entrusting their lives to the outcome. Against this backdrop, Abel's question was the sort that could not escape being criticized as leisurely. Still, Abel had voice, so the rebel who preferred not wasting a single thing, who had worked out so many wily schemes to get to this point, had voiced, so because it was necessary, to determine what Abel, nay, what the real Vincent Vallachia ought to seek in a forthcoming dialogue with the fake Vincent Vallachia. Finally, after pausing for a time too long to even be hesitation, yet too short to be dubbed contemplation, Vincent, no, not yet. I have not yet obtained the result I seek. In a voice imitative of the one that had cast the inquiry, thus was the answer from the false emperor to the true emperor. Abel. For that reply, Abel likewise needed a moment of time. He paused for a breath, putting neither hesitation nor contemplation betwixt. And then, Abel, have yet to obtain what you seek, is it? As that spilled from him, he closed both his eyes, going against the natural habit he had. Never did Abel close both eyes simultaneously. He was forced to keep one eye open at all times, lest his preparations be too deficient as an emperor who ruled his empire lifeless after the blink of an eye. The point here was not that for Abel, who by product of training and self-awareness was capable of keeping one eye open even when sleeping his consciousness, remaining half awake, this marked the first time in several years in which darkness came as a result of closing both his eyes. It was that by doing so, by possessing the very capability of doing so, Abel had made an assertion of his own intents. In other words, Abel, that is deceit. From the moment he had set foot into the throne room, no anger, no disappointment had been present within Abel's voice and gaze. Both the same applied, even when it came to being before the man who performed an act of treachery, stabbing him in the back. His steely self-control had allowed him to do so. Here Abel's voice, which had assiduously rejected all emotion, was for the first time laced with a tone a tone of disdain which he had stopped concealing directed towards a person who had disguised himself in his own visage. Vincent, with those words spoken, the false emperor, warming his throne, kept his silence. Silent he kept, though it would have been somewhat helpful had his silence been out of trifling pride. Abel ousted myself from the throne. You removed that damn gauze from the equation. As he had gained knowledge of the situation, schemed to anticipate and crush my plans after my escape, and took part in the destruction of the demon city. The smoldering embers have spread to the entire nation, permitting that the bounds of the imperial capital, a place where rebels armed with their designs of insurrection have never been allowed to reach, would at last have their tainted boorish feet enter it. Vincent, do you believe it would have not come to pass had it been yourself on the throne? Able to begin with, had I been on the throne, all this now would not have come to fruition. As a result, the conflagration you have brought upon has scorched the empire, however. Thereupon, cutting off his sentence, Abel extended his hand toward the Oni mask that covered his face. And then, Abel, a way to immediately snuff out these flames exists. Having spoken, so he ripped off the mask affixed to his face, thus exposing his real face to the outside, within eyesight of the other person, with his countenance looking down upon him, and both of them alike in every way like two peas in a pod. The two emperors face one another real, and fake a perfect mirror, such that none would be able to detect discrepancies. Abel, he was a wise man. Abel's actions and words would have conveyed his intentions clearly. With matters having come this far, he had sufficient understanding of his disadvantageous position, of the difficulty in fulfilling his plan. It was time for the irresistible waves of reason to sweep away the schemes that had been hatched. If the obstacles they had set their eyes on at the great disaster to be fought against were both the same, that would be only logical. Henceforth, Abel I shall. He was about to announce his intent to return to the place he was supposed to be. He would issue a decree difficult to oppose, thus settling the battle initiated by foolish reasons. And it happened just prior to that, Vincent, your excellency. That one expression cut off the rest of Abel's words. It was an expression that ought not be stated with that appearance, with that voice deprecating oneself, and putting the one it was directed to at a higher standing. It was a stupid statement from someone who had lost awareness of his own position, which ought not happen. The moment it was heard, Abel's words were interrupted for a beat. Perhaps that was the second time Abel Vincent Valaquia had had his expectations betrayed in the Crystal Palace, a possibly fatal moment. On the first occasion, he had been ousted from the throne, and now on this second instance, Vincent, slipping into that momentary gap, the false emperor rose from the throne, raising himself from his sitting position. The difference in their heights, which had been only that of one looking down on the other, once more increased for a smidgen. However, that notion vanished in a blink's worth of time. No more did it matter. The reason for that being, Vincent, your one lapse was in having a bird's eye view of the board. The figure informing him of this had closed the distance in the time of a sole breath looming before Abel. 3. Inside the Crystal Palace, in the imperial capital of Lupagana II, emperors, one true and one false, were within breathing range of each other. At that very moment, various changes occurred simultaneously all over at the places the imperial capital was being laid under siege. Each of them had been caused by different feelings and beliefs, but they all had just one thing in common. That one thing was that none of the changes occurring at these places had been desirable. Elfula, wielding a wand in their hand, they created a gust of wind in the parched air of the battlefield. Normally, this magic would focus on slitting the opponent's throat with precision and minimal effort. However, Ram had realized that this would not be effective against the enemy present upon this battlefield. Forming a horde, stone golems were standing in her way, as if they did not have a life of their own. They had nothing akin to a self-consciousness. They attacked approaching objects mechanically, and although they were humanoid in shape, they lacked what one would call the vital points of the human body. Whether their heads were removed, whether their limbs were severed, they attacked their enemies, using the remaining parts of their body as weapons. Therefore, Ram's signature tactics were ineffective. But she could not just throw the towel like a genteel damsel who was completely incapable of doing anything on her own. Let loose. In response to the glaring Ram, who stepped toward the horde, a line of brown-skinned war maidens likewise pressed forward on the front line. The people of Shudrek fearlessly pushed onto the battlefield with their bows poised, their arrows drawn, their shots fired at the encroaching obstacles of stone. Applying wind to each of their arrows, Ram attempted to rout the problem away by force. The wind-borne arrows were vested with speed and rotation, and the moment one struck a stone golem, the arrowhead would emit a burst of wind with penetrating force, such that it would pulverize the golem. The arrow would continue with unrelenting force and pierce right into the stone golems behind it in a chain reaction, causing the same destruction and increasing the damage. With just a single arrow fired, 2 to 3 stone golems would collapse as a result. In addition to that Ramfula, The whispered, delicate chanting would create a wind of a different wavelength compared to the destructive wind, and blow the earth apart almost as if caressing it to scatter the stones it was composed of. At once the arrows that had dropped to ground after destroying the stone golems would whirl up, and thus make their return in the hands of the running Shudraks, just to be knocked and released to then defeat the stone golems again and again. Ram fula 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 fula. The alternate chanting, the rapid use of the magic in succession, was like a delicate motion, combining the self-same system of the magic. The people of Shudrak, who had nothing but respect and admiration for the Valachian Empire that had mastered the art of warfare at the expense of developing magic, could not comprehend this extraordinary skill. It was like she was threading a needle with her eyes closed and her hands tied, or perhaps it was a superhuman feat akin to putting the self-same thread through countless lumens simultaneously. Because of the arrival of Ram and her highly effective wind magic on the battlefield, the Shudrak's breakthrough power had swelled several-fold. The female warriors, having been left behind due to Zikr Osman's faith and sentimentality, were using their consequently preserved strength to crush the forces of the nigh impenetrable third bastion. Ah, how pleasant to be able to shock both friend and foe. With glossy black daggers gripped in her hands, Mazelda said this as she raced across the battlefield. Although she boasted a prosthetic leg in place of the one she had lost, her unfaltering gait gave no sense of deficiency. Mazelda overtook the front line of the battlefield, a place where the arrows of her allies flew towards mercilessly, and swinging her daggers in both hands, she tore apart the stone golems like a storm opening a hole in their group. Sister will dodge them on her own. Don't stop. Let Ram's wind carry our spirit. Tarita, herself armed with bow on hand, fired 3 shots in the same time. The other Shadrakians took to fire one, and with her eyes fixed on the back of her older sister rampaging on the front lines, she made an appeal to her brethren. In accordance with that, as the arrows of the Shadrakians dealt a crushing blow to the group of stone golem Zikr, and the others who had picked their lives back up after they should have been thrown away, charged in to destroy their battle formation. Move, 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 you small fry stone golems. You ain't going to take over this battlefield. Letting loose a vulgar voice at the head of the group was a man with an elegant flowing swordsmanship contrary to his apparent character, bringing demise to several stone golems with one sweep of his swords. A man with an eye patch leveled the battlefield in a single move. If one went by what had been described so far, it was a war situation that could probably be labeled as overwhelming superiority. However, Zikr pulled back, mounted on the back of a gale-wind horse with a beautiful coat. Zikr shouted, and the group running on the front lines immediately split up right after a wall fell from overhead towards the center of that group. A thunderous roar and violent tremor engulfed the land. Without exaggeration, this phenomenon was like fighting a fort itself. Such was the threat posed by Meguro Hagain, who had become one with the city wall, and which would not diminish no matter how many stone golems were chipped away. Literally, with one swing of Meguro's arm, their gains in the battle would be nullified in the blink of an eye. Rather than seesawing evenly, the battle had been unfolding with 1 step forward, followed by 2 steps back. But Ram, who had been concentrating on advancing forward onto the battlefield as well as delivering arrows to the Shudrak, and having their arrows pierce through the enemy, narrowed her light crimson eyes and pondered the changes that had taken place. It was only Ram at first who noticed the signs, but gradually the change in the battlefield over the third bastion became one noticed by all. A change, namely, Jamal, fuck, you don't turn your back on your enemy. Are you even a general first class? Meguro Hagain, who had become a huge figure of unbelievable proportions, was struck by vulgar swearing hurled towards their back. Yes, towards their back. Meguro Hagain had taken a giant step toward the imperial capital, turning their back on Ram, the Shadrakians, and the throngs of warriors they had encountered on the battlefield. For it's no good she won't wake up at all. Shaking her shoulders, shouting at her, and lightly tapping her cheeks did not awaken the limp dragonkin girl in her arms Madeline Eschart. Emilia, after retrieving her from the snow, where she lay motionless, was trying her best to make the hectic battlefield a little better, but she was unable to get any results. Emilia, her silver hair fluttering in the cold wind, held Madeline still. Locked in a stubborn sleep with her eyes closed, and once she turned around, she came to witness a battle between 2 extraordinary beings taking place. On one corner was a dragon clad in clouds, separated from ordinary creatures by the sheer nature of their very existence. And while the blue-haired boy on the other corner would perhaps look and talk like a small child, he was flying around the battlefield with a fighting style that would put any adult or Emilia to shame. The battle between the cloud dragon Mesoria and Cecilis Segmont was now a legendary one. Cecilis Shua, with the souls of Azori on the icy wall without any apparent aid, Cecilis' body ran through the air at an angle parallel to the ground. without anything to hold on to the human body, would normally fall to the ground. Yet Cecilus ignored such natural principles and made use of the towering ice wall as a foothold from which to approach the dragon above Emilia's head. Taking one last powerful step, Cecilus' body caught up to Mesorea with lightning speed. Mesorea flapped its wings and tried to keep its distance, but it was at the mercy of his maneuvers, being hit by the slash of an ice sword to its exposed neck. Without being able to defend itself, one Cecilus had avoided its swinging claws. Mesorea gyhhh. From the dragon came a cry of anguish that was quite unlike a dragon, and then came a shrill noise of the ice sword shattering against the dragon's neck, conveying its demise through sound to those around in the environs. Was it the robustness of the cloud dragon scales that had shattered the ice blade which had been hardened like iron, or was it the speed with which Cecilus had swung the sword that had made it shatter? In any case, the disintegrated sword of frost had served its purpose, and Cecilus was defenseless in midair. Cecilus am spoiled for choice with as many options to pick and choose from. There are no limits, no petty tricks. The voice, its high pitch comparable to the sound of the sword of frost shattering, was an indication of Cecilus' natural voice and excitement. Cecilus' words spun in a pleasant tone were followed by a second sound of ice, shattering, not a second, but a third and a fourth in succession. Cecilus ch. Not unprotected in midair, as one might have thought, Cecilus sprung upwards without fail. He pulled out a myriad of weapons of frost created by Emilia, weapons created via icicle line one after another, which he had shoved into his clothes. From his back, his waist, and between his thighs, the items Cecilus had picked up while catching up with Mesorea, who was escaping into the sky, were swung one after another by Cecilus' hands, while in the air peeling off Mesorea's scales. Swords, axes, spears, and hammers of ice wreaked havoc, and the cloud dragon was put on the defensive due to the violent assault, or perhaps even that expression was a misnomer, seeing as Mesorea was unable to defend itself. Emilia, wow! Her eyes were able to follow him because she was far away in a spot where she would not get caught in the crossfire, but if Cecilus were to move right in front of her, Emilia would probably not be able to follow his afterimage. Considering that level of surprise, then perhaps Cecilus would be able to defeat Mesorea even if Madeline did not wake up, though her heart was not in a state that she would not feel frustration at. That, Emilia, you're fighting for someone you care about too, aren't you? Emilia lowered the corners of her amethyst eyes at the sight of Madeline's unconscious sleeping face. Madeline had always been hostile, angry, and unwilling to listen, but Emilia did not know her well enough to dislike her for it. What she did know was that the reason she was angry laid in her feelings for someone she cared about, and Mesorea had come down to help Madeline in this way. If Mesorea were to die while she was asleep, just what would happen to Madeline's mind? Emilia, Madeline, wake up already. They were in the middle of a battle. Moreover, Cecilus had saved Emilia's life from peril. It was impossible for her to be so selfish as to ask him to back off or not to kill Mesorea. Therefore, that only left Madeline. Only she could end the battle, without Madeline herself or Mesorea, who had come to her aid, losing their lives. Cecilus, oh, I see, so the wings join is weak. Despite Emilia's hopes and considerations, the analysis from Cecilus, who had been cheering for battle, proceeded. Looking back at her memories of fighting Volcanica, at the time, Emilia had had no idea of what the weaknesses of the creature known as a dragon would be, but Cecilus seemed to be different. The blow of Cecilus' sword had met the joint of one of the dragon's wings, as he had stated, while he continued to fight in the air, using the dragon's body as a foothold, not falling out of the air, and in the meantime he dodged the attacks from its wings, and tail performed in an attempt to fling him away. In an instant the nature of the scream changed, and blue blood dripped onto the snow-white decoration. It was proof that a slash had skewered the sturdy scales reaching beyond them. Cecilus, if a dragon were to lose its wings, what would make it different from a ground dragon? Have you had a chance to learn how to fight while on the ground in your long lifetime? He was not mocking it, nor was he belittling it. Cecilus' tone of voice had remained the same. If anything, he was saying to hype himself up, but even Emilia was convinced that what he had been saying was about to become a reality. If Emilia had been convinced, Mesorea, who was being directly swung by the sword, ought to have been convinced of it even further. A dragon having its wings cut off, thus falling to the ground. Emilia, who had no wings and was not a dragon, could not imagine how unbearable that would be, but she could see how it would take away Mesorea's chances of winning. It was hard to believe that Cecilus, who could not be kept up with even in the sky, could be kept up with on the ground. Mesorea, this dragon is. A moment later, Mesorea's low voice boomed, trying to sweep aside the impending humiliation. Kicking Mesorea in the flank, Cecilus leapt up and his slash drew near. Character bringing demise to several stone golems with one sweep of his swords of man, when Eye Patch leveled the battlefield in a single move. If one went by what had been described so far It was a war situation that could probably be labeled as overwhelming superiority. However, Zicker pulled back. Mounted on the back of a gale-wind horse with a beautiful coat, Zicker shouted, and the group running on the front lines immediately split up right after a wall fell from overhead towards the center of that group. A thunderous roar and violent tremor engulfed the land. Without exaggeration, this phenomenon was like fighting for itself. Such was the threat posed by Meguro Hagane, who had become one with the city wall, and which would not diminish no matter how many stone golems were chipped away. Literally, with one swing of Meguro's arm, their gains in the battle would be nullified in the blink of an eye. Rather than seesawing evenly, the battle had been unfolding with one step forward, followed by 2 steps back. But Ram, who had been concentrating on advancing forward onto the battlefield as well as delivering arrows to the Shudrak, and having their arrows pierce through the enemy, narrowed her light crimson eyes and pondered the changes that had taken place. It was only Ram at first who noticed the signs, but gradually the change in the battlefield over the third bastion became one noticed by all. A change, namely, Jamal, you don't turn your back on your enemy. Are you even a general first class? Meguro Hagane, who had become a huge figure of unbelievable proportions, was struck by vulgar swearing hurled towards their back. Yes, towards their back, Meguro Hagane had taken a giant step toward the imperial capital, turning their back on Ram the Shadrakians and the throngs of warriors they had encountered on the battlefield. For it's no good she won't wake up at all. Shaking her shoulders, shouting at her, and lightly tapping her cheeks did not awaken the limp dragonkin girl in her arms Madeline Eschardt. Emilia, after retrieving her from the snow, where she lay motionless, was trying her best to make the hectic battlefield a little better, but she was unable to get any results. Emilia, her silver hair fluttering in the cold wind, held Madeline still. Locked in a stubborn sleep with her eyes closed, and once she turned around, she came to witness a battle between 2 extraordinary beings taking place. On one corner was a dragon clad in clouds, separated from ordinary creatures by the sheer nature of their very existence. And while the blue-haired boy on the other corner would perhaps look and talk like a small child, he was flying around the battlefield with a fighting style that would put any adult or Emilia to shame. The battle between the cloud dragon Mezaria and Cecilis Segmont was now a legendary one. Cecilis Shua. With the soles of Azori on the icy wall without any apparent aid, Cecilis' body ran through the air at an angle parallel to the ground. Without anything to hold on to the human body, would normally fall to the ground. Yet Cecilis ignored such natural principles and made use of the towering ice wall as a foothold from which to approach the dragon above Emilia's head. Taking one last powerful step, Cecilis' body caught up to Mezaria with lightning speed. Mezaria flapped its wings and tried to keep its distance, but it was at the mercy of his maneuvers, being hit by the slash of an ice sword to its exposed neck, without being able to defend itself once Cecilis had avoided its swinging claws. Mezaria gyhhhh. From the dragon came a cry of anguish that was quite unlike a dragon, and then came a shrill noise of the ice sword shattering against the dragon's neck, conveying its demise through sound to those around in the environs. Was it the robustness of the cloud dragon scales that had shattered the ice blade which had been hardened like iron, or was it the speed with which Cecilis had swung the sword that had made it shatter? In any case, the disintegrated sword of frost had served its purpose, and Cecilis was defenseless in midair. Cecilis am spoiled for choice with as many options to pick and choose from. There are no limits, no petty tricks. The voice, its high pitch comparable to the sound of the sword of frost shattering, was an indication of Cecilis' natural voice and excitement. Cecilis' words, spun in a pleasant tone, were followed by a second sound of ice, shatteringno, not a second, but a third and a fourth in succession. Cecilis ch. Not unprotected in midair, as one might have thought, Cecilis sprung upwards without fail. He pulled out a myriad of weapons of frost created by Emilia, weapons created via icicle line one after another, which he had shoved into his clothes. From his back, his waist, and between his thighs, the items Cecilis had picked up while catching up with Mezaria, who was escaping into the sky, were swung one after another by Cecilis' hands, while in the air peeling off Mezaria's scales. Swords, axes, spears, and hammers of ice wreaked havoc, and the cloud dragon was put on the defensive due to the violent assault, or perhaps even that expression was a misnomer, seeing as Mezaria was unable to defend itself. Emilia, wow. Her eyes were able to follow him because she was far away in a spot where she would not get caught in the crossfire, but if Cecilis were to move right in front of her, Emilia would probably not be able to follow his afterimage. Considering that level of surprise, then perhaps Cecilis would be able to defeat Mezaria even if Madeline did not wake up, though her heart was not in a state that she would not feel frustration at. That, Emilia, you're fighting for someone you care about too, aren't you? Emilia lowered the corners of her amethyst eyes at the sight of Madeline's unconscious sleeping face. Madeline had always been hostile, angry, and unwilling to listen, but Amelia did not know her well enough to dislike her for it. What she did know was that the reason she was angry laid in her feelings for someone she cared about, and Mesoria had come down to help Madeline in this way. If Mesoria were to die while she was asleep, just what would happen to Madeline's mind? Amelia, Madeline, wake up already. They were in the middle of a battle. Moreover, Cecilus had saved Amelia's life from peril. It was impossible for her to be so selfish as to ask him to back off or not to kill Mesoria. Therefore, that only left Madeline. Only she could end the battle, without Madeline herself or Mesoria, who had come to her aid, losing their lives. Cecilus, oh, I see, so the wings join is weak. Despite Amelia's hopes and considerations, the analysis from Cecilus, who had been cheering for battle, proceeded. Looking back at her memories of fighting Volcanica, at the time, Amelia had had no idea of what the weaknesses of the creature known as a dragon would be, but Cecilus seemed to be different. The blow of Cecilus' sword had met the joint of one of the dragon's wings, as he had stated, while he continued to fight in the air, using the dragon's body as a foothold, not falling out of the air, and in the meantime he dodged the attacks from its wings, and tail performed in an attempt to fling him away. In an instant the nature of the scream changed, and blue blood dripped onto the snow-white decoration. It was proof that a slash had skewered the sturdy scales reaching beyond them. Cecilus, if a dragon were to lose its wings, what would make it different from a ground dragon? Have you had a chance to learn how to fight while on the ground in your long lifetime? He was not mocking it, nor was he belittling it. Cecilus' tone of voice had remained the same. If anything, he was saying to hype himself up. But even Amelia was convinced that what he had been saying was about to become a reality. If Amelia had been convinced, Mesoria, who was being directly swung up by the sword, ought to have been convinced of it even further. A dragon having its wings cut off, thus falling to the ground. Amelia, who had no wings and was not a dragon, could not imagine how unbearable that would be, but she could see how it would take away Mesoria's chances of winning. It was hard to believe that Cecilus, who could not be kept up with even in the sky, could be kept up with on the ground. Mesoria, this dragon, is. A moment later, Mesoria's low voice boomed, trying to sweep aside the impending humiliation. Kicking Mesoria in the flank, Cecilus leapt up, and his slash drew near. The root of its wing, just before it hit it, did a spinning drill, and flipped from down-facing to upward-facing while airborne. Looking up toward Cecilus, aiming for the wing, Mesoria's draconic arm reared up in front of the former. A human body could easily be torn apart if it were hooked in either the claws or the scales. Even Cecilus, who could move fast, was no exception to this, making Amelia come near to shrieking. But Amelia's scream was directed not at Cecilus' death, but at something else. Cecilus, Howie, that was a close one. The swinging arm of the dragon had certainly caught Cecilus in midair. However, Cecilus aligned his soul against the dragon arm striking at him, allowing him to run alongside the arm, while it unleashed his ferocious blow. Launching himself using the tip of the dragon's claw as footing, he started running near the dragon's elbow. He had been able to convert a strike that would have blown his body apart upon impact into an opportunity to run and jump out of the way it was. His ridiculous foot speed that had allowed him to escape an otherwise certain death. Cecilus beauties and Amelia, ah yes. Being called a beauty, Amelia was at loss for any words of modesty in response. Instinctively sensing why she was being called upon, Amelia leapt away from the tip of the dragon's arm, and then cast a new weapon of frost in Cecilus' vicinity, who had landed on the ice wall. Cecilus quickly picked it up, turning to Mesoria, who was about to give chase, and bent his knees in preparation for another leap. The distance that had opened between them could be closed in the blink of an eye, but in there laid Mesoria's chance for victory, as right now no attacks from Cecilus could reach it. Naturally, Mesoria would put all its energy into this. At least that was what ought to have happened. Cecilus H.M. Getting ready for an immediate attack, Cecilus tilted his head while he crouched down, despite his tacit understanding, and despite the fact that he was giving up the first move. The expected attack did not arrive. Amelia seemingly harbored the same doubts as Cecilus before she even knew it. Amelia understood that this was a final frontier between over victory or defeat as she was pushed to her limits. And yet, Mesoria did not move. On the contrary. Mesoria. Immediately before this moment, Mesoria had tried to swing its dragon arm to obliterate Cecilus, having stopped moving in midair. Its white eyeballs with pupils and irises black stared at a single point. At Cecilus, who had tried to put on the ropes, making it taste humiliation. That was not so. Aside from Cecilus, who was posturing on the ice wall, and Amelia, who was cradling Madeline, there was another presence that Mesoria could not ignore on this white-heat battlefield. Mesoria still, as if it had been struck dead, raised its gaze even higher into the sky. It stopped and gazed towards a point in the sky much, much higher than his own. Emilia, is there something flying? Emilia followed Mesaria's gaze and focused on the ashen, snow-laden clouds. Even higher in the sky than where Mesaria's huge body floated, there was a shadow of something flying, just barely visible to Emilia's eyesight. The only options Emilia could consider fly in the sky were the dragon in front of her, the flying dragons that flew in numbers across the battlefield, or Roswell getting sidetracked during his travel time. And Mesaria it can't be. Mesaria flapped its wings as it muttered this. The body of the idling dragon resumed its movement. However, it was not a move to unleash a decisive attack, like it was supposed to do just prior. Cecilus, wait, this can't be happening. As soon as Cecilus observed its movement, his expression trembled with the greatest of shock. Until then, his expression had seemed to be happy regardless of what was done to him, but now his eyes darted about quickly in bewilderment that was only natural at a time he had expected his opponent to rush in Mesaria, turning its back like that was quite unbelievable. Mesaria, not heeding Cecilus' voice, Mesaria flapped its wings and tore through the sky. Once the dragon had decided to fly and started moving, its speed was extraordinary, turning back and rising into the sky so swiftly that it was like an arrow being shot with full force. Cecilus, you think he'll let you do that? In order to prevent the airborne dragon from escaping, Cecilus bent his knees not for a counterattack, but to explosively unleash the strength required from his legs to chase after the flying dragon. The small body made an incredible thrust, causing the thick, huge ice wall to fissure and crumble starting from his soul as Cecilus' body leapt away. Flying in a straight line, Cecilus' figure surpassed the dragon's speed, homing on its wings. He drew closer, and closer until... Cecilus, damn, looks like I can't reach. No matter how fast Cecilus was on his feet, and how far he could leap, he was incapable of erasing the distance to the dragon, which was already in the sky. Alas, Cecilus' body could not keep up with Mesaria, the latter pulling away, and once he hit the apex of his leap, he lost his momentum, dropping. Back down had the cloud dragon shifted its aim and gone for Cecilus, even who perhaps had been in danger. But Mesaria did not retaliate. Instead, it rose steadily and ripped through the sky. And Cecilus is heading into the imperial capital. 5. Changes had taken place in multiple places in the siege of the imperial capital. Amongst them, the developments that had occurred in 2 places were of particular importance. At the same time these had transpired outside of the Crystal Palace, within the throne room, 2 emperors met face to face, their gazes so close together that their eyelashes could have touched those of the other. Abel, the rebel ringleader Abel, had been moved behind. However, he switched gears on the spot. He leaned forwards as to play his best move, or rather play the next best move he had against a person donning a visage identical to his own, who had approached his immediate front before his eyes. Abel H.K. A sharp strike was delivered to his left clavicle, his thoughts soldering red from the severe blow. Taking a look, he saw that what had struck the base of his neck was, being held by the hand of the one right before him, an iron fan, the preferred weapon of the person wearing the same visage as his own, an object he knew from sight. Handling that weapon took something special, and he had harbored doubts of just how powerful a thing it was many times in the past. Abel, the fact that he had attained the answer to his past questions, the pain penetrating his brain, he consciously excised them both from his thoughts. Picture in your mind the priorities of the present moment, and immediately formulate measures to address them, taking into consideration a combination of feasibility and effectiveness. Alongside your injuries, arrange the priorities. But, Vincent, this is not a board game. This is why you are not worthy of being a warrior, it feels. Faster than Abel was able to choose from a myriad of options that had emerged within his head, the warrior displayed the techniques that had permeated his body, his veins, rather than his head. Mercilessly twisting Abel's arm, he snatched away the thing which was held by the now weakened limb, and in the moment following that, Abel's vision was covered in dark for an instant. Abel, has he crushed my eyes, or have my eyes been blinded in some way? A moment's pondering negated by the fact that his blocked vision returned immediately afterwards is so what had been the true meaning behind the other party's actions, and coincident with those thoughts he realized that again his own face was covered with something that felt familiar. Abel, you, and thus his lips moving faster than his hands or feet, let out a sound as he glared into black eyes before him. With those words from Abel, on whom he put the Oni mask that had previously been snatched away, the false emperor before him, no Chisha, Gold twisted his lips to lips on a face that was not his own. Recognizing that upon his own face was an awfully decadent smile, Abel's eyes widened. A moment later, a white light came rushing and piercing a wall of the throne room, and perforated the chest of the one at the apex of the Empire Vincent of Wallachia from behind. Chapter 107. Chisha Gold. 1. The Oni mask did not obscure just how the man's face stiffened as he was pushed away. An expression of that sort would easily lend itself to misinterpretations. Despite his cleverness, or perhaps because of the emperor would often abridge his statements, even when unfavorable, and his countenance was no less taciturn than his mouth. If there was somebody able to seize the truth behind that expression, it was probably himself who had spent several years at the emperor's side. Chisha, or perhaps, were the emperor's little sister whom he held sacred in every sense of the word at this place, which he figured out as well. In any case, it was pointless to make comparisons now. After all, in this minuscule, isolated place in time and space, nobody was present other than himself. 2. Chisha Trim, would you be willing to die for my sake? Upon their first meeting, having disclosed his name, he received a question treating matters of life and death in exchange. Chisha, 14 years old at the time, had believed himself to be mature for his age, but meeting that boy 2 years younger than himself forced him to reconsider. What the youngster before his eyes exhibited was true maturity, whereas his own case was mere conceit. Once the question came out, the boy awaited with his black eyes fixed on him. His hair and irises both black, as if imbued with shadows were. Considered uncommon traits even in a land so rich in racial diversity like the Valachian Empire, although Chisha's eye color differed, he likewise had. Been born with black hair for that, he would often become the subject of mockery, so he could sympathize with the boy. Or maybe not, it felt nothing short of insolent to think that they shared something to sympathize over. Physical characteristics, however rare, they maybe amounted to trifles when compared with what actually made the boy a special superficial coincidences, aside the child's very origins elevated him far from ordinary folks, and that refined, precocious attitude was also a product of his upbringing. He stood in a unique position where he must grow this way, lest he would not survive. To be precise, Chisha Prince Vincent Abelux. His name was accompanied by a title his role acquired at birth. This black-haired youngster Vincent was the son of Dryzen Valachia's sovereign of the Valachian Empire, and therefore one of several children, bestowed with the possibility to one day stand at the pinnacle of the empire. He had more than 20 siblings possessed of similar qualifications, but that did not devalue his noble blood in the slightest. Regardless, Chisha reminisced on his course of action, heretofore seeking to solve one doubt how had he ended up encountering such an outstanding lad, not to mention riding the same carriage as him. All had begun with a simple act of assistance. He had come across a stranded carriage, its wheels stuck in a ditch on the highway, pushing and pulling. Many attempts were being made in vain to release it. He approached the scene and freed the lurch carriage from the deep ditch by inserting a board and utilizing it as a lever. Much to his surprise, that vehicle belonged to the lord of the Abelux domain, and aboard sat that individual famous for his rise to headship to the miracle of Abelux Vincent Abelux himself. Miracle of Abelux was a name given to a rebellion that had begun with a vassal of the house of Abelux betraying their long-lasting patronage by conspiring with another family. But albeit their tactics had been brilliant, they had suffered defeat at the hands of an 11-year-old commander. In the end, all conspirators had been massacred, his household's members and soldiers having given into distress and disarray. Vincent, whose name remained unsung back, then despite his princely status had devised a plan for them without delay by exercising prodigious finesse. He had thus achieved victory. The vassal behind the rebellion had underestimated Vincent as an enemy, judging him to be an easy prey whom they could behead for a trophy. Those presumptuous delusions had become the cause of their demise. Facts came to light, as did apocryphal rumors, giving him quite the outrageous reputation. As a civilian of the empire, Chisha heard the stories as well, but he had never pondered the odds of getting involved with him yet. Here, he was by a twist of fate in front of the person dreaded by the public, and then that had been cast towards him, if he was willing to die for him or not. Chisha, whatever had he aimed to earn with that inquiry, Chisha could not discern. In the first place, he had been invited aboard for 2 reasons: to thank him for releasing the wheel and to bring him into the mansion. Of course, Chisha held not the right to decline, no matter how much he resented this. His opinion carried non-existent weight. Hence, he had resigned a fraction of his time and stepped into the carriage. Once he had set foot onto the vehicle, Vincent had begun the interrogation. It was inappropriate to start that interaction with an acquaintance who only helped him resume his journey, but this boy was a prince by birth, thereby accustomed to having people heed his wishes. Notwithstanding, he bore a relatively recent record of annihilating an entire family, and his retainers, out of fury toward the vassal who had committed treachery against him, nobody would blame a 12-year-old for developing an extreme distrust of people after an experience of that ilk. Perhaps his mind would not be at ease unless he managed to confirm everybody's allegiance, even that of a casual passerby. The silence had already extended for 10-odd seconds, more than enough for it to turn disrespectful. The issue at hand concerned a figure not simply superior, but supreme. Still, he understood what answer he ought to give and what answer the other wanted. Obviously, the other wished to hear a single phrase, "I would." This was a test for Chaisha as a citizen of the Empire. Either he pledged unwavering loyalty and eternal servitude to the prince, or he would incur the forename's wrath, knowing that within him potentially lay the seed of a tyrant. Enduring the improper distance between them, Chaisha bowed his head deeply before the possible sovereign. "Chaisha, my apologies, but I am afraid I would not, and so—" He spoke the one reply that he should have avoided Chaisha. His head still lowered, Chaisha cursed himself for committing such a gaffe on impulse. Moreover, he felt the urge to grab his own head in. Embarrassment at his lack of self-control. With his impatient nature as the reason, he had gotten in trouble with a powerful individual and ended up banished from his hometown time after time. He would tell himself that his behavior could ruin his prospects, yet he had never been able to mend it. And at last he had addressed the worst possible answer to the worst possible addressee. He would soon perish in one of the most stupid ways, falling victim to his own idiocy. However, he could not act brazen enough as to give the desired answer in the desired manner to a question about death, much less with the overbearing tone in which it was delivered. If his heart were to shatter, were his pride to be extinguished, and as far as he was concerned, even if he still breathed, he was dead too. He did not cherish Balakia's praxis, but he was nonetheless a man of the Empire. Therefore, he held no regrets towards his response. If anything, he felt sorry for taking his pitiful frustrations out on a boy who had merely sought something that would assuage his own trust issues. At least that guilt would disappear once the rageful blade unattached his head from his shoulders. "Vincent Perfect maintained that outlook for you shall be serving me hereafter. Chaisha, I will." "Vincent, do not end your affirmations in a rising tone, otherwise they shall come across as interrogative." "Chaisha, I did not err, the pronunciation was intentional. So, does this mean you will not execute me?" "Vincent, seconds after securing you. That would be senseless." Closing one eye, Vincent scowled with a hint of annoyance. Receiving a meaningless question irritated him, yet he did not protest when denied a vow of loyalty. Chaisha found that strange, but he kept his composure and re-examined the situation. For some reason, Vincent seemed to overlook Chaisha's irreverence. Far from that, he seemed to consider recruiting Chaisha as his retainer. "Chaisha, I apologize, but I cannot wrap my head around this. Is it a hobby of yours to jest with those you intend to kill before taking their lives?" "Vincent, do tell, why do you insist that I kill you with such obstinacy? That is far more incomprehensible, I dare say." "Chaisha, I did not mean to offend, but it is well known that you do not take kindly to those who oppose you." By the time he realized that his comment was again of the undue sort, it had already escaped his mouth. However, since he had succeeded in committing one transgression, Chaisha shifted into a bolder stance, ready to find out how many more he could commit before reaching the threshold, putting his life on the line. Like whenever he enjoyed a book, cultivated new knowledge, or proved his theories through execution, he was determined to decipher the prince's unrevealed thoughts. If he died in consequence, so be it. While Chaisha surrendered almost his whole future to embark on this reckless undertaking, Vincent, now aware of the context, nodded with an ah before continuing. "Vincent, if you're referring to the latest rebellion, I made an example of that family, because it was necessary. You ought to collar any white who might be aspiring to attempt the same deed. Fear produces the best effects for that. Chaisha, and is that also why you had the instigating servants advance troops dismembered and put on display on the road? Vincent, if a life must be ended, then you had better exploit it to the utmost. First, people should die in an efficient manner." So replied Vincent, his chin resting on his hand, as he sat inside the carriage's austere, realistic perspective left Chaisha at a loss for words. What Chaisha had mentioned was the first and main counterattack that Vincent had launched in order to suppress the rebellion, slaughtering the enemy vanguard, plus the barbarous profanation of their cadavers. After enduring the anguish of being mangled while alive, their corpses had been lined up within the battlefield. Hearsay had spread that getting caught would result in similar punishment, and thus the other traitors had chosen to disregard their agreement with the primary conspirator and relegate themselves to the role of spectators. Alone, bereft of any escape route, said conspirator had gone to confront Vincent only to end up ensnared in the latter's sanguinary stratagem. They, alongside their relatives and retainers, had perished, savoring the same hell that the other soldiers had. Naturally, with the emergence of this information, the public had reshaped its notion of Vincent Abel Lux into that of a brutal, bloodthirsty prince. But, Chaisha, are those rumors of your own creation, perhaps? Vincent, if my sole presence elicits dread in you, I can at least say that their purpose has not gone unfulfilled. Chaisha, haha, good to hear, I guess. More and more did Vincent's thoughts sound too impressive for ones that had sprung from a 12-year. On the other hand, although Vincent had pardoned his irreverence, Chaisha did not expect to be capable of performing whatever mission Vincent had in store for him. "Vincent, what exact purpose do I expect from you, you wonder?" As if he had read Chaisha's mind, Vincent delivered the next question. It was vaguer than the previous one, and moreover required Chayshaw to unravel the mystery with his own brain. Surely there was an arduous mission meant for him, but he needed to pinpoint what it entailed. A very challenging problem indeed. Born into the imperial family, Vincent was destined to take part in the Empire's imminent rights sooner or later. What purpose could he find in a mere plebeian like Chayshaw? Chayshaw, I doubt I can do much more than help you pull a jam wheel out. Vincent, and that shall benefit me. Chayshaw, I assume you are planning to go get stuck in a ditch quite often from here on out, if you require my strength that much. He felt almost inclined to congratulate himself for reaching a new milestone in disrespect with that aggravating quip. Yet upon hearing it, no part of Vincent's countenance twitched. Vincent, correct, the road I am traversing is fraught with ditches, and I cannot avoid all of them. However, I cannot stay in a ditch waiting for the issue to solve itself, otherwise death shall come for me, and that means I shall need a method to pull myself out whenever I get stuck. Chayshaw, before we continue, are you sure this discussion is still about wheels? Vince and I have not belied the subject once ever since we began talking. The bizarre reply made a chill run down Chayshaw's body, not because he felt threatened, but because he finally assimilated that his conversational partner was a phenomenon. In addition, the aforementioned phenomenon held him in oddly high regard. Chayshaw concluded so from the fact that despite the irreverent attitude adopted, the rude replies given in polite retorts uttered, Vincent appeared uninterested in killing him. Was that proof of Chayshaw's merits or proof of Vincent's principles? Regardless, he would never have imagined that a day this eventful awaited him upon waking up this morning in his shabby lodging. Vincent, while Chayshaw remained silent, Vincent looked at him, head poised on his hand, one eye shut. That gesture gave off the odious impression that he was basking in the satisfaction of shutting his opponent's mouth. Losing all strength to resist, Chayshaw turned his disgruntled gaze towards Vincent and arrived at a sudden realization. Chayshaw, I see you never close both eyes at the same time. Vincent, there you have it. Chayshaw, Putting a hand to his pointed chin, Vincent replied to Chayshaw's offhand observation with a nod. Unable to grasp the meaning of that sentence, Chayshaw tilted his head. Vincent, if you wish to know the reason as to why I did not execute you, therein it lies. Vincent's explanation was short, but his mien indicated that he deemed it complete the moment Chayshaw noticed that everything fell into place. The precocious boy put many adults to shame with the schemes that he concocted, and with the unbridled way he wielded his talent as a prince of Wallachia, yet nonetheless he was 12 years of age. If he were not, he would have already learned how naive it was to expect those around him to possess wisdom matching his own. 3. Chayshaw Gold. That was a new name conferred on Chayshaw Trim upon entering the Abelux estate as Vincent's recruit. Chayshaw, since my family is back in my hometown, I would rather keep my name from becoming well known to avoid causing them unwarranted trouble, though I suppose you'd find it easy to murder all my worries away. Vincent, you seem very obstinate in portraying me as a bloodthirsty brute. Are you also responsible for the sobriquet of sanguinary prince that people call me in the streets perchance? Chayshaw, why, I believe that was another one of your fear-based strategies. I have heard accounts about parents mentioning you in cautionary tales for children, as in behave, or else the sanguinary prince will come. Vincent, come, but for what purpose according to them, as if I would bother. Chayshaw, but what if you show up and hire them against their will like you did to me? Pretty frightening, if you ask me. Vincent, I advise you to watch your tongue, or I might end up justifying those fabrications with your blood. Conversations with Vincent blurred the line between seriousness and, yes, should the need arise, Vincent would pay with somebody else's life. No hesitation. He would never do that if unnecessary, though he handled human lives the same way he handled money or goods. When consorting with him, one could not ignore that he regarded whichever as limited resources with equal value. The reason for the name change to Chayshaw Gold matched his statement. He was worried that somebody in his hometown would turn indignant at the news of Chayshaw Trim's promotion and involve his family in retaliation. Notwithstanding, even if his family were harmed, he would not go out of his way to help, albeit callous in the eyes of some. A certain distance existed between him and his kin, and just with that he was being compassionate enough towards the relatives who had neglected him in the most critical of moments. Funnily or not, the surname Gold pertained to a family exterminated by Vincent as a punishment for treachery. Perhaps it had been a little jape of revenge from Vincent towards Chayshaw's rudeness, but that aside, it misled the public into rumoring that it spared one descendant of Gold, while condemning them to endure the humiliation of failing to escape his control, which reinforced his standing as a sanguinary prince. As for the first name, Vincent had suggested a single-letter modification, so it sounded similar to his original one. Just like Chayshaw had hoped, since he had had no motive to complain and no malice seemed to be implicated this time, albeit adjudging it frugal, he had approved the idea. despite everything after a lifetime of being ostracized for his proclivity to theory over practice, and for his social clumsiness, Cheshaw's rebirth as Cheshaw brought a welcome change. Never could his remote village have provided him with so many books and activities to indulge in. He had gotten the opportunity to resettle far from those who had unjustly scorned him for being inept at tilling or harvesting the fields, and he would never trade that for anything in the world. However, Vincent, we are in the next ditch Cheshaw, prove your utility. Every time those words warned him that Vincent was about to harass him over a problem leagues above stuck carriage wheels, initiating a discussion that would persist until a solution sprang. Vincent's drive made him a force to be reckoned with. In what way did Vincent view and perceive the world, tackling various issues at the same time with consistent focus, as well despite bearing two eyes and one head like ordinary men? Sure enough, a lord held the duty to involve himself in his domain's matters, but it was an unscrupulous thing to anticipate from a 12-year-old, even more so when he lacked adult figures to rely on. But any commiserations that an outsider might direct at Vincent would disperse upon being faced with his performance. Being associated with Vincent demanded a vast array of specialized knowledge from Cheshaw, which granted him no time to loiter. As soon as they solved an issue, a new one appeared. Sometimes another issue would surge while the current one was still at hand, and while he racked his brains over those different problems, at once the Abel Lux domain continued evolving. The quality of life improved while the residents' initial apprehension transformed into commendation. Vincent had the ability to turn terror into admiration and servitude into adoration, both well-deserved. He did not bother with others' opinions of himself, and therein lay the reason for which he held that aforementioned ability. Vincent Cheshaw, you have educated yourself well on the flood control system now. I must discharge that incompetent administrator from his post. I shall adduce his charges of embezzlement heretofore and have him decapitated. Cheshaw, in my humble opinion, such charges do not warrant a decapitation. Vincent, so he earned his profits due to effort, is that what you are telling me? Cheshaw, this topic is a little too far from my specialty. Vincent, if what is pocketed were offset by his work, I would ignore him, otherwise retribution is due by refusing to correct his misconduct, even after repeated warnings he himself depleted the allowances that I conceded. Beneath Vincent's drastic initiative and resoluteness hid his fastidious side, contrasting with his expectations towards others, and as an underlying factor, inclining him to criticize those unable to meet them as slothful. Vincent was no meritocrat, though he did not disrelish people solely for being incompetent, were he to put his own doctrine into words. Vincent, one ought to perform the vocation that corresponds with their caliber. He wished for everybody to live with all there might no respite. Knowing this, the boy named Vincent Abelux and the circumstances behind his fastidious perfectionism seemed to start shining in a different light. Unbelievable as it might sound, Vincent did not possess unwavering confidence, nor did he take pride in himself. For more he constantly hungered, for more he constantly lamented, for more he constantly struggled. At the core of Vincent's being lay a driving force. It was not gratitude toward the princely status bestowed upon him, but a furious determination to fulfill the role that said status demanded. And the motive that made Vincent harbor these fierce sentiments was Vincent, there is one despicable man, Stride Valakia his name. Some time after joining Vincent, Cheshaw found himself frowning at the words that his master had spoken. Luckily, or rather proving Vincent's discretion accurate, Cheshaw indeed had somewhat of a talent to pull wheels out of ditches, thanks to which he had managed to not lose his job. That said, he had been steered down this path little by little. His position's pros and cons had revealed themselves one after the other, tipping the scales in a way that made it difficult to tell which side weighed more. And Cheshaw was still in the process of pondering that when for the first time Vincent exposed something unrelated to work, something stemming from somewhere in his heart. Cheshaw Stride Valakia, is it part of my ignorance? My studies must still be insufficient considering I have never heard that name. Vincent, no, your studies are not to blame. In fact, your life would be at risk if you knew that information, that man's existence has been long erased from the records of the imperial family of Valakia after all. Cheshaw thought about how Vincent might have just endangered him by disclosing that so incautiously, but given his position, it was difficult to interrupt the latter once he had started talking. Besides, he was interested in that man who had been ousted from the imperial family. Cheshaw, well, ousting some of the imperial family does not sound possible. Even if it were done, their blood still flows through their veins, plus, that is what the imperial selection ceremony exists for. The imperial selection ceremony, held in order to determine the empire's next sovereign. This ceremony, a competition where the emperor's offspring would kill each other to reach the pinnacle of the empire, was a prime representation of the nation's essence, with origins dating back to its very founding. The last one standing would be crowned emperor, and as the emperor of Valakia, they could seize the Yang sword, emblem of their reign. Chisha, though in theory one can live without fighting if they renounce their right to inherit the throne, or so I have heard. Vincent a mere prevarication, that is fantasy naught but a tool to call beforehand those who, despite possessing the right to power, lack the courage to triumph in the ceremony, and that is to say your concerns are correct. Chisha so ousting a member of the imperial family is unthinkable. Vincent yet Stride Wallachia suffered that unthinkable penalty, and was therefore disengaged from the ceremony's ensemble. Even so, given that the imperial selection ceremony progressed without delay afterwards, that White most likely did not elude death. Vincent's gaze, colder than usual, was tinged with deep disdain towards the man in question. Stride Wallachia, the man who had been removed from his position as part of Wallachia's imperial family, erased from the historical records, he was the exact sort that evoked Vincent's fury. To those who did not perform their assigned role, nor exert their natural abilities to the fullest, he offered zero clemency. Chisha, even so, how come you know of his existence when no one is supposed to have incensima did a chatty gentleman of high status tell you perhaps? Vincent, never afraid to step over the hierarchical ditch with your insolence. Are you the journal? Chisha journal. Vincent, yes, Stride Wallachia's journal. It was concealed in the Crystal Palace's library, where I found it shame that such an intriguing tome turned out to be full of unreadable nonsensical inscriptions. The way Vincent curled his lips in displeasure was a gesture of unmitigated loathing. Vincent generally took a tolerant approach when digesting and evaluating things. He went through said thought process with impressive speed, which for better or for worse almost made it seem like he judged. Without prior deliberation, it would strike anybody as unusual to witness that same Vincent displaying such negative emotions. Chisha and what was inscribed in it, would you ever show it to me? The topic piqued his interest. Nevertheless, deep down, he knew well that his attention was digressing from the journal's contents towards discovering what put his troublesome master in so much anguish. Aware of Chisha's inner thoughts, or not, Vincent closed one of his black eyes, and piercing him with his gaze, spoke. Vincent, I shall not show it to you, not that anthology of worthless delusions about the observers and things akin. For, well, no offense, but you seem like quite the overthinker, always looking for reasons. And what not, Chisha, I don't think normal. People make schemes while frowning as intensely as His Excellency or you do. Chisha, first, please mind your words. Second, my name is Chisha. Oh my, I'm so sorry. What could be more discourteous than mistaking a fellow actor's name? It'll reflect very deeply about what I've done, Chisha. Chisha, with energy and nothing else worth describing, the blue-haired boy kept talking. The boy named Cecilis Segmont was of the same class as Chisha years ago, somebody whom Vincent had sensed potential in and thus picked up. If one possessed great skill and the readiness to exercise it, Vincent would engage them. Vincent questioned neither one's origins nor status. While these ideals had earned him some detractors, none of them could deny that the Audiobook domain was blooming further every year under his rule. Notwithstanding, albeit prestigious origins were not a requisite, the gap in educational level made it too difficult to find another civil officer of excellence among commoners, hence Chisha's workload never abated. However, Cecilis, a good military officer, needs nothing but pure brawn, though in my case, as an actor, I need a splendor as well, but am already one of a kind in both of those aspects anyway. Chisha, you sound rather confident, but you probably do have enough strength to vaunt, which ironically makes it more bothersome, but that is no concern of many. The energetic little child, perhaps he was too old to be called that, being 6 or 7 years younger than Chisha, although doing so felt natural for the latter. Now 18 years of age, unfortunately, Cecilis lacked the characteristic cuteness of boys his age, and not due to his appearance or conduct, but due to that skill of which he boasted with pride. Chisha, after joining the House of Audiobook, Chisha himself had trained in martial arts for bodyguarding and self-defense purposes, but he was aware that his proficiency was that of an average man, and rather than moving his own body, he was suited to moving crowds. Of course, he ought to forget said pretext and avoid neglecting his training henceforth if he wished to improve, but even in the eyes of someone as inexperienced as himself, Chisha could tell that Cecilis' power surpassed the norm by far. Chisha had already met a phenomenon of ingenuity, yet he had never imagined that he would come across a phenomenon of armed might like this one. Chisha, the more I know, the less I understand what Vincensima, what His Excellency wishes. Cecilis, oh, there you go again with the deep thoughts, Chisha. But don't fret him here to give you the answer. That's what people call foreshadowing, yes. So declared Cecilis, thrusting a nimble finger towards Chisha, whose eyes widened. Looking at the other's reaction, Cecilis retracted his finger and continued. Cecilis, wait, you've never heard the term. Let me explain then. Foreshadowing means showing important information in a story, but disguising it in A. Chisha, yes, I know the definition of foreshadowing. The expression you see now on my face means that I cannot fathom why you brought that up, Cecilus. I see it's pretty simple, just so you know I'm telling you what you and His Excellency have in common, is that constant urge to find the meaning of every little thing. Amused, Cecilus brought his hands together in front of his chest as he laughed, and he broke the clap and revolved on the spot, pointing with open hands at all that surrounded him. Cecilus, all right, let's suppose that there's indeed meaning to everything, which is to say, all that stuff you can't explain at this moment serves as foreshadowing for what's to unfold sooner or later in this plot heart-pounding, isn't it? Chisha, the expenditure of unaccounted funds and the amassing of goods of dubious provenance do not quite strike me as foreshadowing for future, but as evidence of prevalent corruption and bribery. Cecilus, do you hear yourself? What you just mentioned is stuff you can solve in the present. Meanwhile, I'm talking about that which you cannot. Come on, Chisha. I know you're so much smarter than this. Chisha, bringing his spinning feet to an abrupt halt, Cecilus' objective brows furrowed in annoyance. While it displeased him to see Cecilus annoyed at him without a clear motive, somehow Chisha found a tiny scrap of salvation in those words. As he toiled to satisfy the demands that Vincent had imposed on him, along with his post, one doubt had lingered at the back of his mind. Why had he been the one seized? Years had elapsed in which he had even gotten to know Vincent as a person, yet he still was unable to explain that, because that problem did not pertain to Vincent but to Chisha himself. Without an answer to cure his woes, remaining at Vincent's side had taken a heavy toll on his psyche. But now, Chisha, if that is the case, could my presence itself be foreshadowing something too? Cecilus, oh, you've already absorbed the knowledge. Impressive. Well, how intelligent you are. No wonder you learn so quickly now. That deserves my absolute respect. I could never do the same. Chisha, if you wish to show me respect, how about you start addressing me with an honorific? I am your senior superior to you. In both age and rank, am I not? Cecilus, all but addressing a friend with an honorific feels a tad too distant. Don't you think we're going to be on the same boat now and for many days to come? So let's go ahead and throw all those pesky formalities out the window, shall we? Chisha, friend. With those unreserved words, plus a pat to his shoulder, the boy left Chisha speechless. While he was surprised at the familiarity with which the former could close the distance between them two, the true shock had come when he realized that in his path thus far not once had somebody called him a friend. In the few years since forsaking his hometown, being taken by Vincent studying assiduously under the aforementioned drudging away at work, he had not become close to anybody. Of course, although there had been people who had appreciated him for business reasons, those did not count here. Chisha. Cecilus, what's the matter, HM? Maybe you're right. Should I start with the honorific, then like in those stories where the distance keeps shrinking one step at a time until the end, when the two realize their paths have crossed? That kind of development is charming in its own way, so I wouldn't mind turning the rudder towards Chisha. No, you do not need. His Excellency is one who favors a job done with dispatch. It was not like he had grasped Cecilus' drivel in its entirety, but if in the end they were going to arrive at that destination anyway, then he preferred to take the briefest route. While deriding himself for harboring thoughts so deeply tainted by Vincent's doctrine, Chisha chose not to negate Cecilus' ideals and instead accept them, were he to mimic that man's speech style. Chisha, I shall expect you to wield your power when necessary for the sake of seeing His Excellency's desires fulfilled. That no doubt is the reason why you were plucked. Cecilus, that's foreshadowing the role hell need me to carry out. Right, you can trust me, Chisha. I might be useless at anything that's not fighting, but in battle, I won't let anyone catch up with me. Chisha, I look forward to that. The slender child puffed out his thin chest as he bragged about his hypothetical feats, but Chisha did not laugh at him. In accordance with Vincent's discretion as well as his own, he would give Cecilus Segmont a place corresponding with his caliber. Moreover, Chisha, I suppose for now, I must await the day I will perform the function I foreshadow. Assimilating the role that his much younger friend had mentioned, Chisha whispered, and as if fate had listened to him, the imperial selection ceremony involving Vincent Abelux commenced around 6 months after this event. 5. With the death of the former Emperor Dryzen Wallachia, ensued the commencement of the imperial selection ceremony. Because of his indisputable talents, Vincent Abelux had been regarded as an enemy by his other siblings, being caught in a besiegement made up of concentrated attacks from the latter in one opportunity. However, as it turned out, Vincent lived up to his initial reputation and expectations, winning the imperial selection ceremony with overwhelming strength. Having vanquished all his siblings, having been adorned with the crown of blood of the Wallachian Empire, Vincent Abelux No. the 77th Emperor Vincent Wallachia was born. Part of the bloody path that Vincent had trod, part of the great river of blood that Vincent had pooled, had perhaps been due in part to the contributions of Chisha and Cecilus, who had served as his subordinates. However, in regards to this imperial selection ceremony, the role that had been expected of Chisha in the plan carried out for the sake of Vincent's victory had been something quite different from freeing a wheel from a ditch. During the battle, Chisha's entrusted role had been to make the very last move on the board. Chisha, I see your younger sister has escaped unharmed. She may have quite the fierce and uninhibited personality, but I am certain she understands her predicament. I believe things have been settled for the time being. It was in an office, namely a room within the Crystal Palace, in the imperial capital of Lupagana. In that room used by the emperor, who stood at the top of the nation's politics, Chisha experienced having that familiar face regarding him back a situation, which would likely take him a while to deal with in this calm of a manner. Even though the emperor himself sat atop a chair of considerable authority, he showed no sign of breaking his usual demeanor. Even when assured that his victory in the imperial selection ceremony was unshakable, he did not even show a glimpse of a smile from a sense of accomplishment. Never did Vincent smile, at least not while passing as a prince or the emperor. When not playing as a prince, his lips would actually come apart and form a mischievous grin. However, the opportunities for that seemed like they would decrease significantly in comparison to then as well. He had become the emperor, and thus he would not permit a moment during which the emperor was not the emperor. No, he could spare a singular moment when that was not the case. Chisha, I could not believe my ears when you inquired about a way to save Priscasma. Assuming that no one else was listening, Chisha spoke of the greatest secret of this iteration of the Valachian Empire, one in which he was directly complicit. Coinciding with the conclusion of the imperial selection ceremony, the birth of a new emperor was announced. But the fact of the matter was that the imperial selection ceremony, in which only the last of the imperial family would succeed to the throne, had not been carried out fully. Two candidates had remained at the end. These two were Vincent Abelux and Prisca Benedict. Prisca Benedict was described as a tragic princess who had gulped down a poisonous cup herself, losing her life. In actuality, she had indeed drunk the poison, yet she had not lost her life. She had not consumed the poison from a cup. Instead, having done so to save her squire, who had been so concerned for her master as to cling to the possibility of saving her life. The venom had arrested Prisca's heart just long enough for everything to be concluded before it resumed beating anew. The imperial selection ceremony was over. Prisca Benedict had been interred in a tomb. Vincent Abelux became emperor, and Prisca Benedict assumed a different identity, a life not by that name. Chisha, supposing I were from a family that had served the empire since ancient times, I might have had to admonish his excellency for his outrageous wish. However, I hail from a family of commoners. There was no basis for which prestige or tradition were to be appreciated in particular. A certain amount of respect was to be given, their value was even to be acknowledged, but they ought not be misunderstood as something above all in the Valachian Empire. Prestige and tradition were merely tolerated, and that was why, Chisha, I had not the slightest bit of hesitation in partaking in this plan. Vincent. As the Emperor Vincent kept his silence, his innermost thoughts were perhaps unfathomable, but his actions were clear. From the very start, amongst his many siblings, Prisca had always been special to Vincent. Although Prisca shone brightly in Chisha's eyes because of her sagacity, it was not only because of her ability that Vincent had an eye on his younger sister, even though he was much older than her. Despite being akin to the very picture of arrogance, Prisca respected Vincent and treated him truly as a blood-related elder brother. Since the imperial selection ceremony was the fate of the imperial family of Wallachia, they mutually acknowledged that they were not allowed to coexist, even with compromises, until Vincent tore that fate apart by his own hand. This came much to the delight of Chisha, and above everything else, as a relief. Vincent's approach was to demonstrate his full capabilities within the position and role he had been bestowed with. Vincent had not changed his ways from the day of their meeting until the present day, so what kind of rationale could have possibly manifested from the fact that he of all people had chosen to permit Prisca's survival? If she were found alive, he himself would be endangered and violence would break out, whereupon the foundation of trust that the emperor had built up in the Valachian Empire could be lost. As Emperor of Wallachia, what argument could he have that could justify? None, of course. He would have none. It had not been a decision made rationally. It had been a desire born of emotion, a wish, a prayer. Vincent Abelux had not wanted to kill his beloved sister. Henceforth, Prisca Benedict had been kept alive, and Vincent wore a crown of falsehoods. That had made Chisha happy. Vincent had made the judgment that he wanted to bring Prisca back to life rather than having her be kept alive, and so he had asked Chisha for a way to get rid of the obstacle the wheel stuck in the ditch. Chisha foreshadowing was it. The nonsense Cecilus had uttered before the imperial selection ceremony began crossed his mind. Even something that in the moment did not make any sense, something which seemed meaningless, could be found out to possess meaning in the distant future. It could even be understood as having been present for that very purpose. Like his own position and actions, as well as Chisha's, were perhaps the foundation for that future. Chisha, well, it truly is annoying to admit that what Cecilus was talking about was pertinent, and I can see him getting overly enthused, so I will. Never tell him. Vincent, you have been this way for some time now. However, I have been giving it some thought. Recently have you completely lost your color, and along with it everything you have cultivated whilst in service of mineself. Chisha, surprisingly, I have been doing quite well ever since I skirted the oblivion of death. Knowing it was disrespectful, Chisha shrugged in front of Vincent. The Emperor changed his posture, but he would not rebuke the former for that unless it were done in public. Having changed his manner of referring to himself in Vincent's sable eyes, Chisha's reflection was, as he had stated, completely white and bereft of color. During the imperial selection ceremony, after being nearly killed in a standoff with an enemy, and then returning from the brink of death, Chisha's black hair had been drained of all its color, turning completely white. Since then, he had been wearing white, exactly the opposite of the black attire he had been donning for some reason or another, having even repainted the iron fan he used out of preference. He was thus completely white, his clothing uniform. Of course, that had not been just for his amusement. After being on the verge of death, and after losing his color, Chisha had awakened to a strange ability. In order to handle this ability of painting himself in the color of others, he had to keep constant awareness, a measure necessary as to imply to himself that he was able to dye himself in any color. In any case, the particulars of this ability had been kept from Vincent. As well, he would not disclose it to anyone naturally, let alone to the loose-lipped Cecilus, or to others with whom he had little connection. It was always a good idea to have an ace up one sleeve a trump card, or a secret move, or two ready to go. However, Chisha, if your excellency would finally release me for the great work I have done, then I believe no longer would there be any need for such machinations. Vincent, suppose you were me, do you believe I would have you dismissed, and alive, being aware of a fact of utmost importance, one that must be kept under wraps in the Empire, and let you sleep peacefully at night? Chisha developing a hypothetical within another hypothetical is somewhat bad manners, but I guess losing my head before I leave the castle is all I have in store right now. Vincent, if you comprehend that, and if you value your life, then continue to serve me obediently so long as you can prove that you are of use to me. I shall keep your head attached to your torso. As he declared so in an arrogant tone, Vincent rested his chin atop his hands, his elbows on the desk. It was difficult to tell if either of them was serious in this frivolous exchange, but it was necessary for the Emperor, who did not spare any words for others, to let him speak out like this and make sure. As per that exchange, Chisha gold status and the role expected of him would go unaltered, though Vincent had become the Emperor, but Chisha, the state of the sacred Wallachian Empire, may or may not change. Already the radiance of the Yang sword, the absolute symbol of the Wallachian Empire, had been betrayed. The imperial selection ceremony, which had taken place ever since the Empire's establishment, had been finalized in a way different to how it had been until now. Thus, what would normally follow the ceremony would also change dramatically in the future in quintessence. Going down that path, prioritizing his own desires, and opting to save his younger sister, Vincent did all that. A new path would be open, a path different from the one that had existed thus far. Chisha found himself slightly excited by that fact and the anticipation that came with it. However, he would never display it in his expression, in his words, or in his attitude. That was because he was conscious of his friends of Cecilus' bad influence. 6. The days passed by at a dizzying pace. The former system of the 9 divine generals was restored, and the rankings of the imperial nobility were reset. By purging those who had become a mere shell of their former selves and enjoyed high status, because of history alone, the way of the Wallachian Empire, which flew the national flag of a wolf pierced by swords, was enforced inside and outside its borders without exception. The way of doing things that had lasted to the previous emperor, who had unthinkingly believed the unwritten rule that the strong were absolutely right, and had let the empire fall to ruin internally, was completely disavowed, and the initial principle that the strong were to be respected was scrubbed out. Those who sat on their bloodlines and families' social standing were robbed of what had represented them, while those who had been waiting vigilantly for the opportunity to come around were given a chance to take on the challenge. From the outside, Vincent Wallachia's reign would perhaps seem no different from the history of the empire thus far. However, its reality was quite different. Those who knew what was going on behind the scenes experienced it firsthand. Before long, it became something that many in the empire, and even those outside in other countries, would likely come to know about the grandeur of Vincent Wallachia's remaking and reforming of the empire. Useless conflicts would cease, and absurd fights to the death would no longer be applauded. Proof of strength was no longer based on an individual's military prowess, and those who held ambitions not suitable for their stature would prove with their lives the difficulty of truly fulfilling those ambitions. It was as if they were watching the process of completely painting over the criteria for what was strong. However, they'll be the first and y'all be the second, and after Albert joins, Chi shall be the fourth. His Excellency's choices aren't so bad, but Chi, your complexion doesn't look so great, does it? Chi, I am the fourth, because otherwise it does not quite sit right for me, as Cecilus knows as well I. Cecilus on physical strength, absolutely. Well, I'm not claiming to understand your feelings at all, but I guess this is the way of the pecking. Orders determined in the world ruled by His Excellency. It's hard to know which is which when there are mixed standards, but I'm feeling rather positive about it. Vincent, what is the reason for that aside from the fact that you are immovable as first? Cecilus, you took the words right out of my mouth. That you did is the biggest reason. But that's not the only one. I think having Chi there will change your point of view. Chi point of view. In other words, can I take that to mean that of one's way of fighting? Cecilus, that's the gist of me, and you go at it Chi, you'll die in the blink of an eye, for sure. However, what if you start with 1,000 men? It might take 1,000 seconds. Chi, I doubt it would, but I understand where you are coming from. While I gain 1,000 seconds. Cecilus's Excellency or someone else can fulfill their purpose. My one greatest flaw as a leading actor of this world is that there's only one of me in this world. There were those whose natures would not change at all, even if they gained a higher standing, or if the way of the empire changed. However, Cecilus embodied that first principle. The reason for why was that in the most ancient eras of the Valachian Empire, the strong had garnered respect from everyone. Everyone throughout the empire knew that the one in question was unpopular, did not have a personality that would be liked by everyone, and did not have the character to be an example for anyone. Still, should anyone be asked who the strongest in the empire was, their chests would swell with pride, as if they were tied to him personally. And they would say that it was Cecilus Segmont who was the most powerful being in the empire. The fact that Chi was considered to be able to gain 1,000 seconds if he were to gather people against Cecilus had also been the reason why he felt at ease with the position of fourth of the 9 divine generals, going without firmly refusing it. Hence, albeit he was of the opinion that he was being overvalued, Chi had resigned himself to that position and role. For the most part, it worked well. If there was any problem, it was, my isn't this looky general first-class Chi. Today's fortunes are good, aren't they? That person who had started a conversation like that, in a friendly manner, gave him a small smile. When it seemed that everything was going favorably in the empire, the ominous feeling he held towards the being that had introduced himself as a stargazer, and whose comings and goings to the Crystal Palace were permitted, it felt like a black spot on his white body. The fact that the ominous feeling had been no mistake was proven years later. Stargaze of the coming of the great disaster has been passed down in a commandment. It is regrettable, Your Excellency. In the center of the emperor's office, a man who by all rights should not have been there had announced that with an expression that felt like they were trying to say, I am solemn from the bottom of my heart. Chi, who was present at the meeting, frowned at the words of Audiobook, the stargazer. Chi, the great disaster. It was something he did not recall having heard of yet. At the same time, it sounded like something that could not possibly be a good sign. It could also be called a mass-scale disaster, a prediction that it would be no ordinary calamity. It could be conjecture, however. What disturbed Chi was the one addition that Audiobook had appended. Just why was this man still saying things like it being a pity and so forth in regards to Vincent? Chi Audiobook Dono, I have no doubts about your authenticity. As a stargazer, on numerous occasions you have been able to anticipate insurrections, cataclysms, and matters that were liable to occur within our country. In many cases, your prophecies have helped to limit the damage. Audiobook Dono. Audiobook, pardon me, General First Class Chi. However, I have one correction. I didn't make any prophecies. Am only conveying the whispers of stars. I can't take credit for that. Chi, I respect your opinion, Audiobook Dono, of course. We need to be prepared to deal with a great disaster. But may I ask what you expect to happen? Audiobook's expression in response to Chi, which had been cryptic, until then took the shape of a smile. Chi posed a question that needed to be asked while being suspicious of Audiobook, whose face was rich in expression, yet none of it heartfelt. Audiobook's role, who called himself a stargazer, was similar to that of a faith healer or fortune teller. However, the accuracy of Audiobook's predictions was extraordinary, setting him apart from charlatans, which felt like they used an element of theatrics to boost morale. However, the drawback was that there were many details that were vague and somewhat circular in terms of how much they related to Audiobook's personality. But as Chi had also mentioned, there were actually a smattering of situations that had been triggered by Audiobook's advocacy and resolved without major incident, regardless of whether they had been natural disasters or man-made. It was because of Vincent's appreciation of his abilities that he had been allowed free access to the Crystal Palace. Chisha was not very keen on making heavy utilization of the unfathomable U-Book, but Vincent's stance was that those that could be used ought to be used. For instance, that applied all the same in regards to giving positions to those who had served as brothers and sisters who had died in the imperial selection ceremony, to have Restets von Dalfin at his side as the prime minister, even though he was the cream of the crop, was madness. However, the prime minister was a man who held surprisingly strong faith in the empire, and so long as Vincent continued to act like Vincent, there was no fear that Restets would bear his fangs against him. In any case, Chisha, if you're going as far as to call it great disaster, must be incredibly difficult to avoid. Fortunately, both General First Class Cecilus and Arakia are available. Well, I can say that those two are typically available at all times because it's dangerous to leave them apart. U-Book. It's ruined General First Class Chisha. Chisha, recalling the faces of Cecilus and Arakia, the first and the second who had a special reason to be there, Chisha was half steeped in despondence when an unexpected sound brought him back to reality. Further furrowing his brow, Chisha gave U-Book another opportunity to speak. In response, U-Book prefaced his remarks with the words, "As I said, U-Book, what's coming General First Class Chisha is ruin the great. Disaster is a means of ruin that's going to destroy the Valachian Empire. It's something that brings destruction beyond even the reach of the suns. Light Althoff Chisha. U-Book, from the outset, the Yong sword cannot be used to its fullest potential right." The moment Chisha, who had been standing behind Vincent, heard this, he jumped into the middle of the room, placing the iron fan he had pulled out to U-Book's neck, knocking him off balance. And just like that, he would drive his iron fan into U-Book's head, who had fallen to the ground, sparing no quarter. "Vincent, halt Chisha. There is no point in killing him." "Chisha, but your excellency, this thing knows of matters. It has no right knowing. Surely your excellency did not tell him." "Vincent, nonsense. I would never let my mouth slip to a clown. Most likely, as you would put it, he learned it from the stars." U-Book, that's correct, say. I guess I was about to die just now. With a finger of his poking the iron fan that had been stopped just before striking him, U-Book produced a half-smile. Looking down at that, Chisha fretted for a moment as to whether he really should dispose of U-Book, then let out a heavy sigh and took a big step back. "Chisha, I apologize for my discourtesy. However, I would ask that you refrain from such careless remarks, as I cannot guarantee that my hand will be stayed again next time." U-Book, how careless of me, as expected of one of the 9 divine generals, even though you're referred to as a civil servant type. Your skill is that of a warrior. Chisha, no need for flattery, rather. Cutting off there, Chisha averted his gaze from U-Book and turned to look behind himself. There Vincent, in the same posture as when he received the Stargazer, sat at the large desk where he did his work and looked their way. Faced with those black eyes, Chisha suddenly recalled how they had met when he had come face-to-face with Vincent for the first time. The two of them had been at a roughly similar distance from one another inside the carriage. Why was he suddenly recollecting that moment? Most likely the feeling now was similar to the one Head had at the time. His state of mind equal to the one Head had then. Chisha could not help but probe Vincent. "Chisha, your excellency, you seem unsurprised by U-Book Dono's prophecy from just now. May I inquire as to the true reason for that?" U-Book, I don't do prophecies. Chisha, my apologies. However, I would advise you that there will not be a next time. As U-Book attempted to cut into the conversation, uninvited, the iron fan grazed his cheek and pierced the wall from his cheeks, which had suffered slight cut a drop of blood. Welled U-Book thus raised both his hands in a vow to remain silent. Without even looking in his direction, Chisha stared at Vincent, nay, Chisha glared at him. To Chisha's discernment, Vincent closed a single eye and stated, "Vincent, the signs of the disaster have already been reported to. Observers have whispered that the forthcoming great disaster shall bring about the downfall of the empire." "Chisha, why did you not share it with me at the time?" "No." Astonished by the contents of Vincent's speech, Chisha's tongue stopped just as he was about to argue. Shortly before the words that Vincent had uttered, he had sensed an indescribable dread. Ruminating on what it caused it, Chisha widened his eyes slightly. "Chisha, your excellency, if I have not misheard, who has given you that guidance, the observers, was it?" A long time ago, many long years prior, he had heard of them from Vincent on one occasion. Stride Wallachia was a banished member of the imperial family, a man whom Vincent had designated as an abomination and a despicable existence, on whose journal that expression observers had been noted down. And now Vincent had mouthed that expression. That too was an expression connected to the Stargazer U-Book, an expression whose nature he had grasped since that time long ago. "Chisha, your excellency, by observers, do you mean the stars U-Book Dono speaks of?" "Vincent, I share the same perception. What U-Book has recited is a type of announcement of what the observers had peered at. Chisha, so do you believe that Strive Valakia was a stargazer as well? Vincent, the likelihood of that is high in my view, but he differed from the others who proclaimed themselves to be stargazers. Were you to analyze the contents of his journal, you would notice the hostility of Strive Valakia towards the observers. Chisha's dissatisfaction with Vincent grew as the revelations unfolded. Both before and after he had become emperor, he had willingly burdened himself with an immense workload, yet he still had saddled himself with such troubles which he had not shared with Chisha. For the sake of keeping it hidden from Chisha, he had certainly gone to great lengths. If he had that much effort to spare, he ought to have shared it from the beginning. Audiobook, please calm down. General First Class Chisha, His Excellency, had his reasons for not discussing this with you. I respect that decision. Chisha, I believe I advised you there would not be a next time. Audiobook, I know, but if His Excellency has trouble speaking about the matter, I thought it'd be better if I did. That's why I'm present together with General First Class Chisha. Isn't that so? Still holding his hands up, Audiobook looked toward Vincent over Chisha's shoulder. It was irritating that he acted as if he understood Vincent's thoughts, but Vincent did not refute Audiobook's suggestion. In that case, Chisha had no right to dismiss it either. Besides, there was a limit to how many concealments he could be saddled with. Chisha, I would recommend that you drop the pompous act and choose your next words carefully. Audiobook, I appreciate your concern. Well, then, I'll inform you in a concise way about the great disaster that will bring ruin to the empire. Despite having been warned about the pompous act, Audiobook interrupted himself for an instant. However, the anger towards Audiobook was outweighed by the interest in the words that were to follow. Consequently, Audiobook remained unpunished for ignoring the warning and continued spinning his tale. That continuation was, Audiobook, the death of His Excellency Vincent Valakia. That will be the signal for the beginning of the commandment. 7. The tactless stargazer left the room, leaving only the apex of the empire and his trusted confidant in the office. No, Chisha was no longer sure if assessing himself as such was correct, for he would be unable to claim being one's confidant if the latter were unable to unravel their heart of hearts to him. Unexpectedly, perhaps the malign declarations that the stargazer was being bombarded with, the declarations that he was a clown, were also appropriate for himself. Chisha, when I disguised myself and replaced Your Excellency, the stargazer, never approached me. Were those instructions given by Your Excellency as well? Perhaps. Vincent, if that which is being kept secret were to be recklessly talked about, then all plans would be rendered null. Thus, it is only natural to tie up loose ends before something goes wrong. Chisha, I suppose I would do the same thing. It was not so much a collusion, but Audiobook, who appeared as if he had free rein, was also kept on a tight leash by Vincent. There was a secret agreement exchanged between the two parties concerning the great disaster. However, Chisha, I do not understand why conceal it even from me, Vincent, to get rid of unnecessary and cumbersome thoughts. Chisha, unnecessary and cumbersome. Vincent, were you aware of this matter, you would perhaps think of saving me. However, that is a futile thought. Shaking his head horizontally, Vincent stated this devoid of any hesitation. Albeit it was his life at stake, Vincent would not falter from the truth before him. However, his own acceptance of that truth and Chisha's were matters entirely different from one another. Chisha, it is only natural that I should put Your Excellency's life first. Why do you call it futile? Vincent recalled all the stories which the stargazer brought about, thus far claiming them to be his commandment. Chisha, the stories brought by Audiobook Dono. At being told this, Chisha pondered. If the great disaster was the only thing Vincent had kept from Chisha, then Chisha was well aware of all the other prophecies Audiobook had brought. They were all useful portents for natural disasters and rebellions, both posing as omens of situations that could lead to a conflagration. Thanks to this, it had been possible to keep the damage to a minimum. Chisha, though with varying degrees of damage, all of those situations did happen. Vincent, indeed, never has there been a case in which it was possible to prevent one from happening. Having been informed as to its signs, whether man-made or natural disaster, the first move always happens, even if we are able to deal with the damage that follows. Thus Audiobook had said, Vincent, the great disaster that things spoke of shall commence with my death. Chisha HK, then what I ought to do is safeguard Your Excellency's life and defy the stargazer's commandment. Vincent, do you think I have not attempted to ascertain whether that is feasible? Chisha's knee-jerk objection was negated by Vincent's unhurried words. Naturally, the ideas that had come to Chisha in the heat of emotion had all been tested by Vincent. In the past, other prophecies brought about by Audiobook unrelated to the great disaster had been challenged time and again as to check if they could be prevented, while fulfilling the role of an emperor to the fullest extent behind the scenes. Chisha, Your Excellency, Vincent, what? Chisha, I have a question which has come up to me just now. Suddenly, as a cold, somber voice permeated his brain, his own Chisha spoke thus. He had stated that he had a question, but his brain was numb, completely numb, be it a mental block as a reaction due to his brain being overworked or a consequence of it refusing to work. It was completely numb. However, regardless of the reason for its numbness, the question had already been raised. The Emperor had received it. And then, Vincent, I shall allow it speak. Chi-Sha could not deny that which the Emperor had chosen. Hence, Chi-Sha could not refuse what the Emperor had granted permission for. And so as Chi-Sha experienced his own brain being numbed, he posed his query. Chi-Sha, since when have you been aware of the signs of the great disaster? Vincent, the journal. Quietly, Vincent opened a drawer in the desk he utilized to perform his duties, took out an old bound book, and placed it upon the desk. A journal that had become a topic of conversation once in the past, but which he had never seen the journal left by Stride Valakia if it conveyed the signs. Chi-Sha, Your Excellency, what you have done so far, meeting Chi-Sha, originally Che-Sha Trim, walking alongside him, cultivating him over time, picking up Cecilus, taking part in the imperial selection ceremony, saving Prisca Benedict's life, by going against his own principles in a first, and paving a new path as the Emperor of the Valakian Empire. The whole of Vincent Valakia's journey had been. Vincent, after my death, the ruin caused by the great disaster must be minimized. This is the purpose of the reform that of the 9 divine generals. Chi-Sha, Vincent, your purpose, Chi-Sha Gold. 8. Chi-Sha, I demand to know who these observers are, and I demand you to disclose whatever information you may have on them. Pushing the open iron fan against another's neck, Chi-Sha issued a threat, his tone low. However, as Chi-Sha directed that ghastly hostility at him, the facial expression of Yubuk, who had his back pinned against the wall, was a carefree one, as if bemused, unable to read the situation. His expression, unchanging. Yubuk called out to him with General First Class Chi-Sha, then continued. Yubuk ID thought that you and His Excellency the Emperor had discussed that a few days ago, and that you had come to terms with it down inside General First Class Chi-Sha. Chi-Sha, it took me a few days to review the preconditions to make sure there was no mistake. Unfortunately, there is currently no way to directly reject His Excellency's thoughts. Yubuk, am sure it'd be the same, even if you discussed it with me. But as expected from the General First Class, who also serves as His Excellency's body, you do take after him plenty. While being held in place, Yubuk spoke, to which Chi-Sha produced a faint look of puzzlement. Taking in that reaction from Chi-Sha, Yubuk shook his head, then stated, Yubuk, His Excellency also asked if there was a way to bend the commandment, but I can return you the same answer as I did, then there is not. Chi-Sha, what is your purpose, Yubuk Dono? You have introduced yourself as a stargazer, thus gaining the position to stay at the Crystal Palace and deliver prophecies from the observers. Myself at the helm, people aside from His Excellency, do not think highly of your existence, Yubuk Dono. If His Excellency does pass away, as per the prophecy, you shall not escape destruction. Yubuk, you put that so clearly it hurts me, but General First Class Chi-Sha, that assumption of yours is off. Chi-Sha, Yubuk, more important than my own destruction is the fulfillment and realization of commandment. My purpose is to ward off the destruction due to follow the great disaster. As he spoke, the grin disappeared from Yubuk's face. Yubuk's face vanished, the artificial emotion it had possessed had lost its warmth. Capturing it from up close made Chi-Sha get an impression, as if he were facing Yubuk's real face for the first time. For an instant, he suspected that that was due to some technique of Yubuk's. Yubuk, I don't have any power of that sort. Didn't I destroy my own evil eye in front of your very eyes, General First Class Chi-Sha? As a display, I held no malice toward His Excellency. At the very start, do you wish to confirm that? Chi-Sha, know that is fine, unless I have misheard you. Yubuk Dono have stated this, that your purpose is to ward off the destruction due to follow the great disaster. Yubuk, yes, that's correct. In that respect, that purpose is in accord with His Excellency's. The replying Yubuk was devoid of faltering, and Chi-Sha could perceive no falsehoods in his opinion. If he were to lie here in the first place, it made no sense that he would not lie to make himself rather than Vincent look good to Chi-Sha. Even Yubuk would not be too thrilled were he to be killed after carelessly provoking Chi-Sha's ire, most likely despite that expression of his suggesting he did not mind being killed at any time. In addition, even though he had some thoughts on Yubuk's behavior and perceived him as a nuisance, Vincent's reasons for not sending Yubuk away were understandable. Vincent and Yubuk were both working toward the same goal. Chi-Sha, does not seem to me that Yubuk Dono is thinking of preventing the great disaster itself. Why is that? Yubuk, oh, it's simple. The great disaster cannot be postponed. It'll happen without fail, so like a foregone conclusion. My purpose, once the great disaster has happened, is to ward off the destruction it brings. In other words, Chi-Sha, in other words, the declarations that he was a clown were also appropriate for himself. Chi-Sha, when I disguised myself and replaced your Excellency, the Stargazer, never approached me were those instructions given by your Excellency as well, perhaps. Vincent, if that which is being kept secret were to be recklessly talked about, then all plans would be rendered null. Thus, it is only natural to tie up loose ends before something goes wrong. Chisha, I suppose I would do the same thing. It was not so much a collusion, but Yubuk, who appeared as if he had free rein, was also kept on a tight leash by Vincent. There was a secret agreement exchanged between the two parties concerning the great disaster. However, Chisha, I do not understand why I conceal it even from me, Vincent, to get rid of unnecessary and cumbersome thoughts. Chisha, unnecessary and cumbersome. Vincent, were you aware of this matter, you would perhaps think of saving me. However, that is a futile thought. Shaking his head horizontally, Vincent stated this devoid of any hesitation. Albeit it was his life at stake, Vincent would not falter from the truth before him. However, his own acceptance of that truth and Chisha's were matters entirely different from one another. Chisha, it is only natural that I should put your Excellency's life first. Why do you call it futile? Vincent recalled all the stories which the stargazer brought about, thus far claiming them to be his commandment. Chisha, the stories brought by Yubuk Dono. At being told this, Chisha pondered. If the great disaster was the only thing Vincent had kept from Chisha, then Chisha was well aware of all the other prophecies Yubuk had brought. They were all useful portents for natural disasters and rebellions, both posing as omens of situations that could lead to a conflagration. Thanks to this, it had been possible to keep the damage to a minimum. Chisha, though with varying degrees of damage, all of those situations did happen. Vincent, indeed, never has there been a case in which it was possible to prevent one from happening, having been informed as to its signs, whether man-made or natural disaster. The first move always happens, even if we are able to deal with the damage that follows. Thus Yubuk had said, Vincent, the great disaster that things spoke of shall commence with my death. Chisha HK, then what I ought to do is safeguard your Excellency's life and defy the stargazer's commandment. Vincent, do you think I have not attempted to ascertain whether that is feasible? Chisha's knee-jerk objection was negated by Vincent's unhurried words. Naturally, the ideas that had come to Chisha in the heat of emotion had all been tested by Vincent. In the past, other prophecies brought about by Yubuk unrelated to the great disaster had been challenged time and again as to check if they could be prevented, while fulfilling the role of an emperor to the fullest extent behind the scenes. Chisha, your Excellency, Vincent, what? Chisha, I have a question which has come up to me just now. Suddenly, as a cold, somber voice permeated his brain, his own Chisha spoke thus. He had stated that he had a question, but his brain was numb, completely numb, be it a mental block as a reaction due to his brain being overworked or a consequence of it refusing to work. It was completely numb. However, regardless of the reason for its numbness, the question had already been raised. The emperor had received it. And then, Vincent, I shall allow it speak. Chisha could not deny that which the emperor had chosen. Hence, Chisha could not refuse what the emperor had granted permission for. And so, as Chisha experienced his own brain being numbed, he posed his query. Chisha, since when have you been aware of the signs of the great disaster? Vincent, the journal. Quietly, Vincent opened a drawer in the desk he utilized to perform his duties, took out an old bound book, and placed it upon the desk. A journal that had become a topic of conversation once in the past, but which he had never seen the journal left by Stride Wallachia if it conveyed the signs. Chisha, your Excellency, what you have done so far, meeting Chisha, originally Chisha Trim, walking alongside him, cultivating him over time, picking up Cecilus, taking part in the imperial selection ceremony, saving Prisca Benedict's life, by going against his own principles in a first, and paving a new path as the Emperor of the Wallachian Empire. The whole of Vincent Wallachia's journey had been. Vincent, after my death, the ruin caused by the great disaster must be minimized. This is the purpose of the reform, that of the 9 divine generals. Chisha, Vincent, your purpose, Chisha Gold. 8. Chisha, I demand to know who these observers are, and I demand you to disclose whatever information you may have on them. Pushing the open iron fan against another's neck, Chisha issued a threat, his tone low. However, as Chisha directed that ghastly hostility at him, the facial expression of Yubuk, who had his back pinned against the wall, was a carefree one, as if bemused, unable to read the situation. His expression, unchanging. Yubuk called out to him with general first-class Chisha, then continued. Yubuk ID thought that you and His Excellency the Emperor had discussed that a few days ago, and that you had come to terms with it down inside General First-Class Chisha. Chisha, it took me a few days to review the preconditions to make sure there was no mistake. Unfortunately, there is currently no way to directly reject His Excellency's thoughts. Yubuk, I'm sure it'd be the same, even if you discussed it with me. But as expected from the General First Class, who also serves as His Excellency's body, you do take after him plenty. While being held in place, Yubuk spoke, to which Chisha produced a faint look of puzzlement. Taking in that reaction from Chisha, Yubuk shook his head, then stated, Yubuk, His Excellency also asked if there was a way to bend the commandment, but I can return you the same answer as I did, then there is not. Shisha, what is your purpose, U-Book Dono? You have introduced yourself as a stargazer, thus gaining the position to stay at the Crystal Palace, and deliver prophecies from the observers myself at the helm people aside from His Excellency. Do not think highly of your existence, U-Book Dono. If His Excellency does pass away as per the prophecy, you shall not escape. Destruction. U-Book, you put that so clearly it hurts me, but General First Class Shisha. That assumption of yours is off. Shisha. U-Book, more important than my own destruction is the fulfillment and realization of commandment. My purpose is to ward off the destruction, due to follow the great disaster. As he spoke, the grin disappeared from U-Book's face. U-Book's face vanished, so the artificial emotion it had possessed had lost its warmth. Capturing it from up close made Shisha get an impression, as if he were facing U-Book's real face for the first time. For an instant, he suspected that was due to some technique of U-Book's. U-Book, I don't have any power of that sort. Didn't I destroy my own evil eye in front of your very eyes, General First Class Shisha? As a display, I held no malice toward His Excellency. At the very start, do you wish to confirm that? Shisha, no, that is fine, unless I have misheard you. U-Book Dono have stated this, that your purpose is to ward off the destruction due to follow the great disaster. U-Book, yes, that's correct. In that respect, that purpose is in accord with His Excellency's. The replying U-Book was devoid of faltering, and Shisha could perceive no falsehoods in his opinion. If he were to lie here in the first place, it made no sense that he would not lie to make himself rather than Vincent look good to Shisha. Even U-Book would not be too thrilled were he to be killed after carelessly provoking Shisha's ire, most likely despite that expression of his suggesting he did not mind being killed at any time. In addition, even though he had some thoughts on U-Book's behavior and perceived him as a nuisance, Vincent's reasons for not sending U-Book away were understandable. Vincent and U-Book were both working toward the same goal. Shisha, it does not seem to me that U-Book Dono is thinking of preventing the great disaster itself. Why is that? U-Book, oh, it's simple. The great disaster cannot be postponed. It'll happen without fail, so like a foregone conclusion. My purpose, once the great disaster has happened, is to ward off the destruction it brings. In other words, Shisha, in other words, U-Book, if the great disaster doesn't actually happen, my commandment won't be fulfilled for that reason. Even if all the factors that cause the great disaster are destroyed, ID becomes said factor. That was a fanatical way of thinking the means, and the ends were both mixed up. Gulping due to that incomprehensible absurdity, the iron fan that was already on U-Book's neck was made to dig into it with further force by Shisha, pointed against a vital point. Putting enough force into it would have U-Book's throat severed there. Allowing U-Book himself to understand this, Shisha's voice became sharper. Shisha, then it would be best if we remove that factor with our own hands. Hurry. U-Book, I wish you wouldn't, but I'm not going to stop you. So let me tell you one thing. Supposing you kill me, the next stargazer will appear. That's how it works. Shisha, U-Book, 4 major disasters will destroy the world. The opportunity to stop one of them has come. We are terminals of self-purification and self-defense brought about by the stars, and there are infinite substitutes. Staring into those eyes from which nothing could be sensed, Shisha ground his teeth. That there were no threats, no falsehoods, and that U-Book himself was at least speaking seriously was something that Shisha could sense. In order to ward off the destruction wrought by the great disaster, he would make it so the great disaster would happen without fail. A declaration far too absurd, far too illogical, yet it was an invitation to a war of attrition, employing countless lives as shields that even Vincent was unable to do anything about. A possibility popped up, however, that perhaps some of the stargazers who had brought commandments thus far themselves had served as sparks playing a role in the materialization of their prophecies. But if they were to ascertain this and massacre the stargazers, eradicating them, being that the conditions of their emergence were not known, it was likely that they would need to murder all those capable of becoming one. That would be tantamount to destroying the country. U-Book, His Excellency, is admirable. Having attachment to individuals is something that makes up very little part of my nature, but I gotta take my hat off to His Excellency for the way he is. Someone who's not a stargazer isn't capable of being like that. Shisha, U-Book Dono, admiring someone that greatly, what an unfunny jokey. U-Book, I truly mean it. There's no one able to accept their death forewarned by the commandment with peace of mind, and yet His Excellency is making all preparations for after his own death, even if he has no hopes left for living. He hasn't given up fighting. Truly the king of sword wolves. U-Book's words, muttered solemnly, were a solid expression of his admiration for Vincent. The sword wolf, he had spoken of the wolf pierced by swords that was a national emblem of Wallachia, was a celebration of the way of life of a warrior that did not falter even when saddled with life-threatening wounds. In that sense, as U-Book had declared, Vincent's way of life was that of the sword wolf itself. U-Book General First Class Shisha, I spent all my life with the intent to fulfill my commandment with my entire heart, but it's not like I believe that my commandment is more wonderful than all. In case you're saying it's difficult to accept General First Class Shisha, It's okay if you were to try it out. Chisha tried out exterminating Audiobook Dono, and those with the same station you have you mean. Audiobook, I did state that there are infinite substitutes, but there's a limit. There are only so many lives trying out with the support of General First Class Cecilus would be worth the shot. Once more, Audiobook's mind was hard to grasp in regards to just how much of that proposal came from what he truly felt. For a moment, Chisha did consider it to be a decent idea proof of just how shaken up he was. Supposing he did as Audiobook had stated disclose that fact to Cecilus, and guided him as the latter probably did nothing but babble about it, they may be able to wipe out the citizens of the Empire. No, that too was impossible. Were Vincent to discover that plot, he would halt any nonsense of the sort. Immediately Cecilus was a friend, but his priorities were very much fixed within his mind. For Cecilus, Vincent took precedence over Chisha, and that was a reasoning as to why Cecilus Segmont was the first, even though his head was not to be trusted one bit when it came to thinking. Chisha, nevertheless, the likes of disclosing this to Cecilus was an option that had not occurred to me, and that is quite laughable even if I say so myself. An out-of-place deep emotion carved a faint smile onto Chisha's lips. Emerging in his head vividly was Cecilus pouting his lips protesting vehemently. Chisha, he subtly recalled an exchange they'd had one day quite clearly. Cecilus, if me and you go at it, Chisha, you'll die in the blink of an eye for sure. However, what if you start with 1,000 men? It might take 1,000 seconds. Chisha, I doubt it would, but I understand where you're coming from while I gain 1,000 seconds. Cecilus's excellency, or someone else can fulfill their purpose. My one greatest flaw as a leading actor of this world is that there's only one of me in this world. The smiling face of his friend, as he spoke of random things, came to mind. Suddenly he had a thought. Chisha Audiobook Dono, I would like to inquire something of you. These commandments you receive, in what way are they brought to you? Having been questioned, Audiobook widened his eyes in amazement slightly. He then cocked his head, regaining his usual atmosphere of meekness that had vanished, and... Audiobook, it varies more often than not I receive them in something like a dream. Chisha, then would that also apply to the commandment regarding the great disaster that you conveyed to his excellency? With the questions piling up, Audiobook nodded with a face of perplexity, exhaling at that answer slowly. Chisha gave form to the thoughts the head had. Chisha, from the commandment you have received the moment his excellency loses his life is present. Pure white vanished, and thus he painted over his uncertain self, that could be dyed in any color, not just with anyone. Appearing there was Chisha the Vincent Valaquia, that dies there, which one is it? I one dear. 9. Chisha Gold, formerly Chisha Trim, did not consider himself to be someone with a very high sense of loyalty, nor had he pledged unwavering obedience to his excellency the Emperor, as none other than Vincent Valaquia himself had stated. At a time, Chisha had been asked if he would be willing to die for Vincent, returning the direct reply that he would not do so. To keep that in mind as he served him, so had Chisha been told. In accordance with that declaration, and with those sentiments, Chisha had come to serve Vincent. Therefore, he would not do anything akin to dying for Vincent's sake. Even if he did not pledge unwavering loyalty to Vincent, he pledged a loyalty born of common sense. As one of the people of the Empire, as one of the generals of the first class of the Empire, he also happened to possess some sense of respect towards his excellency the Emperor. Conduct that felt as if it ran counter to Vincent's command was preposterous. Hence, Chisha's choice was something made not for Vincent's sake, but for all intents and purposes, it had been made for the sake of those very same feelings at the very origin of it all, when it happened to run into the prince on that road. Back then, the many people around him had avoided getting involved upon laying eyes on that carriage, which they could tell at a glance had high-class folk riding in it. They would have been fine with helping out, but if they turned out not to be able to, instead, incurring displeasure, their lives would be in jeopardy. While able to perfectly grasp the thoughts of those people, Chisha had stepped up to the carriage. It was not as though he had wanted to help people. However, he had thought a shame were he to miss out on the opportunity to test his arithmetic and studies, which were said to be useless. In the village that was his hometown. Indeed, the same went this time around. A chance to get behind the thoughts of Vincent Valaquia, a man whose ingenuity could make anything go according to his hypotheses, would probably never come around again. Moreover, ever since Vincent Valaquia had been a young child, he had steeled himself to accept that moment with solemnity. In other words, this was a challenge to partake in a crucial bout on which the life of Vincent Valaquia was staked. A man whose blood would boil once the gauntlet was thrown down, a man whose spirits would rise more and more upon the realization that his enemy was a mighty one, indeed a man whose soul would ignite as a means to fell his opponent, that was a man of the Empire. And Chisha Gold was a man of the Empire. What sort of feelings, what sort of thoughts had been in Vincent Valaquia's mind at the time he had decided to place Chisha under his care, as to learn under him to become capable of using the same intelligence as himself after his own demise were unclear. He did not understand, nor did he want to understand. Once he understood that he did not understand, he had had many of those hot-headed thoughts. Vincent had once given a few words on it, that he had experienced those very same thoughts. And thus, Chisha the ruin brought about by the great disaster. Just what is the great disaster? Don't make me laugh. Labeled as a mass-scale disaster, it seemed the great disaster would somehow try to trample to plunge the Valachian Empire into ruination from Chisha's point of view. However, it was humorous. The great disaster would commence with the death of Vincent Valachia. The great disaster would not start without Vincent's death. In other words, the empire could not be destroyed if he were allowed to live. So had he not already lost before the destruction had started? Setting Vincent Valachia aside, what was a destruction to come? What was a great disaster? Vincent Valachia, the 77th emperor of the sacred Valachian Empire. Chisha, his excellency himself, is a Valachian Empire. The utter devastation and ruin of the land after the death of his excellency is an incredibly absurd, side-splitting comedy of comedies. He ridiculed the yet unseen great disaster with a manner of speech akin to Cecilus. Ridiculing the great disaster that he most likely would never lay eyes upon, he stuck out his tongue. Chisha, a dog that seeks to snatch a lowly victory, how can that be the one to kill our sword wolf? Don't you dare underestimate Vincent Valachia, who I supported, who I built up. If you are someone who can kill him, then what are you waiting for? If you say you will snatch him away, go for it. Forewarn, ruin, and all the like, don't you dare think that you can destroy our emperor, our empire. That day when I got the wheel out of the ditch, it was for the sake of this moment. For the sake of ridiculing this destruction, all of it was. Chisha foreshadowing, though, I shall absolutely not say such a thing, for if I did, Cecilus would get overly enthused. 10. A white light shone dazzlingly within the throne room, and immediately afterwards scarlet blood splattered grandly. Upon the red carpet, a slender man stood drenched by the fresh blood that had just been scattered. The man, donning a ridiculous Oni mask on his face, widened his black eyes, hidden behind the mask, frozen in shock at the events that had developed in front of him. And before that man, who was standing stock, still the body that had gushed copious amounts of its blood crumbled, toppling to its front. His chest, lacking any defenses, had been run through from behind, destroying his heart without a shred of mercy, eradicating, ripping away anything and everything necessary for the maintenance of life. Unable to support the falling body with his arms, it helplessly collapsed onto the carpet, with that the fallen body did not stir with nary a twitch, nor with even a gulp of air, much less any final words. None may live having had their hearts pierced. Consequently, that was an event inevitable, the terminus of fate, as was bound to arrive. The man had died. He was Chisha Trim, became Chisha Gold, and finally, as Vincent Valachia, the man had died. And that was the entirety of what had transpired in that moment. Chapter 108. The forthcoming great disaster. 1. The final act of Chisha Gold posing as the emperor was beyond comprehension. Having been ousted from the throne, Vincent Valachia began giving his name as Abel gained support from the people of Shadrach in the large forest to the east, and personally took the lead of a rebellion that had upheaved the empire. This was not what he had hoped for when planning for the future, but this was rather Chisha's plan, who had deliberately gone the full length committing treason, thus driving Vincent away from the imperial capital. He would not do an about-face so easily. Therefore he had taken measures to clearly inform him that his actions, that his motives were futile. Destined death brought about by the stargazers was something that Abel had resolved himself for long ago, from the time he gained self-awareness as an imperial prince of Valachia. When commandment and forewarning were received, it was foretold that upon the death of the emperor who had ascended to the throne, the great disaster, which was to bring about ruin, would commence. It was not as though he himself had been mentioned by name. However, once he laid eyes upon that forewarning, he had been convinced that he would be the one to ascend to the seat of emperor. He had been convinced that were it not him, the Valachian Empire could not be saved. To his other brothers and sisters, he could not entrust that great duty. Putting the entirety of his capabilities and his potential into it, Vincent Abelux would take the seat of emperor, and as Vincent Valachia, he would take measures for the empire to not be undone. That was the plan that Vincent Valachia, that Abel had staked his life on. He had restored the system of the 9 divine generals whom everyone worshipped in the Valachian Empire, where the strong were revered, and upon their apex he had placed the unmistakable strongest. Distorting the way of being of the empire rife with senseless barbarism as it was, he had guided them, so that they would lose their reluctance regarding orderly violence, thus leaving as much potential as he possibly could, so that the Valachian Empire would survive even after his death. Everything had been part of the plan on which he had staked his life. Abel. The body, unable to do anything but lie face down, continued to spill vast volumes of blood from its chest's heart having been pierced. Black hair and black eyes each time he looked in the mirror, his face made him feel anger and frustration at his lack of power, his lack of knowledge. That face had been deprived of blood, its expression soaked in blood, as it gazed at nowhere in particular. His current body manifested through the ability which he professed to have attained while on the verge of death. A time at which his color had vanished did not return to his original form, even once his life had come to an end. Nevermore would he lay eyes upon that form, nevermore would that impudent speech strike his eardrums again. Nevermore Abel why? A question that ought not be asked spilled from his lips. The one who was to answer that question would never open their mouth. Once more even, so the lips that were supposed to avoid all that their owner knew to be meaningless spilled that question. The prophecy of the great disaster. It was conceivable that it could be overturned were one to be aware of its conditions. He had sought out that method in the past. He had conveyed so to him that ought to have made him understand that it could not be done, and yet as Chisha had still not been convinced, he had committed treason in vain. In this way, the confrontation they'd had within the throne room ought to have been proof that no means with which to avoid the great disaster existed. He had trained Chisha so that he could entrust it with the empire after his own demise to think, as he did to arrive at the same conclusions as he did in order for him to be able to fulfill being a proxy of Vincent Valencia. Therefore, were he truly Vincent Valencia, he was supposed to have accepted defeat with grace. Accepting defeat and lowering weapons, putting an end to this futile battle, restoring the throne to the returned Abel, so the latter could welcome death. And then with that he was supposedly opposed the great disaster of ruin that had not come to pass. A foolish gamble it had been. Even if he were to die in Abel's place as Vincent Valencia with a great disaster, to not deem it acceptable, it would amount to a foolish gamble that had ended in naught but a useless death. That especially was what Abel abhorred, a death inefficient to the utmost extremes. Even though Chisha Gold had presumably been aware of that Abel why, endless doubt and bewilderment stained a deep scarlet by the flowing blood. Even if he asked once more, there would only be another layer of silence piled on gone, without replies. That too was what Abel loathed, inefficiency to the utmost extremes. And then, well, ain't that just 'cause it was a bad plan? Immediately after, a second shot of white light was fired, zipping straight towards Abel, who stood bolt upright. 2. Calling it light was no false of the blow that brought death aimed for Abel faster than an arrow. To begin with, Abel was not a fighter. Even supposing the shock from the immediately preceding event had already passed, it would have been entirely impossible for him to react to the white radiance that had grazed the edge of his vision for nary a moment. Ergo, what had saved Abel's life in that moment was not a judgment of his own. It came to pass right as Abel was on the verge of being run through by the light, approaching him from the front, about to have his heart extirpated. A roaring sound and violent tremors furiously shook the throne room, nay, the entire Crystal Palace, and a tremendous impact destroyed its firm walls. The origin of the impact did not stop at just destroying the wall, and wedged its way between Abel, who was standing bolt upright, and the corona zipping towards him. With a sound akin to a splash of water, the white light obliterated that interference, and thus that which had saved Abel's life by a hairbreadth was Abel, an enormous arm, as that Maguro Hagain Maguro man, had thrown, protect, his excellency ordered me. The wall-esque object that had made a sudden appearance before Abel's eyes was the right arm of Maguro Hagain, which had been thrust into the throne room. Maguro, a meteor also known as the very Crystal Palace itself, was supposed to be participating in a fierce clash unfolding upon the battlefield, having taken in the ramparts of the imperial capital of Lupagana as their own body. And yet, Abel was at Chisha. Maguro's earlier statement was proof of the fact that they had received orders to protect Abel. Then the one to direct Maguro to return from far away had been the one who sat upon the throne, possessing the function of exerting influence on the meteor. None other than Chisha Gold could have done so. That Abel's life would once more be targeted right after he himself had been shot had been his prediction. Abel H.K. Maguro. Hagain, bring me outside Maguro. Who you my priority? His Excellency. Abel the Emperor has died. If I die, his death shall be in vain, Maguro. Taking those domineering words from Abel, Maguro noticed the collapsed silhouette as they peered into the throne room. Maguro's state was such that it was difficult to tell where their eyes were present once the green orbs emerging from the city walls flickered. However, they too recognized the death of the Emperor, who had collapsed face down. Maguro the body. Abel, it is superfluous worry not for the dead. Shouting at Maguro as they attempted to retrieve the Emperor's corpse, Abel jumped towards the titanic right arm before him as he clung onto one of the fingers of the hand-like shaped Maguro, pulled their arm out of the throne room, causing Abel to be bathed in raging winds as he was extracted out into the sky. Maguro, Meguro had become one with the ramparts, having altered the latter's structure to allow themselves easier movement. Meguro's body was now that of an enormous golem greater than 50 meters tall, and riding on the arm, as it was lifted, Abel's elevation was about the same. With the cityscape of the imperial capital in sight from that height, the path Meguro had taken from the third bastion that they had been protecting alongside the building's trampled and set path was visible. It was apparent that they had bolted straight towards this place devoid of any other concerns. Apart from that, though, the battles at each bastion were still ongoing, the reasons for their conflicts had vanished already, and so those who needed to prepare for the upcoming battle were squandering their lives in vain. In vain their lives were Abel HK. A disturbance arose in his thoughts, and Abel put strength into his arms, clinging onto the gargantuan rock. This was not the time to cling to bygone events and have his thoughts disperse into many fragments. Already events were unfolding. It was just as he had told Meguro. If he were to die now, that death would be in vain. At the very least, he must ascertain whether that death had held meaning or not. "Abel, I shall not die." Voice leaked as if being wrung out, and Abel bit down on his molars and stared downwards intently. Even if he raised his voice here, it would not reach those whose lives were clashing on the battleground. However, he must inform them that the meaning in this battle had been lost by any means necessary. Meguro danger. As Abel was thinking, Meguro's gale-like voice struck his eardrums. Their difference in their physique was so significant that each and every single one of Meguro's actions was akin to a human's actions toward an ant. However, it was not as though Meguro had rocked his eardrums without purpose. Gyrating their colossal frame, Meguro turned their back on the Crystal Palace, with Abel protected in their right hand. As sounds of successive impacts resounded from the exterior of the right hand, he was held and Abel's cheeks contorted. The sequence of strikes came not from one direction. Rather, they were raining down from all angles. The enemy was simply great in numbers. No collection of magic users that could aim for their enemies with such precision would be infeasible on the soil of Wallachia. That was to say, this was not a group large in number, but the mastery of a single person, a truly powerful individual who lent the illusion that a great number of people were performing a simultaneous attack from all directions, resuscitating the memories of the time when his thoughts had ground to a halt due to shock just before Abel raised his face. That fighting style, the voice of that undesired reply were present in his memories. That was Abel. Meguro twisted their body, defending Abel from the downpour of bullets, and descended. Looking up at the sky from within that fist, he saw the traces of shadow moving too fast for eyes to fix upon, albeit exceedingly rare. It was a form that could be seen within the Wallachian Empire. Soaring by means of flying dragons, 'twas the acrobatic flight of the flying dragon. Riders Abel controlled them, nay, there were currently no riders in the Empire capable of gliding through the sky at this speed. To be precise, that was a level of ability known as the utmost limits of flight, the domain, where the Empire's strongest flying dragon rider was without peer. In an instant, white light dispersed the sound of Meguro's enormous body being broken by the impact, reverberated, and a part of the broken wall grazed Abel's cheek, without distorting his countenance due to the pain he saw it. The flying dragon rider passed by the vision of his black eyes, covered by the only mask ashen brown, hair cracks running through his features, bereft of color and dark eyeballs akin to a moonless night, with a golden radiance looming therein. His form appeared far too unrecognizable, but even so there was no mistaking him. "Abel Balleroy Temeglyph, for what reason are you alive, Balleroy? I ain't gonna talk to you, Mr. Oni Mask." Producing a beautiful voice that gave off an elegant impression, he refused to reply while still affirming his existence. Fading from sight, once again the enemy that steered his flying dragon to slice through the air Balleroy Temeglyph was unmistakably the perpetrator who had aimed for the throne room of the Crystal Palace from the outside, the one who had shot the fake emperor through the heart. Known as a magical sharpshooter, he was a man who reigned supreme at the apex of all flying dragon riders. The former ninth of the 9 divine generals who in the past, during a rebellion that had occurred within the Empire, Meguro Balleroy died you fake. Their perception the same, as Abel's the giant Meguro fired a counterattack. With Abel enveloped by their right hand, Meguro swung the left arm of their huge body, and quite literally mowing down the air, they launched an attack towards Balleroy's flying dragon. People would tend to believe that big things moved sluggishly, but that was but an illusion originating from their viewpoints being far away from the events. In addition to protecting Abel from the magic sniping, they had blocked the entirety of the enemy's attacks. Until this point, Meguro's movements were keen, nimble, and precise. Meguro fast, meticulous. However, even with Meguro's reflexes and agility subduing Balleroy, who made the entirety of the sky into his domain, as he flew around it was unfeasible. The special trait of a flying dragon rider was not restricted to just speed, but extended to having the potential to move up, down, left, right, front, and Back to move in every conceivable direction was their greatest advantage that could not be taken away lest they were felled to the surface. On top of that, Balleroy was no ordinary flying dragon rider. He was their apex. Abel clad himself in wind. Balleroy's tactics excelled in sniping while moving via the use of magic, but his strengths as one of the rare wielders of magic within the Empire were not limited to only offensive implementations. By shrouding wind around the flying dragon he actualized a maneuver that other flying dragon riders could not, increasing its speed and softening the impacts it took, making himself unable to ever be caught. However, in order to put into practice a strong coordination with his flying dragon was indispensable. Abel has that flying dragon also soared back from beyond. Flying dragon riders boasted tremendous strength in battle, but their greatest drawbacks were that it took time to cultivate them, plus that they could not ride upon the back of any flying dragon apart from the one they chose as a partner. To kill a flying dragon rider, their flying dragon must first be killed. The cause of Balleroy's death was no exception. However, Balleroy had soared back, quite literally. He was soaring through the sky together with his beloved dragon, Abel the Great Disaster. It was not as though any clear or observable damage had arisen. However, since Chisha had lost his life as Vincent Valaquia, there was no choice but to suspect that the events transcending human comprehension that had ensued thereafter were related to the Great Disaster. Even so, it was nonsensical for Balleroy Temeglyph to be the bearer of the Great Disaster. Of course, Balleroy was the apex of flying dragon riders, a truly powerful individual amongst the Empire's strongest. Were he inclined to do so, he would have no trouble in doing away with Abel's life. And yet, Meguro shaking endure, Abel it matters not do it. The inorganic voice sent forth an intense wind, and Abel raised his own voice in response. The following moment, Meguro lunging with the enemy as their aim thrust their arm down to their own feet, even if those were called feet. Looking at Meguro's currently enormous body, it appeared as if they had become one with the street. Posterior to being plunged into a street of the Empire, the left arm produced a creaking sound, and after a moment of resistance, the street that had been uprooted was magnificently heaved into the sky. Abel, the sight of parts of a district being sent flying was something that Abel had laid eyes upon a short, while a chaos flame. Priorly, it had been an absurd sight back then as well, but it had been nothing more than the city's residents coming together to hurl demolished buildings. However, in Meguro's case, that was a feat of strength devoid of intricacy, an unmistakable act of violence. It was a sight that proved that Meguro had gained was extraordinary, that proved that he was one of the 9 divine generals. Without doubt, Balleroy, too, was an extraordinary individual, but Meguro, in addition to the other divine generals, also possessed those same qualifications. Therefore, Balleroy could not be capable of being the bearer of the Great Disaster. Of course, with a street that had been ripped from the ground to be hurled, and nothing more the astute Ballards would just evade and be done with it. Hence, with the block of the city that could be called a cannonball having been thrown, Meguro pulverization. A slam of their left arm, and it was turned into innumerable projectiles, obstructing Balleroy's aerial escape path. Shrapnel scattered in all directions, each piece of massive rock or clump of soil even larger than a human, thus dispersing with that singular blow. For Meguro, it was such that an ordinary human would be quite likely to suffer fatal injury, with even a mere graze. Naturally, if Balleroy were to be struck by it, even he who had mastered the flow method would end up showing a fatal opening in midair in order to avoid that. Balleroy Carillon. In accordance with a sharp voice amidst a windstorm, his flying dragon soared in order to slip past the bullet rain of boulders. Flapping its wings as it diced the air, his flying dragon aimed for the one area in the world where the incessant downpour of boulders was slightly weaker. Abel obviously that is a trap. Meguro had deliberately left a region in which the downpour was slightly weaker. However, even if Balleroy and Carillon were aware that it was a ruse, they could not afford to be hit by the shrapnel, so they had no choice but to fly into it. What remained was whether Balleroy, riding his beloved dragon at a high speed, would be victorious in evading the blow expected from Meguro. With his flying dragon wrapped in wind, Balleroy accelerated, soaring through the sky as he obliterated the obstructive shrapnel with lights. Meguro gyrated the left arm they had drawn back, and a blow that could drill a hole through the world burrowed through the sky of the imperial capital. As mutual divine generals, a duel that could have never been realized in Balleroy's lifetime unfolded, and as both of them crossed with all their might up high in the air, they began their showdown. That instant, faster than they could crash into one another, the clouds of the imperial capital were blown away with the sound and explosion and its shockwave. Abel HK. Though direct damage and explosive power had been averted, the aftershock was so intense that it seemed like it would tear Abel's body away from clinging to Meguro. But no matter how harsh a situation his slender body faced, Abel would never close both his eyes. Henceforth, his eyes firmly grasped the events of that moment. Abel Maguro's arm. Just before Maguro's gyrating left arm was able to display its might by pulverizing Balleroy, an interference occurred, and the part equivalent to a human's brachium was torn asunder. Spinning with vigor, the arm of Maguro, humongous enough to rival the castle's own size, danced through the air, leisurely slipping out by flying under the damaged Balleroy, had survived a rain of shrapnel, just that he had escaped completely unharmed. Then the one that had destroyed Maguro's arm, thus saving Balleroy from his predicament, was... O-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H-H. As a deep voice that rumbled the atmosphere was raised, there was a fierce collision, an impact from the side arm demolished, and posture broken. Maguro's green orbs scintillated at what had barged in. For Abel, too, this interference had been unforeseen, though it was something to be expected. After all, the opponent was Balleroy Temaglyph, who had soared back from death. Best to get the frig away from this dragon's Darliathian. Brandishing claws of the dragon, it easily tore through Maguro's body fashioned from the city walls, and alongside a roar blow from its tail slammed against Maguro, destroying one part of the latter's mass, being reduced in the blink of an eye. It was extremely abrupt, but that was a matter of course. The opponent was of the strongest life forms in existence. Abel the Cloud Dragon Mesoria is that which resides within Madeline Eschard. Mesoria, R-H-H-H. The howling dragon raged with its whole body, and with a collision caused Maguro's enormous build to sway greatly. With each blow, the ramparts fissured, its broken pieces plummeting onto the imperial capital. The Crystal Palace, extolled as the world's most beautiful castle, had its gardens trampled upon, subjected to devastation, while the cityscape of the imperial capital, constructed in a well-arranged, orderly fashion, met its demise with each passing second. In addition, the catastrophes assailing the imperial capital did not end there. Abel, indistinguishable amongst the thunderous sounds of the dragon's wrath, as it laid waste to Maguro's body, what had reached Abel's ears was the sound of destruction akin to the world crumbling, originating from a distant location. Thus directing his gaze there to behind the Crystal Palace, where a reservoir was present, a cistern, which made use of springs amidst the mountains, and was utilized as a water source for the entire imperial capital, had its bulwark pierced through by Maguro's left arm that had been cleaved just moments before. A beat later, fissures expanded from the point the arm had penetrated, and the water from the reservoir began seeping out from the cracks, gradually amassing vigor. Before long, the entire dam would crumble and become a stream of mud flowing to the imperial capital, guiding the residents of the imperial capital, as well as the imperial soldiers and rebels participating in the battle, to refuge as soon as possible. Was Maguro blunder. Right after hearing Maguro's whisper or mutter, not all that quiet a feeling of floating assailed Abel's body. Looking over his shoulder as he felt his insides rising up, Abel saw that it was not that he had been thrown, but rather that Maguro's arm, the hand which Abel had been held in, had been crunched through by the dragon, above the wrist. It was not that he had been targeted, rather it had been nothing more than a result of a foolhardy attack. However, Abel, engulfed by the momentum of his free fall, Abel's body spun around over in midair. His arms, which had been clinging onto Maguro's arm, had been detached from it, but even if he were still hanging on to it, given the arm had originally been the city's walls, it would have ended up being his cause of death most likely. However, even if Maguro's arm had not become his cause of death at this rate, Abel would slam into something that was very much similar to it, and similar as fate would be. Abel, I need to find something. Looking around, Abel's eyes were drawn to one point. However, that point was not a source of aid. What had entered Abel's vision was the large hole in the Crystal Palace, through which Maguro had pulled him out. The hole led to the throne room. He was unable to peer inside, yet his attention was drawn to it. He had been the one to say, "Worry not for the dead," yet he too had pretty much drunk from the same poison. Abel, he did not know whether he had found a way to break through the deadlock, or not even with that sole second. But that he had not squandered that 1 second was proof of Abel's unrelenting spirit, the indelible scar engraved upon his soul for all perpetuity. Then again, if he were to plunge to his death like this, discussing the scar engraved upon his soul would have no merit. Pull. Abel HK. Lost in what he ought to do, Abel arranged his limbs as to diminish the impact, but before that could happen, he was forcefully met with soft sensation. Unconsciously holding his breath, Abel's body rebounded, and he fell on top of that sensation. Once again, repeating that countless times for a brief moment, Abel came and noticed he was bouncing on a spread-out cloth. Someone had spread out piles of cloth beneath the descending Abel, thus catching his fall. Digesting the reality of his narrow escape from death, Abel rolled off the cloth right away, and off its edge he placed a foot on firm ground, while on one knee he raised his face in order to ascertain the doer said deed. Wheel the time for the commandment has arrived, Abel. Are you His Excellency, or perhaps His Excellency? Either way, the great disaster has come around. Want you fight against the great disaster together with me? Are you really so delighted with the fulfillment of the prophecy? Spreading his arms, both his demeanor and voice were joyful and far too out of place with the battle between the titanic Meguro and the Cloud. Dragon causing the demolition of the city, to his back, the Manubilk smiled, celebrating the moment in which the commandment he had been granted as a stargazer had without a doubt been materialized. 3. The thunderous boom of the walls breaking reverberated, violently shaking the Crystal Palace upon being convinced that something decisive had occurred. Bristetz von Dalfin entered the throne room, and then Bristetz is that Shishidono. The wall of the throne room had crumbled, and amidst the freshly scattered dust Bristetz found the form of the black-haired emperor toppled atop the scarlet carpet, thus lowering the corners of his slit eyes in gloom. Walking closer towards it, he saw that the body, collapsed face down, had been punctured on its chest. A heart that ought to have been beating within had exploded. The thread of life had been cut. Though he was not a military officer, he understood with a glance that it had been an instant death. There had been no time to even feel pain. Bristetz, considering what we have done, this could be said to be quite the merciful end. Ever since he had committed treason, raising a rebellion against the Emperor Vincent Wallachia, Bristetz had resigned himself to the fact that his death would not be a peaceful one whatsoever. As an accomplished Chisha should steal a similar resolve as well, but then again. Bristetz, though, from my discussion with the Stargazer, it seems you had set your eyes on something different than me. Though a clear act of treachery, Bristetz had no intent of condemning it, rather his true feelings were those of admiration. In order to gain that which one desired, they must exhaust all of their strength in attempted pursuit. Such was the Empire's essence. Neither Bristetz nor Chisha possessed the fighting strength needed to abide by the Empire's mantra, but they were alike in the sense that they both compensated for what they lacked with their ingenuity. The new form of the Empire constructed by the Emperor Vincent Wallachia had also recognized and certified that as a form of strength. Bristetz had also approved of that way of doing things in the Empire, and adhering to it, Chisha had made a magnificent example. With his own strength as a man of the Wallachian Empire, that was a deed of honor. Bristetz, although it seems it will be difficult to find the time to speak words of praise. Looking down at the corpse, Bristetz gazed at a hole in the wall, where a gale was blowing in on the other side. He could ascertain the presence of an enormous body colored like rocks, in motion the presence of Meguro Hagane. Given these circumstances, it would be strange if Meguro had killed Chisha. In his position, Meguro was supposedly an ally of Chisha. The latter, playing the part of Emperor Chisha's cause of death, had been a blow to the chest, but it would have been impossible for Meguro's giant body to execute a strike with such precision. If there was concern to be had, it was of the strange words that the Stargazer that Ubuk had left behind as he passed by Bristetz, the outside of the Crystal Palace, the place he was heading to. Bristetz, the great disaster and the ruin, it brings just what is it that I am unaware of in the Empire? My has nobody informed you in that case. Shall I fill you in? Bristetz, his cheeks stiffening upon suddenly hearing a voice. Bristetz slowly turned his gaze back. His eyes directed towards a large hole turned back to the collapsed remains of the Emperor. Then he cast his gaze further upwards to the deepest part of the throne room, to the throne. Even as the entire castle yet shook from the impacts of the throne, went without moving firm in its position, as the national flag depicting the sword wolf swayed in the wind, before it was a silhouette resting chin in hand. Augustly sitting on the throne where His Excellency the Emperor ought to be sat, the figure looked down upon Bristetz. Bristetz wa. Properly speaking, Bristetz should have raised a stern voice, should have reproached the disrespect of the person sat upon the throne. However, he was incapable of doing, so it was true that he had been rendered speechless due to the shock, but above that Bristetz did not possess the qualifications to reproach them. In this Wallachian Empire, the position of Prime Minister ranked second after the Emperor and the imperial family in terms of authority. It was possible to say that the generals of the first class, extolled as the 9 divine generals, held a similar rank, but more important was the fact that there was almost nobody in the country that Bristetz, with the position of Prime Minister, could not reproach. Nevertheless, Bristetz had been unable to rebuke the other party. The reason was, "To think you would yet live, you are quite tenacious," Bristetz say, who won the imperial selection. Ceremony Vincentiisima, or was it Prisca? Cracks formed on her pale and beautiful face. The member of the imperial family of Wallachia spoke. The master whom Bristetz von Dalfin had served priorly, the imperial princess, who was supposed to have perished having suffered defeat in the imperial selection ceremony, Lamia Godwin, leisurely crossed her legs atop the throne. Chapter 109. Sword Wolf of the Empire. 1. He was reminded of an aggravating affair. As per his recollections, Petra had been the one talking. Petra the master has a very bad personality. His speech is shabby. He pesters people, and he seems to enjoy being scolded, which is weird at times, but he is really good at teaching. Being unable to unfairly demean a person because she did not like them was Petra's nature, even though she was not willing to admit it. Garfield and Petra were close in age, so was it perhaps safe to say they were even friends? He liked Petra's noble nature. No wonder Frederica was so taken with her. In terms of lost-grown personalities, Garfield's love for Subaru and Otto was probably the same vein after all blood proved the siblings. If so, Garfield had to admit that too. Roswell L. Mathers was a love rival and malcontent in the camp who had plotted unforgivable misdeeds and a natural enemy that he had never liked since long ago. Still, Roswell's teachings were spot on, and that had kept him alive. Roswell Garfield had a shuriken that's coated with poison. Even if you avoid it, ITLL. Explode. What is the right move? Garfield, you're a tad slow, ain't ya? Howling Garfield stomped on the ground, and immediately afterward the earth rose up to protect the two of them as a shield the light sound of. A shuriken piercing into the wall of earth, followed by the sound an explosion scorched the atmosphere. As Roswell had predicted correctly, so damage could not have been avoided had it been parried with his gauntlets. His sharp fangs creaked due to that fat Garfield who's next. Roswell I am. With an immediate answer to his question, Garfield turned to Roswell behind him. A moment later, Roswell used a sai in both his hands to knock away a kunai thrown at him. Seeing a shadow flashing above his head, Garfield launched his fist in its direction bereft of hesitation. There was a ringing sound, and the strike of Garfield's fist was met with a kick with the outer part of foot, delivered mid-flip. That attack had been unleashed by Albert, who had seized the skull-shattering attack on Roswell's head. The monstrous old man countered Garfield's fists with his legs, all while saying, "Albert, damn, this really is turning out to be a problem. Ain't two against one unfair. Garfield, don't try and change the rules now. Old fart Albert kaka am free to say anything I wanna." Drawing back his foot from where it had impacted the fist, and using it as a springboard, Albert leapt toward the back. For a moment, Garfield was about to step forward to follow up. Garfield, a shuriken swooping in from his side, passed right under his nose as he stopped slashing through the air. Letting it sail by, Garfield exhaled deeply. Roswell, right next to Garfield, changed his expression as he red-dripped his sigh. Garfield's lips curved at the sight. Garfield, what you smiling at? Roswell, nothing. Well, I was just admiring the remarkable speed of your growth. Even without me saying anything, you've managed to anticipate the surprise attack. Just now you're learning things as you fight. Garfield, you're saying I'm just being sly, ain't ya? And my amazing self ain't gonna be as shitty as you or that old man. Roswell, it takes talent to be nefarious. You know the way I see it, you don't have the predisposition to be nefarious. You're about on par with Emily. Garfield, of course, not don't put me in the same basket as her. He snapped at Roswell's remark, but after he himself voiced it out loud, he reflected, concluding that reaction would have possibly hurt Amelia had she heard it. Either way, his mind was on Amelia and the other members of the camp who were probably on the battlefield like Garfield, and on those who were fighting alongside them. He took a deep breath as he thought of Heinkel and the Shadrakian women, as he thought of Ram's safety, as well the latter having joined them. Albert, you got a lot of time on your hands, don't ya? Your people are in a tough spot. Ain't they? I'm sure we got a stronger lineup than you do. Garfield, HK. Albert's words frustrated Garfield's attempts to regain his composure and face the situation. The feeling of having one's mind read would make one suspicious that their intentions could be predicted on the battlefield, a situation most undesirable. But next to the impatient Garfield, Roswell shrugged. Roswell, your opponent wants you to get heated in your case. That could eliminate any hesitation, but it's not good to mix impurities into your fervor in addition. Garfield, in addition. Roswell, he's been quite chatty to begin with, but haven't the number of attempts to deceive us through words increased? Seems like the old man is also getting quite irritated. Albert, you're a disgusting young gun, ain't ya? As he spoke to Glenn, and Albert's long, brow-covered eyes took on a shine of vexation. And after hearing Roswell's statement, Garfield realized an obvious truth: his opponent was as annoyed by this battle dragging on as he himself was. Albert laughed, provoked, teased, not because he could afford to, but because he wanted his opponents to believe that he had room to, so that he would gain the mental upper hand. Whereas with Garfield, his feelings could immediately be seen in his face, voice, and fur. Thus, in this sort of psychological warfare, one could win in the blink of an eye by leading their opponent by the nose. Roswell even, so you can win provided you surpass your opponent's strength, and they play on the same field you do, however. Garfield, I know if a bastard stronger than my amazing self only fights in the field I'm good at, then no matter how hard I try, I won't be able to see a way to win. But the fact that Garfield was now fighting in the Valachian Empire was a result of a rather unfortunate combination of various coincidental events. However, what the dice had rolled mattered not. There was no denying reality before him. And in the years to come, battles comparable to this one in the Empire could befall him without end as long as he was with Amelia and Subaru. That was to say, Garfield done with whining. Roswell, MHM, that's right, that's good, this is the end of your boyhood. Garfield wrinkled his nose at Roswell's histrionics. For Garfield, being congratulated or praised for his growth by Roswell was nothing to be happy about. However, he liked that expression end of boyhood. From this point onward, Garfield would continue forward as someone who had matured. Albert dear, oh dear, this is why I hate young guns, unlike this old man, who's got no room to grow y'all can reach enlightenment on a dime. As he twisted his neck and shook the ankle of the foot that he had off the ground, Albert sighed. However, the vicious old man's light-hearted derogation contained genuine hostility, yes, hostility up. Till this moment, Albert had considered Garfield to be of a lower rank, aiming to eliminate him. It was proof that Garfield had finally been recognized as an enemy. Garfield finally. Garfield's blood was red-hot with enthusiasm for earning the right to go toe-to-toe with Albert. He breathed in through his nose again loudly and deeply, and exhaled through his mouth. Then he became conscious of the blood circulating his body and his power that could not be seen. Albert on. Suddenly a dumb-sounding voice was uttered, disturbing Garfield's concentration. It had been uttered by Albert standing in front of him for a moment. He believed it to be a shinobi technique to disturb his composure. However, it was not, because that opening had been born in Albert, rather Garfield. He was a head honcho of the shinobi. The opening that had arisen was as small as the eye of a needle, but Garfield could not help but gasp, as he had never shown such laxness before. What in the world had brought it about? Wait, it's unfair to withdraw in the middle. Like this, it's a waste. You're not reading the mood. Pretty sure I'm right on the mark on you being even more unable to read the mood than I. There was a figure running across the battlefield, raising a noisy voice and leaving behind a cloud of dust. A small boy who gave the impression that he was out of place on the battlefield was calling out in a shrill, high-pitched head voice from a considerable distance. However, the speed at which he ran was unusual. The screaming boy was looking up at the sky, chasing a huge being as it flapped its wings. Garfield understood at first glance that it was a dragon that had landed on another battlefield a distance away from here. He understood that, but this situation, where boy and dragon were playing tag, was one beyond his comprehension. A battlefield where anything could happen, although he had a strong hunch on that. Albert, why is that bastard Cece so small? Garfield's eyes narrowed at the incomprehensible sight, but a subdued voice reached his ears. Albert, standing on one leg and still yielding an opening akin to the eye of a needle, was distracted by the dragon, and the boy, or rather the screaming boy. And then, Albert, well, Cheshire, you've taken my style, haven't you? The old man's clouded eyes filled with surprise and suspicion, after which they eventually turned clear and were instead filled with anger. It was an emotional change that had lasted less than 10 seconds, yet he had no idea what thought process had brought forth this change in Albert. But if it was one of only a handful of openings that the vicious old man had made in his life, the devious Roswell was not going to overlook it. Roswell, you must really be unaware of the situation, if you can afford to look away from him with how he is right now. Thrusting the tip aside, he was tightly grasping. Roswell stepped into needle-thin opening which had arisen. His immediate reaction, disturbed the strike, grazed Albert's left shoulder as he twisted around. The speeding mass of iron had connected with Albert's shoulder, causing the old man to gnash his teeth as his diminutive figure melted into the ground. It was a technique of swimming through the earth which he had displayed several times during this battle. But Roswell, Garfield, I know. As irritating as Roswell's advice was, he could already see the strategy in the making. After all, Garfield's divine protection of earth spirits was a divine protection that drew mana from the ground via the soles of his feet. In other words, it connected him to the earth. Even if an opponent was under the ground, if he concentrated, tracking their position would be. Garfield, Suddenly, all the hairs on Garfield's body stood on end as he was seized by a strange sensation. He felt a repulsive sensation, as if his neck was being licked by a tongue, which felt strangely coarse. That sensation was not coming from Albert in front of him, but from a much larger, wider area. Roswell, Garfield. In response to the motionless Garfield, Roswell raised a questioning voice. Not entirely in response to Albert's earlier comment, Garfield also yielded an opening that the monstrous old man would surely have exploited. However, there was no attack. On the contrary, Roswell, the traces of the old man, they vanished. Roswell muttered, frowning his shapely brow and going without relaxing the grip on his eye. He was correct. Signs of Albert's presence were supposed to be there, but none were present. Of course, the opponent was a shinobi. He likely knew how to hide his presence to the greatest possible extent. Yet that was not the case. Albert's presence below ground seemed to be getting distant. He was moving away from Garfield and Roswell at breakneck speed, and then... Garfield, what the fuck's this feeling? Roswell, Garfield, the old man is. Garfield, it's strange, disgusting. Even it's like the winds of Ihea corrupt the water. Roswell, still wary of Albert, did not share the sense of danger with Garfield. If he could not feel it, then it was probably not mana that was causing the disturbance. It was a huge, tremendous sensation which Garfield could feel underfoot drawing near. It was a feeling that Garfield, who possessed the divine protection of earth spirits, noticed most quickly. Garfield, the soil of the battlefield, know the earth of Wallachia is running wild. Garfield could feel the horrifying screams of the vast earth. Any resentment that the battle had been left unfinished or that the opportunity to break one of the walls had been lost dissipated before the weight of what stood in their way. Garfield Roswell fly right now, and let everyone know Roswell. Garfield, forgetting the pseudonym he was meant to use in the Empire, called out to him. Roswell did not interject, perhaps out of respect for the urgency of the situation. Garfield shouted with a sense of urgency, in spite of his hatred of the other party. It was, Garfield, all of Wallachia is going to turn into enemies. 2. Lamia Godwin was one of the daughters of Dryzen Wallachia, the 76th emperor of the Wallachian Empire, an imperial princess defeated and killed in a conflict against Vincent Abelux and Prisca Benedict in the Imperial Selection Ceremony. In the Imperial Selection Ceremony, brothers and sisters were forced to kill each other until a single one remained, yet she had formed an alliance with her other siblings to defeat Vincent, who had been viewed as the one most likely to take the emperor's throne, as she excelled in cornering her opposition through the excellent usage of schemes and traps. However, her plan had failed to disprove what had been speculated at the start. The alliance collapsed, and in the end, she had lost her life in a duel with her sister Prisca, being that there was no love lost between the two. Among those involved in the imperial selection ceremony, it would often be stated that she would have won the throne given her age and capacity at the time, had it not been for Vincent. However, defeat was still defeat upon facing a cold, hard, and irrefutable reality. Lamia's body was reduced to cinders by the flames of the Yang sword. That too was supposedly a cold, hard, and irrefutable reality. And yet, Brestetz, your excellency, Lamia, but how? Brestetz would normally keep his eyes closed and narrow, but now they had opened just enough to allow one to ascertain the gray coloration of his pupils, betraying his astonishment towards the person before him. What Brestetz's trembling vision beheld was none other than the countenance of his master, Lamia Godwin, a countenance still vivid in his memory, but now sitting on a throne with the flag fluttering in the wind to the back. Excepting, however, the cracked, bloodless white face, she now donned, and the beautiful red irises that had transformed into an eerie golden glow standing out amidst pitch-black darkness. Lamia Brestetz, did you not hear my question? Has Vincent Iezma won the imperial selection ceremony? Was it Prisca? It cannot be. Was it Palladian Iezma of all people? It would be nightmarish were anyone else besides those two to vie for the throne after my defeat. Brestetz's Excellency Vincent Abelux ascended the throne after the defeat of your Excellency. To the present time, he has continued to reign for 9 years. Lamia, however, he has died, is at the answer to what is lying beneath my feet. Cutting off Brestetz's words, Lamia looked over the prone corpse as she rested her chin upon her hand, while unable to discern the face from her position. She was able to tell the body apart from those of her other blood siblings. Technically, Brestetz had surmised that the fallen Vincent was in fact not the real Vincent, but rather Chisha Gold in disguise, though that was beside the point. Brestetz, with all due respect, your Excellency Lamia, but would you lend me an ear? Lamia, what is it, Brestetz? You have been a faithful henchman of mine. If you have any questions, then I shall answer them. Brestetz, for what reason have you returned? If I may add, the throne is reserved for none other than the Emperor of Wallachia. To sit upon you do not possess that qualification, your Excellency. Brestetz uttered this fully aware that it would have been disrespectful and that it would give rise to displeasure within his conversational partner. At one time he had served and had done everything in his power to raise her as the worthy successor to take the throne of the Wallachian Empire back. Then he would have been delighted had he witnessed Lamia sitting on the imperial throne in such a manner. Welling up in the depths of his chest were boiling unbearable hatred and anger. Brestetz, make a wise decision. Your Excellency, we were defeated. With a reverent hand against his chest, Brestetz advised Lamia, as he had once done. When she was still young but beautiful and intelligent, Lamia had the flexibility to listen to Brestetz's recommendations, take them seriously, reflect, and digest them, and let them guide her to the right answer. This cunning, poisonous virtue of Lamia. Lamia, you have fallen sick, Brestetz, no matter how much you love, and devote yourself to it, this country will never repay you. Tilting her neck, Lamia responded, her expression unchanging, as if frozen solid, and Brestetz acted immediately in return. The ring on his finger had glinted mysteriously once. He turned his hand on his chest toward Lamia. A meteor was given Brestetz as a mark of being the prime minister. Brestetz, prepare yourself. Brestetz's will had elicited a response, and from the glowing ring's jewel, a fireball shot out. It was something Vincent too possessed for the sake of self-defense, and it released the mana accumulated within it as magic and attack towards the one whom Brestets had once sworn fidelity, Tono, towards one who bore her likeness. Just like that, Lamia, defenseless on the throne, was engulfed by the fireball. Lamia, full of all things you employ fire against a member of the imperial family of Wallachia. The subsequent moment, dazzling red light illuminated the throne room, and the flame was bisected diagonally, going in two different directions. Lamia and the throne avoided the blast, giving us momentum, which in turn crashed into the wall upon which the flag had been draped, giving rise to flames. If left unattended, that conflagration could spread to the flag, then engulf the entire Crystal Palace in flames. However, Brestets' attention was focused on what was in front of him, rather than on the Crystal Palace's future. Rising from the throne, Lamia held in her hand a glowing, treasured sword of crimson. That unmistakable form was the pride and joy of the Wallachian Empire. Brestets, the young sword of Wallachia. Lamia, it is only natural for someone of Wallachia's imperial family to possess it, yes. Once more Brestets opened his eyes to a width on par to the width of a normal person's squinting eyes, and reflected within them was Lamia, leaping toward him holding the brilliant young sword in her hand. With a swing, Lamia loomed with that dazzling crimson. No forgery, Brestets' existence would be torched, not even ashes would remain. He had to move, but he was not able to. He had not been trained in that way, and more importantly, he was blinded by the radiance of it all. The radiance of the young sword symbol of the Wallachian Empire. Lamia, goodbye, burst. A flash of light fell upon Brestets, and even he himself understood at that moment that the life of this wicked man who had pretended to be a loyal subject and had shaken the empire to its very foundations, was arriving at its terminus. Nguyen, the great door of the throne room, was suddenly smashed open from the outside, and something flew in from the other side with tremendous force. Its speed unchecked, it flew directly into Lamia, who had been swinging her blade at Brestets, blowing away the imperial princess thin body with a GUH. Lamia Wa, feeling that his imminent death was growing distant, Brestets came to see that what had collided with Lamia was a battle-axe which had been thrown. It was one of the weapons held by a set of armor arranged in the hall of the Crystal Palace. In front of the throne room, a gleaming piece with ceremonial decorations. Even so, the battle-axe had always been well cared for, kept ready to be used on the battlefield, since not displaying weapons that were actually useless was not the imperial way. And thus it had stopped Lamia on her tracks from her front, blowing her away towards the back of the throne room with terrific momentum. Brestets, who has thrown that axe, was a doubt Brestets harbored. He turned around, but before he confirmed who it was, loud footsteps approached him at once. Traitorous retainer Brestets von Dalfin, I was against keeping someone like you as prime minister the whole time. Brestets was grabbed by the collar and lifted to his feet by a huge hand, which forced him to face a bearded giant of a man the Titan was endowed, with a loud voice that befitted his large body, and a stern face that looked as if it had been tailor-made especially for him. His naked upper body was covered by an armor of well-trained muscle, and his vigor had not diminished in the slightest, even though he had been in captivity for more than a month. Brestets, General First Class Gaz Ralphin. Gaz, you will be tried in public. Of course, General First Class Chisha, who planned and carried out this treason, is just as guilty. Regardless of your true intentions, you are guilty of plotting against His Excellency and your own allies. Brestets. Gaz, in the first place, do not underestimate us officers, and our soldiers, no matter how many hardships we may face, the great disaster will be crushed by our combined efforts. The giant who had spoken loudly, Gaz Ralphin. He was one of the 9 divine generals of the Empire, ranked 5th a man, who, due to his loyalty and unfortunate timing, had become the second victim of Brestets and Chisha's schemes, Vincent being the first. However, as his interference had aided Vincent in his escape from the imperial capital, Brestets could not be lenient on him for the sake of his own objective. It was the way of the world, and the imperial way itself, that one side would win and the other would lose when both sides gave their all for their own, because therefore he did not feel even a bit like apologizing for that. Brestets, why are you here? You were supposed to be chained up in the basement of my mansion. Gaz, a brave girl rescued me. She possesses a strong heart. You were out of luck to have trapped her alongside me. She is a lady of the Wallachian Empire, should be proud of. Brestets, I see it was her, huh? Brestets' mind flashed to the blue-haired girl he had been holding captive in his mansion. She was a valuable user of healing magic, and according to Madeline, she was a young girl from the Oni clan. He had intended to make her a candidate for the Emperor's consort, both in terms of her abilities and her race. He had evaluated her as a strong-willed and vibrant woman, but apparently that had still been an underestimation. He intended to not get too hung up on that, though now that the failure of the plan had become apparent. However, what was worrisome concerning the truth of Gaz's appearance? Brestets, General First Class, Gaz, have you already heard about the great disaster? Gaz, I have not heard the details. However, I have heard that it would happen at the cost of His Excellency's life. I must inquire Chisha about that as well. But my priority is His Excellency's life. Where are you keeping His Excellency, you? Responding in an unnecessarily loud voice, Gaz announced his intentions to Brstets. Internally, Brstets had admired, and even resented the fact that Chisha had kept the great disaster completely to himself, even though it had reached even Gaz, but that was all he felt. Halfway through his words, Gaz had noticed something, his eyes widening. And then, Gaz wa a His Excellency, His Excellency. With a scream, Gaz crumpled to his knees. Brstets, thrown by the momentum, fell to the floor on his buttocks. But Gaz did not care as he clung to the corpse before him, the corpse that had collapsed on the red carpet, the corpse that would move nevermore. From Gaz's widened eyes, tears streamed, absorbed by his thick beard. The tears pressing down his beard, he pounded his large fist against the carpet with force. Gaz, Your Excellency, this Gaz Ralphin was too late. What folly! What an act of folly! No longer can this folly be atoned for except by death. Brstets, G. General First Class. Gaz, please remain calm. That man is. Gaz, this is no situation to remain calm, and damn you, Prime Minister Brstets. Are you satisfied with this? You have taken the life of His Excellency, and now this very empire itself. Brstets, the deceased, is General First Class Chisha. Brstets loudly silenced Gaz, who had been furious at the Emperor's corpse, which had been pierced through the chest. Opening his eyes wide toward Brstets, who had let out a yell seldom heard from him, Gaz then carefully examined the lying corpse. Gaz, this is General First Class Chisha. Ridiculous if. So then what happened? Brstets, even I do not know the details of the situation. However, I think that the death of General First Class Chisha, in the guise of His Excellency, in this unprecedented situation, may have something to do with the great disaster. Having calmed Gaz, his flurry of emotions, Brstets had also organized his own thoughts. Perhaps his death as emperor and the rebellion he had committed with Brstets were all part of a plot hatched by Chisha Gold. And this had not been unrelated to the events of the great disaster that had popped up time and again. If anyone did know anything about the great disaster, it would be that is just awful. All of a sudden, I have not been treated like this in all my life and in my death. Gaz. A quiet voice could be heard from the back of the room. Lamia's voice, who was supposed to have been blown away, fell by a blow from violent throw of a battle axe performed by Gaz barging in. Before proceeding, let it be clear that her presence had not been forgotten. Despite his subsequent boisterous exchange with Gaz, Brstets had not bothered to mention her, because the power in that battle axe had been without a doubt deadly. Gaz Ralphin was a general admired by many others in the troops, second only to Chisha Gold in terms of commanding large armies. But he was also possessed of outstanding individual combat skills. In comparison with the latter, were Gaz to unleash an attack with the intention of defeating an opponent, the body of an average man would be maimed in a single hit if said average man were on the receiving end. However, for Lamia that had not been, so at least not strictly speaking. Lamia, well, this body does not seem to feel any pain, so I guess that is a relief. Saying this, Lamia stood up and tilted her head as she slowly connected the right half of her body together, which had been shattered like pottery. No jest nor metaphor in that expression. It had been spoken in its truest. Since there had been no blood flowing from the wounds, the crushed parts wriggled and combined together, like ice filling out a lake. But things did not end with the fact that someone who was supposed to be dead had come back to life, suddenly reanimated. Gaz Prime Minister Brstets, if I am not mistaken, that person is. Brstets, this is Her Excellency Lamia Godwin. She passed away 9 years ago during the Imperial Selection Ceremony. Gaz, why is Her Excellency the Imperial Princess, who was supposed to have died in the Imperial Selection Ceremony, doing this? And I even attacked Her Excellency Lamia. Do not tell me that His Excellency the Emperor kept his sister alive. Brstets, that cannot possibly be the case. His Excellency Vincent Valakia has no attachment to such sentiments, considering her strange appearance. It is Her Excellency Lamia who is the problem. Having corrected Gaz's reflexive short-sightedness, Brstets took a close look at Lamia, who was still restoring her body, and arrived at this conclusion. If possible, he would prefer prolonging the conversation with Lamia to obtain more information. Brstets, it was no one else but me who closed the window for negotiations. Lamia, yes, so it seems even though I was intending to talk this out in proper fashion. So what happened? Brstets, that is a good question. Perhaps I was getting desperate, thinking that my allies would betray me as I take on this last great challenge in my life. I am quite surprised by this side of mine. Gaz, this is not the time to say that Your Excellency Lamia. I am Gaz Ralph in the General First Class, serving His Excellency the Emperor Vincent Valakia. If you would oblige and let yourself get tied up. After Gaz had launched a preemptive strike, Lamia would likely turn a deaf ear even after stating her willingness to talk. As Lamia affirmed this, Gaz took a large step towards her, even with his battle axe no longer in his hands. His arms were still as thick as logs. Even with the power of the Yang's sword and the physical enhancements that accompanied its wielding, Lamia's ability should not have been sufficient to stop Gaz. Even though Lamia was not supposed to be the type that was unable to understand the difference in strength between both of them, Lamia, I refuse doing such a thing. I am not going to have my freedom taken away, right after awakening again. Gaz then by force. Lamia, besides, thinking that she was not willing to listen, Gaz was already about to take an even larger step forth, and it happened. Lamia's bewitching golden eyes flickered, and the situation changed as shadows dwelling in the selfsame pitch-dark goldness arose around her one after the other. Gaz, what the hell? Gaz cried out in horror. Stetz also lost his voice as he choked up. As if shadows had risen from the ground, more eerie-looking figures with the same eyes and cracked skin which had lost their color, like Lamia's, appeared. That alone was astonishing, but Berstetz's and Gaz's shock did not end there. There was also the fact that they recognized everyone who had risen. Lamia, I pity you for clinging to an empire that will end regardless. As she stated this, Lamia raised a Yang sword to the heavens. In the same manner, more than 24 figures around her all reached to the heavens, as well unsheathing their treasured swords of crimson, all members of the imperial family, in possession of the qualification that allowed them to not be burned away. 3. The battle between the 8th Meguro Hagane and the previous and current 9th Madeline Eschart and Balleroy Temeglyph continued raging in the Crystal Palace's proximity. The extraordinary battle that unfolded within its immediate vicinity was a clash between gigantic ramparts in the shape of a human and a cloud-clad dragon, and with the addition of the Empire's most powerful flying dragon rider, it turned into a fierce battle that would go down in the history of the Empire. The thunderous roar, the rumbling of the earth were the very screams of the Valachian Empire, the water streaming out of the destroyed reservoir, turning into a wave of mud, flowing into the imperial capital. The imperial capital of Lapuganair, rather the sacred Valachian Empire itself, was in the midst of an unprecedented upheaval that foreshadowed its destruction. And yet, despite these circumstances, are you His Excellency, or perhaps His Excellency, either way the great disaster has come around, want you fight against the great disaster together with me? The stargazer, with his arms outstretched and a broad smile on his face, not looking at the crumbling streets of the imperial capital, was more than out of place. He was nightmarish, carelessly trampling on the understanding of ordinary people. But alas, the one confronted with the stargazer's eccentric smile was the one person who had the least permission to be ordinary in this empire. Abel. For a moment, Abel glanced behind the curtain at the miracle that had saved his life. What had saved Abel from falling from a great height was a cloth stretched to the max, placed exactly where he had fallen, an improvised cushioning material gathered from the rooms of the Crystal Palace and the surrounding buildings. He could understand the mechanism that had saved him. The question was, why could it have been prepared? This sort of preparation would be unfeasible unless one knew that some Menino, that Abel would fall there. Abel, how much did you know? The moment he reached that conclusion, Abel's outstretched hand grabbed the smiling Yubuk by the chest. He pulled him to his feet forcefully, and Yubuk bellowed an howl while his eyes widening. Face directly in front of him, sparing no quarter, Abel stared at Yubuk and... Abel, Chisha's plan, no, that is not a how far in advance. Did you know whose death would bring about the great disaster? You said that it would be my death that... Yubuk, yet I did say that Vincent Valachia's death will be the beginning of the great disaster that will bring ruin to the Empire. Abel glared at him from a distance. Their breaths could be felt, but Yubuk's relaxed demeanor did not falter. Perhaps it was not so much composure, but rather it was a different kind of disgusting anticipation or exuberance. In fact, Yubuk was in high spirits, as if at last the opportunity he had been waiting for had arrived. But Abel, Vincent Valachia is I. Yubuk, no, Your Excellency, that's wrong, that's not true. You'll say it out loud. That's incorrect, Your Excellency. Abel, Yubuk, General First Class Chisha Gold, has unquestionably fulfilled the role of Vincent Valachia. His Excellency himself, of all people, had molded General Chisha Gold to do so. Abel, it was not for that purpose that he had kept Chisha Gold by his side. Upon the great disaster's arrival, he would need someone with the ability to take charge of everything within the Empire to replace the helpless emperor who would be unable to be present. That was his belief. Someone who after Vincent's death would cooperate with a worthy successor and save the Empire. Abel, why did you take part in this plan, Yubuk? What's that? Abel, as a stargazer, you are only interested in the fulfillment and implementation of your commandment. Then, if you wish to ensure that the great disaster would happen, you should have made use of my life. Why did you decide to go along with Chisha's uncertain plans? It is nonsensical. A stargazer was a commandment's puppet in human form. No matter how much they could possibly have pretended to be likable or accommodating, what lay inside was naught but an obsession with their commandment and a fanatical desire to fulfill it. His priorities should have been clear. So, why had he sided with Chisha's plan? Abel, what was your reason? Answer me. Ubuk, I think you'd be offended if I were to say Your Excellency. Abel, speak. Ubuk, well, it doesn't really matter to me whether it was His Excellency himself or General First Class Chisha. It'd be good if the great disaster happened, and it'd be bad if it didn't happen even after General First Class Chisha died in the guise of His Excellency. Then I'd have to do something about His Excellency himself. Do you get what I'm saying? Abel, in that case, is the situation what you had hoped for? With that, Abel quietly gained an understanding as Ubuk stuck out his tongue in a mischievous manner. At the same time, he comprehended that talking to Ubuk any further would be of no use. Releasing his grip on Ubuk's collar, Abel slowly turned around. Reflected in his eyes through the Oni mask were several figures holding the edge of the cloth that had saved Abel. None of their faces had ever been seen at the Crystal Palace before, but, Abel, these people, are they also a part of your faction? Ubuk, there aren't enough of us to call a faction, though, There, shrugging his shoulders, Ubuk spun around and spread his arms in front of his accomplices. The crowd of roughly 10 odd people assembled, without regard for their age or gender, were presumably stargazers just like him. Even if one were to try and cull them, their numbers would increase. Since it was unknown how the pawns of the observers were selected, he had left them alone despite knowing of their existence. Ubuk, as I said, were moving in accordance with the commandment. What are you going to do, Your Excellency? Abel, what am I? Going to do? Abel tried to put his thoughts across his tongue as he pondered such. However, in the middle of responding to Ubuk, the ground was shaken by a particularly loud impact some distance away from Abel and everyone. Elsapar Maguro's body fell to the ground, making a large sound. The battle yet raged on, however, since it was 2 against 1. Maguro's disadvantage was undeniable. Balroy Temeglyph, a man who was supposed to be dead, had been resurrected alongside his beloved dragon. The worst possibility one could deduce from this was that it was just not limited to the 2 of them. Ubuk, the turmoil in the imperial capital, and the crisis in the empire, events that defy reason, are truly a manifestation of the great disaster. As Abel shielded his face from the dust sprinkling down, Ubuk cocked his chin to point to the sky. The resurrected dead and the dragon ran amok, foretelling mounting damage that would probably not end there. Ubuk, the witch of the kingdom, the night weeping of the city-states, the collapse of the holy kingdom, and the great disaster of the empire, the 4 disasters that will destroy the world. Their time draws near even at this very moment. Abel, Ubuk, oh, and Your Excellency, this is just my personal opinion, but... Ubuk deliberately clapped his hands, as if speaking of something that he had failed to mention. Then the stargazer pointed overhead to Maguro's. Battle, no. He was pointing to something else. He pointed not to the battle, but to the throne room bearing a sizable hole which lay in the Crystal Palace, the latter being rocked by the shock waves of fierce fight. Ubuk, why did I cooperate with General First Class Chisha's scheme? Was it? I'm sincere in saying that I would have been fine with both, but I thought that with Your Excellency our odds would be better. Brazenly laughing, Ubuk lowered the hand that pointed to the Crystal Palace, and in the same motion pointed it at Abel. Ubuk, I prioritized the fulfillment of commandment. My goal was to start the great disaster, and Thien to hold back the destruction it bring. I haven't wavered in my priority. A stargazer was obsessed with the realization and fulfillment of their commandment, a living puppet enslaved to their goal. That perception remained the same, and without that perception being altered, Ubuk presented the reasons for his actions, the rationale for his choices, and the future that he pursued. He said that in order to save the Valachian Empire from the great disaster, he would prioritize Abel. Abel Chisha Golju. What kind of future, what kind of expectations had these disguised black eyes imbued with the color of Vincent Valachia, imbued with his color? Painted. Why had he not understood that words like hope and dreams were naught more but silly escapism from reality? Ubuk, oh! An unexpected explosion roared in Abel's ears as he put his hand to his face and grabbed the cheek of his Oni mask. Ubuk let out a silly voice in response, followed by a heavy sound of something falling beside them. Upon looking at it, Abel came to see that something had fallen onto the cloth that had caught him earlier. However, unlike him, the cloth had not been stretched to help, and it did not fulfill its purpose as cushioning material. However, you were correct that this cloth would be laid out. Prime Minister Brstetz, are you alive? That took quite the toll on this old body, but somehow HM. Shaking off the cloth that covered them, a large man with his upper body bare, and a white-haired old man, carried in the former's arms, emerged from under the cloth. Both of them looked familiar. Abel had never thought that he would run into them here. Ubuk, oh, if that isn't General First Class Gaz, and Prime Minister Brstetz is safe too. Brstetz, one would think, you would have long since absconded, yet you are still here. Gaz, you are the stargazer who instructed General First Class Chisha and Prime Minister Brstetz with all these superfluous things. Because of you, His Excellency is. As the large man Gaz Ralphin, who had apparently jumped down from the large hole in the Crystal Palace, so stated he approached Audiobook while carrying Prime Minister Brstetz in his arms. Now that he knew what Chisha had been attempting to do, he thought that Gaz would not have been killed. But how was it that he had appeared here in this state following the events that had taken place? Just how much had been shared between Brstetz and Chisha? Gaz, the turmoil in the imperial capital, and everything else, it is all caused by your schemes. You should die in order to atone. Audiobook, wait 1 minute, please. I wasn't even all that involved in it, nor did I have anything to do with what happened to General First Class Gaz, because you see, as far as the commandments concern, Gaz isn't someone to pay much thought about. Gaz, how dare you, you bastard! By once again running his mouth, Audiobook incurred Gaz's wrath more, and more Brstetz writhed in pain, as if Gaz had forgotten that he was carrying the former. Moreover, the changes in the situation did not end at just that. You, the closer I get, and see the more puzzling everything becomes. I ran after the dragon that ignored me, only to find out that the one replacing it as my opponent was a big golem. Sure might serve as a decent show. I don't think it's capable of acting as a substitute. Abel. And right after he heard a yapping, high-pitched voice, the owner of said voice made their entrance wrapped in a tremendous wind, while a cloud of dust spread behind him. Gliding on the soles of the Zori he looked up at the sky with his hands forming a brim. A boy who had been uncalled for sporting blue hair and a kimono had Aravid of Arion's eyes widened at the sight of his raucous demeanor, speech, and conduct, but above all else, because he looked like a mere shrunk-down version of a familiar figure. "See, Cecilus Segmont." "Cecilus, did you call me just now? Well, I'm quite embarrassed for having managed to do something so grand that my name has spread with lightning speed. To be honest, I thought the best moment would be me cutting down that dragon, but I hate just how much a star I am. Gaz, no doubt it is General First Class Cecilus." The boy who was watching the battle between Meguro and the Cloud Dragon turned around and uttered those words with an unmistakably unique sense of distance. This was without a shadow of a doubt Cecilus Segmont, the strongest of the 9 divine generals, the first who stood at the peak of the Valachian Empire's military might, but his state, that of a child. It had been at about this age when Abel had first picked up Cecilus as a subordinate, taking him under his wing. Since then his mind, aside his body, was supposed to have grown up. "Abel, but you, why are you small? I can only believe that this is the work of Albert Dunkelkin. But if that is the case, then contradictions with Albert's behavior during their meeting at the demon city of Chaos Flame would arise. Albert was some way or another unaware of the fact that Chisha had been masquerading as the emperor, but supposing that Albert had been employing the same technique he had utilized on Natsuki Super Medium, and Al with Cecilus as the target, he could not help but cast doubts on the actions taken. Why would the emperor himself have Cecilus infantilized, he wondered. A logical explanation for it seemed improbable. Cecilus had gone without being corrected for over a decade, until now, at this point, nothing could shackle him down. In other words, you're way too lightfoot for a pipsqueak ancient cant. Believe someone's getting such a large lead on me, am really starting to feel my age. Immediately after the thought crossed his mind of Petite, Shinobi Albert Dunkelkin made his appearance right there, and then he had supposedly been entrusted with a bastion to defend the imperial capital, yet he had abandoned that role, returning to the Crystal Palace. When it came to the reason as to why had Albert, the shinobi head honcho, done such a thing, "Cecilus, I thought I'd shaken you off, but I actually didn't. That great old man still wanted a stage role, even at that age. How admirable. Bravo. Albert, so loud at this point you forgot stuff altogether, Haventia." "Cecilus forgot stuff? Well, I got no idea what you're talking about, though. Albert CC's small. So if I didn't do it, it's gotta have been that arse's fault. Cheshizo, I like ta, steal other skills. I don't like it when they style mine. Cecilus, that's an amazingly selfish complaint. I don't dislike it, rather I quite like it." The old man, his lips curved in dissatisfaction, was laughed at by the much younger Cecilus, who was barely taller than him. The stargazer Audiobook was still being pressed for answers by Gaz, while Brstetz had been stolen to his freedom, being carried by Gaz's brawny arms, his mind more focused on whether the consequences of the still-raging battle between Meguro, the Cloud Dragon, and the resuscitated Balor were about to befall him. Abel, just what is this? One after the other people gathered at this place. The majority of the 9 divine generals of the Valachian Empire had come to this location. He came to realize, had this too been brought about by Chisha, having been trained to perform all that Vincent Valachia could as well, just how much had Chisha Gold surpassed the latter's expectations. He had given his own life to keep Abel alive and what was come after. Chisha, my apologies, but I am afraid I would not. Abel, Once upon a time, faced with a query from Vincent, Abel Lux Chisha Gold had replied thus. Upon being asked if he was willing to die for Vincent, he had returned the frank answer that he would not. Then the one for whom Chisha had laid down his life was not Vincent Abel Lux. Certainly it had not been for Abel's sake, nor for Vincent Valachia's. Either it had not been for a play on words of the sort for that which Chisha had laid down his life for was. Abel heed, my words of great disaster, is nigh from here on you, shall abide by my command. Grinding his molars together, Abel lifted his face, leaped atop the rubble, turned around, and viewing the entirety of the ensemble present, he thus asserted for all to listen. Upon Abel's proclamation, each and all of those in their self-centered doings observed him. At that moment, with the exception of Ubulk and Bristets, who were in the know, the eyes of everyone divine generals included had the utmost doubt flash across their eyes. Just who in the world is this man? Taking that Abel reached for the Oni mask upon himself, seizing its cheekish visage had been covered with an object by Chisha in the latter's final moments. Now removing it, Abel bared his real face. And finally, Abel, I am your Emperor Vincent Valachia, the apex of the sword wolves of the Empire. Chapter 110. Congratulatory words. 1. Digging into ground powerfully with their bestial claws, they launched their body forward with such force that they seemed to be pulling the ground out. Their companions, using their wits and martial prowess, were scrambling to take control of the battlefield. As to aid them, Frederica Baumann raced across the battlefield. The beautiful golden-haired leopard sailed through the wind, fulfilling her role as messenger through being that she was the second fastest among all those roaming around the battlefield. Against the overwhelmingly superior quality of the regular soldiers of the Imperial Army, the rebels, who were, to put it bluntly, a patchwork of people, had been able to bring the situation to a stalemate thanks to the information gathered by Otto Suin, Abel's management of that information, and Frederica's ability to transmit said information in a quick manner. Regardless of whether Frederica had been aware of her contribution or not now armed with information, most important, she kicked the ground away. The impact that intel would bring about was of particular significance. It was, Frederica, a message from a master, and my brother, there are signs of a change within the land. With ragged breasts pushing her exhausted, beastified body, Frederica, undoing her beastification, announced her arrival at the main camp in a hurry, not hesitating in exposing her bare skin to all. While she had been traveling across the battlefield, Garfield, having survived a fierce fight, had communicated those words to Frederica bearing a passionate expression, one not proud of the outcome of the battle. Ragged and bloody Garfield had lived through a fight to the death, a battle that Frederica could not even begin to imagine. Her sisterly feeling of wanting to sing her brother's praises for his struggle had to be postponed in the face of his desperate plea. Fortunately, Roswell, arriving with the Flying Dragon Squadron as reinforcements, had been by Garfield's side and had been able to lend him proper assistance regardless of Garfield's feelings about said assistance being given to him by his love rival. That wasn't very specific. Any more details? Frederica, I do not know. I can only say that it was a gut feeling for my brother's divine protection. It is just, Frederica, my brother's hunches are usually right regardless of whether they are favorable or not. Garfield's instincts were as good as a wild animal's. Even though he had never been wild, one could call them his wild instincts. Garfield's instincts did not work well in everyday life, and his unrefined behavior would often come to fore in front of Ram, but when it came to fighting, the reliability of his instincts was unparalleled. That was why Frederica had, without any hesitation, rushed to the main camp. Hearing Frederica's plea, the beautiful Serena Dracroia, High Countess of the Empire, who had come to their side with her Flying Dragon Squadron as reinforcements, looked to be deep in thought. Rumor had it that she was an acquaintance of Roswell's, who the latter had gone to request help from since she was Roswell's acquaintance. She was probably a woman of strong character. However, it was also a common characteristic of Roswell's acquaintances that, personality aside, no doubts would exist in regards to the excellence of their abilities. This was evident in the fact that she was currently serving as a substitute for the absent commander-in-chief at the main camp, where the movement of the rebels, now a large army, was being controlled. Frederica Sama, here is a cloak for you to wear. A red cloak was draped over Frederica's shoulders from behind, as she looked thoughtfully at Serena's profile. It was a cloak that only generals of the Valachian Empire were allowed to wear, but the person who had done so with grace was not familiar with the meaning of that adornment. Because of this, Frederica smiled, happy for the gesture of pure goodwill. Frederica, thank you, Schult Sama. I apologize for my unseemly appearance. Schult, no, not at all. Frederica Sama has worked hard running around amongst so many people. I think it is very admirable. Pulling the cloak tighter around her, Frederica thanked Schult for his hospitality, but it was Schult who was the one who was bowing before Frederica, his small body filled with charm. Schult's feelings of being left behind in the main camp and having to watch the progress of the battle with a sense of dread must have been even more painful than Frederica's, who was at least able to fulfill the role of a messenger. Still, it was admirable of him to give Frederica words of appreciation upon her return. Yeah, Frey is great. Two of you want to go fight like crazy with me, and the others like crazy. Next to Schultz was Yudhakata, whose black hair was dyed pink at the ends, nodding with her arms crossed, flinching at the little girl's warlike comment, while saying to wonder about that Frederica turned her attention back to Serena. Serena stroked a large scar on the left side of her face, which had been engraved by a sword, and spoke. Serena, signs of a change within the land of Wallachia. Yes, how foolish it would be to disregard the words of one whom Roswell values so highly. Frederica, so. Serena, while maddening, it also fits with what the man who disappeared with the stargazer said it was a selfish thing to say to entrust me with a great task that only I could fulfill. Was as if. Frederica, as if. Serena, it was pride, as if he were the emperor himself, even though we're in a position where we've come to bring him down. Serena, her arms cross-eyed with complicated expression that was neither angry nor bemused. She spoke of the man in the Oni mask able. He had originally been in charge of commanding the rebels. At large, however, he had left the main camp, entrusting Serena with that role. In regards to that, Serena had not disclosed any details regarding the kind of conversation that had taken place at that time. Frederica, before he left here, what did Abel-sama say to you? Serena-sama. Serena, that the conclusion draws near, however. Serena paused, her almond-shaped eyes now filled with indignation, her well-shaped chin indicating the battlefield, her eyes glowing with resentment. The scorching lady known for her fiery presence continued. Serena, the conclusion won't be favorable to either side, the imperial capitals, and the rebels' ideal end up being undecided. Frederica, it will end up being undecided. Serena's expression suggested that she would not even be able to say it, which perplexed Frederica. What kind of situation could possibly be expected when the outcome of a battle of this magnitude taking place would end up being inconclusive in the first place? It would be inappropriate to use words that could be taken to mean that all efforts would be in vain when addressing the person whom he had entrusted with the command of the battlefield. Abel, who had left that unsaid, did not understand the human heart to a fatal degree that much must be said. In any case, Schultz, does this mean that the battle is concluded? If so, does that mean that Basilasma Alsama and Heinkel-sama will return? Frederica Schultz-sama. With melancholy in his round eyes, Schultz stood up on his tiptoes and looked out over the battlefield. The boy's eyes were drawn to a corner of the increasingly harsh battlefield where the red sky and the white sky, two battlefields that even Frederica was unable to traverse, laid. Merely approaching them instilled a feeling of dread, and her beastly instincts instilled a certainty that her body would not be able to withstand them. Frederica. For that reason, Frederica did not feel herself capable of speaking words of comfort so readily. What had been happening under those skies was surely a phenomenon that transcended Frederica's imagination. She felt ashamed, lowering the corners of her eyes. Yudhakata, she don't worry, Pooh, and you are both strong there, as strong as me and Tie. Schultz Yudhakatasama Yudhakata. Yukin is fine, Schultz Yudhakatansama. Puffing out her chest, Yudhakata stroked Schultz's pink, curly-haired head with violence, utilizing her hand. It was a childish and baseless assertion, but it had resonated with Schultz because Yudhakata had not hesitated in speaking it. Once Schultz nodded his head, Frederica's lips parted slightly, once again turning to face Serena. Frederica, what are you going to do, Serenasima? If you choose to not abandon my brother's intuition, then you need to deal with what Abel-sama said. Serena, in a quandary needless to say, there's no time for hesitation, behold. Serena once again cocked her chin, directing Frederica to look toward the battlefield, to which the latter responded with a huh. With her emerald green eyes, Frederica witnessed, even from afar, a change in the battlefield. A rampaging giant castle wall, shaped like a human, one of the 9 divine generals, had turned their back, rushing toward the imperial capital. Frederica is that headed towards the Crystal Palace. Serena, the more things go on, the more they go, as he says, HM, though I don't know the truth of your brother's statement that Wallachia will become the enemy. At the reckless action of the steelman Meguro, Hagain, Serena frowned with a face that seemed to have an idea of what was going on. And then, Serena, tell everyone as soon as there is anything abnormal at the Crystal Palace, cease all the fighting to prepare for things to become inconclusive. Where this battle, the blood spilled and lives lost were all in vain. 2. With a shrill sound, the blue dragon sword, an axe, and a barbarian sword struck each other in midair, sending off sparks. All of those were steel wielded without mercy for the purpose of reaping the life of their opponent. One person's senses had been growing duller, but once something was directed at them, once more feelings of dread welled up from within their skin, from within their bones, due to their life being threatened. They had never thought of themselves as mentally fragile, Rather, they had always believed that compared to other children of their age, they had been blessed with superior courage combined with the experience of having survived scenes of carnage. However, upon experiencing the sizzling pain of being scorching by a blast on their skin, upon feeling as if their lungs had contracted due to the tension of the moment, causing them to suffocate, it seemed like the foundation of that trust erected at oneself was wavering. The most important reason for that feeling was, even amidst that fierce battle, a contemptuous gaze would be directed toward them. The man's gaze was the biggest factor that increased Petra's feeling of suffocation. It was as if it was saying he had not forgotten about her and holding a knife against her. The man was an imperial soldier with a bandana wrapped around his head, wielding an axe. This person, whose name she and her companions did not know, was the true identity of the formidable foe that was currently tormenting Petra and her comrades. As long as one lived, death would always be adjacent. Regardless of situation, circumstances could change in the blink of an eye. Petra ground her teeth together with force, as the man in front of her seemed to be an example of that absurdity. Kneeling on the ground, Otto struggled to breathe, having taken the brunt of the blast from a magic stone used for the emergency evacuation. His fatigue was quite high. That was why Petra could never afford to be weak on the battlefield, where both the strong and the weak alike put their lives on the line. Medium, ha, ouch, and ow, yeah, lil Miss Medium. The one person with the high-pitched voice unsuitable for this blood-scented battlefield, and the one person with a dispirited voice worked together, exchanging sword blows with the one person possessor of a pitch-black murderous intent. Cooperating with Medium, who used her small body to the fullest, Al waged battle with the Imperial soldier. Their fighting ability was not enough to overwhelm their enemy, however, and so their fierce bout continued. No offense to Al being who he was, but Petra was disappointed with him as a reinforcement. Petra, if only it were someone like Garfson or Emily. Not only were they reliable allies, to put it plainly, but they would surely have overwhelmed their opponent as far as fighting ability went. ALS ability, being unlike theirs, was not very high in Petra's estimation. Even though he was better than non-commons like Petra and Otto, she felt that he was weaker than any of the people of Shudrak. However, in the sense of possessing not outstanding strength, the same was true of their opponent, the Imperial soldier. Without a doubt, that Imperial soldier was weak compared to Emilia Garfield and the 9 divine generals of the Empire. Even still, Petra was terrified of him. Overwhelming magic would not be needed to shoo away a bug that had perched itself on a flower. It could be brushed off with a finger, or even with a bit of water. Thoughts of the sort were apparent in the attitude of this Imperial soldier. On this battlefield, Petra and the rest of her group were nothing more than hard-working little bugs. Soldier, you're a pain in the ass, man. Suddenly, the man's voice slipped into the cowering Petra's ears. For a moment, her shoulders jumped, but the one who the other person was calling out to was not Petra, nor was it Otto the man was calling out. Toward the pair he was crossing weapons with, which was also the direction Al was in. Al Hyang to take this. The man swung the axe in his hand, aiming it at ALS' thick neck. However, the moment, the blue dragon sword in the one-armed ALS. Possession meant the man immediately turned himself around, delivering 2, then 3 heavy attacks in quick succession. By means of some bizarrely risky sleights of hand, Al managed to parry the barrage of blows. Petra was not at all at ease, even letting out a couple of little screams of Kaya and yikes as she watched. Otto, I would like to support Alson somehow, but Otto seemed to be similarly anxious. There had been more impatience than fatigue in his voice. There was clearly a sense of urgency in the battle waged by Al, who had made his entrance with much fanfare. Although he was fortunate to have been able to survive up until now, there had been 5 times where one wrong step could have resulted in his death. The possible existence of a 6th time, to Petra, seemed to have some terrible odds. Soldier, you're still a pain in the ass. However, it seemed that the opinion of the Imperial soldier was slightly different from that of Petra and her comrades. The man, who continued to shrug off the attacks, even though it was by the skin of his teeth, took a large step backward, whereupon he raised his axeless hand, casually waving it in the direction of Al and Medium. Immediately after, a fireball burst to life in the air, rushing furiously toward them, incinerating the sky. Al, O-O-Y. Medium, H-I-Y-H. She did not understand why, but a spirit was being forced to obey in an unjust way. Al and Medium ran to try and escape the fireball, approaching them in great trouble as the fireball missed the 2 of them, going onto the trees in the surroundings, then spreading to grass on the ground, causing a swell of flames. Otto, this is bad, HK. Petra understood what Otto had just muttered. From what she saw, the flames brought about by the fireball did not burn Al, and the others instead, consuming their surroundings ablaze, surrounded Petra, and everyone facing the Imperial soldier blocking any escape. The rising fire created a circle trapping them. The Imperial soldier could have possibly been aiming to block their escape, route, even in case he had missed. But that situation had Petra's group grinding their teeth in frustration. Their opponent tilted his head. "Soldier, I don't like this." To that quiet, totally inappropriate remark, Al raised a his blue dragon sword in hand. He pointed to their surroundings now in flames. "Al, after all this where you saying cherish what you got your resources, how hard do you think plants gotta work to make oxygen so that humans can take a deep breath and be aight? Soldier, I should have killed you about 6 times so far, but I haven't been able to kill you even once, even when I push you into spots you shouldn't be able to dodge out of. It's disgusting. Al, I can't believe you just said that man today's a real pain." ALS' response was met by the man shrugging and growing even more distrustful of him. Not knowing the limit of ALS strength, the Imperial soldier seemed to be quite confused, to be honest. It was very disgusting to agree with that person, but Petra had the same doubts about Al. Al looked like he was going to die, but he still did not. He was meeting the attacks of the Imperial soldier, but managed to avoid fatal wounds with his high-risk movements. He had surely avoided fatal wounds, and fatal wounds only. But it did not give off the feeling that he was hiding his capabilities. It was all inconsistent. That was why the Imperial soldier could not get a decisive blow to cut his losses as well. "Soldier, even if you're on the same level as I am, I get the feeling you've got no training at all, and that you're just winging this. In that sense, that guy over there is probably more in my class." "Otto, do you mean me? If so, I would like to raise an objection on my honor." "Medium, that's right, your evil character is different. You're more dangerous and sneakier. Otto, even though you are on my side, you still stab me in the back." Otto, having unexpectedly been pulled into discussion, gave a wry smile. His demeanor made Petra somewhat frustrated, but that quickly faded Petra. Otto glanced and winked at Petra. She thought about it, sensing something other than bitterness in his expression. He was plotting something. Without saying a word, he wanted Petra to try to guess. "Soldier, this is taking too long." Just after Petra had surmised this, the Imperial soldier, with a cold voice, snapped his fingers. Right after that, about 10 fireballs, each smaller than before, were created all at once. They scattered in all directions at unreadable speed, which ignited not Petra and the others, but the trees and ground surrounding them. He did that to expand the formation of flames, encircling them, magnifying it with more flames and black smoke. "Medium Hoptatala, it's burning, it's burning." "Al, calm down, Lil Missy, come here, before your braids burn." Surrounded by flames, of fiery Medium jumped up and down, holding her long braids. She crossed the line of flames, jumped to ALS' side, and looked back at him with tears in her eyes. Gripping her barbarian sword tightly again, she glared at the person who had done this to her. "Medium, huh? Al, is this for real?" Medium's surprise was matched by ALS' exasperation. The cause of their reaction was the disappearance of the Imperial soldier who had created the spectacle of flames. Medium, the figure of the Imperial soldier, had vanished amidst the flames and black smoke. Had he retreated to hide from the flames, or was he simply waiting for them to slowly burn to death? "Altesica, Medium, he's totally gone. We gotta get out of here before we burn too." ALS' helmet-covered vision swept around, searching for the figure of the man who had disappeared into the flames. All the while, he held his blue dragon sword against his own neck in a strange stance, his eyes looking for the Imperial soldier. Beside him, Medium also looked around, a bit impatient with the enemy. She could not find, pleading for them to escape the growing fire. It was certainly natural for a person to give priority to getting away from a dangerous place rather than obsessing over the man's whereabouts, thus avoiding putting carriage before ground dragon. However, Petra, his body supported by Petra, Otto placed a tad more strength into the hand of his that was placed on the former's, squeezing it, and that tight grip was taken as a silent instruction by Petra. Petra vehemently agreed with his wariness. They should not let their guard down. Furthermore, Petra put her other hand on top of Otto's hand. "Otto, thank you, Petra-chan." Immediately after uttering these words of gratitude, Otto shifted in place and fell onto his back. A moment later, an axe cleaving the air sideways narrowly missed him. Petra, the killing intent of the Imperial soldier, approaching covertly amidst the smoke emanating from the spreading fire, the camp struck and missed. The man, having missed in that moment of truth, widened his eyes in amazement ever so slightly, but as if quickly regaining his composure, the man attempted to pull back the axe he had just swung. Petra, holding up 5 fingers, released from all of them a low-powered jawal that caught the Imperial soldier in the face, drawing an arc. One of the 5 rays had seared their opponent's right eye. Petra's attack had aimed to suppress the enemy, sacrificing pure power. It had achieved its goal in splendid fashion. The man had had his eye burnt, crying out in agony and recoiling. Then a spinning figure leapt at him from above. "Medium, let's go." Beyond the flames, Al hunched over, and from his back using it as a springboard, Medium leapt. Spinning vertically, Medium flashed the barbarian's sword tightly gripped by both her hands, driving it into the Imperial soldier. His posture shot without relent. Medium Uriah. A hard sound echoed, and a shade of vermilion different from that of the burning flames mixed with the latter. The sound that it echoed was not the sound of skull being split by the barbarian's sword. Raising her head, Petra took a glance, and came to see that the man had by his own volition met the swing of the barbarian's sword with his forehead. That hard sound had probably been from armor that he had placed under his bandana. That was how he had taken Medium's blow. Of course, he was not completely unscathed. Swinging his axe with vigor, his shaking free hand on his forehead, awkwardly he dodged a follow-up, stepping back and further back and further back. Soldier shit. A bandana stained with blood fell from the man's head. Even with the armored bandana, there the man's forehead had been cut open. The bleeding from his split forehead did not seem like it could be stopped. The man, bleeding profusely, glared towards Otto and Petra. The look in his eyes seemed to be asking how his surprise attack had been detected. Otto, I will not tell you. I am not your parent, nor am I your brother. Even though Otto was lying on the ground, he still spoke up as if he were proud of his victory. In response, the Imperial soldier clicked his tongue. He clicked his tongue, wiped the blood from his forehead with his palm, and, Medium, I'll wait. It'd be so unfair if you just run away. He did not choose to be reckless and rush at Otto. With his right eye closed, occluded by heat and blood, the Imperial soldier disappeared amid the flames. Having become unable to be seen once more, Petra was wary of yet another surprise attack. Al, he ain't coming back. He doesn't seem desperate enough to continue fighting with such a disadvantage. Petra, I disagree. Wasn't it like we were the only ones who were desperate? Al, I know how you feel, Lil Miss, but it's the other side that ran away without leaving any final words. We when it's our way in. Medium, we whyin'. Facing the direction the Imperial soldier had just disappeared into, Al and Medium shouted a victory cry. Petra's heart was lightened a little by the two of them, although she was not sure if their cheering would actually pester that Imperial soldier. In any case, Petra, in the end, how did you know how to read that man's moves? It was a gamble, wasn't it? Otto, it was not my doing. It was thanks to you, Petra-chan. With Al, who had sheathed his blue dragon sword, lending him a helping hand, Otto was helped up and spoke of Petra. However, she was unable to take credit for everything. Otto, in the first place, I was his target, so I knew that the last move would be aimed at me. It was the sound of footsteps that told me the time and direction of the attack. Medium, footsteps. Petra, Otto Sans channel. Let him hear from the little ones under the ground. Correct. Otto, correct answer. With her guess proved right by Otto, Petra put her hands together in front of her chest. From the start, the reason Otto had been targeted by the enemy was due to his use of the divine protection of the soul of language to maintain control of the entire battlefield. However, they had no idea how that Imperial soldier had appeared while avoiding Otto's divine protection, as he could grasp the entire situation by hearing the voices of animals and insects. To perceive such an opponent the same method as before was not enough. Petra, so that's why the little ones under the ground, they were useless, as Otto said, since they don't have eyes to see what's going on outside. Otto, I just wish I had chosen my words a little more carefully. Anyway, I took a listen to the animals and insects in the ground and determined where he was by the sound of his footsteps. It was a bit hit or miss, but Petra-chan was able to help me pick up the voices with her yang magic. Petra, Ottos, and you had a bad look on your face when giving me the signal. What Otto had requested from Petra back, when he had gripped her hand tightly, had been support of yang magic. With her help, Otto had employed his divine protection, and thus he had guessed his opponent's position from the sound of his footsteps, avoiding the latter's final ambush, and conversely they had inflicted a painful blow on their opponent, forcing him to retreat. Otto, to tell you the truth, I wanted to make him unable to continue fighting. Petra, I agree, he wasn't strong. He was just good at killing, more importantly. Medium, Hotha thought, we gotta get out of here fast, or we're gonna get cooked. Having a dangerous enemy retreat did not necessarily erase the situation of having their environs on fire. Hearing Medium's appeal, Al lent his shoulder to Otto and said, yeah, you're right, Petra, along with Medium, led them along looking for spots where the effect of flames were less severe. And so the group attempted to leave before the flames engulfed them. Otto, let us get out of here as soon as possible. There is now a reason to return to the main camp. Al, the way you just put it doesn't sound like the prelude to a heroic tale in which you brag about surviving a dangerous opponent. Otto, yes, it is bad news. Things are getting very time-sensitive. Earlier, I was trying to listen for footsteps, and this is just a secondary piece of information that I happened to hear. It was an unpleasant preface, one spoken just as one hardship was about to be over. Chased by the heat of the flames, but still unable to overlook his statement, Petra turned to see a grim-faced Otto behind her. Rather, he was looking out over the entire battlefield. Otto, I got indications that the whole battlefield is going to become even more dangerous due to something completely different from the dragon and the burning sky, and whatnot. In fact, it is right in front of our eyes. By complete coincidence, at the exact same time that his bro detected it through the divine protection of Earth Spirit's Autosuin, had obtained the same information through the divine protection of the soul of language, he now voiced it. 3. I have heard that there is a so-called great disaster drawing near, which will endanger the Lakian Empire. As I am a general first class of the Empire, as I am a general that still survives though living in disgrace. No matter what it takes, I shall not die without being of service to His Excellency the Emperor. Being thus informed by the large man that had been chained to a wall underground, the person that had introduced himself as Gaz, Ralph, and Rem understood that problems aside from rebellion would soon shake the imperial capital. Although Gaz had been quite weak after having been given only one meal every 2 days after Rem had healed him as a mere stopgap measure through her magic, he had become surprisingly energetic, his vitality regained. She had believed the majority of that effect to have been brought by most likely due to his own pre-established notions. Gaz, girl, your treatment has saved my life. Normally, I would have liked to invite you to my home as to introduce my savior to my wife and children, but I must now head to His Excellency's side. I shall repay you for this. Rem? Yes. Gaz, if possible, leave this place and join up with the regular army. General First Class McGurl Hagain or General Second Class Kaphma Irelix shall do you no harm. Avoid the other generals of the First Class. Your words will not get through to them. Having been released from his chains, Gaz thus declared in an extremely loud voice. He leapt out of the basement with tremendous speed, and after rebuking the soldiers guarding the mansion, ordered them to accompany him to the Crystal Palace, which was visible from a distance. The opinions of the guards were divided in two in regards to that. It seemed that even the mansion soldiers were split between those who knew of Gaz's existence, and those who did not. Those who had been kept in the dark were not amused, while those to whom the information had been disclosed felt the deep trust placed in them by Brestets. Therefore, Gaz, I see you lot will stand in my way then. With nothing to wear and his bare upper body covered with an armor of muscle, Gaz fixed his eyes on the guards who had drawn their weapons, blocking his path. Gaz was unarmed, and the time he had spent in confinement was not limited to merely 1 or 2 days. He was far from being in perfect condition. However, the guards had opposed him not because they stood a chance of winning or whatever. Gaz, very well, just as I am loyal to His Excellency the Emperor. You lot are loyal to the Prime Minister. I shall certainly see that honor through to the very end. The overwhelming aura emanating from him was clear even as he looked at the soldiers who opposed him. Gaz's bare-knuckle fighting style in the one-sided battle that followed too was clear. There was a swing of one of his huge fists, and in one blow, several guards were sent flying. The slight advantage in numbers had not even made a difference. They had been instantly and overwhelmingly suppressed. Rem ID heard his name from Abelsan as one of the 9 divine generals, but actually the only ones of the 9 divine generals that Rem had seen in person were Arakia and Madeline back at the fortress city of Garrow. Even when compared to both of them, Gaz's presence would not be outdone. He might have been at a disadvantage at this moment, but only in what could be accounted for in weapons equipment and exhaustion. Gaz, you have fought well. That is why you are sword wolves of the Empire. Thrusting his arms up in the air, standing right in the middle of the battered soldiers, Gaz passionately uttered his praise. If she was not mistaken, she had heard that he was a person who had risked his life sacrificing himself so that the true Emperor Abel could escape. However, he was so lively that it seemed like a lie that he had been exhausted from having been tied up. In the first place, it was unclear why he had been tied up in the basement of the mansion. Gaz, once again, Prime Minister Brestets von Dalfin, I shall not let things go according to your plans, you 2 General First Class Chisha Yuul. Before they could discuss things in detail, Gaz boldly dashed out of the main gate of Brestets' mansion with the guards on his side in tow. Overwhelmed by the valor of the Lion Knight, Rem could do nothing but watch his back as he left. However, Rem, there's no need for me at that palace. In an unexpected turn of events, the mansion's soldiers were now gone. No longer were there any obstacles before Rem. Rem checked to see if the soldiers who had been struck down by Gaz were alive or dead, after applying only minimal treatment to those who had been seriously wounded, utilizing one of the long swords as a cane she moved around the mansion, heading to a room which she had entered many times. And then, Rem Katayasan, it's me, it's Rem, please come out. Katia, I absolutely don't want to come out. What was that loud voice just now? Rem, I understand how you feel, but the person with the loud voice has already left. I think we should talk about what we're going to do from here on out. Katia, what we're going to do. Rem's voice urged Katia, who did not allow Rem to see her, to make a decision through the door to her room. At present, Gaz's bravery, for better or worse, had wiped out the mansion's soldiers, so the urgency to leave the mansion had diminished. However, Rem, the great disaster. That was the reason as to why Gaz hastened to meet the Emperor, who was said to be present at the Crystal Palace. To be precise, the main justification for Gaz heading to the Crystal Palace was to confront the imposter posing as the Emperor. Nevertheless, it was true that his purpose was to prevent that mysterious disaster. In any case, Gaz had advised her against sticking around if that was the case. Katia, there's no reason for me to leave here. After all, I'm a hostage. Rem, there are no more guards left to detain us. There isn't a reason for us to continue being held hostage any longer. Katia, but still. Rem, I understand. Please at least open the door. I'd like to check if you are safe. Though Rem was at a loss, Katia, who had been undaunted by her insistence, finally folded. After a few moments of silence after that final request from Rem, the wheels of her wheelchair were heard moving, and the door was unlocked, and so the door of the room opened. Rem, excuse me, let's go, Katia, huh? Hey, wait. Rem, I'm sorry, me just wanted to check if you were safe was a lie. After entering the room, Rem found Katia by the door, and then quickly walking behind her, she pushed her wheelchair out of the room. A panicked Katia attempted to resist, but she was powerless to stop the wheels, unable to resist Rem's forceful action, and like that she was pushed along. Katia, wait. I have someone I have to wait for here. Rem, I understand that perfectly well, but waiting here isn't safe, even if we're to wait for your fiancé. Let's at least go somewhere safe. Katia's safe, a place safer in the imperial capital than this place. Doesn't exist, or so was Katia probably going to say next. But Katia, who was in the middle of speaking, while twisting her head left and right to glare at Rem, behind her abruptly widened her eyes round, staring towards the sky. Prompted by Katia's reaction, Rem gazed upwards only to lay eyes upon a large titanic shadow overhead as they walked down the hallway of the mansion. A colossal castle wall, in the shape of a human, straddled the mansion, stepping toward the center of the imperial capital. Rem, in comparison to Gaz's rampage, or even in comparison to any of the attacks perpetrated by the rebels trying to breach the imperial capital, seeing a giant foot stomping and bounding through the city, passing close by them, had been heaps more shocking. Feeling the wheels of Katia's wheelchair lifting off the ground due to the tremors of the earth and the impact of the feet, Rem and Katia looked at each other in alarm and, Katia, IIT, doesn't seem like this is a safe place for sure, Rem. Yes, let's hurry. As expected, the giant step just now was one of the few things that were an exception to the norm amidst this whole uproar, but it would be foolish for Rem to go out her way to say that and incur Katia's displeasure. With Katia now meek and obedient, Rem, who was pushing her wheelchair, headed for her. Katia, your companion, is still recovering, isn't he? What are you going to do? Rem, he really shouldn't be moving around too much, however, I can't say that. Responding to Katia's words was that the two reached the room Rem had intended to reach. Inside this room was Flop O'Connell, who had been brought to the mansion alongside Rem. He had not fully recovered from his serious wounds, and he was still under house arrest. As per her answer to Katia, he should preferably be left to rest, if at all possible, but Rem, Flop, saying, it's me, may I come in? MHM, is that wife's, and he'll open the door now. She received a response immediately after she had knocked on the door, and subsequently the door opened. A seemingly near instantaneous reaction from the door made Rem and Katia's eyes go round. It was no wonder, however, as Flop had apparently been lurking by the door, tightly holding a small hand mirror. Rem and Flop saying, what's with the mirror? Flop would tell you the truth. It was kind of meant to be a weapon. You heard a very loud voice earlier, didn't you? The city's getting noisy, so I thought someone hostile might come barging in. Flop answered as he twirled the hand mirror, reminding Rem and Katia that they were there as prisoners of war and hostages, so there had been no tools in their rooms that could be employed as weapons. However, a mirror as a countermeasure was not ideal, Rem. You mean you can fight using that mirror? Flop, unfortunately, this is about all there was in this room, but I've never fought with a mirror before, so maybe I have a dormant talent for it. What do you think, wife San? Rem, sure, why not? I'd like to stop talking about unnecessary things and do what's necessary, however. Flop responded to Katia's scornful eyes in his usual tone of voice. It was reassuring that he was behaving as he normally did, but at the same time, Rem wanted to put this aside for a while as they were in such a dire situation. Regardless, Rem, this is Katiasen. I met her at this mansion. Flop and Flop. O'Connell, you must be the friend of wife Sans that I heard so much about. Katia, too, don't remember becoming friends with this girl, but Flop, if that's the case, then you should prepare yourself to become friends with her. Making good friends is the key to a better life, even if it isn't. There's nothing wrong with having a lot of friends, Katia, and probably not as good at that as you are. As per Rem's expectations, Flop's personality was one that Katia was not very comfortable with. Nevertheless, Flop's disposition was such that he did not mind if Katia was frank with him, so it would be the best situation if Katia was just bitter about it. Rem, Flop said the situation in the imperial capital right now is Flop-eyed moralist, understood it. Madelinkin came to meet me right before she left for the battle. Rem Madelinson came to meet you. It was an unexpected personal connection. She knew that Madeline had been visiting Flop, but she had never expected that they would become friends, even going so far as for her to come to greet him before going off to battle. However, if one of the 9 divine generals had spoken to him directly, it was even possible that Flop would know more about the situation going on outside than Rem. Rem, well then, that makes a conversation. Fast, the guards of the mansion are already gone, so we should be able to stay or escape at our leisure, but I say we should escape. Flop, I wonder if that has anything to do with the loud noises and the terrible tremors from just now. Rem, yes, but it's not just that something even worse could happen. Katia, worse than that. Are you kidding me? Rem answered Flop with concern, and upon hearing that, Katia turned pale, shaking. All of that had not been about scaring Katia into obedience, but rather about a real, though unconfirmed, possibility of danger on the other hand. It was no more than something could happen, so it did not provide any assurance off of which they could act. Flop, still I think we should leave this place, wives and Rem indeed. With that question from Flop, Rem nodded, without hesitation. Despite the fact that they were under house arrest, life in the mansion was not so uncomfortable, although they were not allowed to leave the premises. They were allowed to go to each other's rooms. Flop's wounded body was being taken care of. Rem had been able to meet Katia, and there was no reason for any great anger or hatred toward Bristets, who was supposedly their enemy. As for the reason for Bristets' rebellion, Rem had a suspicion that Abel, or rather Vincent, was the one at fault all the more. Nevertheless, leaving such circumstances aside, Rem's emotions were probably the most decisive reason as to why she wanted to leave the mansion. Staying in captivity like this would worry a number of people who had shown kindness towards Rem. That was the reason as to why she needed to get out of such an unjust and dishonest situation as soon as she possibly could. Flop, okay, got you, I have no objection. Either wife's and Miss Katia, let's get going. Rem, are you sure? Flop, even if I stay, there's not much that I can do other than lie in bed. I'm still a peddler. So I have to be somewhat physically active, or I won't feel at ease. As to keep Rem from getting upset, Flop made a clenched fist as he smiled, then he interjected with besides. Flop, actually, I've been entrusted with a message. If I accidentally overslept and missed the opportunity to tell it, I wouldn't be able to face the world, or my sister for that matter. Rem, a message. Who is it from? Flop, from a sword wolf of the Empire who has taken on the stigma of a traitor himself, and who, in my personal opinion, has taken a great gamble. Flop winked, and Rem looked daunted at his reply. Apparently, it was not the person that Rem had in mind, but it was nice to know that Flop would be coming along. Rem, as you can see, it'll be no small feat to push Katiason's wheelchair while carrying Flopson on my back so. Katia, you're asking me what to do, but you have no intention of letting me do it, do you? Rem, as long as all of you aren't in danger, I'd be happy to leave you alone. As long as it remained unsafe to take them out by force, they were left with no other choice but to do so as expected. Rem did not intend save them beyond the extent of her ability, but if she could do so, then she had no choice. She would do so even if she had to manipulate their feelings, even while knowing that it would not shine well upon her. For a moment, Rem felt like she was doing the same thing as she had done to the hand that had been extended toward her, and her heart fluttered due to her complex feelings on the matter. Quickly shaking off that feeling, Rem nodded to Katia and Flop with a well then. Rem, let's be careful when leaving the mansion. If we encounter someone, be cautious. We don't know the people who are coming into the Imperial capital either. Katia, don't say such scary things. Aren't you injured? Can you even go? Flop, thanks for your concern. Fortunately, Wifeson has been casting her healing magic on me devotedly. The gouged flesh is filling in nicely, and I think my blood's starting to replenish. As for my physical condition, I guess I'll just have to ask you to give me a shout when running is needed. Rem will take that into consideration. My legs aren't in perfect shape, and Katiason's in a wheelchair. Once again, she realized that each of the 3 gathered here were physically impaired. Still, it was crucial for them to join forces, as losing any of them would be unacceptable. And so, with much enthusiasm. Flop, by the way, wives, and what about all the other people who are being held prisoner besides us? Rem, that eluded my mind. Flop pointed that out, taking the wind out of her sails, prompting Rem to put a hand to her forehead. There was a separate building in the mansion, and in that building were held captives other than Rem's group. Among them, there were several people who claimed to be the black-haired crown prince, the illegitimate son of the Emperor of Wallachia. Most of them had apparently been used as a justification to raise an insurrection against the Emperor. However, this was not a problem unrelated to Bristets, who had rebelled over the issue of the Emperor's heir. So they were being taken as prisoners of war whenever possible and kept to ascertain whether they were truly the Emperor's child or not. Rem, they can't be said to be either our enemies or our allies, so I want to ignore them frankly. Currently setting Katia aside, Rem, and Flop's situation was a very complicated and difficult one. Even though she had no strong cause or claim, she had reluctantly joined the rebels led by Abel. However, she had been separated from that group, and she was not acquainted with a group of crown princes being kept captive. Rem and her group had no idea if they were friend or foe, and their attitude toward them was also unknown. Rem, that was why her real opinion was as she had just stated. However, leaving them in a locked, detached building, while Rem's group left the mansion to escape from a looming, incomprehensible great disaster, also brought Rem distress. Even if saving all of them was a difficult deed, she wished to diminish casualties as much as possible. That was why the guards who had been beaten down by Gaz had been given the minimal amount of treatment. Katia, why don't we just find the key and place it where they can retrieve it themselves? Rema, Katia, too, don't know, but if it's dangerous, I don't want to get involved, but I can't help but hesitate. Is that strange? Rem, no, it's not strange, right? Seeing that Rem was worried, Katia offered a compromise. Rem only had one of two options in mind: to help, or not to help. She felt saved by Katia's words. As the latter had stated, it would be fine to locate the key to the detached building, making sure that the captives had only a little trouble obtaining it. That would ensure the captive's safety, along with her own peace of mind. Flop, seems like you've got everything covered. With Rem's and Katia's conversation coming to a close, Flop nodded in satisfaction. Meanwhile, he had been braiding some of his own long blonde hair, before then gently placing his hand on the door as he pushed it open. Flop, well, for now we need to find where the key to the detached building is. Let's wait a sec. Flop was about to go through the door, closed it, while withdrawing his earlier statement. That sudden action of his caused Rem and Katia's eyes to widen astonished. However, Flop put his finger to his lips and said, "Be quiet." Then he opened the door slightly as to peer outside. Standing beside Flop, Rem also looked out. "Rema, Katia, hey, what is it? I don't have a good feeling about your reaction at all." Once Rem found out why Flop had closed the door, her breath hitched frightening due to the signs the two gave off. Katia's voice quivered. But Rem was unable to find words to relieve Katia's anxiety right there and then. That was because for Rem and Flop, both it was a scene that was outside the realm of their imaginations. In the courtyard of Bristetz's mansion, figures other than the soldiers were standing there. They were. Flop, somehow, they look sickly pale, don't they? Maybe they aren't getting enough sleep, I wonder. The looks of the figures enveloped in a bloodthirsty aura were so strange that Flop's joke had come out as dry. Donning pale complexions with no signs of life, cracks running across their visible skin, a group of people bearing features that could be recognized at a glance as bizarre were occupying the mansion of the Imperial Prime Minister. For Flop, at a glance, they all appeared to be Imperial soldiers, didn't they? Shutting the door without a noise, Flop muttered, holding his breath together with Rem and Katia. In frankness, the scene they put their eyes on had been so alien that Rem, bereft of composure to do as much as to pay attention to the details, was unable to affirm Flop's irresponsible claim. It was just that. "Katia, there are creepy people entering the mansion. Doesn't that mean someone from the rebel army is trying to kill His Excellency, the Emperor?" Rem, they seemed like they'd be impossible to communicate with, and they also gave off a different air. It wasn't like they were angry or overexcited or anything like that, rather. Flop, it's like they're creatures that aren't human, but take human form. I also got the feeling that it'd be difficult to gain an understanding by talking to them. It feels like my wounds are spiking with pain. That's a bad omen. Whether she wanted to or not, Rem agreed with Flop's opinion. As she had not checked what lay outside, Katia had not seen or understood the people the other two were referring to, but she surely would have been shaken had she looked. Looking at her friend, who she felt had quite a different sense of logic, Rem had a sudden brainwave. "Rem, don't tell me that's the great disaster." She had only heard of the expression great disaster from Gaz, but she supposed it was something nefarious regardless of its exact nature. Having heard about it being imminent, and having laid eyes on the beings outside, she could not help but believe there was a connection between the two. Moreover, this was just Rem's intuition as a practitioner of healing magic, but Rem, it didn't feel like there was life in them. It was as if, "Katia, you're not going to say they're dead. People, right, calling them something like hollows is ridiculous." Flop, though it may be too soon to laugh that off, still the ones outside took the appearance of Imperial soldiers, and come to think of it, their armor, as well as their faces and napes, seemed to be somewhat tattered. Perhaps there's a chance they still bear the wounds they received in life. What do you think? Katia, what I think, I have no idea. Flop's expression, true to his nature, caused Katia to lose her head and dart her eyes about in bewilderment. But the fact that she was rejecting it vehemently served as undeniable proof that she too had perceived that something abnormal was happening from Rem and Flop's behavior. Even worse than that was Jaya, GUH. Ah! Small wails of pain were heard in succession wails from the guards outside, who had been put to sleep due to having been beaten down by Gosrem, had deferred their treatment for later, yet they now spilled their death cries. In frankness, though it was not as if she had ascertained it with her own eyes. Flop seems it's going to be hard to talk and reach a mutual understanding with them. Flop's words, his cheeks tightening, greatly told of the undeniable ultimate fate of the soldiers. Those enigmatic forces their faces pallid had bestowed the collapsed soldiers with a coup de grace. There had been zero margin for discussion. That Rem, and everyone else would be an exception to this rule, was difficult to envision. Family, had she at least put the soldiers in some room, would it have been different? Had they in their unconscious and defensive state been moved to a safe place, their arbitrary demise could have been avoided. That being the case, the onus for their deaths would lie with Rem. She had not done everything possible. Kadia HK, is this the time to be thinking about that Rem Kekatiasan? Kadia, if you get depressed now, it won't just be those three who die. I don't want anything like that. As Rem cast her face downwards in chagrin, it was seized by both of Kadia's hands, one hand on each cheek, and the former's head was raised by force. A teary-eyed Kadia snapped at Rem as a reproacher attempting to obliterate Rem's faint-hearted disposition. Kadia's momentum and wholly honest words made Rem catch her breath, nodding quietly after that. Rem Flops in the situation has changed. We have no choice but to go unlock that one separate building. Flop, MHM. Indeed, wives, and I was thinking the same thing. I don't know if we'll be able to get on friendly terms with the Crown Princess Hobin, detained in that building, but there's always a train of thought that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Rem, yes, with a common enemy, there's a possibility that we can work side by side. With that declaration, Flop immediately approved the change in course, seeing the consensus between Rem and Flop. Kadia shook her head up and down in agreement and spoke. Kadia, if that's decided, then get on with it already. Please do your best at breaking the lock to the detached building. Already, why, you can do it right. Rem, fortunately, I picked up a sword to substitute for my walking stick, so I can use that. The sword would likely break, but in exchange she would be able to destroy the lock on the door at least. No longer would it be possible for them to traipse around the mansion, searching for the key. It would be too difficult. Flop, we need to get there before they turn their attention to the detached building, but the problem is, Rem Katiasan's wheelchair, all eyes were on the wheelchair. The wheelchair, which had been a gift from her fiancé, was a very well-made high-end one, but that notwithstanding, it would not be possible to conceal its sounds, those of the wheels turning, and those of its many parts operating. It was not ideal for situations in which one had to move without being detected. Kadia faced with the same tough challenge, Kadia's gaze faltered as it flickered left and right, upwards and down. However, seeing as she possessed a physical disability, Kadia and her wheelchair were inseparable, she herself was aware of this, and after a few moments of anxiety, Kadia spoke. Kadia, leave me and go open that building. I'll wait for you alone. Rem, alone, but I can't let you do something like. Kadia, I'll lock myself in my room. They won't know I'm there if I shut myself in there and stay quiet. Right, if those people are undead or anything of the sort, it's probably safer to stay hidden and not do anything stupid, but I'm not telling you two to go and do something dangerous. The fact that she was speaking so quickly and that her voice had gone up in pitch was no more than evidence that her innermost thoughts were frantic, but that Kadia's proposal came from her mustering the entirety of what paltry courage she possessed was something Rem and Flop comprehended to a painful extent. They understood that her feelings or faith ought not to be rejected. Rem Flops and stay with Katiasan and Flop, know you've got to take Miss Kadia's determination in mind, wife. So the chances of success are higher if the two of us were to deal with it. Worst case scenario, one of us could serve as a decoy. Rem. That truly was a worst case scenario, but if she were to avert her gaze from that which she wished to not think about, she would have no escape from being overwhelmed by the horrible situation once she actually found herself in it. Therefore, despite taking into account the possibility that that worst case would overwhelm her, Rem assented with a nod. Rem, without fail, unlocked the detached building and returned Kadia DDO. It's no good if you don't come back too. Promise. Rem, I will. Grasping Kadia's hand, Rem exchanged words of firm promise with her. Bearing Kadia's concern so clumsy as she was, Rem kept its weight within her heart, so that she would not forget it, and with that Rem and Flop nodded to each other, and they exited the room. Flop, Rem, while stifling their breaths and concealing their bodies, the two of them made their way out into the corridor, and as they surveyed their surroundings, in search of those eerie enemies, they managed to advance towards the back of the mansion where the separate building laid. As they made their way, wafting in the wind was the scent of blood belonging to the soldiers that had been slain, a deed performed by the enemies, numbering over 10, wandering through the mansion, paying no concern to any danger. Flop, Seems like they're looking for something, Rem, people who are alive, perhaps. Flop, no, I get a feeling like taking out the ones on guard duty was something they just did while they were at it. There aren't enough people for them to comb the mansion. That thoroughly, it's likely they have a much more definite target. Keeping their bodies low while en route, Rem and Flop exchange opinions on the enemy's behavior. Hearing Flop's keen insight brought Rem some vexation feeling, as if she were always off mark every step of the way. Flop, I'm not too sure of this idea. Either it's something I just thought of, and to have Flop smooth over things frustrated her. At the very least, she would contribute to freeing those imprisoned in the separated building, thus making up for it. Rem, that wouldn't be enough, would it? Something that ought to be called fortunate, however, was that the sensory functions of the strange-looking enemies did not seem to differ much from those of humans, nor had they been boosted with incredible abilities beyond Rem and Flop's grasp. Thanks to that, somehow, they had managed to approach the separate unit, while avoiding detection, though a problem arose then. Flop, as expected, they didn't fail to notice it completely, having witnessed the same sight. Flop had Rem nodded in silence, agreeing with the former's words. As they hid behind the building and examined the unit's surroundings, a problem, 3 figures belonging to enemies could be seen as they were searching for something it would be unnatural for them not to stop by such a conspicuous structure. The problem was the building's interior. If the crown princes were truly confined within, the enemies would massacre the former without a word edgewise the moment they broke through the door. There was no time to lose. If they did not act this very instant, their lives would be forfeit. Flop, wives, and it'll attract their attention. Can you do them in while I keep all 3 occupied? Rem. Flop, I don't mind if we reverse our roles, wives, then, but I think it's more likely that you succeed than me with my lack of nerve ID like you to decide now. A forceful declaration, but a decision was necessary. Taking that in, Rem closed her eyes for a second, then quickly opened them. And then, Rem, let's do a go around the back, Flops, and ITLL, take only a second. Flop, yet I'll leave it to you. I don't want to boast, but serving as a decoy is one of my strong points. Rem nodded to Flop's answer, speaking of himself as reliable, and they then split up, with the 3 enemies right in front of the building's entrance, while they planned to breach the large door. Rem and Flop separated in different directions, as if to sandwich their foes. Rem, squeezing onto it, Rem ascertained the feel of the steel sword she had carried for the purpose of breaking the lock. Never had she had experience wielding the sword, nor was wounding another her forte. If anything, breaking Subaru's finger was all Rem's battle experience amounted to. It was possible to say that it was far from a solid foundation for her self-confidence. But whether she had confidence in herself or not was irrelevant. She had to do it or die. Flop, hey, gentlemen, are you all doing well? I'm a peddler with nothing to sell at present. I just want to make myself known. Abruptly, Flop slipped out from behind the building and started a conversation with the enemies. Although he had to draw their attention on the spur of the moment, and although there had not been any major preparation done in advance, and speaking of Flop's demeanor, it was far too assertive as to slip by them. Enemy, who the hell are ya? Riveted by Flop's entrance, the enemies turned around, one of them apparently uttering so. Their voice was cold and devoid of warmth, yet in it dwelled definite intelligence, which had come to Rem as a fairly large surprise, having presumed that communicating with them, let alone negotiating, would be impossible. However, Flop, oh my, perhaps you can speak. Assuming you can, then maybe I should change my attitude, don't you think? Enemy, you've got it wrong, then everyone in the Empire's gonna die. Flop, I see, turns out there's no margin for negotiation after all. So did Flop loudly assert as to veil over the savage reply given by the enemy, an unequivocal cue for Rem's heart to melt, in whom hesitation had emerged for a moment so that she would stir. Having heard things thus far, Rem did not hesitate in her subsequent action. Rem, the moment she resolved herself to make her move and initiate her assault, albeit she knew she ought to be silent, she emitted sound where she forego raising her own morale in that manner, for within she would not be able to continue with said subsequent action. Pulling the sword from its scabbard, she held it aloft, and with might and main she thrust it, and enemy's back turned to her. They raised a shriek of woe, but thrice she swung the sword in a daze. Not granting the enemies who had turned their attention to Flop a chance to turn around, a chaotic series of strikes ensued. She knew not what it would take to incapacitate her opponents from doing battle, nor how long it would take her. Hence, she swung the sword with reckless abandon. She had conscious awareness of the solid sensation of her hand, rebounding, though everything besides that was rather blurry. Nevertheless, Flop, wife, and it's okay now you've done them in already, Rem. Having been called out by an earnest voice, Rem came to her senses and saw Flop's figure in front of her. Then, looking for the enemies that were supposedly between the two of them, Rem came to find them at her feet. Defeated her, rather she found the pieces of what used to be those enemies. Upon gazing at the completely unexpected way they'd been felled, Rem's eyes widened with a huh. Flop, to me, it looked like they were shattered. In fact, looking at the remains like this, it looks like they shattered like pottery or glass. Rem, do you think they're dead? Flop, at the very least, I think it's doubtful that they were even alive before they were smashed into smithereens like this. Crouching down, Flop answered, holding scattered pieces of the enemies between his fingers. Hearing his answer, Rem got quite the unpleasant feeling upon realizing that exactly as if it were the answer she had been expecting. For Rem, taking the life of a living creature was something abhorrent that ought to be avoided as much as possible. Consequently, she realized that she had held a shameful expectation. She had wished to protect her mind to the doubt of whether the enemies she had vanquished were defined as a living being or not. Flop wives and their companions will notice it before long as well. Let's hurry to the detached building and open it up. Flop made the decision to put off Rem's sentiments for the moment. She did not object to Flop's course of action, as well believing it to be the correct choice. At the minimum, she attempted to give legitimacy to her actions, and as she was on the verge of unlocking the separate unit, she noticed something. Rem, huh? Beneath her feet, the fragments of the enemies she had ground to a fine powder wriggled unnaturally, the wriggling different from how it would occur when caused by the wind or an earthquake. We won't die that easily cause we're dead. Rem shuddered, and the moment she experienced a sensation of unease, the voice of an enemy slipped into her awareness. Turning around, Rem and Flop witnessed the supposedly beaten enemies regenerating the broken pieces of pottery, fused together as if time had been reversed, though fissures with the appearance very much as if there were seams were visible. They had been restored to their original state. Rem, Flop, petrified by that impossible spectacle, Rem and Flop both froze in place. Rem promptly decided to do the reverse of what Flop had done back in Garrow, where he protected her, and put strength into her legs, hoping that she could at least shield Flop. However, the unrest in her mind caused her knees to stay rigid, and her crippled legs would not let her actualize it. If anything, it produced a fatal collapse of her posture in front of the enemies. She had to raise the sword. She had to do it faster than her opponent, and yet she would not make it in time. Rem, HK. There was a flash of a gray light of dull hue with a swish. An enemy was about to strike Rem, and Flop down devoid of any mercy with the sword in his hand, and it happened at that exact moment. El Minya. Two high-pitched voices overlapped, ushering an extraordinary phenomenon that occurred immediately afterward right in front of Rem's eyes. Before her eyes, purple crystal scored a direct hit on the three sword-wielding enemies from behind, running through their chests. Furthermore, the astonishment did not end at that. Enemy Ga! And then in the moment immediately subsequent to a howl of pain from one of the pierced enemies, they had their entire body morph into the same dark purple crystal that had penetrated their chest, and once more they shattered. If a difference did exist, it was that the enemies now in purple fragments displayed no signs of reviving, and the one who had successfully saved Rem and Flop just barely was. Kept you waiting. Rem, the real star, has stepped on the stage, bravely announcing. So a small silhouette jumped off a large horse that had leapt over the outer wall, infiltrating the grounds of the mansion, and thus a boy of black hair with nasty-looking eyes, holding up a little girl in a dress in his arms, turned to Rem, closed one eye, and flashed a toothy smile at her. Rem was left speechless due to his flamboyant appearance and announcement, and finally she spoke. Rem, who are you? The young boy who had so gallantly made his appearance was someone who to Rem's eyes at least was unknown. 5. There was a loud, violent knock on the door, which caused Katia to feel a chill run down her spine. Katia! No, don't come closer. Pushing her wheelchair to the back of her room, she clutched her curly hair and prayed frantically. She had sent Rem and Flop away, having declared that she would wait alone for the time being. Katia was going to stay hidden as long as possible, even breathing as little as she possibly could. And yet an enemy had noticed her existence, and now she was frightened to death. Katia, am unlucky. I've always been so unlucky. The fact that an enemy had stumbled upon this room was purely the result of random chance in their attempt to find survivors. Seeing as they had found her so easily, her luck was awful. Maybe Rem and Flop would not make it back in time. Such a convenient thing would never happen to her. Katia, brother. Obviously, she was unable to see the other party outside the door. However, according to Rem and Flop, the third party wandering around outside, who were neither Imperial soldiers nor rebels, had the appearance of the dead. When it came to the dead, the first person that came to Katia's mind was her own big brother Jamal, orally the brother whom she had thought unkillable and who had met an untimely demise. She could not help but think that she would like to see him at least one more time, even as a hollow. However, when it came to the inexplicable situation of the dead actually being out and about, what came to mind was not an obsession with her brother, but rather self-pity. It was wholly unsightly. She could not even have such lofty compassion as to pray for Rem and Flop's safety, and hope that they would survive in her stead. All she had was a sense of self-preservation which she could not help. I'm just an imperfect and helpless person, one who doesn't deserve to be loved by anyone. Katia am kind of like, anticipating, hoping, and wishing to be saved was a mistake in and of itself due to her thinking such impudent thoughts Rem and Flop would possibly end up as collateral damage. Was this not the result of Katia's bad luck and ineptitude which had ended up getting Rem and Flop caught up in this? Katia's throat froze as those endlessly desperate thoughts were interrupted by a creaking sound of the door finally beginning to show signs of being broken into. Faced with such a hopeless situation, she cursed her body, seemingly incapable of even screaming satisfactorily. However, Katia, just when she thought that the door was about to be breached, it happened. On the other side of the door, the enemy that had been trying to break in ceased moving, or more precisely, they had been forced to stop their destruction, because the entire body of the enemy had burst into flames enveloped in vermilion. And then, the micro-spirit I scared into doing that was my last one. A new voice, one different from that of the burning enemy, reached Katia from the other side of the door. Katia looked up as if she had been startled by the sound of the cursing voice. Then, turning the wheel of her wheelchair, Katia took hold of the door herself by her own volition. With a trembling hand, she unlocked the door that she had been so afraid to open and opened it. Behind the door stood a man kicking the burnt and charred corpse of the enemy. Kept you waiting, Katia. Let's get out of here. He had lost his familiar bandana, and his normally upswept hair was hanging down. Katia's eyes widened at the man, his forehead and cheeks covered in dried blood, who was reaching toward her. Then, as she wheeled toward the man, Katia, late so late you idiot too would have killed you if ID died. And then she tearfully dove into her fiancé, who had ruthlessly made his appearance. 6. At the Crystal Palace of the Imperial Capital, at the star-shaped ramparts, and at the rebel stronghold, various situations were unfolding. There were some who were aware of the circumstances, and others who knew absolutely nothing at all. Those people were all jumbled together on a battlefield transformed into a crucible of chaos. No, the Valachian Empire was what had been transformed. Where bloodshed was rife, where the loss of life akin to leaves falling from a tree was revered, where taking action for the sake of blossoming ambition was considered the right thing, its vast lands pulsated, and those engraved into the history of the empire rose one after the other. What could it be called if not a nightmare? The Great Disaster. Indeed, if not to be designated as a nightmare, then it could only be designated as a great disaster. The stargazers who infested the Valachian Empire had loudly proclaimed this to be one of the mass-scale disasters that would drive the world to ruination, as declared by the commandment they had been bestowed with. That in itself was a matter inconsequential to the crux that had brought about the circumstances known as the Great Disaster. The important thing was that this disaster induced the ruin of the empire's soil, and at its terminus the wish would be fulfilled. For that purpose the moves to be made, the measures to be exhausted, absolutely everything would be expended, dying and bringing death, killing, and being killed through those means amassed in the vast lands of Wallachia were mountains of corpses. If the entirety of Wallachia's spilled blood was the foundation of the plan, all that remains is to carry the plan out to the end deliberation required, with that the bearer of the great disaster, the symbol of ruin, congratulate herself very, very quietly. Yendi, bonus short stories. The Land of Wolves. Death under the weak mercy be none ate. Enter. Excuse me. When he knocked on the door in front of him, he was granted admittance. Once authorized, he announced his presence and pushed the office's door open. In an instant the room welcomed him with an oppressive atmosphere, as it were imbibed with the unadulterated essence of the mansion's master. There is no way I can get used to this. Letting out a frank cavilled Chayshaw trim, put a hand to his own mouth. A candid opinion, truthful perhaps, but reckless nonetheless. Even he would often admonish himself about this unfavorable habit of speaking his mind without a second thought. And here were the consequences. You dare expose your master to your dissatisfaction upon arriving at his office. Your disrespect knows no bounds. Prince Vincent. Call me not Prince, but your Excellency, were you one among the rest of my subjects, I would not bother correcting you, but you shall continue addressing me on future occasions. Bear this in mind henceforth. While handling the quill over the large desk allotted, for his official duties the boy delivered a warning. His stern words rebuked Chayshaw for that gaffe. However, his criticism was appropriate, and despite what the word choice might suggest, he did not intend to administer another punishment besides his reprimand. Therefore, Chayshaw bowed deeply on the spot. Understood, Your Excellency Vincent Abelux. Thus he readdressed as Master Vincent Abelux, Prince of the Empire A few days ago, Vincent Bearer of lustrous black hair and dark wise eyes had encountered Chayshaw by chance, and much to the forename's surprise brought him in as a subordinate without consent. Once an ordinary citizen of a nation, Chayshaw now spent his days in the mansion of a noble offspring of the Emperor too, discovering a new hectic world. Nevertheless, Your Excellency, I came to inform you that I finished the books you ordered me to read, and I must say the library is quite different from my hometowns. There is a wider variety of books here, and preserved in impressive condition as well. A deteriorated book transmits deteriorated knowledge. It is said that in the kingdom of Lagunica, they employ magic to prevent that, but such conveniency is not available to us in the empire of Wallachia. Workers are required for that task. Yes, I can see that, thanks to those efforts, I did not struggle with guessing fated characters, nor with the frustration of getting engaged in a story only to find that its ending has been cut off. Those are common occurrences. As for you, yes. I believe that I provided you with a considerable quantity of books, given the brevity with which you read through them all. I presume that you are enjoying your stay. Vincent poised his chin on his hand, supported by the desk, and raised his gaze towards Chayshaw, seeing the slight cynical grin on his lips. Chayshaw closed one eye and shrugged. That silent gesture was all that he could muster in response to Vincent's undeniable inference. His original plan did not include serving a Wallachian prince, yet, as much as he had judged a hectic Chayshaw, had found gratification amidst that routine. By nature, he disliked adapting to his environs. He preferred to walk at his own pace, regarding whatever river flowed beside him with little more than a sidelong glance. Egocentric was the perfect term to describe his attitude. In my hometown, my troublesome character became the cause of my exile, whereas in Your Excellency's mansion, it does not seem to hinder me in any significant way. That is not your assessment to make, but your peers thus far no complaints about your behavior have reached my ears, though. Unfortunately, I find it difficult to even come close to Your Excellency in terms of ill repute. You may defy them, but those old yet heated rumors about your familial exterminations are not going to cool off with ease. Humph, your mouth opens, so often yet desirable things come out seldom. With a light snort, Vincent fended off Chayshaw's disrespectful remark. While it was not the latter's intention to anger him, the prince harbored remarkable magnanimity. No, rather he reserved his emotions, such as anger and fear, for worthier purposes. Despite being still a boy, the younger one by 2 years, as well he managed himself with astounding rigor. He never closed both eyes at the same time in front of Chayshaw, nor anybody else for that matter. Not 1 second of laxity would the absolute regime of his psyche ever condone. Tell me about the distribution map for the aquatic, maybe as inhabiting the godlet waterfall. Faint perplexity tinged Chayshaw's mien when the conversation digressed into an unexpected subject. Soon he recognized its connection to the previous reeds that he had mentioned in his latest report. I remember now their breeding season is near, and during this period culling measures should be carried out to prevent their influence on fishermen's halls. Regarding the vicissitude of the crow-crowned grassland nomads' ruling class. Since the power balance among said lands, nomads made them quite prone to repeat the same history. They needed to create new arms techniques or prodigies, lest conflicts would never be settled. If the stone in the Garahole wetlands moves, when shall its next activity be predicted to occur? Considering its cycle within the next 2 years, and given that the records of major activity were 12 years apart, we can anticipate a large-scale earthquake in 6 years. From economy, then anthropology to geology, Vincent tested Chayshaw. Without pause, each query demanded him to cite those texts not via memorization, but via comprehension and application skills. From Vincent's mouth sprang more questions which diverged into linguistics, astronomy, arithmetic, international magic techniques, and Chayshaw exerted his brain power for all of them. Once they finished, very well, you have proved that you did not lie about having read the books. This went beyond a mere reading or writing test. You have set such high standards for me. High standards, what is that supposed to mean? For an instant, Vincent seemed caught unaware. An atypically childlike expression disrupted Vincent's adult composure. In this state, his countenance rendered him a normal boy of handsome features. I shall not tell a swordsman to fire his sword. I shall order that he slash with it. However, that unusual semblance faded seconds later into a display of philosophical insight. While he understood Vincent's purport, Chayshaw could not help but deem it an overestimation. He had managed to reply in the desired way this time, but who could guarantee that he would never lose track of the boy's wisdom and bring shame upon himself? I fear the day when I will no longer be able to fulfill Your Excellency's expectations. Heed your steps, and you shall elude it. My ideals allow no indolent wight to walk abreast with me. Oh, how you limit my choices. To detest not the unskilled, but the indolent, a sentiment most emblematic of the person called Vincent, It was at that moment that Chayshaw recalled the main reason why he had stopped by this room. He was awaiting the next instruction, having completed the assigned reading, but not only that. Your Excellency Vincent, while it may be impertinent, I want to request something. Do tell unless it is a holiday, in which case do not even bother begging. I would indeed like to discuss the terms of my work at a later date, but my actual request relates to my hometown, where my family lives. Your hometown, you say? Some way Vincent's interest flared up when Chayshaw broached that topic. In the middle of opening the seal of the letter on the desk, the boy's hands became still, while his black eyes stared at Chayshaw. Upon first arriving in the mansion, Chayshaw had undergone an interrogation regarding his antecedents, through which he had briefed Vincent about his expulsion from the village. Chayshaw had displeased the village's aged landowner, and not even his family had stood up in his defense, ergo no home awaited his return. I assumed that any matter pertaining to that village would be long dissociated from you, or perchance you still resent those who banished you. So you wish to borrow my soldiers to enact your revenge. Ha ha ha, you jest, and if you would be so kind as to brush off what I will say next as a joke too. Say it. Judging by that radical proposition, is it safe to assume that you amuse yourself exterminating rebels along with their families? Unsure what he was expecting, Vincent pardoned Chayshaw's jest with an irked face, albeit Chayshaw phrased it as a joke. Part of his doubt stemmed from genuine concern. Should he construe these indecorous persiflage and jokes as a peculiarity of Vincent or as a Valachian imperial family's typical sense of humor? Putting that irrelevant query in the back of his mind, he spoke. My apologies, but I am not so obsessed with my family as to wish ruination upon them. So, I do not need to borrow your soldiers. In truth, I want you to assist me in delivering a memento. A memento, and who is it that you need slain? It is not a head, nor an ear, nor a finger. It will be the first pay I receive while working in this mansion. When Chayshaw explained his petition, Vincent's face scrunched up in confusion. He could brook the rebuff of his imperial quip, but not hearing Chayshaw's words without grasping the meaning behind them. However, Vincent's skepticism was justified. My apologies, but I need you to understand the reason behind this is a mere whim of mine. How unfathomable. I understand that your indifference overrules your resentment, but what would gifting your salary be if not a token of gratitude toward the whites who spurned you no less? What compels you to remit money to them? You are no stranger to saying the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb are you. Disbelief made Vincent's obduracy grow to unforeseen extremes. Hearing his master almost argue in favor of the familial extermination, as a more rational idea, Chayshaw breathed out a feeble sigh. He was not lying. He did not feel aggrieved enough to seek his hometown's destruction, but neither was he so indulgent as to forgive his family's acts on grounds of their kinship. Quite the opposite, in fact. Answered Chayshaw Trim, what compels you to ask for? To put it succinctly, revenge. What? Upon hearing Chayshaw's answer, Vincent ceased all movement, betokening discontent with his expression. Knitting his eyebrows did not suffice. Vincent etched flagrant wrinkles between them, while his eyes strove to read Chayshaw's intent to no avail. Your philosophy is beyond my comprehension. How shall you achieve revenge? By remitting money? Good question, as I have explained to your Excellency before. I was banished from my hometown. My family did not bother supporting a stubborn troublemaker. Like me, they must be convinced that I will not make it far into the outside world before dropping dead due to a silly misstep. Perhaps how does that solve my doubt? What if that very same troublemaker were to send them some decent money? Imagine their faces when they get proven wrong. Would that not be hilarious? How dreadful would it be if the boy from whom they anticipated a beggar's death sent them a copious amount of money, as if thanking them for ousting him, and that wealth would bring not joy but anguish, for despite being its possessors their right to squander, it did not come guaranteed. So had Chayshaw Trim plotted in retaliation against his hometown and family inferior in severity to destruction, yet an effective way to gloat nonetheless. This is purely based on my imagination, though. He affixed that affirmation at the end, aware that his logic was difficult to follow. Unlike Vincent, Chayshaw did whatever he could to avoid abridged explanations. Regardless, Chayshaw trusted that his choice contained nothing nonsensical nor insane yet. Your Excellency. Suddenly, Chayshaw raised an eyebrow and called out to Vincent. Chayshaw found himself feeling slight surprise. Ignoring Chayshaw's bemused gaze, Vincent put a hand to his own forehead. Ha 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 ha. And so his voice rose into a guffaw. Eyes wide open and paralyzed, Chayshaw watched Vincent laugh. Sometimes Vincent would joke or banter, others he would don a sardonic smirk or snort, but never could he have pictured Vincent thus laughing with his mouth open. I was convinced that your Excellency never laughed. What foolish thoughts you voice, you dare present such a malicious scheme to me, and tell me not to laugh. What unbridled disrespect, insolence. Had I done it on purpose, you would have adduced it to reprehend me. He had not aimed to amuse or bewilder him. This exploit did not involve deliberation. At least it did not cause his master to assess him as a creature of unfathomable psyche, though. Humph, chuckled Vincent, struggling to repress the impulse that lingered after that hearty laughter with a nod. I see your vision now, however. Of course, this would apply exclusively to my first pay. I am quite greedy, you see. So no matter how much this mansion's library provides, it will never satiate me. Good to know, like swordsmen need their swords and civilians need their books, every living being needs nourishment. That response was a tacit authorization of Cheshaw's revenge, and also a promise of complicity. Grateful for Vincent's approval, Cheshaw spoke again. While we are here, Your Excellency, if you do not mind granting me something extra. Speak, the more secret of your exposition is the less attention I pay if you say, so could you confer a new name onto me? Upon the reveal of the additional favor, Vincent tensed his lips and narrowed his eyes. That request signified Cheshaw Trim's renounce his birth name. Although he planned to remit his salary to his hometown as a token of revenge, he did not wish ill upon his estranged family. If news spread that Cheshaw served a Valachian prince, it would place an unnecessary burden on his family. The possibility of Cheshaw's family try and take advantage of his status existed too. So instead of discommoding Vincent with such matters, does the surname Gold appeal to you? Contemplating Cheshaw's circumstances, about which he did not need to inquire, Vincent submitted a name. Cheshaw felt impressed by his master's perspicacity notwithstanding. If I remember correctly, that surname belongs to a household of traitorous subjects who were exterminated by Your Excellency. You do remember correctly. You have earned my praise for your memory. I must say I admire Your Excellency's dedication to intimidating others. Albeit he was not determined on refusing the fact that somebody could conceive an idea so vicious, amazed him. Regardless, he had no actual qualms about bearing the surname Gold. Very well, the last name will be Gold. What should we do about the first name? If you ask me, I would prefer one similar to the original. Similar to the original, huh? Then let us call you Cheshaw. Cheshaw Gold HM, not bad. Complacent Vincent went ahead and validated the modification with which he seemed to find no fault. Not because he lacked seriousness in naming a person. There were simply no aspects that he found fault with a combination of a resemblant first name and a reusable last name. In fact, he appeared proud, almost congratulating himself for fabricating the optimum option. Is something wrong, Cheshaw Gold? Oh, no, nothing. I am once again awash with admiration. Is all thus Cheshaw Trim became Cheshaw Gold. In other news, Cheshaw carried out his revenge without hassle when his salary reached his family in their hometown. They froze in shock at the great sum which wreaked distress. Furthermore, Cheshaw informed his hometown about the House of Abellet's involvement in this donation, and thereby executed another vengeful scheme against his troublesome master, proclaiming the name of the sanguinary prince. Yendi, the land of wolves. Death unto the weak, mercy be none. 0. The 9 divine generals. 1. Before his eyes were bundles of documents piled up into mountains. After finishing the first mountain, Cheshaw Gold massaged the skin around his eyes and slowly stood up. Cheshaw, oh dear, appears that I am showing signs of being a tad strained. In the Valachian Empire, it was normal for the strong to be revered and for the weak to be disdained. Since such a stern, ironclad rule of blood was imposed widely, it was indeed easy to form misunderstandings, but it was not as though everything was driven by the clash of swords sparking against each other. Though it might have been obvious, there was also the existence of negotiations unaccompanied by a sword purely by means of words, money, and goods, since there existed people who engaged in such negotiations. And though this also may be obvious, there was also a considerable amount of paperwork. Cheshaw, His Excellency, often preaches the importance of civil officers, but after all, it would be a thorny path to spread such an awareness among the people of the empire. In Wallachia, ever since the time that one was a young child, there were many things decided based on physical strength. If the standard of value were purely brute strength, then it would not be difficult to imagine the treatment of those unsuited for fighting. The public gaze of the empire's sword wolves was harsh on those who pretended to be wise. It would have been better had it been only the public gaze that was harsh, but because their harshness went as far as their claws and fangs, it was a great deal of trouble for the weak. In reality, Cheshaw had been one who had faced extreme hardship during his childhood. Although in Cheshaw's case, when in a direct confrontation with an opponent, he was no match, for he would make full use of tools and arithmetic to launch a counterattack, or would manipulate language and information to turn his opponents against each other. So he was left undefeated. However, Cheshaw, if you're defeated, you lose your life, and if you fight back, you lose your place. It seems a pity that I am not suited to the soil and water of the empire. Ultimately, since that disposition of Cheshaw's was the cause of him leaving his hometown, it became tempting for him to lament just how absurd life could be. Be that as it may, it could be said that he was rather lucky, for his life had not been exhausted as he drifted through the stream. Chisha only. Muttering to himself, Chisha stood as he gazed out of the window of the room that was granted him, so that he could perform his official duties. Positioned at the innermost place of Wallachia's imperial capital of Lupagana, the Crystal Palace, this castle known for having the foremost beauty within this world, was a rare article that the people of the empire could find value outside of strength in. Extolled to have such beauty, the gardens of the castle had also been extremely intricately designed, but... hold on, Anya. There's no way you'll be able to seize me like that. Are you perhaps messing around, dozing off, or getting distracted? Arakia, Cecilis, it'll kill you. Cecilis, doesn't that favorite phrase of yours become kinda empty after saying it for years? Arakia, it'll kill you. The gardens of the beautiful Crystal Palace, its vegetation, was ripped out one step after the other, as legs kicked off the ground, and it was. Devastated by a vortex of flame that chased after the fleeing back, it was being painted over into a wretched spectacle never to be seen again. The rampage and voices that lacked any concern for their surroundings whatsoever was a playful bout between two fellow natural disasters, one that nobody would heedlessly approach. That was a reality unfolding in the Crystal Palace of His Excellency the Emperor, who sat at the pinnacle of the empire. Upon beholding it, Chisha narrowed his long-slitted eyes, expressing his feelings of lament. General First Class Cecilis, General First Class Arakia, ceaseless folly. Just where do you think you are right now? This is a revered castle of His Excellency, the Emperor Vincent of Wallachia. Compose yourselves. As if speaking by proxy for those inner thoughts of Chisha, a deep angered voice broke into the garden, where lightning and flame entwined. However, it seemed like the owner of the angered voice did not realize that he was helping to raise the level of the increasingly noisy atmosphere. So the voice accomplished nothing but adding fuel to the lightning and fire. Cecilis O'Gazin, if you have any complaints, please direct them towards Anya. And not me after all, I'm just bustling about like I usually do. Arakia, Gaz hindrance. Gaz, all right, are neither of you listening? You are lacking in self-awareness as generals. At the situation, which only continued to become more obstreperous, and noisy, Chisha silently left the window. Then, while massaging his brow with his fingers, once again, Chisha should not have turned out this way. Oh, how I pity myself. With that, he expressed lament of his own circumstances once more. 2. One of the 9 divine generals of the Wallachian Empire, Chisha Gold, was granted the position of 4th. Whenever he looked directly at that title of his, Chisha would make a sour face at how unbalanced it was. Unbalanced in the sense that he was not worthy, and in the sense that it was a position he had not desired. Chisha, the 9 divine generals, are the honor of military strength, a title that ought to be granted only to military men who are worthy of the seat of General First Class. It would have been better for me to be made Prime Minister instead of granting it to that turbulent individual. Stop being halfist. How about you just accept your fucking position, Chisha? When Chisha spilled his miscellaneous thoughts, a visitor interjected vulgarly, stepping into the office using the entirety of his small body to occupy the sofa, the hyena person of small stature. Chisha, General First Class Groovy Gumlet, are you not unsatisfied with the fact that I am one of the 9 divine generals, not to mention one who is above you in rank? Groovy Cut, don't make me fucking laugh. Goddamn it, the topmost one is Cecilis. As long as that doesn't change and the order of the ones under him doesn't have any significant meaning, you should know that too, bastard. Chisha, as usual, in contrast to your appearance, speech, and conduct, you are quite the capable intellectual. I am impressed. Groovy, that means you think that I'm a fucking idiot, doesn't it? Goddamn it, Chisha. Flashing his sharp fangs, Groovy tried to intimidate Chisha with his cute and round eyes. Though his outward appearance was not very menacing, as 6 of the 9 divine generals, he was one of the Empire's strongest warriors, and unlike Chisha, that title was not merely a decoration. Be that as it may, that he had paid a visit to Chisha's office. Like this was not for the sake of an important discussion between 2 fellow first-class generals of the Empire about asserting influence over the future of Wallachia, rather. Groovy Cecilis and Arakia, that fucking goddamn duo, they had the nerve to mess up the gardens, and I tended Chisha. You bastard, you better properly discipline them. Indeed, it was for the sake of pleading his complaints on the matter of the garden's wretched state. Groovy was a distinguished warrior of the Empire, but he also possessed notoriety as a craftsman, an artist separate to that of being a warrior. The gardens, which played a part in the beautiful scenery of the Crystal Palace, were also one of his works. Known as the master of cursed tools, Groovy was enthusiastic about developing arms and weapons for the purpose of killing and harming people, and he was also well-versed in the restoration of old buildings and ruins that held historic value. On that point, he could see eye to eye with Chisha, who could feel the grace in the functional aspects of antiques. Chisha, first, Groovy, let me preface this by saying that I fully understand the sentiments of the generals, but let me just tell you this. Groovy, oh, what is it? If it's just a fucking standard apology, then there's no point. Chisha, I will first answer that I have no reason to apologize at any rate. It is not my duty to discipline Cecilus, for there is no position which even does so. Groovy, how you're refusing to discipline him. Are you fucking abandoning your duty as his owner? Groovy's eyes looked utterly perplexed, but Chisha was the one who found it unbelievable. He had certainly known Cecilus for a long time, but Chisha was not his parent sibling, or anything of the sort. Chisha had no obligation to educate or discipline Cecilus, and besides, Groovy, unreasonable Cecilus, anybody discipline, impossible. Sitting on the floor, Meguro again spoke, by proxy for conclusion of Chisha's inner thoughts. Meguro, who called himself a steel folk, a peculiar race whose bodies were made out of metal and minerals, could have been mistaken for an avant-garde decoration if they simply sat there and remained silent. According to what Chisha had heard, the first meeting between Groovy and Meguro, who now had a surprising friendship, seemed to be when Groovy thought Meguro was a furnishing of the Crystal Palace and had tried to put them away into storage. Regardless of their start, the two had become close, and now the both of them were paying a visit to his office together. However, the fact that they were close friends and cooperating to do whatever they were told were separate matters. Groovy, what the hell are you saying, goddamn you, Meguro? Even though I came complain about those two fucking idiots making a fucking mess, how do you have a nerve to oppose me? Meguro invited me gardening, your complaint support incorrect. Groovy, goddamn it, I've been double-crossed by my friend. How could this possibly be FUCK? Groovy clutched his head in perplexity and for scattered as he raged atop the sofa, observing that state Chisha. Let out of that is it, as he fiddled with his bangs. Groovy, that what is that, goddamn it. Chisha, it's the same as how General First Class Meguro did not do what you told him to just now. General First Class Groovy, Cecilus, will not do what I tell him to, therefore your pleas to me are meaningless. Groovy, FUCK, so then I'm supposed to be prepared for those fucking idiots to lay waste to the gardens each time I tend to them, goddamn it. Then just let it pile up with sand fucking hell. Chisha, I understand your sentiments, so I will pass them on to His Excellency for the time being. I would be grateful if that satisfied you. It was not enough of a counterproposal to be referred to as such, but that was the extent of the compromise offered by Chisha. Groovy made a fairly bitter face regarding the matter and hesitated to nod, but Meguro, Groovy, compromise. With that, at the straightforward words of his friend, he made a profusely loud click of his tongue. 3. The stargazer who hangs round the palace. Wouldn't it be better, Takil? Was there at least one person who could visit without giving him a headache? Even though Chisha did not hold his head at these opening words, he did begin wanting to hold it. The stargazer brought up as a topic of conversation was a person who was neither a military officer nor a civil officer, but had special privileges to visit the Crystal Palace as he pleased, and they were someone whom even Chisha did not think of kindly. Be that as it may, Chisha, the information that it brings is adequately useful, Sir Albert. You should also be aware of that. Albert, of course, I'm plenty aware, but there are stargazers who got a similar position outside of it, ain't there? If that's the case, there shouldn't be a problem with replacing it. Chisha, in other words, sir, you think we ought to eliminate Ubuk Dano. Albert, it'd be pointless if the other stargazers were all the same as it, but I've tortured enough of M-Top to understand that ain't the case. Saying that, Albert Dunkelkin sat cross-legged on the reception table as he scratched his back. While he had the aura of a good-natured old man, he was the chief of the Shinobi, a group of extraordinary superhumans, and had deeply immersed himself in the dark side of the Empire for a long time, coming to be quite proficient at dirty work. Stargazers, those who devoted themselves to fulfillment of the commandment that they received from the Stars Ubuk, who frequently visited the Crystal Palace, was one of them. Aside from him, there were some other stargazers here and there, and in order to question them about the authenticity of Ubuk's words, many were imprisoned and put to the hardship of torture by the hands of Shinobi. Chisha, despite going to that extent, the words of Ubuk Dono could not be concluded as falsehoods. Albert, that's why I ain't saying we should get rid of all the stargazers. It's just that I want to get rid of it. Chisha, Sir Albert, are you saying that is for the sake of His Excellency, the Emperor? Albert, that's just me feeling good about serving my duty as a general. Not only is this me seriously doing my job, but also for the sake of His Excellency, right? Shamelessly, Albert tried to force his demands to be met. While Chisha was astounded by that stance, there was some truth to what he was saying. Especially since this old man known as Albert did not mainly serve to loyalty or his conscience. At the extremities of probing into his own desires and way of being, he had been perfected as the apex of the Shinobi, so it was important for Vincent's reign that he treated Albert well to keep his mind open. However, Chisha, it is going a bit too far for you to try and bend his excellencies will by flashing your military might. Albert Goodgrief has expected you're the most frightening out of the 9 divine generals. Chisha to receive such an evaluation from the vicious old man himself, I am surprised. Albert, if it was only about being strong, then it would be Seshi or Iraqi, but your strength ain't something that can be compared to those kind of aspects. Surprisingly, that's the same as it right. Chisha, Albert in this country, I think the ones who get up to the worst stuff are guys like you. Being spoken with quite an unexpected appraisal, Chisha made an astonished expression. Seeing him in that state, Albert laughed with an amused kaka and jumped up. Dropping from the table to stand on the floor, he turned his back and waved his hand. He probably came in with the expectation that luck may be on his side, but yielding upon understanding that it would not come to fruition was quite manly. Albert had survived for so long to that age not just because he was strong, but because he was tough. Chisha, only it was probably an exaggerated opinion, that I am the most frightening. Albert, you're free to think that way, just as I'm free to think this way. The fact that he had no intention of bending his opinion was a trait of Albert, who seemed like he was reasonable, yet refused to understand others. Flashing his teeth as he smiled, the old man departed, and as Chisha saw him off, he massaged the skin around his eyes with his fingers. His shoulders were also stiff from all the paperwork, but taking consultations again and again in his office, like this was also troublesome in the first place. Why was everyone going to Chisha in succession? Chisha, I wish they would stop bringing things to me just because it would be difficult to directly communicate such things to His Excellency. Of course, everyone probably had a consideration not to bother Vincent in his busy position, but Chisha being chosen as a substitute was probably not the entire reason for this. Was it because it was easy to speak to him, or perhaps, well, ain't that just because of His Excellency was willing to lend an ear? It's unthinkable that it would be for anyone except General First Class Chisha. Chisha, General First Class Balleroy. Leaning against the open door, what Chisha saw from within the room was a tall figure who gave off an elegant atmosphere. Was the man known as Balleroy Temaglyph. He called out Chisha's name, and upon seeing the latter's reaction of a slight frown, Balleroy shut a single one of his eyes and, Balleroy, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Chisha, no, it is just that I feel strangely linked by fate with the divine generals today, General First Class Balleroy. Since I have now happened to see you today, I have seen the figures or heard the voices of all except General First Class Yorna. Balleroy, well, I've also had some strange days while we're on the topic of strange and peculiar things. General First Class Chisha, would you like to relax for a bit and go on a long ride with me? Balleroy walked up to Chisha as he made a proposition, and hearing that the wrinkles on Chisha's brow became increasingly deep. As an oddball to the many obstinate folk within the 9 divine generals, Balleroy possessed an exceptionally honest human nature. Nonetheless, he was not such a close friend that he would make this kind of proposal. Chisha, if that were to happen, it would be in accordance with Cecily's suggestion and expectations, though. Balleroy, now that's the level of discernment I would expect from you. At Chisha's identification, Balleroy placed his hand on his forehead and laughed. Balleroy, just as he guessed, Cecilus had requested that I do this. Somehow it seemed that he felt responsible for ruining the gardens together with Arakia. Chisha, General First Class Balleroy, if you're a general, you ought to handle information properly. Balleroy, General First Class Chisha, it seemed he was worried that what happened in the gardens was causing wrinkles to gather on your brow. So he asked if I could take you flying through the sky to help take your mind off of things. Chisha, as usual, I am surprised he is a man who is capable of leaning in the direction of thoughtfulness. Although on top of being a moment of rare thoughtfulness, relying on Balleroy instead of his own strength seemed to be a sign of growth. If there was not really a glimpse of growth then with his own philosophy, which was incomprehensible to others, he would have tried to carry out his gratitude towards Chisha using his own strength. Balleroy, so then, what shall we do? Would you like to relax for a short while on my carillon? Chisha, I appreciate the proposal, but I also have piles of work to get through. Balleroy, oh my, that's too bad. I wish I could help out, but unfortunately I've never been remotely good at this kind of work. Staring at the heaps of documents atop the desk, Balleroy scratched his cheek. Even so, the fact that he was apologetic about being unable to help out made Balleroy much more personable than the other divine generals. It was something that neither Groovy nor Meguro nor Albert nor anyone else had brought up. If it were Cecilus or Arakia, they would have probably exemplified their refusal at merely the sight of the mountain of documents. Henceforth, Chisha, for the time being, it seems that there is a need for me to carry this burden on my back. With that, the man who alongside Cecilus was indispensable to the 9 divine generals massaged the skin around his eyes once again. Yendi, the Dragon Kingdom. Melee's Witch Beast Observation Record 2. 1. Meili Portrout's ordeal had reached a new stage. Accompanied by her two companions, Enrose and Klein, they had used a rather unconventional method to visit Lagunica Castle, in the kingdom of Lagunica's royal capital. Using Klein's mysterious power, the three of them had traveled by teleportation. The boulder-faced knight charged with guarding the castle dropped his head into his hands, saying if such a person truly exists, no amount of security will ever be enough to protect people of importance. Meili was apologetic, feeling rather sorry for him. If there had in fact been someone with Klein's abilities during her and Elsa's time in the assassination business, then they would have completed their assignments with much less hassle. So, in that respect, it was a good thing that Klein was just a child-loving pervert who served Enrose. Unfortunately, it's not the kind of power I can use freely. I hope you're aware that proper compensation must be paid gratitude, he said as he glanced over his shoulder at Meili. Meili's shoulders shook. She felt uncomfortable since it felt as if he had read her thoughts. But she quickly realized this wasn't the time to be worrying about Klein or the boulder-faced knight, the reason being. Are you the girl who can lead the way to the Pleiades watchtower? The question came from the monster standing before her. As a tamer of witch beasts, it wasn't that she had the power to fight directly herself, but she had certainly encountered a variety of opponents, weak and strong, during her time with Elsa, who loved fighting. However, she had never encountered anything like the one standing before her. Now, he was a true monster. There's no need to be so nervous, but I suppose it doesn't sound very convincing when it's coming from me. Meili stood frozen as this monster before them addressed her directly. I don't mean to frighten you. I only wish to ask you a question first of all. Then, looking over her slender shoulder with his blue eyes, he asked, how did you tame that witch beast? Meili flinched, and a small creature suddenly leapt onto her head. As it extended its pincers towards the sky, the young man raised his eyebrows slightly in surprise. Whoa! Everyone else was not so calm as pandemonium quickly spread amongst the group. Meili reflexively covered her face as small pincers snapped. Above her head, her mind overcome with confusion, since she didn't know what to do. Meili calmed down, screeched and rose from right beside her in an attempt to pacify her. It was no use. However, for Meili had fallen into a state of disarray in this terribly unexpected occurrence. Following her deep-rooted defensive instinct she had developed from a young age, she let the witch beast rage as it attempted to cut down everything in her vicinity. A sudden voice and sharp slap cut through the chaos in the great hall. Dumbass, you're the one causing her to panic. So get your ass back. Here. Meili raised her head to see the monster in front of her stepping back. The source of this voice and the loud slap was a young girl with gold hair coming forward to meet them. Her crimson eyes peered at Meili, and then at the creature on her hiata, small crimson scorpion. I understand how you feel being leered by a crowd of people, as though you're some weirdo. They're a bunch of creepos. As she spoke, the girl held out a finger towards a crimson scorpion, which aimed a pincer at it. Whoa, now, she quickly pulled her finger out of harm's way and gave a cheerful laugh, one protruding tooth standing out from the rest. Hell, what a lively insect. Your pincers seem pretty sharp. It could probably slice a thin finger right off. Now, are you serious? Then that could have been pretty dangerous. The girl's demeanor, which was more unorthodox than reckless maid. Meili responded in her natural way of speech. Lady Felt, please be careful, said the man standing behind the smiling girl. Though it may be tiny, it's still a witch beast. So you're the pipsqueak professing to be able to control witch beasts, right? Putting it on your head like that ain't nothing. I guess looks like you could be telling the truth, more or less. At the caution of the monster, the girl sharpened her almond-shaped eyes, and with that expression, surveyed the distinguished old men lined up inside the great hall. You old geezers haven't learned anything, have you? Don't you remember how you pulled the same sort of shit when you came to see me and pissed me off? Or are you all a bunch of idiots or something? Lady Felt, just because you are a candidate doesn't mean you can behave like that. Criticized Bordeaux. I was like this before I was given an insignia, she retorted, crossing her arms. Just cause you're old doesn't mean you can pretend to be hard of hearing. If you want to be treated with respect, then show me some sincerity first. The bald old man bore docks furrowed his thick eyebrows and fell silent. Watching this exchange on the side, an elderly man they called Miklatov laughed with a ho-ho-ho-ho. He caressed his long beard in good humor. As he spoke, he became better at forming your arguments. Lady Felt, could this be a sign that you're becoming more aware of your position as a candidate for the royal selection? Who knows, although I gotta say I'm not sure if I've developed that kind of annoying awareness yet. But after answering Miklatov's question, Felt pointed to the tall, red-haired figure behind her with her thumb, causing the monster to widen his eyes. But I have become self-aware enough to know I'm this guy's mistress, and that I gotta reel him in whenever he accidentally scares people. Well, then we're grateful that you're with him, Miklatov replied. Don't mention it. Brazenly responding to her senior, Felt spun around to face the visitors. Meili slightly stiffened at the strong-willed crimson eyes pressing upon her. Felt laughed good-humoredly and felt one of the royal selection candidates, and that sword saint's mistress. Nice to meet ya. Giving Melee an abrupt slap on the shoulder, Felt nonchalantly declared herself the tamer of a monster. 2. The monster known as Reinhard Van Astrea was able to accomplish his job with ease after Felt calmed Melee down. She certainly is the owner of a divine protection, the divine protection of witch beast manipulation. It's an incredibly rare ability that allows her to manipulate witch beasts at will. With a single glance at Melee, Reinhard identified her power, since getting others to believe in Melee's abilities was their objective. His assurance was welcome, but just so you know, we were prepared to test the validity of our claim regarding her powers. Please do not think you did us any favors, said the girl standing next to Melee. You're pretty anal about being in someone's debt. How you're pretty mature for someone so small. Don't worry, Reinhard only glanced at her, so I don't think you owe us anything either. Splendid, then. Taking no notice of Melee, person concerned Danaros, and Felt argued on equal terms. In any case, with proof of Melee's, which bestiming divine protection discussions with the Council of Wise Men could probably move forward. That is to say, the way to the Pleiades watchtower is therefore possible with Emilius Vasalthus Melee Portrout, and Rose boldly proclaimed to the Council of Wise Men gathered there. The wise old men began their discussion at her words, but Felt and Reinhard, having arrived late, were a step behind in the conversation. Folding her arms, Felt tilted her head to Pleiades watchtower. It's the tower that Lady Amelia Subaru, as well as Lady Anastasia, went to Reinhard, explained in the far east at the edge of the Augrius sand dunes sits a tower where the sage Shala resides. Naked Lady didn't really feel much like a sage. Melee mumbled reflexively at the mention of the sage before immediately slapping a palm over her mouth, but it was too late. She had drawn the attention of Felt and Reinhard, who both stared at her. The two stood beside Melee, the small crimson scorpion still perched atop her head. I see I got the gist of it. Because of your divine protection, the witch beasts covering the path to the tower don't see you as a disturbance and allow you to pass unchallenged. Judging from the conversation, just now it seems as though you've already been to the Pleiades watchtower and come back, commented. Reinhard did Lady Amelia, and the others get back safely. H. hold on Hudon Imnit, allured to talk without permission. Melee, being pressed, refused to speak as she shook her head with a hand still. Over her mouth, her three-strand braid shook from left to right. The small crimson scorpion raised its stinger in support of her and snapped its pincers as though it was trying to intimidate the two. Klein cleared his throat as help to the flustered Melee and cut into the space between her. Felt and Reinhard were very grateful for your cooperation, Lady Felt and Sir Reinhard. However, Melee is also in an extremely difficult position, and no matter how young Lady Felt seems and how dazzling her soul is, we cannot hand her over gratitude. Turning towards Klein's mysteriously sparkling eyes, Felt's cheeks stiffen. What do you sure are saying some creepy things there? Gently inserting an arm in front of Felt to protect his mistress, Reinhard compared Melee and Klein. When you say difficult position, is that what you are here to talk about? Giving a deep bow, Klein affirmed Reinhard's question indeed. Discerning. At that conversation, Felt made a face that showed her lack of understanding, but before they could explain, the conversation had moved on. Not between Melee and the others, but rather en Rose and the Council of Wise Men. I understand that Miss Melee's rare ability would help us clear a path to the Pleiades watchtower in the eastern part of the kingdom. Considering this, what could we offer you in return? Uncle Margrave Mathers spoke with Amelia after she got back, and I've been told that he will need help to make use of the tower. Please arrange workers and guards for that purpose. As representatives of the kingdom, we certainly have no reason to reject that request if there's a chance for us to use the sage's tower. However, that is not all. I assume Miklatov ceased stroking his beard and narrowed his eyes. Melee was caught off guard by his unexpectedly sharp gaze. She had always seen Miklatov as a kind and gentle man, but now she knew there was more to him than just that. After all, he represented the kingdom's decision-making body. Holding Miklatov's gaze, and Rose did not sway. Yes, we have another request. Melee admired the courage and composure of this girl younger than her. These qualities ingrained in a young noble woman since birth, and the strong sense of self-consciousness she displayed were truly impressive. And Rose gestured her hand at Melee, who stood dead still in silent admiration. The girl who holds the ability that you require in order to reach the Pleiades watchtower. Yes, what about her? Asked Miklatov. She has taken part in numerous crimes within the kingdom of Lagunica, as well as other nations. We want her absolved of those crimes and a guarantee of her personal safety. What Bordeaux's eyes widened, and he rose to his feet at Enrose's demand. In a thick voice full of disbelief, he thrust a quivering finger at Melee. And what exactly are these crimes she's taken part in? Subversive activities, assassinations, and an attack on Margrave Mather's mansion, and attempted manslaughter of its residents, explained Enrose. It may be impertinent, but it should be mentioned she committed other crimes, such as putting the village in the Margrave's domain in danger, and threatening the lives of the villagers. Klein added addition. She's unquestionably a serious criminal. Bordeaux banged his fist on the desk. At this outrage, the sound reverberating through the great hall. Feeling the dry atmosphere and the severe gazes focused on her, Meili came to grips with their reactions, considering them to be only natural no matter how young she may be. This was a justifiable response to what she had done. It was a response to the Camp Amelia Subaru and Petra that had been strange. However, why did you feel the need to bring that shit up? Felt suddenly asked. Lady felt that has nothing to do with us. If we don't ask, she began cutting off Reinhard. They're going to start talking about punishments and whatnot. I'm more interested in this because there's no point in discussing all of that. So WHY do you go and bring it all up? In an instant, Bordeaux's fury simmered down as though it had been drenched with cold water, and the other wise men, including Miklatov, looked to Meili for an answer. Meili dropped her gaze, trying to carefully choose her next words, as though attempting to encourage her. The small crimson scorpion dropped her shoulders and reassuringly clicked its pincers. Receiving courage from this, she opened her mouth. I did a lot of bad things, but even so, there are people who told me it was okay to live regardless of my past. Don't you think they're big dummies? I think so too, but I don't want to be the cause of their trouble, so you want to come clean with your past crimes and clear your name before they came to light. Miklatov narrowed his eyes at Meili, who pressed a finger to her lips as she struggled to explain. She was fully aware that she was making things easy for her, as she nodded. Yes, selfish, isn't it? Perhaps, but the nature of your divine protection may be substantial enough to warrant this. Lord Miklatov, what are you thinking about? Asked Enrose. Suppose we want you to stay and serve the kingdom in exchange for absolving you of your crimes and giving you your freedom. What would you think? Miklatov asked Meili as if to test her resolve. Meili tensed up at this query, but slowly shook her head, decided, no, I don't want that. It might be selfish, but I've already decided where I want to live my life. At her reply, felt roar with laughter. Kuaha, get rejected, old man. My lady, chided Reinhard. Waving her hand dismissively at the knight's words, she continued, quit it with the jokes. Old man, you shouldn't ask for something you don't really want. Saying no can be tiring too, you know. Dear me, you've really become sharp with your words, Lady felt incidentally. It must be some kind of fate that we met here today. There is something I'd like to ask you. I figured as much when you didn't drive me away. It's Reinhard. Right, it felt perceptive reply. A smile formed on Miklatov's wrinkly face. Beside them, Bordeaux sighed with a grim face, and Enrose and Klein both relaxed. Unfortunately, the one who was central to the whole discussion, Meili, had no idea what was going on. So what's going to happen to me, she asked. Do we need to spell it out for you? Just show us how useful you are. Don't worry, it won't be dangerous after all. It'll be with you, Reinhard declared as he stepped forward, holding out his hand with a broad smile. Looking down at that hand, Meili thought to herself, the road to freedom won't be easy. Yendi,